In a world ruled by the apocalypse system, your talent determines your life, and your greed determines your survival. For 8 long years monsters roamed the ruins of civilization, but they weren't the most dangerous thing out there. The real nightmare wasn't the fangs of an ancient dragon, but the cold steel of a blade held by someone you called brother. Imagine reaching the absolute peak only to be stabbed in the back by your closest ally. This is a story of blood, revenge, and a second chance to snatch back everything that was stolen. Welcome back to the BALA Manhua Recaps channel, and today, let's witness the journey of a man who returned from death to rewrite his destiny. It all began in the final moments of a legendary battle. This young man had fought relentlessly in the apocalypse for 8 long years. During the most critical battle of his life, Zhang Yi successfully slew the ultimate boss, the strongest ancient dragon. He obtained the final fragment and synthesized the Dragon Blood Scroll. He thought this would be his ticket to the top, but he never expected to be betrayed by his closest friend at that very moment. In that man's eyes there was only profit, and he delivered a fatal blow. The Dragon Blood Scroll was lost, and Zhang Yi lost his life without even a chance to catch his breath. Filled with resentment and hatred, Zhang Yi breathed his last. But heaven does not abandon the determined. When he opened his eyes again, time had rewound to 9:48 a.m. on the 28th, 8 years ago. This was the very day the gates to the apocalypse were set to open. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed the window open. Outside, the city was still peaceful and serene. He was certain now. He had truly been reborn, returning to the point in time before the cataclysm descended. Zhang Yi clenched his fists. Since the heavens had given him a second chance, that bastard Mu Shen, the backstabber who sent him to an early grave in his past life, would definitely not have it easy this time. But there was something more urgent. Before the apocalypse began, Zhang Yi had to find the God-tier talent cards scattered across various locations. In the apocalyptic world, every player is randomly assigned a talent skill by the system upon joining. However, rare God-tier talents could only be activated using specialized talent cards. There were only 10 God-tier talent cards in the entire world, randomly distributed across the globe. Drawing on his memories from his previous life, Zhang Yi deduced that the one closest to him was on the top floor of the Jinmao Tower. He rushed there at breakneck speed, charging all the way to the roof. Sure enough, the golden card was there. But before Zhang Yi could touch it, another person appeared. "Hey kid, the entire Jinmao Tower belongs to me, and that includes that card." The newcomer was Liu Chengze, a notoriously arrogant young master from his past life. He was the holder of the final God-tier talent card in the previous life, and the heir to the largest real estate group in Linhai City. But Zhang Yi had no intention of backing down. In his view, whoever touched the card first owned it. Suddenly, several armed madmen emerged from nowhere, spraying bullets at Zhang Yi. "You dare take my things, I'll show you the consequences." Zhang Yi dodged the bullets as if he were using a cheat code. It was incredible that he could evade machine gun fire before even logging into the system. He sprinted forward, calculating the time. There were only 5 seconds left until the arrival of the apocalyptic system. With a graceful leap, Zhang Yi snatched the golden card, gritting his teeth. Liu Chengze grabbed a gun from one of his subordinates, wanting to finish him off personally. "Brat, don't even think about taking my card." The bullet flew from the chamber, but fortune favored Zhang Yi. At the moment the bullet was only a palm's width away from him, the apocalypse officially began. The scene before him shifted instantly, and a status window appeared, asking if he chose to participate in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi selected yes. His body began to dissipate into the air. At this moment, many others like Zhang Yi were entering the system. When Zhang Yi opened his eyes again, he stood before a massive altar with his God-tier talent card hovering above it. Zhang Yi was no stranger to this magnificent sight. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the card. Instantly, a beautiful little sprite appeared. Zhang Yi's player profile had been encoded as number 8857. The little girl introduced herself as Zhang Yi's exclusive system sprite. The God-tier talent card had unlocked a skill for him, Gotcha God-tier replication. Though the name sounded a bit haphazard, it was an incredibly broken skill. It allowed the user to copy the talents of other players, with a 1-hour cooldown. Afterward, the sprite introduced the 3 factions available for Zhang Yi to choose from: the Outworlders, the Beastmen, and the Humans. Zhang Yi pondered for a long time. In his past life he chose the Human faction because they gained a 20 bonus to reputation, which was the most important resource in the apocalyptic world. "Wait a second, you seem to be carrying something else." The little sprite reached toward Zhang Yi and pulled out something that shocked even him: the Dragon Blood Scroll. This was the very item Mu Zhen had used any means necessary to obtain in his previous life. To his surprise, even after dying and being reborn, the item remained in his possession. Upon detecting the Dragon Blood Scroll, the system unlocked a 4th faction: the Dragon Race, a hidden race. Zhang Yi gave a bitter smile. Starting off this successfully made him wonder if it was a blessing or a curse. He stepped toward the Dragon Gate and officially began his login. Zhang Yi entered a lounge called the Starting Zone. Many other players were also logging in here. Indeed, everything was exactly as he remembered. They were all cheering and marveling at the realistic experience the world provided. Yet no one knew that from this point on, no one would ever be able to leave. Taking advantage of the wait, Zhang Yi checked his data. Aside from his existing talent and faction, his attributes were all at base levels, including strength, intelligence, endurance, agility, and stamina. Additionally, Zhang Yi had obtained a dragon race exclusive passive skill, Hell Dragon Fire, of gold quality. Every time he launched a basic attack or used a skill, there was a 0.1 chance to trigger the summoning of Hell Dragon Fire. Within the range of the flames, all enemies would take true damage equal to 150 of his attack power. Though the trigger probability was extremely low, the effect of this passive skill was practically on par with a god-tier talent. It was no joke. Looking at the crowd, Zhang Yi decided he needed to familiarize himself with his talent card. He chuckled inwardly. First, he needed to find someone to test the replication skill on. Soon, Zhang Yi picked a target, a tall, bald man. Zhang Yi activated his talent and placed a hand on the man's shoulder. The guy immediately and warily shrugged him off. Zhang Yi scratched his head, feigning embarrassment and claiming he had the wrong person to play it off, but he had already successfully copied the bald man's epic tier talent. It was the Treasure Hunter talent, which allowed the player to locate treasure chests within a 500-meter radius. Zhang Yi beamed with joy. His luck was excellent to have stumbled upon an epic talent on his first try. Just then, the gates of the starting zone opened. A voice came over the broadcast welcoming the players to the apocalypse. The bald man was eager to charge out first. Seeing this, Zhang Yi spoke up to stop him. "Brother, don't be reckless, it's dangerous outside." But the man not only ignored him but also mocked Zhang Yi for being a coward. He shoved Zhang Yi aside. The bald man charged out. "Everyone keep your eyes peeled and learn from a pro." As it turned out, no one behind him wanted to learn anything because he leapt straight into the mouth of a giant spider. He met his end so fast it made people's heads spin. It wasn't over. The system then announced that the player could not be resurrected. He was well and truly dead. Only then did the crowd in the starting zone fall into a panic. The situation continued to unfold according to the trajectory of Zhang Yi's past life. A new status window was sent to all players. The first quest, containing information about safe zone number 886 in District 8. The place was called Hope Town. The main quest was to find this town. Only there would their safety be guaranteed. The quest had a 4-hour countdown. The reward was 1 resurrection chance, and if they failed, their lives would end right then and there, just like the bald man. But the problem now was that the starting zone was surrounded by monsters. These people were all novices and had no idea how to eliminate the creatures. Zhang Yi remained the calmest. He reached up and grabbed a window breaker hammer from a high ledge. In his past life, someone had used this as a weapon in a moment of crisis. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a disguised green-quality weapon. This had made many players envious at the time. In this life, Zhang Yi snatched it up first. Sure enough, once in his hand, the hammer transformed into a short sword. It was forged from a meteorite from a polar wasteland, and its practical value was quite high. At the same time, using the new talent he copied from the bald man, Zhang Yi discovered a hidden treasure chest in the starting zone. He immediately pulled it out from a corner. Inside was a bottle of green-quality dragon breath potion. With a new weapon in hand, Zhang Yi took the lead and charged out to kill the monsters. The group of novice players was both amazed and jealous. "Look at that guy's weapon, it's green quality, he's definitely cheating," several of them shouted. All eyes were focused on Zhang Yi, but everyone thought the kid was seeking death. Even with a legendary weapon, he was still just a novice. How could he possibly handle so many giant spiders? Furthermore, the spider swarm was incredibly fierce, and the gap in power was indeed massive. Zhang Yi was pushed back as he fought, waiting until he found the perfect opportunity. He pulled out the dragon breath potion. Timing it perfectly, Zhang Yi threw the open bottle into the giant spider's mouth. Instantly, a massive inferno erupted. Zhang Yi leveled up twice, gaining 50 gold coins and a health potion. He raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the dragon breath potion to be so effective. It would be great if he could find a few more. Meanwhile, the crowd at the starting zone descended into chaos. Seeing Zhang Yi defeat the giant spider in one move, they were even more convinced he was cheating. "I think this kid is a big deal. Should we try to party up with him?" Night fell. Zhang Yi began following the map's guidance to find Hope Town. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps put him on high alert. A man rushed over and grabbed him tightly. "Please save my daughter." A little girl had been snatched by a monster and taken into the forest. Zhang Yi looked toward the woods. In his past life, many players had died there, though it did contain many good items. However, looking at this man, something felt off. Despite this, Zhang Yi followed him into the forest, but the woods were so vast that the man vanished in the blink of an eye. Forget it, he thought. He'd just keep moving. He put his head down and continued his journey, unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him. Shortly after, Zhang Yi indeed encountered a little girl holding a lollipop. Zhang Yi kindly intended to lead the child out, but just then, a glamorous, seductive woman with purple hair appeared. Zhang Yi was in no mood to appreciate such beauty, because no matter how he looked at it, this woman was definitely an enemy, and the man who had asked for help earlier was standing right behind her. "Good work. You've helped me lure in another prey." This sentence was clearly directed at the man by the purple-haired woman. Zhang Yi immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. At that moment, the system issued a new quest. Rescue the child lost in the gloomy forest and bring her to Hope Town. The quest had a 1-hour time limit. The reward for success was a ring. There was no penalty for failure. Zhang Yi remembered that in his past life some teams had triggered this hidden quest while exploring the gloomy forest, and the rewards and experience points were enough to make anyone green with envy. Therefore, he had no intention of missing this opportunity. As soon as Zhang Yi accepted the quest, the woman's body began to mutate. It turned out she was a spider demon. Seeing the woman's true form, the child beside Zhang Yi burst into tears. He could only offer a few words of comfort before drawing his newly acquired green quality weapon. Zhang Yi lunged forward, but this spider demon was covered in heavy armor. He attempted a physical attack, but it had zero effect. The spider demon immediately counterattacked, and it took a great deal of effort for Zhang Yi to dodge. Zhang Yi's sprite warned him to abandon the quest. The spider demon named Mei Shu was a level 20 boss. He could not defeat her with his current strength. But running away wasn't Zhang Yi's style. Furthermore, he still wanted to save the child, so he insisted on staying. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, the sprite said no more. Regardless, abandoning the quest was the only way to survive right now. "I believe you can make the best decision," the sprite said. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and replied, "Don't sentence my future so easily." Zhang Yi charged at the spider demon once more. The opponent prepared for the clash, but his goal wasn't to fight the spider demon head-on. Zhang Yi remembered seeing someone mention a hidden treasure chest outside of the quest parameters on the World Channel in his previous life, after activating his treasure hunter talent. Sure enough, Zhang Yi spotted a hidden chest. He completely ignored Mei Shu's attacks and sprinted toward it. The woman froze for a moment, seeing that she wasn't his target. But before she could react, Zhang Yi had already claimed the chest. "Congratulations, you have obtained the green quality skill book, Chain Lightning." Zhang Yi couldn't stop smiling. He had indeed pulled a hidden skill, and Chain Lightning dealt magic damage. This meant the spider demon's hard shell was no longer an issue. Mei Shu hurriedly summoned more small spiders, wanting to tear Zhang Yi apart. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi quickly learned the skill book. He put the skill to use immediately after learning it. Mei Shu was struck by the Chain Lightning and collapsed to the ground, twitching in agony. The battle ended much faster than expected. Zhang Yi obtained a new epic tier weapon, the Venom Fang Dagger, crafted from spider fangs. Once finished, he took the little girl's hand and left. After walking for a while, they finally found Hope Town. Many people had already gathered there, including his acquaintance Liu Chengze. Initially, Liu Chengze didn't notice Zhang Yi, but one of his subordinates spotted him by chance. "Boss, isn't that the kid who snatched your god-tier talent card?" Liu Chengze looked in the direction his subordinate pointed, and it was indeed Zhang Yi. He gritted his teeth in hatred and immediately sent men to tail him. Zhang Yi walked a long distance with the child and finally found her home. With the quest complete, he immediately received the Ring of Talia. It didn't have many attributes, but wearing it increased his luck by 55 points. In the apocalyptic world, luck was an extremely rare and precious attribute. The higher the luck, the more generous the rewards from future quests. He had truly struck gold. At that moment, Zhang Yi noticed an enhancement shop by the side of the road. The player running it boasted that there would be no charge if the enhancement failed. Zhang Yi curiously went over to see the commotion. Seeing that the stout young blacksmith had an incredibly high success rate, he asked a bystander if the youth's success rate was suspiciously high. The person immediately shook their head. "You clearly don't know, his talent is enhancement crafting." Zhang Yi gave an interested "oh" as he watched the youth enhance another impressive piece of equipment. Since he was so powerful, Zhang Yi planned to copy the talent for himself. Action followed intent, and Zhang Yi quietly tapped the fat youth. Instantly, he also possessed the epic tier enhancement crafting talent. With this, the success rate for equipment enhancement would increase by 50. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to pull out his Venom Fang Dagger to test it. The results were 4 consecutive successful enhancements. The onlookers were stunned, but the chubby youth didn't look happy at all. He had no idea where this guy had come from to steal all his thunder. Look, that young man just enhanced an epic tier weapon to level 15. Level 15 weapons were rare enough as it was, let alone an epic tier 1. Just who was this guy? While the crowd was marveling, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sharp ringing in his ears. His vision began to blur. The system sprite had no choice but to remind him that his health and stamina were nearing their limits. Zhang Yi was forced to head to a nearby tavern to rest. Planning to head out and grind for levels once his strength was restored, he reached the nearest tavern and rented a room. Inside, everyone was discussing the latest news on the World Channel. Did you hear someone completed a hidden quest in the gloomy forest? Word is that person even has an epic tier weapon. Zhang Yi knew they were talking about him, but he didn't let it go to his head. Although luck was a part of strength, he believed even more in reaching the top through his own true abilities. Zhang Yi lay lazily in his inn room. He calculated his next move. He had to reach level 20 as quickly as possible to complete his class advancement. Among the 7 major classes, Knight, Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, Priest, and Beastmaster, he could choose one. Only then could he learn more powerful skills. When he saw Mu Zhen again, he would make sure the man tasted the price of betrayal. Early the next morning, Zhang Yi went out for a walk, but he sensed someone tailing him the entire way. "Stop being so sneaky and just come out." As soon as he spoke, the person revealed himself. Who else could it be but Liu Chengze? Filled with burning hatred and accompanied by a group of subordinates, Liu was clearly there to snatch back the God-tier talent card. Zhang Yi was forced into PK player kill mode, which suited him perfectly. He also wanted to test his newly learned chain lightning skill. Zhang Yi launched the skill with confidence, only to find that not a single bolt of lightning discharged. A system notification informed him that he had been hit with a silent spell and could not use any skills. A smug look appeared on Liu Chengze's face. The silence effect lasted for a full 2 minutes. He believed he had the battle in the bag. A burly warrior was the first to charge, but his attack hit Zhang Yi like a mosquito bite, doing absolutely nothing. "What's going on? He's not losing any blood at all. It must be because his gear is too good. Our damage can't even break his defense." Liu Chengze gnashed his teeth, cursing his subordinates as a bunch of useless trash. Then he drew his own weapon, prepared to handle things personally. Zhang Yi caught a glimpse and saw it was also a green-quality longbow, enhanced to level 15. Liu Chengze notched an arrow and aimed at Zhang Yi, pulling the string to full draw. The arrow whistled through the air before exploding mid-flight, splitting into hundreds of tiny arrows. This rain of arrows fell, causing Zhang Yi to suffer some minor injuries. Under these circumstances, he could no longer hold back. Since he couldn't use skills, he would play around with summoning a divine beast. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned the Hell Dragon. The dragon spat a massive fireball, and Liu Chengze's group instantly scattered like startled birds, with Liu even dropping his longbow on the ground. Zhang Yi was very satisfied. He had initially been worried about how to reach level 20, but now these fools had delivered themselves to his door to provide both a weapon and experience points. The bow was named the Silver-clad Longbow, and its primary skill was the meteor arrow rain that Liu Chengze had just demonstrated. A single shot could split into 100 arrows falling like meteors. Zhang Yi also successfully reached level 20. Now he could return to town to find the class advancement officer. When Zhang Yi returned to Hope Town, Liu Chengze and his gang were sitting dejectedly by the resurrection altar. Players with resurrection chances would automatically reform at the nearest altar upon death. Zhang Yi swaggered over with the silver-clad longbow and thanked Liu Chengze. The arrogant look on his face nearly made Liu explode with rage. "You brat, just you wait one day. I'll make you pay me back tenfold." Zhang Yi treated Liu's curses as nothing more than a barking dog. Having no interest in paying them any mind, he walked straight to the class advancement NPC. "I want to unlock my class advancement." After confirming his level, the advancement hall opened up. Zhang Yi stepped inside. Although he wasn't a Libra, he still found it difficult to choose a profession. Among the 7 classes, the Beastmaster was the least popular among players. This was because although they could summon monsters to fight and soak up damage, raising those monsters was no easy task. From the very beginning of training, a Beastmaster had to share their resources with their pet. In an apocalyptic world, resources were always scarce. This led many Beastmasters to stop developing in the late game due to insufficient resources, eventually being eliminated by other players. Currently, only Knights and Beastmasters could cooperate with the Dragon race. Zhang Yi thought choosing a Knight wouldn't be bad, but the class was too prone to extreme ups and downs. In his past life, many players who reached the late game would lose everything if they failed a sword duel. The Beastmaster was different, while others might not be suited for it. Zhang Yi possessed a god-tier talent. His speed of resource collection was dozens of times faster than other players. In the late stages of the apocalypse, he could also rely on his dragon race status to acquire powerful dragon companions. With that, he could establish a team with healing, tanking, and damage output. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi walked toward the man representing the Beastmaster class. Seeing him approach, the man looked up and said, "I've been waiting here for a long time, young man." The sprite appeared once more, issuing a warning before he made his choice. "Hey kid, you need to think this through. Choosing the right class can save you a lot of effort." Zhang Yi's mind was made up. He pressed the confirmation button and chose to advance as a Beastmaster. Once the advancement was complete, Zhang Yi returned to the town square. While watching the commotion, he overheard two players talking about Undead Town. It seemed they had just experienced a failed raid. "I told you that town was dangerous. Now look at us, we didn't even see the elite mobs, and we lost so much gear and experience. Who knew even a common mob would be that strong? Stop blaming me, why didn't you say anything when we were going in?" Zhang Yi pricked up his ears. Undead Town was exactly where he had completed his first dungeon in his previous life. If he could organize a proper team this time, combined with his experience clearing it, taking down the big boss would be no trouble at all. Just as he thought of this, someone in the center of the square was indeed recruiting two teammates to go to Undead Town. Their requirement was simple: completion of the level 20 class advancement. Before Zhang Yi could get there, a beautiful woman went to apply first. The group immediately agreed. Seeing only one spot left, Zhang Yi hurried to join. The team captain looked him up and down. Seeing that Zhang Yi had just become a Beastmaster, he assumed he didn't even have a summon to participate in battle yet. To put it bluntly, he was currently just a small mage with no skills. However, given that not many players had finished their advancement yet, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye and accept Zhang Yi into the team. The five of them headed toward Undead Town. On the way, the captain couldn't help but ask why Zhang Yi chose that class. "Hey kid, didn't you read the info on the World Channel? The Beastmaster has the lowest damage skills among the 7 classes." Maybe it's just because I like raising pets," Zhang Yi replied casually. Just then, the masked beauty suddenly signaled for everyone to be quiet. "Careful, the enemy is here." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp arrow whistled through the air. The five of them immediately entered a combat stance. Skeletons began to crawl out from the soil all around them. The captain took charge of melee combat. The masked beauty was no slouch either. She unleashed powerful flames that instantly incinerated many of the skeletons. But with a momentary lapse in focus, she was ambushed from behind. A skeleton's cold short sword was held against her throat, leaving her unable to move. Among the five of them, the one who looked most pathetic at that moment was actually Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi summoned a flock of crows, providing a timely distraction to save the beauty. This was a basic Beastmaster skill. Although the damage it dealt was relatively low, it served its purpose. Zhang Yi grabbed the woman's hand and regrouped with the other three. The captain shouted, "Run!" He knew these monsters were undead and would soon resurrect. The five ran toward a dark castle. The dungeon's big boss was inside. Zhang Yi immediately assigned tasks. The knight was responsible for tanking damage, while main damage dealers like them would flank from the rear to avoid the boss's second phase area of effect attacks. Seeing how fluently he gave orders, the captain couldn't help but grow suspicious. "How do you know all this so clearly? Have you been here before?" "How could that be?" Zhang Yi waved his hands repeatedly. "This is all just from previous gaming experience." But the captain didn't believe him because he saw Zhang Yi was equipped with the Venom Fang Dagger. How could a novice player obtain an epic tier weapon and be so familiar with the dungeon? Clearly, Zhang Yi was lying. The captain's smile gradually turned sinister, as he concluded that Zhang Yi must have plenty of other good items on him. This was a massive windfall. Zhang Yi walked ahead to push open the castle doors. The gloomy environment inside enough to make one's skin crawl. He reminded everyone to stay close, as it would be dangerous to get separated. But those three bastards showed a trace of a cunning smile, then slammed the doors shut from the outside. "Just stay in there quietly. I'll come back later to collect the bodies." The beauty was frantic with panic. She didn't understand why her teammates would do such a thing, but Zhang Yi saw through their intentions instantly. It seemed those three bastards wanted to use the boss's hand to get rid of him and then monopolize the rewards and experience. Before the beauty could even process the situation, the dungeon's big boss appeared. As soon as they met, the boss unleashed a massive shockwave. Zhang Yi hurriedly grabbed the girl's hand, pulling her out of the attack range. "You saved me again, thank you." The two had no time for pleasantries, because the boss was preparing to attack again. Zhang Yi was frantic. One of them was a Beastmaster and the other a mage. Both were squishy classes. Without a tank, they couldn't possibly withstand the damage from this big boss. In the moment of crisis, the beauty summoned a group of undead warriors. Zhang Yi was shocked. This was exactly the power of the Soul Summoner talent. This was another talent obtained from a god-tier talent card. It allowed the user to resurrect the dead to fight for them for 5 minutes. With a 24-hour cooldown, they won't last long. We have to find a way out of here fast. With this squad of undead warriors as cover, Zhang Yi felt they had a chance at victory. He urged the beauty to just hold on for about an hour. He knew where the boss's weakness was, he would handle the rest. Meanwhile, the boss grew even more frenzied facing the army of undead the girl had summoned. Zhang Yi couldn't find an opportunity to get close. He knew the gem on the boss's back was the source of all the undead archmage's power, and also its greatest weakness. As the battle raged, Zhang Yi summoned his flock of black crows. Now the undead archmage had to deal with both the undead warriors and the harassment from the black crows. Zhang Yi calmly waited for his moment. When the big boss turned around, he aimed and threw the venom fang dagger from his hand, the blade piercing the gem with precision. The undead archmage let out a wretched scream, and the system immediately sent a notification congratulating Zhang Yi on successfully defeating the big boss. After this battle, his level soared to 25, and he also obtained the Aurora Staff. This was a level 30 epic tier weapon, completely outclassing the previous Venom Fang dagger. The staff's attached Frost Roar skill could summon a blizzard within a 100-meter range. It would freeze all enemies for 5 seconds. Zhang Yi and the beauty were overjoyed. The drop rate for this staff was only 2. This was truly a windfall from the heavens. Zhang Yi then handed the staff to the girl. She was extremely surprised because the weapon was so precious. But the staff was a weapon specifically crafted for the mage class. It was useless in the hands of a beastmaster like Zhang Yi. Furthermore, if she hadn't summoned the undead warriors, Zhang Yi wouldn't have had the time to kill the boss. Therefore, he did not hesitate to give this precious weapon to her. After a while, the 3 bastards outside the hall couldn't hear any more movement. They were fully convinced that Zhang Yi and the girl had been killed by the boss. The 3 of them prepared to go in to harvest the loot with excitement, but as soon as they entered, they found the 2 of them were still alive and well. "What? Disappointed you didn't see our corpses?" Seeing this, the 2 men at the back began to feel afraid. They believed that if Zhang Yi could kill the boss alone, his strength was clearly not simple. But the captain's audacity outweighed his brains. He didn't want to lose the loot and experience for nothing. What's there to be afraid of? They've been fighting for so long. I bet they can't even walk right now. Get them. Under the captain's command, the 2 men quickly rushed toward Zhang Yi and the girl. Zhang Yi wasn't afraid of this captain, but his style of unhesitating attack reminded Zhang Yi of Mu Shen's betrayal. This psychological trauma caused Zhang Yi immense pain. Why did you have to betray your teammates? Zhang Yi grabbed the beauty's hand and successfully replicated her god-tier talent, Soul Summoner. Then without hesitation he summoned the undead archmage. Under Zhang Yi's control, the ferocious big boss charged at the 3 traitors. Before they could react, their entire bodies were frozen, and then they were ground into dust. This was the painful end for these 3 greedy fools. Moreover, they didn't even have a chance to resurrect. In other words, they were dead for good. Now that the crisis was resolved, Zhang Yi also fainted due to physical exhaustion. In his haze he seemed to see his father. That was back when Zhang Yi was very young, and he had already displayed extraordinary talent in esports. His father promised him that as long as he surpassed him on the rankings, he would give him a new game. Unfortunately, now that Zhang Yi was trapped in the apocalypse, he probably wouldn't be able to wait for that new game from his father. When Zhang Yi truly woke up, he was back in his inn room at the tavern. On the table was a letter and a ring left by the beautiful woman. "Thank you for saving me in my time of need. By the time you read this letter, I will have already gone to find my older brother. Inside this storage ring is the equipment taken from those 3 people. Perhaps you will find it useful later. I believe we will meet again if fate permits. Han Yuru." A beautiful name for a beautiful person. Zhang Yi gripped the ring tightly and began to inspect it. It seemed those 3 bastards had scavenged quite a few good things from other players. With the immediate gear issue resolved, Zhang Yi now lacked a magic beast. He opened his map. According to his memories from his past life, the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon was hidden within the northern mists. This was the only dungeon that dropped magic beasts before level 40. However, this dungeon was notoriously difficult to clear, and he had to choose his teammates carefully. It would be a disaster if he encountered more bastards like before. Yet finding reliable help was easier said than done. The next day, Zhang Yi spent most of the day wandering the town square with nothing to show for it. While wandering, he happened upon several beautiful women who were recruiting talent for their respective guilds. A bold idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. Why not establish a guild of his own? In his past life, he had teamed up with that bastard Mu Shen as soon as he entered the game, which had made him forget that building a guild was the best way to attract top-tier experts. Acting on the thought, Zhang Yi went to the guild management office and applied to establish a new guild named Godslayer. Next came the recruitment phase. Initially, Zhang Yi thought about handing out flyers on the street, but that method was too random. It was better to go where the experts gathered. Zhang Yi recalled that in his previous life, after the first round of survival missions ended, the system would launch the Duel Grand Ceremony, an event nearly every expert in the region would attend. This was the perfect opportunity to scout talent. Just as the thought occurred, a special system notification arrived. Sure enough, it was news regarding the 1vs1 Duel Grand Ceremony, open to all players who had completed their class advancement. The rewards were 100 gold coins and a rare skill book. After confirming his participation, Zhang Yi was immediately teleported to a special arena area, a floating coliseum. Zhang Yi looked around. It seemed he had slept a bit too long. The average level of the other players had already reached level 30, while he was still stuck at level 25. He couldn't let this continue. He had to find a way to level up quickly. A commotion broke out nearby, drawing Zhang Yi's attention. A duel was unfolding between a mage and an assassin. It appeared the assassin had the upper hand, as the mage on stage remained motionless. However, just as the assassin prepared to deliver a fatal blow, his body suddenly froze, suspended in midair. My god, is that an epic tier skill? The skill trapping the assassin was the mage's shadow imprisonment. It could jail an enemy and deal damage from within the shadows, with the duration and damage increasing with the skill level. The assassin struggled in the air, but he didn't want to lose. He even offered 1 million in cash as a bribe, promising to wire the money as soon as the apocalypse ended if the mage would just forfeit. 1 million was no small sum. The mage let out a self-deprecating smile. If he had possessed 1 million back then, his company might have survived. He wouldn't have gone bankrupt, his family wouldn't have been torn apart, and he wouldn't have been driven to the point of wanting to end his life. But now, whether it was 1 million or 2, it was meaningless. They had entered the apocalypse. He didn't want to lose, and more importantly, he couldn't lose to someone weaker than himself. I won't let my life fail a second time, the mage roared. Erupting with even greater power, the system announced that the mage named Yu Qi had defeated the assassin, Zhang Ning, and successfully leveled up. But Yu Qi's ambition did not stop there. Filled with resentment, he wanted to take revenge on the world and vowed to defeat every player. Standing below the stage, Zhang Yi swallowed hard. It seemed this mage would be difficult to deal with. The system continued to randomly assign matches, and Zhang Yi's first opponent was a man named Duan Feng. Zhang Yi had heard this name on the World Channel in his past life. Duan Feng had once cleared many high-difficulty dungeons single-handedly. Zhang Yi clicked to enter the N20 arena, where Duan Feng was already waiting. He was a First-Order Knight, and his level had already reached 35. Zhang Yi sighed. The game had barely begun, yet his level was already so high. Was this guy grinding like a maniac day and night? The two stepped onto the platform. Duan Feng had a full 500 more health points than Zhang Yi. He was honorable enough. Seeing Zhang Yi's low level, he wanted to let him have the first move, but Zhang Yi was proud and felt such pity was unnecessary. Don't look down on people, it's not decided yet who will win or lose. Zhang Yi waved his hand and summoned a flock of crows. Duan Feng admired this arrogant and self-assured attitude. He drew one of the 3 swords at his waist, preparing for battle. Fine, then let me see what you're capable of. The first skill Duan Feng used was Spectral Blade Shield. Once activated, a knight could summon countless spirit swords. Each spirit sword could block 500 points of damage, and reflect a corresponding amount back at the enemy. The number of spirit swords increased with level. Zhang Yi immediately felt the recoil from his own attack, and his health instantly dropped by 200 points. This Duan Feng was cunning. Offering Zhang Yi the first move earlier had clearly been a trap he had set. What, afraid to fight? The opposing Duan Feng began to taunt. Zhang Yi saw that his opponent's health was still full, with 4 spirit swords circling him. He calculated silently. If he wanted to wound Duan Feng, he had to break through those 4 spirit swords first. Since each sword could absorb up to 500 damage, it meant he would have to endure at least 2,000 points of reflected damage. However, his current total health was only 1,800. This was a massive problem. While he was deep in thought, Duan Feng had already lunged forward. Don't you know that hesitation in a duel is just giving your opponent a chance to kill you? Zhang Yi parried with difficulty. His chances of winning were almost 0 at this rate. He had to find a way to break those 4 spirit swords. Recalling the storage ring Han Yiru had given him, Zhang Yi pulled out a set of undead raiment. When equipped, it provided the undead protection effect. Upon receiving a fatal blow, the wearer would not die but instead recover 10 of their health. Now, Zhang Yi could only bet his entire victory on this single life-saving item. He donned the set and charged straight at his opponent. Duan Feng thought Zhang Yi was purely seeking death. With that little health, he would be killed by the sword reflection before he even touched him. Confident, Duan Feng raised his sword to intercept. Let's end this. I win. Zhang Yi was indeed battered by the reflection of Duan Feng's 4 spirit swords, but thanks to the effect of the undead raiment, he recovered 200 health points while all 4 of Duan Feng's spirit swords vanished. Before the opponent could understand what had happened, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. The venom fang dagger in Zhang Yi's hand slashed through fiercely, clearing 2,500 points of his opponent's health in a single strike. Duan Feng collapsed. This was the true end. You lost. Zhang Yi was victorious and moved on to the next round. He reached out to pull Duan Feng up. You're strong, if not for the protection from this set. I would have lost long ago. How about joining my guild? There's a hidden high difficulty dungeon in Northern Town. If we team up, clearing it will definitely be easier. Duan Feng gripped Zhang Yi's hand to stand up, and seeing that the other possessed the undead raiment, he couldn't help but look at him with new respect. Regarding the guild invitation, Duan Feng said he would consider giving it a try. Shortly after, the first round of matches ended, and the second began. Yu Qi's first opponent turned out to be Han Yuru. The crowd below was ecstatic, having seen this delicate girl crush her opponent in the previous round. This was the battle for the title of Strongest Mage. Don't expect me to go easy on you. There is no mercy on the stage, Yu Qi declared arrogantly. Though Han Yuru looked fragile, she didn't back down an inch. Stop talking and give it your all. The battle between Yu Qi and Han Yuru drew more and more onlookers. Everyone wanted to know who the strongest mage was, including Zhang Yi. After all, he wanted to recruit a powerful mage for his guild. Duan Feng, however, wasn't interested. I'm going to go grind. Call me on the guild channel if you need anything. Zhang Yi shrugged. It seemed the first person he recruited was a heartless leveling machine. However, having a knight as strong as him join was already a stroke of luck, and Zhang Yi didn't dare ask for more. For now, he would watch this strongest mage everyone was talking about. Perhaps he could add another trump card to his guild, but he hadn't expected to see Han Yuru here again. She gripped the staff Zhang Yi had given her, her presence much stronger than when they last met. That's a nice staff you have, it'll be mine soon. Yu Qi's arrogant attitude greatly displeased Han Yuru. She launched her offensive with confidence, her opening skill being Magma Meteorite. Upon activation, Han Yuru summoned countless molten stones that rained down like a storm. Each meteorite dealt 500 damage and carried a burning effect. The crowd below began to marvel. My god, this female mage is really something. No way, is Yu Qi crumbling already? Why isn't he counterattacking? I thought we'd see an exciting match, but this is boring. A waste of time. Zhang Yi watched with bated breath. On the surface, Han Yuru held the advantage, but he had an ominous feeling in his heart. Sure enough, a massive explosion rocked the arena in the next second. Zhang Yi was stunned. Both people on stage had vanished. He was speechless. What move had Yu Qi used even as a reincarnator? He had never seen it in his past life. When the two reappeared, Han Yuru was pinned under Yu Qi's foot. Yu Qi toyed with her staff, his face full of triumph. Zhang Yi rushed onto the stage to help the beauty up, comforting her and saying she had done well. As for that staff, he promised he would seize it back from Yu Qi in the finals. Zhang Yi was a man of his word. In the following rounds, he defeated a series of powerful enemies, his level skyrocketed, and he finally fought his way into the finals. His opponent was none other than the mage named Yu Qi. The crowd was buzzing. No one expected a beastmaster to make it to the finals. Some also recognized Zhang Yi as the madman who had soloed a swarm of spiders at the server launch, and they were full of anticipation for this battle. Yu Qi remained as insufferably arrogant as ever, provoked Zhang Yi the moment they met. Kid, you look like you really want to settle a score with me. I hate people who steal from others most of all. Yu Qi slammed the staff heavily onto the ground, causing the surface to shatter violently as he laughed maniacally. If you have the guts, come take it back yourself. After the aftershock passed, Zhang Yi felt as if he had been transported to another dimension. The arena was gone, the audience was gone, and he was left alone to face Yu Qi. Zhang Yi could faintly hear the complaints of the audience outside. What happened? They disappeared again. What is this? Using the same trick twice? At least let us see how they fight. Do they think we're invisible? Zhang Yi finally understood why Han Yuru had disappeared earlier. Yu Qi had created an independent space. This was his legendary tier talent, Void Domain. Once activated, it created an isolated space that trapped the opponent for 5 minutes, during which the caster's damage was increased by 30. You can't win against me here, Yu Qi declared confidently, because every death here would consume a resurrection charge just like outside, and even after resurrecting one would still be inside the space with no way to escape. Zhang Yi wanted to seize the initiative. He launched an attack, but he couldn't get close to Yu Qi at all, which meant he couldn't replicate his talent. Han Yuru's Soul Summoner talent was also useless in this space. After dodging for a while, Yu Qi snorted coldly, mocking Zhang Yi for being foolish and refusing a graceful exit. He then launched a dark arrow attack, knocking off 700 of Zhang Yi's health points. Zhang Yi grit his teeth. The opponent had taken a third of his health with just a basic spell. At this rate he wouldn't even survive 2 more attacks. Just then a bold idea flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. If he died within the space, the resurrection point would be here as well. Thus, under Yu Qi's stunned gaze, Zhang Yi turned his dagger and plunged it into his own chest. Zhang Yi still had 1 resurrection charge left, and he revived on the spot. His daring plan was to use Soul Summoner to summon his own body that had just died. "Are you playing with me?" Yu Qi cried out in shock. "Playing with you? Even if I have to burn a resurrection charge, I won't let you off." Now there were 2 Zhang Yis, and he summoned another flock of crows to harass Yu Qi. Even with multiple arms, Yu Qi would have struggled to cope as time passed. The space created by Yu Qi was about to vanish. He became increasingly frantic and was beaten down to his knees, yet he still refused to surrender. Taking advantage of Zhang Yi's lapse in focus, Yu Qi summoned a black sword for a sneak attack from behind. Fortunately, the summoned undead clone blocked the strike. Although that clone vanished, Yu Qi was also at critical health. Zhang Yi was completely enraged. His fists were merciless, beating Yu Qi until he wailed in pain. The time limit for the space expired and it finally shattered, bringing their battle to a definitive conclusion. The audience hadn't even seen what happened. They only knew that Yu Qi had been defeated. Everyone felt that his theft of the girl's weapon was exactly why he deserved this. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhang Yi was crowned the champion of the first duel grand ceremony, shattering the prejudice that beastmasters were weaklings. He kept his word and returned the staff to Han Yiru. Leaving her deeply moved, Zhang Yi's reward was a treasure chest containing a level 35 epic tier equipment piece, which was perfect since the level 20 Venom Fang dagger was becoming obsolete. Zhang Yi excitedly opened the chest and obtained a sword of ice and fire. The weapon's attributes were excellent. It seemed sacrificing that resurrection charge had been worth it. Zhang Yi looked coldly at the unconscious Yu Qi lying on the ground. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it's the apocalypse. I advise you to be a better person from now on." Zhang Yi stepped off the stage surrounded by the crowd. He returned the staff to Han Yiru and took the opportunity to invite her to join his guild. Considering Han Yiru was looking for her brother and there was strength in numbers, she naturally did not refuse. In the moments that followed, the number of guild applications Zhang Yi received grew at an exponential rate. Everyone wanted to join his guild, seeking the protection of such a powerful leader. Faced with this overwhelming crowd, Zhang Yi had no choice but to grab Han Yiru's hand and bolt. It was the first time he had ever been chased by so many people. An uninformed bystander might have thought he was being pursued by a mob of debt collectors. As for the guild, Zhang Yi felt he couldn't just add people at random. Although he still lacked a professional healer, the trio of himself, Duan Feng and Han Yiru might just be enough to challenge the Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon. While lost in thought, he suddenly realized a man had appeared beside them. Zhang Yi's guard immediately shot up. He stepped in front of Han Yiru, spreading his arms like a protective mother hen. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Oh, Qinglong, what are you doing here? Where's my brother?" Han Yiru spoke up from behind him, her voice filled with surprise. Zhang Yi instantly felt like a fool. It turned out this man was an acquaintance of Han Yiru's. Before her brother had left to handle some business, he had instructed Qinglong to protect his sister. Conveniently, Qinglong decided to follow the 2 of them to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. When the 3 of them reached the dungeon entrance, Duan Feng had already been waiting for a long time. "Not bad at all. I haven't seen you for a short while, and not only have you become a champion, but you've also found 2 powerful teammates." Duan Feng praised them with a click of his tongue, looking to be in an excellent mood. "You've leveled up again." Zhang Yi returned the compliment. The 2 exchanged praises like they were performing a comedy routine. With the 4-person party successfully formed, they began to enter the dungeon together. However, none of them noticed that their every move was being watched by a stranger from the shadows. They've prepared to enter the dungeon. "You can notify the boss to come over now." As the 4 entered the dungeon, they saw 2 rows of exquisitely carved stone soldiers standing along the first long corridor. The stone statues looked lifelike, but after observing them for a while, Han Yiru felt something was off. The eyes beneath the soldier's helmet shadows seemed to be glowing. Before she could voice her doubts, the stone skin on the surface of the statues began to peel off automatically. Zhang Yi immediately signaled his teammates to retreat. Clearly, these 2 rows of soldiers were all monsters. As a knight, Duan Feng stood in the front row during combat. Zhang Yi and Han Yiru provided support from the middle while the archer Qinglong covered the rear. The 4 immediately engaged in battle, but Duan Feng didn't even take these soldier monsters seriously. He treated them as nothing more than tools for leveling up. Zhang Yi also charged forward aggressively. This was the perfect opportunity to test if his new weapon felt right. Thanks to the seamless coordination of the 4, the battle appeared completely one-sided. That is, until a knight riding a horse and wielding a flaming longsword appeared. He gave Zhang Yi's team a cold glance before galloping toward them. Duanfeng sensed immediately that this enemy was no ordinary foe. He instantly activated his spectral blade shield and busied himself with summoning a blade array. Any enemy trapped within the array would instantly suffer 3,000 points of physical damage. The soldiers were sent flying one after another, and even the knight on the white horse was knocked to the ground. Duanfeng's sword light flashed continuously within the space. After a final sweep, he sheathed his sword as stylishly as Roranoa Zoro. Although the white horse had been sacrificed, a knight clad in fiery red armor was still alive. He pointed his longsword toward the sky and then shouted with all his might, "Awaken, Lord Gulala." In the Eternal Tower, the entire battle of Zhang Yi's team was being broadcast live on a large screen. A middle-aged man and his subordinates were watching with intense focus. A female subordinate noticed that her master was extremely interested in the young beastmaster. The middle-aged man did not deny it, for he saw a familiar shadow in Zhang Yi. "Perhaps my eyes have deceived me, for that man has long since passed from this world. Back then, it was this very person who personally pushed him into the abyss, letting the flames consume him so that he could never be reborn. If one were to guess correctly, that man was Zhang Yi's father." Seeing that Zhang Yi's team was progressing smoothly through the dungeon, the middle-aged man wore a sinister smile. "It seems I need to increase the difficulty for you." After the man tampered with things, the difficulty did indeed increase. At the summons of the red-armored knight, the Dragon Emperor Gula appeared, and it had even absorbed the power of its fallen subordinates to complete an upgrade. A level 2 Dragon Emperor was something Zhang Yi had never experienced in his previous life. But danger often comes with opportunity. If they could defeat this level 2 Dragon Emperor, the dropped magic beast egg would surely be even more precious. However, how to defeat it became a massive problem. Under the Dragon Emperor's storm-like attacks, the health of the four was falling rapidly. Qinglong felt that if this continued, none of them would survive. Zhang Yi immediately ordered his teammates to disperse and retreat, running in different directions to evade the Dragon Emperor's attacks. Afterward, he relied on Duanfeng's spectral blade shield to endure with all his might. This fierce dragon truly lived up to its title as a high-difficulty dungeon boss. It breathed fire continuously, and its limbs clawed wildly, turning the surroundings into ruins in an instant. Even the soul swords that Duanfeng took such pride in were about to reach their limit. If the dragon breathed fire just once more, the spectral blade shield would shatter. "Leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi took advantage of the moment before the Dragon Emperor launched its next fire breath to accelerate and charge forward. According to his memories from his past life, the dragon's eyes were its weakness. Hearing this, Qinglong also immediately followed behind Zhang Yi. He drew his longbow, aiming precisely at the dragon. This was no ordinary arrow, but one coated with a sedative. Once it hit, it could plunge the opponent into a 4-second coma. With one shot, Qinglong struck the Dragon Emperor's right eye. The giant dragon collapsed toward the sky, losing its strength to struggle. It fell into a weakened state. In this state, damage taken would increase by 100. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to charge, while his 3 teammates provided full cover from the rear. This was their only chance to turn defeat into victory. The smooth process of leveling up the boss began again. First, Han Yuru cast the Frost Roar spell to freeze the giant dragon. From the rear, Qinglong and Duanfeng continuously fired arrows and swung swords to attack. The most critical link was still Zhang Yi. Once he was close to the dragon, he switched the attribute of the sword in his hand to ice. Then he decisively struck a heavy blow against the most vulnerable weakness. Thus, the level 2 Dragon Emperor was eliminated by the combined efforts of the 4-man team. From armor and leggings to longswords, a massive amount of loot scattered across the ground. Its quality was enough to leave Zhang Yi dazzled. However, he left all those equipment pieces for his teammates, as the only thing Zhang Yi needed was that magic beast egg. Just as everyone was excitedly picking up the loot, a group of strangers suddenly burst into the castle. They launched an attack as soon as they appeared, their target aimed directly at Zhang Yi. "Watch out!" Qinglong shouted, then rushed forward using his body to shield Zhang Yi. Duanfeng and Han Yuru also moved in quickly, but Qinglong had already suffered a fatal wound. Zhang Yi stood frozen in place, not understanding what had happened. Where did these people come from? Why were they attacking? And why did Qinglong take the bullet for him? "You saved the young lady's life. I'm repaying that debt on her behalf." Qinglong's body began to dissipate. He still had a resurrection chance, so he would return to the resurrection altar in Hopetown first. Before completely vanishing, Qinglong did not forget to threaten Zhang Yi, saying that if he dared to let Han Yuru get hurt, he would never let him off. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth, fury rushing to his brain. He had just been busy killing a dragon, and before the spoils were even collected he was ambushed. Who were they? Why ambush them? As Zhang Yi roared and drew his longsword to prepare for battle, the group of people all wore cold smiles. Each of them looked incredibly cunning. Zhang Yi, I told you that one day I would make you pay me back tenfold. Today is the day you settle your debt. He wondered who it was, only to find it was another old acquaintance. The young master had come personally to settle the score. Liu Chengze, it's you again. Zhang Yi felt like vomiting just looking at this guy's face. Duan Feng's hand was already on his sword hilt, but Zhang Yi stopped him. This was a personal grievance, and he wanted to handle it himself. But before that, there was one thing that needed to be done. Zhang Yi made a cut on his own palm and then let his blood drip onto the magic beast egg. A majestic aura instantly emerged. Zhang Yi clearly felt that this was a dragon race egg. It seemed his luck had not run out. This was the rarest type of magic beast in the apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi dared not delay any longer. Using blood as a guide, he formed a contract with the hatchling inside the egg. Once the contract was established, the shell began to crack. A tiny hatchling dragon appeared, its shivering form looking completely harmless. Zhang Yi, Duan Feng and Han Yiru were all stunned by the sight. Do all of you Beastmasters magic beasts look this frail? Duan Feng asked with a look of confusion. On the other side, after being stunned for 2 seconds, Liu Chengze burst into laughter. Looking at that toy-like hatchling dragon, he felt he could crush it with one hand. Though the hatchling was small, it had immense pride. Being mocked like this right after birth made it burst with rage. Liu Chengze continued to laugh, constantly mocking Zhang Yi's magic beast for being useless. Consequently, the hatchling dragon opened its mouth and spat out a massive ball of fire. Liu Chengze's subordinates were instantly incinerated into ash, leaving only him and one subordinate who narrowly escaped. Zhang Yi also couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless magic beast possessed such terrifying attack power. He placed the hatchling dragon on his shoulder and turned to Duan Feng and the others. It's over, let's go back. It's a pity the leader got away. Who on earth were those people just now? Han Yiru couldn't help but ask. Liu Chengze was no stranger to Zhang Yi, but the people he brought were indeed a bit strange. They were all dressed in bizarre outfits and looked very much like people from the Outworlder faction, but Zhang Yi didn't know how Liu Chengze had brought them here, let alone those eerie marks on them. He didn't know what they signified either. The 3 of them returned to Hopetown together. Qing Long was already waiting there. Seeing that Zhang Yi had brought back a little fellow, he seemed exceptionally excited. Qing Long wanted to pet it, just like petting a puppy. But this little dragon had a very short temper. In the blink of an eye, its scales stood on end as it prepared to breathe fire. At that moment, the system sent out another announcement. Since the players of District 88 have slain the greedy Dragon Emperor Gula in the hidden dungeon, Dragon Emperor's Tomb, Gula's comrade, the Golden Skeleton General, will arrive at Hopetown ahead of schedule as a world boss. Players of District 88, please be prepared. Zhang Yi was shocked. I didn't expect that clearing the hidden dungeon would cause a world boss to descend early. This was completely different from the progression in his past life. Just as the announcement finished, a freak phenomenon began in the sky. Dark clouds swirled into a storm, and a blinding light shot out from the center of the eye, making it impossible to look directly at it. The little dragon on Zhang Yi's shoulder was so frightened that it huddled by his neck, shivering. Even Han Yiru felt a suffocating pressure. What kind of thing was this Golden Skeleton General? Its entrance was so grand. Was it very powerful? It was indeed very powerful. Zhang Yi replied, I'm starting to get a headache. In my past life, this skeleton once personally destroyed half of Hopetown. 60 of the players lost their lives to him. With him appearing so early this time, Zhang Yi feared his current level wasn't enough to handle it. But only by completing the quest to defeat the Golden Skeleton General could he unlock new City Lord privileges. Only then would he have the chance to find the traitor Mu Shen. On another side, a mysterious character had just made an appearance. Looking like another young master or a person of power, his subordinates had just brought back 2 magic beast eggs. But this man did not seem happy because one was missing. The subordinates dared not hide anything and reported that a beastmaster from District 886 had defeated the Dragon Emperor first. It was he who took the final magic beast egg and signed a contract with the black dragon that hatched from it. Hearing this, the mysterious man revealed a sinister smile. District 886, huh, interesting. Fine, you all may leave. After speaking, he walked into a room with the 2 magic beast eggs. Shockingly, the room was neatly filled with countless magic beast eggs. The Golden Skeleton General made his entrance in an extremely exaggerated manner. He was a massive skeleton himself. The skeleton and Gula were friends, and today he had come to avenge his old comrade. Countless fireballs fell like meteors all around the skeleton. Wherever the fireballs landed, lower-level undead immediately emerged. The situation rapidly descended into chaos. The players of Hopetown were filled with terror. The skeleton was a level 50 world boss. Making him appear in the early stages of the game was practically driving them to their deaths, but crisis always comes with opportunity. If they could defeat the skeleton, their levels would surely skyrocket, and they could pick up countless top-tier equipment pieces. After the skeleton finished his exaggerated curtain call, the system officially released the quest information to all players. They had to prevent the skeleton from invading the town. The Slayer and the top 3 players with the highest damage would receive generous rewards, including experience, gold coins, and S-rank equipment. But if the quest failed, the players of the entire District 886 would perish. S-rank equipment was extremely rare, and this reward certainly tempted Zhang Yi. If he didn't act now, then when? He immediately gathered Duan Feng and the others to start formulating a battle plan. First, he instructed everyone that they must maintain a distance of over 100 meters from that monster, because the skeleton moved slowly. As long as they maintained this range, they wouldn't be hurt by it. Zhang Yi gave the task of clearing out the mobs to Duan Feng. He, along with Qing Long and Han Yuru, would launch a frontal assault on the boss. The brutal battle unfolded quickly. Although the Golden Skeleton General's subordinates were mere mobs, their combat power was also very fierce. They made countless players wish they were dead. Fortunately, there was a young girl proficient in healing spells staying behind to provide support. Otherwise, many people would have been finished long ago. Furthermore, these undead mobs even knew how to coordinate their attacks. Seeing this, Zhang Yi urged Duan Feng to hurry and disrupt their formation. If they didn't stop these mobs from forming an array, it would be disastrous. Duan Feng nodded and charged forward with his dual swords. These mobs could torment ordinary players, but he, a First-Order Knight, was not so easy to deal with. Duan Feng quickly smashed those undead skeletons to pieces, but their group's outstanding performance made countless players green with envy. They secretly contacted the leaders of other guilds, not wanting Zhang Yi's team to take the rewards just like that. "Brat, if you dare to be this arrogant, I'll show you what's what." A masked man, leading numerous subordinates, began to approach Zhang Yi. Although Zhang Yi was busy farming mobs, he could still sense someone making a move behind his back. Before he could react, he was hit by a sneak attack. Turning around, he saw a group of thugs standing in a neat formation. They were clearly trying to use their numbers to bully him into giving up the golden skeleton. The man leading them sneered with contempt. "You idiot, do you really think you can defeat the golden skeleton on your own? You're nothing but a liability." He didn't take Zhang Yi seriously at all. Zhang Yi had no idea where this group had come from, nor did he know which guild they belonged to, yet their attitude was incredibly arrogant. However, he didn't have the spare time to bicker with them right now. If they wanted the rewards, they had to let their strength do the talking. The boss was right in front of them, wasn't it? Although he told himself not to get worked up over them, he couldn't help but let his sharp-tongued nature slip. Watching the humans argue incessantly, the golden skeleton found them extremely eyesore. In its eyes, all humans were fools who didn't deserve to live. It let out a savage long laugh and raised its weapon. "Since you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, I'll give you a push." The golden skeleton struck with a decisive heavy vertical slash. In an instant, the world seemed to spin as low-level players were sent flying by the shockwave. Zhang Yi realized that wasting words on those strangers earlier had been a complete waste of time. He hurried back to the battlefield, but he was not alone. At some point, the petite priest girl had made her way to his side. "I saw your team lacked a healer, so I stayed behind. I think I can help everyone." Zhang Yi froze for a few seconds before thanking her. However, a scream from Qing Long immediately followed, nearly scaring Zhang Yi out of his wits. It turned out that Han Yuru's left foot had become stuck. The golden skeleton was slowly approaching, giant sword in hand. If she couldn't pull back to a safe distance, Han Yuru was as good as dead. Seeing the beauty's life hanging by a thread, Zhang Yi's face turned pale. By now, the skeleton reached Han Yuru, and she was completely within its attack range. "Don't waste your effort, insignificant human. Death is your only destination." It swung its giant sword. Just as Han Yuru was about to be split in two, she was rescued at the absolute last second. Only this time the one playing the hero wasn't Zhang Yi. Instead, it was an elegant man who was even a few degrees more handsome than Zhang Yi. "Yuru, you rest for now, leave the rest to me." Unsure of the relationship between the two, Zhang Yi noted the man spoke with such intimacy. The golden skeleton raised an eyebrow and then burst into laughter. It seemed another fool had come to seek death. It hadn't even used a third of its power yet. So naturally it didn't take the man seriously. In contrast, the man showed no fear on his face. He even seemed to want the skeleton to use its full strength, just to see how much capability this so-called world boss actually had. The man gripped his heavy blade and leaped, soaring through the air. His blade work was as fast as lightning, continuously slicing into the golden skeleton as if he intended to carve the monster into thin strips. Unfortunately, it was merely a dry skeleton with no flesh or blood. This smooth chain of combos shaved off 50,000 of the golden skeleton's health, but the creature was thick-skinned and still had 150,000 HP remaining. Seeing that the man had used all his tricks only to take out a quarter of its health bar, the golden skeleton laughed triumphantly. It felt as though that combo was nothing more than a light itch. The monster's wild laughter ignited the man's fighting spirit. "Don't get ahead of yourself. That was just a warm-up." With that, he tore off his elegant suit, revealing solid muscles. "With my blood I trade for supreme power." The man activated his berserker form. This was a special combat state for the warrior class. Once activated, the player loses 1 of their health every second, but their strength increases by 10. Gripping his 2 large blades, the man launched a frenzied charge toward the skeleton's fierce assault. The skeleton's health indeed began to drop significantly. "How about it? Is this enough now?" the man taunted with a triumphant look. This time the world boss was completely enraged. It had never been so humiliated by a lowly human. The golden skeleton rallied its strength and gripped its great blade tightly. It swore to make this arrogant brat pay the price. Although the man's size was insignificant compared to the monster, he remained exceptionally calm, his twin blades switching between offense and defense with unpredictable fluidity. Despite this, the inherent gap in size and strength eventually became apparent. Coupled with the increasingly insidious and vicious attacks from the frenzied boss, the man soon fell into a defensive position. Zhang Yi watched with bated breath, fearing he might miss a critical detail. He was extremely worried because the man was gaining power by burning his own health. His HP was now nearly depleted. The slightest mistake would mean instant death, as expected. Zhang Yi's worst fear came true as the golden skeleton exerted all its might. Delivering a fatal blow, the man's health plummeted instantly, bottoming out at exactly 1 HP. But strangely, not only did he not die, his aura grew even more intense. "Keep going. This level of attack is just a tickle, I can still hold on." The man continued his verbal taunts, driving the skeleton into a towering rage. The reason he could withstand the hit without dying was clearly related to a talent. It turned out he also possessed a god-tier talent card, Undying Body. Once activated, he entered a 60-second state of invincibility, immune to all damage. The cooldown for this skill was 24 hours. Refusing to believe what it was seeing, the golden skeleton swung its blade frantically. Any ordinary person would have been turned into mincemeat, but the man remained as steady as a mountain. Even Zhang Yi was startled by him. This ability was simply too broken. He was actually soloing the golden skeleton. The man let the skeleton attack him, aiming to exhaust its stamina until it was panting with fatigue. Only then did he reveal a cunning smile. "Now it's my turn to counterattack." He merged his 2 blades into one, transforming them into a massive edge. His body moved as light as a swift as he charged forward. The blade slashed through the skeleton's massive frame with finality. Afterward, he exited his berserker form and returned to his elegant appearance. Zhang Yi knew the battle was over. The loot began to drop. The man picked up a level 40 legendary piece of equipment called the Ring of Death. When equipped, all attributes increased by 10 points, and it carried a passive effect. For every player killed, the ring's attributes would increase by an additional 50. Zhang Yi swallowed hard. This gear was far too brutal. It would be a major problem if it fell into the hands of an insidious person. Remembering that this mysterious man had saved his team, Zhang Yi stepped forward to thank him. Unexpectedly, the man's attitude was cold, stating he had only acted to save Han Yuru and that it had nothing to do with Zhang Yi and his group. Before Zhang Yi could react, Han Yuru rushed up from behind and hugged the man. "Brother, where have you been? Qing Long and I have been looking for you. You're not hurt, are you?" Zhang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. It turned out this man was the older brother Yuru had been searching for. With the golden skeleton defeated, the system announced that the new City Lord mode had been unlocked. Yuru's brother urged everyone to quickly gather the loot and move out. Hope Town was a thing of the past. Zhang Yi's group had a massive haul with gold-quality gear covering the ground. It was truly a bumper harvest. Next, they would head to Dawn City. Zhang Yi became increasingly excited because that was where he could find that bastard Mu Shen. Now, their 5-person team was joined by the small healer who had come with Yuru's brother. They arrived outside Dawn City. This place was entirely different from Hope Town. The gloomy, oppressive atmosphere was quite unsettling. Coming into view were 2 towers that pierced the clouds. Zhang Yi knew these were the demon-suppressing towers, consisting of 100 floors. Only by clearing these towers was one eligible to enter the Eternal Tower. In his past life, after 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, he had only reached the 50th floor. The demon beasts in the tower were extremely ferocious, but the rewards and risks were balanced, and the equipment attributes were incredibly powerful. The higher the floor, the rarer the gear dropped. In the distance stood the Eternal Tower, a place Zhang Yi had never had the chance to enter in his previous life. The demon-suppressing tower allowed players to enter and exit freely to farm mobs, and he was curious about what was hidden inside the Eternal Tower. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the Eternal Tower, that mysterious man was still monitoring Zhang Yi's group. A smile of genuine interest played on his face. The game is only just beginning, brats. At that moment, another group of players arrived in a frantic rush. Hearing that the tower would close in a few hours, it seemed everyone was pressed for time. The demon-suppressing tower opened once every 7 days. Since Zhang Yi and the others had no other tasks today, he pulled everyone along to farm some mobs. It was better to grab a few floors worth of rewards before the tower closed. Duan Feng and the others had no objections. Zhang Yi acted very familiar, draping an arm around the future brother-in-law's shoulder as they walked, though in reality it was to steal his god-tier talent. Just like that, Zhang Yi successfully replicated the brother-in-law's undying body. Since entering the tower meant entering a solo instance, everyone was separated into individual combat despite entering at the same time. Let's farm separately first and meet back here later. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Feng couldn't wait and charged inside. He truly lived up to his reputation as a cold leveling machine. Wherever there were monsters, he was at the front. The others entered one after another to farm on their own. With the assistance of the little dragon, Zhang Yi's progress was lightning fast, and he soon reached the 5th floor, his level rising to 40. He mused to himself that at this rate, finishing a few more floors wouldn't be a problem. No sooner said than done, he charged up to the 7th floor in one breath. No one had set foot on this floor yet, but the demon beasts here were no longer comparable to the small fries below. Most alarming to him was Shin the Demon Warrior. Level 55, Zhang Yi was no stranger to him. In his past life, this guy had been a commander who invaded Dawn City. His strength was immense, and he had been sealed here after his defeat. The system sprite appeared to remind him that only 3 minutes remained until the tower closed, meaning he had to resolve Shin within 3 minutes. What puzzled him was that in his past life, Shin was clearly the boss of the 15th floor. Yet for some reason, he had appeared on the 7th floor. Since being reborn, strange things had happened one after another. First the skeleton, now Shin. It seemed he had to be doubly careful. How dare you ruin my dining mood? You can be my dessert then. Shin locked onto his target and launched an instant, fierce assault. Zhang Yi didn't back down an inch either. My skin is tough as nails. Watch out you don't break your old teeth. The moment they clashed, it was a fight to the death. Zhang Yi's little black dragon was very effective. As soon as the battle started, it habitually spat out a massive fireball to engulf the opponent. However, Shin only laughed wildly. That level of heat couldn't stop him at all. Instead, it made him even more frenzied. After standing in the fire for a minute, Shin was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Zhang Yi didn't dare be overconfident, and charged forward with his twin ice and fire swords. The opponent swung a heavy axe for a head-on clash. After a series of exchanges, Shin had only minor injuries, while Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as his health plummeted past 20. Right at that moment, the system sent a warning. The demon-suppressing tower would close in 10 seconds. Players were urged to prepare to avoid unnecessary losses. Zhang Yi propped himself up with his sword, breathing heavily with difficulty. He found that Shin's attack power was even stronger than in his memory, which had caused him a lot of pain. Fortunately, this beating was finally about to end. Zhang Yi stood up shakily and pointed his sword forward. I'll give you one last chance. Come on. Shin thought Zhang Yi had surely gone mad to provoke him in such a state, so he decided to fulfill his wish. Shin roared and charged forward, intending to split Zhang Yi in two. But at the very moment the giant axe fell, the tower closed. Shin's full-strength blow struck empty air while Zhang Yi was kicked out of the tower. Big guy, don't feel bad. I'll come back to play with you next week. Despite the tough words, Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief once he was out. Luckily he had timed it perfectly. Otherwise he really would have been finished by Shin. Duan Feng and the others were all out as well, but Han Yuru looked anxious because her brother had not yet appeared. Qinglong hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, your brother is so strong nothing will happen. He probably went to handle some business first. Zhang Yi also helped smooth things over, which finally allowed Yuru to relax. At that moment, a new mission was announced, a special task called Guild War. To promote exchange between guilds, the battle would take place in Energy City. The winning guild would receive the extremely precious transport gear. This was a top-tier item in the game. Although it didn't directly increase combat power, if managed properly, one could make a fortune just by collecting shipping fees. Coincidentally, this equipment could also help Zhang Yi quickly pinpoint Mu Shen's location. With 4 hours until the match started, Zhang Yi used his silver tongue to invite Qinglong and Xiao Zhao to join the team. After several battles, everyone had developed a rapport. To protect Yuru, Qinglong naturally agreed, and Xiao Zhao, who hadn't found a team yet, joined readily as well. At this point, Zhang Yi's Godslayer guild had added 2 more formidable members, Qing Long and Xiao Zhao. With the 5-person team assembled, Zhang Yi decided to showcase his skills in the upcoming battle and give the other guilds a bit of a shock. Back to Han Yuru's brother. His current situation was not nearly as optimistic as his companion's words had suggested. Although the demon-suppressing tower had closed, he remained trapped on the 8th floor. Furthermore, he had encountered a mysterious individual who looked remarkably human but possessed unmistakable power. "Young man, you have come to a place where you do not belong. None who intrude here leave alive." Facing the immense pressure radiating from this mysterious figure, Han Yuru's brother forced himself to remain calm. He tentatively asked for the person's identity, trying to discern if he was a guardian of the tower or another player. But the man coldly spat out 2 words, "Neither." Before launching a fierce assault, the power he unleashed seemed to completely overwhelm Han Yuru's brother, clearly intended to kill him in an instant. Refusing to be humiliated, Han Yuru's brother immediately activated his talent skill to preserve his life while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. The man scanned him and instantly recognized that the youth possessed a god-tier talent. Consequently, his prepared attack stopped abruptly. Instead, he calmly sheathed his longsword at his waist. Han Yuru's brother was stunned by the sudden change. "Why did you stop attacking?" "I'm not in the mood today," the man replied nonchalantly. "However, if you can keep the secret of meeting me today, I can spare your life. In exchange for the deal, I will tell you a secret about the apocalypse." "A secret?" Han Yuru's brother initially thought the other was bluffing, but the man's serious expression suggested he wasn't lying. The man revealed that a catastrophe from which no one could escape would soon descend upon this apocalyptic world. There was a way to avoid it, but he kept the details vague, leaving the youth to explore it himself. Then the man turned to leave. Vanishing into the depths of the forest, before leaving, he instructed Han Yuru's brother that he would be able to exit in 7 days when the demon-suppressing tower opened again. Left alone, Han Yuru's brother fell into deep thought. The man had stopped the moment he saw the god-tier talent. Could the apocalyptic catastrophe be related to the god-tier talent cards? Back outside, Zhang Yi had assembled his 5-person squad to prepare for the upcoming battle. They arrived at Energy City. Here, player death did not result in losing resurrection chances or dropping gear, but it would deduct 20 of the crystals earned after entering the city. The match had a 4-hour time limit, and the organizers would rank the guilds based on the number of crystals held, with real-time updates. Crystals were distributed at fixed points, and the points with the most crystals were guarded by powerful boss-level magic beasts. To obtain more crystals, players had to step over the corpses of these magic beasts. Zhang Yi was in no hurry to engage in combat. Instead, he deployed his tactics first. They only had 5 people, putting them at a numerical disadvantage, so they needed to find adjacent crystal nodes so they could provide rapid support if attacked. Aside from that, there were no other restrictions. They would simply split up and collect crystals as hard as they could. Once the plan was settled, the 5 split into 5 routes to begin their operation. Han Yuru, Xiao Zhao, Qing Long, and Duan Feng each showcased their strengths. Low-level monsters were no match for them at all. Zhang Yi was also incredibly busy, wielding his dual ice and fire swords in one hand and the venom fang dagger in the other to harvest monsters. Soon, Zhang Yi defeated a large monster and occupied a level 3 crystal mine. Zhang Yi's teammates also occupied level 3 crystal mines of their own. However, with only 5 people, they ultimately couldn't compare to guilds with numerous members. Consequently, on the current leaderboard, his Godslayer guild was temporarily in 2nd place. At that moment, the 3rd-ranked guild, Juwuji, set its sights on Han Yuru. Their leader, Zhao Feimeng, knew well that the Godslayer guild only had 5 members, so the defense at each crystal node was bound to be weak. His guild had 10 members, giving them a 2-fold numerical advantage. They planned to attack multiple points simultaneously to seize the crystals. Putting plan into action, Zhao Feimeng led several subordinates and charged forward. They unleashed wood magic, transforming it into massive vines that tightly bound Han Yuru. "Who are you? Let me go. Once my teammates arrive, you're all dead." Han Yuru struggled desperately but could not break free. Zhao Feimeng laughed incessantly, thinking she was talking big. They had numbers on their side while she was alone. By the time her teammates arrived, she would already be dead. He had no time for nonsense and immediately ordered his men to eliminate her. The girl gritted her teeth, filled with resentment, but with her limbs bound, she was helpless. At that moment, Zhang Yi, who was farming monsters, received a system warning. He immediately realized Han Yuru was in danger. He abandoned the boss he was halfway through fighting and turned to leave. Seeing this, the boss tried to launch a sneak attack, but Zhang Yi didn't even look back, as his mini black dragon was more than enough to handle the tactless monster. Zhang Yi pulled out the golden war boots that had dropped from the skeleton general. Leaving the black dragon to guard the crystal mine, he rushed to rescue Han Yuru. Wearing the golden war boots, Zhang Yi's movement speed surged by 100 for 20 seconds. Han Yuru, don't be afraid, I'm coming. As it turned out, saving the damsel in distress was the strongest buff of all. Zhao Feiming leisurely toyed with the dagger in his hand, spinning it a few times. He pressed the blade against Han Yuru's neck and laughed triumphantly. What a pity for such a beautiful face. Didn't you say you had teammates? Why haven't I seen a single soul? Just as Zhao Feiming was about to continue his mockery, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Zhang Yi had arrived to provide support. Zhao Feiming waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Get him," but Zhang Yi was too fast. They were sent flying before they could even touch the hem of his clothes. Zhang Yi landed steadily and walked up to the guild leader. "Don't you feel ashamed, so many people bullying one girl?" Zhao Feiming remained stubborn, questioning, "Who do you think you are? You dare lecture me and touch my people?" The next second, thick wooden stakes suddenly erupted from the ground. Zhao Feiming channeled all his power into the attack, roaring, "You dare interfere in my business, die!" Countless wooden stakes closed in on Zhang Yi, but with a casual sweep of his sword he easily cleared the obstacles. In an instant he closed the distance and stood before Zhao Feiming. Zhao Feiming cried out in terror. "Damn it, too fast!" Zhang Yi spoke calmly. "Your end is to die by my blade," accompanied by Zhao Feiming's scream. The system interface appeared before Zhang Yi. Notification. Player Zhang Yi has defeated player Zhao Feiming, obtaining 500 crystals. After handling everything, Zhang Yi stepped forward to untie Han Yuru. He took her hand and asked with concern, "Are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Han Yuru stammered in response, "And no, I'm fine. Luckily you arrived in time." Just then a figure approached and clapped for this scene of heroic rescue. The speaker was Situ Yan, the leader of the Peerless Guild. He greeted them with a smile. "Long time no see, Miss Han Yuru. I didn't expect to run into you here." Situ Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Yi. "Kid, stay away from her. She's mine." Han Yuru quickly explained, "Don't mind him, he's a creep who has been harassing me even in the real world." Zhang Yi remained silent, taking Han Yuru's hand without a word, preparing to lead her away. Naturally, Situ Yan wouldn't let them go so easily and drew his sword to block Zhang Yi's path. "How about a duel? If I lose, I'll give you 10 level 3 crystal mines." He narrowed his eyes sinisterly. "If you lose, hand over Han Yuru." Zhang Yi swept the other's weapon aside with his sword. Looking utterly impatient, "Get out of the way. I'm not in the mood to play with a show-off like you." Feeling insulted, Situ Yan roared in fury, "You've got a big mouth, brat. You refuse the easy way and insist on the hard way. You're in no position to refuse me." He unleashed his legendary tier talent, tenfold attack speed, which could temporarily increase attack speed by 1000 for 1 minute with a 2-hour cooldown. Several sword flashes shot toward the two. Zhang Yi pulled Han Yuru back. "Watch out." The next second he lunged forward to counterattack, casually instructing the person behind him, 7-star slash. "Once I finish him off, I'll take you out of here." Situ Yan let out a contemptuous sneer. "None of you are leaving." He continued to release his ultimate moves, with countless sword shadows aimed directly at Zhang Yi. Because the speed was so great, the sword in Zhang Yi's hand was actually sent flying by the vibration. Zhang Yi was slightly stunned, left with no room to fight back. "Are these sword shadows my hallucinations?" Situ Yan seized the opportunity and charged forward, piercing Zhang Yi's body with a vicious sword strike. He laughed triumphantly. "Sorry, I have a legendary tier talent." Witnessing this, Han Yuru instantly burst into tears, screaming in horror. "Zhang Yi?" Blue light suddenly surged around Zhang Yi's body. This was his undying body ultimate. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. "Very sorry, bad luck for you, but I have a god-tier talent." In every corner of the city battles were breaking out. Meanwhile, Situ Yan's sword tip was still suspended in midair. To his shock, Zhang Yi was able to catch the longsword with one hand and even let out a cold, calm laugh. Situ Yan's face turned pale as he stammered, Impossible." He desperately pushed the sword tip toward Zhang Yi, shouting hysterically, "No one can dodge my blade." Clearly, Situ Yan had never encountered such a situation. He stared with wide eyes, face full of disbelief. Zhang Yi mocked him with a smirk. "Isn't your legendary talent supposed to be pretty powerful? Keep fighting." Provoked, the opponent swung his sword again, striking Zhang Yi heavily. But Situ Yan's slashes had no effect on Zhang Yi. He roared in frustration, "Why aren't you dead? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination." Situ Yan began to sense the crisis and narrowed his eyes darkly, seemingly plotting something. The next second he turned and shouted behind him, "Where the hell is everyone? What are you standing around for? Everyone get out here." As soon as Situ Yan finished speaking, a loud boom erupted from the base of a nearby building. The members of the Peerless Guild emerged from nowhere. By the leader's command, "Kill him." Zhang Yi looked at them coldly. "So this is the fair duel you talked about. You had people lying in ambush the whole time." Situ Yan, shamed into anger, argued loudly, "Shut up, either way I'm going to win today." The people in the back began to form an array, casting skills simultaneously. Zhang Yi, however, showed no fear, thinking that this was perfect timing. He was just worrying about not having enough crystals, and this saved him the trouble of tracking them down one by one. The next second the group's coordinated attack landed right where Zhang Yi stood. As the dust cleared, Zhang Yi was still standing steadily in place. He laughed and taunted, "Not enough, keep going." The members of the Peerless Guild were jaw-dropped at the sight. "What's happening?" He blocked the attack with just his physical body. "His body is like a bottomless pit." Someone even screamed, "A monster! This guy must be a monster!" Zhang Yi's mouth curled slightly as he launched a counterattack. "Since you're done attacking, it's my turn." He released his next skill as a giant beast opened its maw to spit fire. The mass kill skill held Dragon Fire. With just this one move, Situ Yan's health bar was nearly emptied, yet he still held on. "Don't think that winning means I'll give you the crystals, keep dreaming," Situ Yan continued to ramble. "The final winner will definitely be Peerless." Zhang Yi didn't want to hear another word, and punched him directly in the face, instantly zeroing the opponent's health. The system interface popped up a notification. Player Zhang Yi has defeated player Situ Yan, obtaining 1,000 crystals. Zhang Yi looked at the defeated man and sneered, "I knew someone like you wouldn't keep your word." Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Xiao Zhao ran over, panting and looking worried. "Captain Yuru, what happened? Is everyone okay?" Han Yuru returned to the team and briefly explained the situation. "It's fine. People from Ju Wuji and Peerless came to cause trouble earlier, but Zhang Yi defeated them all." After a while, Zhang Yi and his teammates sat at their base to discuss tactics. He checked the system notifications, and the ranking showed. Peerless Guild was in first place with 25,000 crystals, while their guild was second with 15,000. Zhang Yi proposed that with half an hour left in the guild war, they had to catch up to Peerless before it ended. The only way was to use long-range attacks to seize the nodes already occupied by the opponent. "We need a sharpshooter." Han Yuru looked playfully at the person beside her. It turned out that Qing Long used to be a very powerful professional archer. "Qing Long, do you want to try? With you, we can definitely do it." Facing her recommendation, the man only gripped his longbow in silence. Qing Long lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." In that moment he recalled the past. The commentator's voice echoed in his ears. "As long as Qing Long's arrow hits the 6 ring, he will win the championship," although he held a massive lead in the first half of the final. The final arrow missed the target, causing him to lose the title. At the time he had muttered to himself, "Don't be nervous, the last time was just a technical error. Don't be nervous, just a technical error." The arrow left the string, and the commentator shouted, "Whether he can make up for his previous regret depends on this arrow." However, what followed was once again the commentator's regretful voice. "What a shame, Qing Long has failed on the final arrow of the championship once again." Qing Long stood there, drowned out by the accusations of the audience. What the hell, how did he fail in the final round again? What kind of world champion is this? His mental strength is just too weak. He sat despondently in the locker room, the crowd's scolding still ringing in his ears. "Do you have no shame? Shooting like that is embarrassing. Do you even know how to use a bow? I could shoot better with my feet. Trash loser, just retire already." Qing Long curled up, head buried in his knees. Perhaps they were right. He really wasn't suited for archery. But just as he was sinking into the shadows of the past, unable to extricate himself, a hand lightly rested on his shoulder. Returning to reality, the explosions from the ongoing battles continued to echo throughout the city. Zhang Yi patted Qing Long's shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. "How could that be? You are the most accurate archer I've ever seen. Don't forget, it was you who saved us all back at the Dragon Emperor's tomb." He brought up the past, praising Qing Long for being able to accurately hit the Dragon Emperor's eye in such a moment of crisis. Zhang Yi said with full confidence that seizing Peerless's nodes now would be a walk in the park. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Yi's sincere encouragement, Qing Long's eyes instantly lit up. He pulled himself together. "All right, then I will give it my all." The others responded with enthusiasm as well. "Yeah, let's work hard together." Time flew by, and the scene shifted to a silent corner of the city. Qing Long stood atop a skyscraper, drawing his longbow as he prepared to fire. He was deadlocked on his targets within the Peerless Guild's stronghold. Qing Long concentrated with absolute focus. Situ Yan and his gang had entered his effective range. The moment he locked on, Qing Long's arrow tore through the air. He unleashed his ultimate move, Yellow Dragon's Electric Elegy. "Go my arrow!" within the stronghold. Situ Yan was huffing with frustration. He had intended to show off in front of Han Yuru, but he never expected that brat to beat him to the punch. His subordinates scrambled to suck up to him. "Boss, once we take first place, that girl will know who's truly superior," another chimed in. "Exactly. It's almost over, and there's no way their crystal count can overtake ours." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a golden shimmering arrow shot out from nowhere, piercing Situ Yan's chest with pinpoint accuracy. He stared with wide pained eyes, stomping his feet in rage. "Damn it, again? Which bastard is firing arrows? If I find out, I'll turn him into a pincushion." Qinglong continued to notch arrows, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smirk. That's one down, now it's your turn. Having finished the first wave of his task, he stowed his longbow and leapt from the building. He hurried to regroup with his teammates who had already reached the stronghold area. Zhang Yi gave the order, "Next is our moment of victory." Simultaneously, the system interface showed that their guild now possessed 25,800 crystals, and the gap with the first-place rank was steadily closing. Zhang Yi charged at the front line, scoring with a precise strike, crystals 200. From the rear, Qinglong provided long-range fire support. With only 50 seconds remaining in the guild war, the crystal counts of the top two spots were neck and neck. When only 35 seconds remained, Qinglong did not hesitate and fired a decisive shot. In the blink of an eye, the countdown hit 20 seconds. The system update displayed. Peerless Guild leads with 31,500 crystals, followed closely by Zhang Yi's team with 30,000. Qinglong's arrows whistled like the wind into the crowd at the enemy stronghold. The situation was critical, only 12 seconds remained. At the exact moment the clock hit 0 and the guild war ended, the system notification rang out, "Congratulations to the Godslayer Guild for winning the Energy City Guild War." The system interface showed they had surpassed the runner-up by a mere 500 crystals. Zhang Yi did not hold back his praise. "Qinglong, that was incredible. I told you were the best archer." Han Yuru nodded in agreement. "Big brother Qinglong really is amazing." A member of the Peerless Guild spoke up timidly. "Boss, we lost," someone nearby suggested. "Boss, should we go and jump them now?" Situ Yan cut everyone off, squeezing out words through gritted teeth. "Get lost, haven't you embarrassed me enough in front of Han Yuru, you useless trash?" The system distributed the prizes and announced, "These are your rewards for winning the Energy City Guild War. Please check your inventory." Zhang Yi had been waiting for this. It was finally here. The treasure chest opened, filled with various rare items. Zhang Yi pulled one out, weighing it in his hand. "I finally got the transport gear. Getting around will be much easier from now on." Situ Yan walked past him, his face dark and sullen. "You just wait. The Outworlders God Guild has its eyes on you. Your good days are numbered. Let's go." Zhang Yi ignored him, merely watching with a cold gaze as the man and his cohorts retreated. Beside him, Han Yuru asked curiously, "What is the Outworlder God Guild he mentioned?" Zhang Yi shook his head slightly. "I haven't heard of them either, but I suspect it's related to that man in black who appeared at the Dragon Emperor's tomb." A while later, Zhang Yi and Qinglong were walking near a cluster of antique-style buildings. A girl wearing a black cloak followed silently behind them. She then hurried past, bumping hard into Han Yuru's shoulder. "So sorry, please let me through." She took the opportunity to stealthily reach for Han Yuru's waist. She was using the level 5 pickpocket skill, an exclusive skill for the assassin class that allowed them to steal items from other players' backpacks. In just a few seconds, the mysterious girl achieved her goal, a slight smirk playing on her lips. She withdrew quickly, and Qinglong barked in annoyance, "Hey, watch where you're going, you ran right into her." Zhang Yi turned to ask, "What happened?" Han Yuru quickly checked her bag. "There's a thief, the ring he gave me is gone." Both of them looked ahead suspiciously at the figure in the black cloak who was fleeing in a panic. Zhang Yi immediately realized something was wrong, and urged through gritted teeth, "After them." The thief instantly vaulted over a wall and vanished. Zhang Yi followed close behind. Before escaping, the thief looked back and snickered behind her hand. Qinglong caught up shortly, asking urgently, "Did you catch the thief?" Zhang Yi looked thoughtfully at the lingering phantom on the building and shook his head. "No, she likely used a teleporter to head to Moonlight City." Qinglong looked puzzled. "Moonlight City, isn't that the capital of the Outworlders?" Zhang Yi stroked his chin and thought, "Exactly. That God Guild Situ Yan mentioned is also related to the Outworlders. It seems I'll have to go to Moonlight City to check things out." He fell into deep thought. Upgrading his dragon race talent required reputation from all three factions. This was the perfect chance to gain Outworlder reputation and look for clues about Mu Zhen in the capital. With that, Zhang Yi turned and instructed, "You and Yuru stay here. It wouldn't be good if Ba Huang suddenly came back and couldn't find you." Han Yuru naturally agreed. "All right, just be careful on your own." Qinglong also promised, "Go ahead. I'll protect the young lady so you can rest easy." Zhang Yi looked at the transport gear in his hand, thinking he needed to set a teleportation point so he could return directly using the gear next time. He spoke into the void, "Please teleport me to the Outworlder capital, Moonlight City." The system responded, "Very well, warrior." Zhang Yi soon arrived at Moonlight City. The system notified him of his arrival and deducted 100 gold coins. He thought the fee was exorbitant. Just like that, 100 gold was gone. Suddenly, a shrill cry for help came from a nearby corner. "Help! Someone help me!" Zhang Yi turned to look, feeling a sense of doubt. It was already so dark. Why was someone calling for help? It seemed Moonlight City wasn't peaceful either. On the other side of an alley, a dark pink ragdoll rabbit fell at a girl's feet. Watching several armed men approach step by step, she cried out in despair, You, stay away, Wen Tai observed her reaction and smirked triumphantly. Weren't you quite the runner? Keep running then. Just as his sword was about to strike her, Dai Wu clutched her head and screamed. However, the expected pain never came. Wen Tai's sword was firmly blocked by a hand. Zhang Yi stood in front of Dai Wu and parried the weapon away with a single stroke. Wen Tai warned in a low voice, "Where did this kid come from? Do you know the consequences of crossing us?" Zhang Yi countered without backing down. "All I know is that you shouldn't be bullying a girl like this." In the next second, Zhang Yi swung his sword and shattered the weapons in their hands. "Now beat it," one of them shouted in terror. "This guy is way stronger than us." Run. With that, the gang fled in a panic. Zhang Yi turned to the girl. "Why were they hunting you?" Dai Wu grumbled. "It's just because I snatched a boss from them. They actually chased me across several maps all the way here." "What a bunch of petty jerks." Zhang Yi was curious. "Who are they? Why are they so arrogant?" She puffed out her chest and snorted. "They're members of the God Guild. Everyone in Moonlight City is afraid of them." Hearing this, Zhang Yi secretly confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, they were from the God Guild. Their outfits were identical to the ones worn by those who appeared at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Zhang Yi didn't want to get further involved and turned to continue on his way. "You should head back. It's late and it's not safe for a girl to be out alone." Hearing movement behind him, he frowned slightly. "Why are you still following me?" Dai Wu stared at Zhang Yi with her large, watery eyes, her voice full of unease. "What if those people come back? I'm scared." Zhang Yi said nothing and continued walking, merely waving his hand for her to follow. Dai Wu understood and happily caught up. "I won't be a burden, don't worry. I know Moonlight City like the back of my hand. You look like you're here for the first time, right? I can help you with whatever you need." At a Moonlight City inn, Zhang Yi handed money to the front desk. "2 rooms, please." He settled Dai Wu in and waved goodbye at her door before returning to his own room. Zhang Yi collapsed onto the bed and spread his arms happily. As expected, lying in bed was the most comfortable thing. Time ticked by, and when the room fell into darkness, the door was quietly pushed open from the outside. Inside, Zhang Yi was already asleep with his eyes closed. Dai Wu crept silently to his bedside, a strange smile on her face. She pulled a dagger from her robes, a triumphant sneer curling her lips. 10,000 gold will be mine in a moment." Dai Wu looked at the sleeping Zhang Yi and raised her dagger to strike. She moved without hesitation, but Zhang Yi suddenly rolled over, and the dagger pierced only the bed frame beside him. Dai Wu pulled the dagger out and thought through gritted teeth. "That was just luck. Let's see you dodge this time." Before she could strike again, Zhang Yi suddenly sat up and delivered a heavy punch directly to Dai Wu's face. Whether talking in his sleep or actually awake, he muttered, "I'll kill you, Mu Shen, how dare you betray me?" Clearly, Zhang Yi hadn't held back. Dai Wu crouched down, clutching her face in agony. It hurts so much." The man on the bed looked at her dazed and asked in confusion, "It's you. What are you doing in my room?" Dai Wu immediately feigned a naive, coquettish act. "I dreamed those men in black were chasing me again. I was so scared." Zhang Yi patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's all right. Go back to sleep. I'll protect you." She lay down on the bed while Zhang Yi watched her, thinking to himself, "Leading me into a trap step by step. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The scene shifted to the next morning as the two walked through the streets of Moonlight City. They stopped at a certain spot, and Zhang Yi looked up. "You say the God Guild is in the Moonlight Cathedral, are you sure?" Dai Wu nodded and pointed ahead. "Yes. I secretly tailed them before. They disappear as soon as they enter the Moonlight Cathedral." Unbeknownst to them, a figure was following silently, muttering, "What a pretty girl." Shortly after, a hand reached out stealthily, about to touch Dai Wu's waist. However, Zhang Yi had already noticed and firmly gripped the person's wrist. When he saw the man's face, Zhang Yi was stunned. "Mu Shen." Mu Shen's eyes widened in utter shock. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Zhang Yi said nothing, his face expressionless. The energy within his body suddenly erupted as he used all his strength to slam a heavy punch into Mu Shen's face. "You don't deserve to know who I am." Mu Shen was sent stumbling back by the blow, his back crashing hard against a wooden stall. A crowd quickly gathered, whispering among themselves, "My God, Mu Shen is usually the one hitting others. I didn't expect to see him get beaten today." Others gloated, "Evil gets what it deserves. This feels great, truly great." Mu Shen was covered in dust and looked incredibly pathetic. He gnashed his teeth and growled, "You piece of trash, you actually dare to hit me." Dai Wu glanced at the man beside her and warned, "This guy is a local tyrant here. He's trouble." Zhang Yi didn't care at all, snorting coldly, "He's exactly who I'm looking to hit." Zhang Yi was filled with resentment. "You're quite something, betraying brothers in the past and bullying the weak now." Mu Shen stood up and drew his longsword, looking eager for a fight. Player Mu Shen activated the stealth skill. His silhouette began to blur as he sneered arrogantly, "Kid, do you know whose territory this is? Today I'm going to kill you." As soon as Mu Shen spoke, his body vanished completely. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi was slightly startled. It's an assassin's stealth attack. It hides all presence and form, allowing for a fatal blow from the shadows. He suddenly felt something and a flash of alertness crossed his eyes. Watch out. Just as Zhang Yi expected, Mu Shen's sword slashed down. In the next second, he retreated quickly, but the blade still grazed Zhang Yi's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. This move again, that was how he had been ambushed back then. Zhang Yi immediately recalled the past. That feeling of a sword piercing his heart was still as vivid as yesterday. Zhang Yi's eyes were wide as painful memories flooded back. He quickly pulled himself together and made a silent vow. This time, Zhang Yi summoned his weapon and focused with absolute concentration to face the fight. At that exact moment, he swung a powerful strike. I won't give you another chance. Mu Zhen was horrified, finding it unbelievable. How could this guy know his attack frequency and position? He clearly shouldn't be able to see him. Zhang Yi stared at him with a cold face. Every single move of yours, even if you were turned to ash, I would remember them clearly. He rushed forward at lightning speed and delivered a fatal kick to Mu Shen. The opponent was powerless to fight back. Forced to endure the string of heavy blows, Mu Shen fell to the ground, his body bouncing and hitting the pavement hard from the successive impacts. Zhang Yi walked over, the sharp tip of his sword pointing at him. As he mocked from above, "Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, let me see what else you've got." The other man still growled stubbornly. Who the hell are you?" Mu Shen was panicking internally. "What bad luck, how did I run into such a monster this time?" Zhang Yi didn't intend to waste any more time. He raised his sword coldly, his eyes sharp. "Go to hell and repent." Just then, the ground behind Mu Shen suddenly liquefied and a mysterious black shadow emerged. The figure grabbed Mu Shen's arms in a death grip and dragged him directly downward. In the blink of an eye, both sank into the earth and vanished, leaving only a few black marks. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. "Those men in black again, damn it, they're taking Mu Shen." He quickly gave chase. "Where do you think you're going?" Shortly after, the scene shifted to an ancient-style building. Zhang Yi hid behind a wall and observed. That was where the shadow had vanished. "This is the Moonlight Cathedral you were looking for. The headquarters of the God Guild," Dai Wu introduced from beside him. She warned with a frown, "It's dangerous inside. They might have lured you in on purpose. Are you really going in?" Zhang Yi had already made up his mind and nodded. "I have a reason I must go in." She held out her hand, revealing 2 hallucination pills in her palm. She spoke, "Rushing in like that will definitely draw the God Guild's attention. I have a better idea." Zhang Yi was surprised and asked in return, "You carry things like this around?" Dai Wu replied softly, "A girl traveling alone has to prepare some things for self-defense. This is an essential medicine for travel. Targets are here." Zhang Yi quickly grabbed 2 passing sentries. They struggled and shouted, What are you doing?" Before they could break free, Dai Wu stuffed the pills into their mouths. She hissed, "Shut up and go to sleep." The sentries fell unconscious. Zhang Yi and Dai Wu took the opportunity to change into their clothes, disguising themselves as sentries. Without wasting a second, the 2 rushed into the cathedral. In a secret room within the Moonlight Cathedral, Mu Zhen woke up in a daze. "Where is this?" A mysterious figure appeared in his line of sight, laughing loudly. "Feeling indignant, aren't you? Beaten into such a state by a nobody who had appeared out of nowhere." Mu Zhen immediately grew wary, questioning with a furrowed brow, "Who are you exactly? Why did you bring me here?" The man across from him ignored the question, merely shoving his hands into his pockets and offering a playful, cynical smile. "You're a captive now. You have no right to ask questions. From today on, you'll stay here obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Zhang Yi, wearing his sentry disguise, walked calmly into the cathedral and called out, "Hey, we're here to take over the shift. Go get some rest." The 2 sentries took the bait. "Great, we're exhausted. We need to catch some sleep right away." One sentry didn't forget to add a final instruction. "Stay sharp and don't doze off." They had only walked a few steps before turning back, whispering something under their breath. Suddenly, one sentry strode up behind Dai Wu, giving her a start. "Something's not right. It's not time for a shift change yet. You 2 are." Before he could finish, Dai Wu had already waved her hand, releasing a large cloud of hallucinogenic powder. The 2 sentries had no time to dodge and were hit instantly, barely managing to choke out a "you" before collapsing with a thud. Dai Wu pointed toward the inner corridor and said, "The person you're looking for is definitely in there." Zhang Yi removed his mask and quickly followed the directions inside. "Let's go in." There was no movement behind him. Confused, Zhang Yi looked back only to see Dai Wu smiling as she shed her sentry uniform. She stood quietly at the exit, murmuring softly, "My mission is complete." As soon as she finished, Dai Wu mercilessly slammed the massive door in front of Zhang Yi. The sentries, who had seemingly collapsed just moments ago, stood up as if nothing had happened. One of them handed Dai Wu a pouch of coins. "Nice coordination just now. Here is your payment." She weighed the pouch in her hand and turned to leave leisurely. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Moonlight City, deception is the only constant." Dai Wu's silhouette perfectly overlapped with that of the thief from before. Zhang Yi confirmed his suspicions. As expected, this woman was also an operative sent by the God Guild. He simply tossed his hat aside, thinking to himself, "I'd like to see what you're trying to achieve by going to such lengths to get me here." The path ahead was silent, lit only by the flickering glow of torches on the walls. Before long, Zhang Yi saw several figures appear in the corridor. Yan sat with his arms crossed, tilting his chin up arrogantly. To deal with a scrawny brat like this, I'm enough on my own. It's a waste that the boss called you guys too. The person beside him stood up slowly and goaded him casually. The boss surely has his reasons for doing this. If you think you can handle it alone, then go ahead. Yan had a short fuse to begin with. Hearing this, he let out a cold snort. Then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Just watch me crush him beneath my feet. He stood up and charged forward with long strides, reaching behind his back to draw his weapon. Yan built up momentum as he ran and suddenly hurled a giant axe toward his opponent. The axe whistled and spun through the air as he roared, "Take this!" The axe flew like a cannonball, smashing directly into the stone wall and leaving a scorched long gouge amidst a cloud of flying stone debris. Looking at the scene, Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the opponent's brute strength, but he was no pushover himself. He waved his hand to counterattack, summoning a flock of crows. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled slightly. As his skill level had increased, the number of black crows summoned was now double what it used to be. Of course, it was impossible to defeat Yan with this move alone. Just before the giant axe hit the ground, Yan leaped into the air and caught the handle firmly mid-flight. In the next second, Yan dove down, swinging his axe directly at where Zhang Yi stood. Thinking you can win with this trick, keep dreaming. Zhang Yi dodged in time, but the opponent had no intention of stopping there. He immediately followed up with a continuous barrage of attacks. Quickly searching for a counter-strategy, Zhang Yi drew the longsword from his waist and switched its attribute. He then slammed the sword into the ground. A sudden wave of frigid air surged out, instantly freezing the floor and covering the entire level in frost. Seeing the move, Yan's eyes widened in panic. Not good. He tried to steady his feet, but the ice was far too slippery. Unable to adjust in time, Yan slipped and fell flat on his back. He stood up unsteadily, his head spinning. Zhang Yi stuck out his tongue and mocked him. "You're built top-heavy. No wonder your center of gravity is so unstable." Shamed into anger, Yan trembled with rage. Skeleton watched this play out and shrugged helplessly. The boss's arrangement was right after all. "It's our turn." Bing Dai nodded in agreement. "I really don't know where he gets his blind confidence." Ignoring Yan standing off to the side, Bing Dai charged forward. "Go!" Instantly, countless ice ribbons shot toward Zhang Yi like arrows, binding his body tightly. Zhang Yi was yanked forward, losing control of his movement much to his shock. Once the opponent was successfully restrained, Skeleton didn't hesitate and launched an attack. Bone Spike Barrier. Looking at the spiked fireball hurtling toward him, Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. "Crap, I'm tied up too tight. I have to break free now." In the moment of crisis, he shouted a summons, and a blue light flashed. "Xiao Hei." A blinding burst of blue energy erupted, enveloping the entire area. Within the formation, Xiao Hei appeared. Bing Dai's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "A First-Order Dragon Emperor, how can an ordinary Beastmaster possess such a powerful magic beast?" Xiao Hei opened its massive maw and spat out scorching flames, easily burning through the ice ribbons binding Zhang Yi. Realizing things had taken a turn for the worse, Bing Dai clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I underestimated him." Before he had time to react, Zhang Yi had already gripped his sword hilt. Flames roared to life, coating the blade as he lunged with a fiery slash aimed straight at his opponent's chest. He roared, "Break!" Bing Dai collapsed on impact. Zhang Yi spoke indifferently. "It's not because you underestimated me, it's because I'm too strong." He walked over and patted the magic beast's head. "Xiao Hei, long time no see. I didn't expect you to break through to the First Order." On the other side, Bing Dai began to feel wary, conferring with Yan. "What do we do now? The intel didn't say this kid had a First Order black dragon." The other replied with a serious expression, "What else can we do? We have to charge." They were left with no choice, and could only charge forward desperately. By now, Zhang Yi had the upper hand. Standing beside Xiao Hei, he activated his ultimate move, Undying Body. Yan stared at the scene, his body freezing momentarily. Coordinating with Xiao Hei, Zhang Yi carved a path through the trio's encirclement. He spun and swung his sword, creating a fiery arc. "All of you, get down!" Yan swung his axe to block, but his speed was too slow. Zhang Yi closed the distance in an instant. Yan's giant axe snapped into two pieces. Zhang Yi and Xiao Hei worked in perfect harmony, sword light and flames dancing together as they decimated the three opponents. They were sent flying, defeated in mere moments. The three opponents were utterly defeated by his blade, lying sprawled across the ground in a mess. Yan still tried to struggle to his feet when a figure appeared. "Yan, that's enough, stand down." Unwilling to give in, Yan tried to persuade him. "Boss, just give me a little more time." "I'll definitely," Carlo glared a warning. "I said stand down. If you keep fighting, you're the ones who will die." Since the leader had spoken, Yan had no choice but to obey. Forcing himself to stand up as he walked past Zhang Yi, he remained stubborn. "Don't get cocky. The battle between us isn't over. We'll settle this next time we meet." Zhang Yi glanced at him. "Aren't you afraid to die?" "Fine, I'm ready anytime." Carlo couldn't wait any longer. quickly curling his lips into a smile to act familiar. "Zhang Yi, we finally meet," he asked with a fake smile. "This shouldn't be your first time entering the apocalypse, right?" Zhang Yi was slightly stunned. Who is he? How does he know about that? But on the surface he feigned composure. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean," the other spoke unhurriedly. "All right, stop pretending in front of me. I've known since the moment you entered the hidden Dragon Emperor's tomb dungeon and obtained that magic beast egg." Zhang Yi began to lose his patience. "I don't want to waste words with you. Where is Mu Shen? Tell him to get his ass out here." Carlos stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "You're looking for someone? Listen, I brought you here today because I want to cooperate. If you agree, the secret of being a reincarnator will stay between us. I'll even give you top-tier apocalyptic equipment and endless wealth." A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he added, "But if you refuse," Carlos summoned 2 hideous magic beasts and shrugged with feigned helplessness, "then I'm sorry, you won't be leaving here alive today." At that moment images from the past flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He thought irritably, "I really can't stand that punchable face." He decisively refused. "If the equipment and wealth you speak of were obtained by bullying the weak, then I refuse." Upon hearing the answer, Carlos said nothing and immediately let his actions speak for him. He commanded the 2 magic beasts to charge. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety. "Crap, I just used Undying Body. It's still on cooldown and can't be used again so soon." He calculated his options. "I don't know the full extent of the opponent's strength yet. Entering a direct confrontation now would put me at a disadvantage." Recalling his decision before coming to Moonlight City, he thought he had to set the teleportation signal first. This way he could return directly using the teleportation equipment next time. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief. Luckily he had set the teleportation signal back in Dawn City before coming. At the exact moment the magic beasts opened their mouths to attack, he activated the teleportation gear. The magic beasts' attack hit empty air, blowing the frost on the ground into shards. Carlos snorted coldly. "I'll let you off this time, you won't be so lucky next time." He turned to look behind him. "Now do you know why a total stranger wants to kill you so badly? He's a reincarnator. You must have had a deep, bitter grudge in the past." Mu Shen's mouth fell open in terror. Carlo raised an eyebrow and continued, "Do you think he'll let you off easily?" Hearing this, Mu Shen collapsed to the ground in a panic, his lips trembling as he asked, "Then what should I do? He'll definitely kill me." Carlo stepped closer, manipulating the man before him. "The best defense is a good offense. Get rid of him before he kills you." Having said his piece, he turned to leave, leaving behind only a promise. "Don't worry, I'll help you." Carlo suddenly felt a wave of intense irritation. "In this apocalypse, everyone must listen to me. Everyone must submit. I gave you a way out and you didn't take it. Zhang Yi, you're a dead man." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had successfully escaped and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. A second later and I would have been turned to ash by that dragon breath. That guy's second-order Dragon Emperor is really something else. Thinking of that face, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Who exactly is that guy? How did he know this wasn't my first time in the apocalypse? Could he be like me? As Zhang Yi pondered, his sprite appeared to remind him. "Your fatigue has nearly reached its limit. Please head to a rest point as soon as possible to recover." He thought to himself that this trip to Moonlight City had indeed drained a lot of energy. He needed to get back to the tavern to rest, or else Han Yuru and the others would worry. The scene shifted to the tavern. The staff gave him a quote, "You've chosen the rapid recovery package. That will be 20 gold coins." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, and a wave of gasps immediately erupted around him. "How extravagant! This is the first time I've seen someone spend money to recover fatigue. Who is this guy? Don't we all just sit here and wait for it to recover naturally?" Someone even shouted, "Wait, 20 gold for 1 recovery? That's enough for me to buy a full set of gear." Zhang Yi ignored the crowd. He was calculating how to use his remaining 13,000 gold coins to upgrade his equipment. Elsewhere, Han Yuru's face was filled with worry. She murmured softly, "Why isn't Zhang Yi back yet?" Sitting beside her, Xiao Zhao also sighed. "Yeah, do you think the guild leader ran into some danger?" Zhang Yi suddenly appeared behind the two of them, laughing happily. "With my strength, I'm more than capable of taking down an entire guild single-handedly. How could anything happen?" Han Yuru looked up at him. "You're back." The others also cheered in joy. Zhang Yi scratched his forehead awkwardly. "Yuru, I haven't found any news about the Ring of Death yet, but don't worry, I'll definitely get it back for you." She waved it off and replied, It's fine, it's enough that you're back safely. It was also my fault for not keeping it safe and losing it." Xiao Zhao spoke up to ask, "Leader, have you seen Qing Long?" Zhang Yi answered, "I sent him out to gather information. If that thief appeared in Dawn City, there are bound to be clues." Hurried footsteps approached, and he knew who it was without even looking. He chuckled, "We were just talking about him." "Well, any news?" Qing Long struggled to steady his breathing. "Yes, I heard a very important piece of news. The ring that was stolen will appear at an auction today. Several faces flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. He murmured, "An auction, if the ring of death is listed as an item, it means the thief will likely show up too." Zhang Yi thought to himself, "This is a good chance to buy some gear from the auction to enhance myself. The upcoming battles probably won't be easy." After careful consideration, he set out with his teammates. "Let's go and check out the auction." On the stage, a female auctioneer spoke. "Dear players, our monthly auction is about to begin. We have various spirit pets, high-tier equipment, and rare items waiting for everyone." Han Yuru looked at the person lagging behind and asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't you coming in with us?" Zhang Yi waved his hand in refusal. "No, you go ahead, Yuru. I have something to take care of and I'll be right there." He turned and headed in another direction. He thought that if he remembered correctly, there was a general store nearby with a hidden menu containing many good items that even in his past life few people knew about. After walking for a while, he soon saw the sign for the Yorozuya General Store. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth curled up. "Here we are." The clerk saw a customer and greeted him. "What would you like to buy?" Zhang Yi was still thinking, dealing with that thief won't be hard. But in a crowded place like that, making too big a scene will cause trouble. "I need to prepare some handy tools." He lowered his head and fluently recited the secret code. 800 for the night, no discount, and 1 fruitwood pancake please. After saying it, he secretly lamented to himself how embarrassing it was. The clerk smiled and replied, "Hello, the hidden menu permissions have been unlocked for you. Please take a look at what you'd like to buy." Simultaneously, a system notification announced the successful unlock, deducting 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Yi thought, "In my past life only 5 of players unlocked the hidden menu. Although it's a bit pricey, the effects of these potions far exceed ordinary goods." He told the clerk, "I'll take all of these potions." The clerk laughed enthusiastically. "You certainly have an eye for quality. These potions are the crown jewels of our shop and you're the first person to discover them." Zhang Yi checked the items, secretly feeling the sting in his wallet. He hadn't expected to spend 4,000 gold all at once. "I'm really broke now. I hope this operation goes off without a hitch." He returned to the auction hall and couldn't help but feel confused. Why is it so quiet? Isn't this an auction? Did I walk into the wrong place? On stage, a staff member was smiling as they introduced G-grade scroll, starting bid 100 gold coins. "Are there any more bids? If not, we will move on to the next item." An dissatisfied roar erupted from the crowd. "Get this trash out of here. Bring out something useful and fast." Many voices chimed in agreement. "Exactly. Isn't auctioning this garbage just a waste of everyone's time?" Zhang Yi found a seat and casually asked Han Yuru, "Has the Ring of Death gone up for bid yet?" She shook her head and explained the situation. "Not yet. Right now they're auctioning off a parchment scroll of unknown origin." He instantly felt a spark of interest. "A parchment scroll?" Looking at the stage, he saw the staff member wearing a look of regret. "That's a pity. If there are no bids, we have no choice but to proceed to the next item." "Wait." Zhang Yi was stunned. Heavens, wasn't that the Dragon Race hidden quest scroll? In his past life, the great families and guilds had fought tooth and nail for it. At that thought, he quickly raised his right hand. "Hold on, 100 gold coins. I'll take it." A burst of mockery erupted from the crowd. "A fool has arrived. This is the typical more money than sense idiot. Spending 100 gold on a scroll with no known use. What a moron." These words were met with widespread agreement from the audience. "Exactly, isn't that just buying a roll of useless toilet paper? I wouldn't even want it for free. It would just waste space in my inventory." Seeing someone bid, the staff member became very excited. 100 gold coins going twice, 100 gold coins going 3 times. "Sold." Zhang Yi took the item, completely indifferent to the cold mockery around him. "To you, this scroll is indeed no different from toilet paper. But for someone in the Dragon Race faction like me, it's quite the opposite. Once I unlock the Dragon Hidden Quest and obtain the Dragon Inheritance equipment, you'll be the ones drowning in regret." The auction continued, and the system displayed the relevant parameters. The staff member began the introduction. "This next piece of equipment is truly formidable. The legendary quality Ring of Death. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins." Immediately, someone voiced their discontent. "A starting bid of 10,000? Who can afford that?" Another person, unwilling to back down, argued loudly. "Please, this is a legendary item with infinite growth potential. Besides, who would ever be willing to sell a rare treasure like this?" Han Yuru, sitting nearby, whispered, "Look over there. That person looks very strange." Zhang Yi followed her gaze. Someone dressed like that likely came from the Beastman capital, Frozen City. He sized up the individual and couldn't help but wonder, why is a Beastman in a human capital? And why is he with Situ Yan? Han Yuru clicked her tongue in admiration. "Oh, you even know about that? You're amazing." Zhang Yi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. No, I just happened to look at the Beastman info when I was choosing my faction." The man they were discussing suddenly stood up and announced, "Everyone, I'm taking this ring. No matter what price you bid, I'll double it. I suggest you don't waste your energy." The crowd exploded. Someone marveled, where did this high roller come from? Is this ring really that powerful? Others expressed regret. It seems this ring isn't meant for me. Just then, a person suddenly jumped out and started pointing fingers. You bastard, you're a beastman. What right do you have to come to our human capital and act wild? Without a word, Wu Hen rushed forward and threw a punch straight into the man's face. He questioned coldly, do you think I have the right now? The people around held back the young man and advised in low voices, just leave, this guy is trouble. The challenger refused to retreat, standing there and clicking his tongue as he commented, talk about a heavy hand. Zhang Yi walked over, patted the young man's shoulder and announced loudly, hey, as long as I'm here today, don't even dream of taking this ring. Situ Yan took the opportunity to lean in and snitch, bloodless, that's the Zhang Yi I mentioned, the one with the god-tier talent. Since he's so blind to the situation, you should teach him a proper lesson. Upon hearing this, Wu Hen's rage flared, his fists clenching tight. Anyone who dares to oppose the blood clan of Frozen City has only one path, death, even if he has a god-tier talent. Zhang Yi whispered instructions to his teammates behind him. Duan Feng, Qing Long, go cause some chaos. Try to buy me as much time as possible. The messier it gets, the better. Naturally, they didn't refuse. Qing Long answered with a smile. No problem. Duan Feng stood to the side with his arms crossed, adding excitedly, President, causing trouble is our specialty. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began inciting the crowd. Listen up everyone, this is human territory. Are we really going to just let these beastmen run wild here? Qinglong enthusiastically added fuel to the fire. That's right, if word of this gets out, how are we supposed to show our faces in Dawn City? Echoes of agreement rose from the surroundings. Yeah, exactly. If we don't fight back, won't we just be lambs to the slaughter? The crowd descended into instant turmoil. Wasn't that lesson just now enough? Qinglong took the lead in provoking them. I've been sick of looking at you for a long time. It's the middle of summer and you're wearing fur. Aren't you afraid of getting a heat rash? Duan Feng heckled from behind. Stop talking to them, charge. The situation reached a boiling point as the two sides began brawling. Damn it, I'll kill you. In all my time, this is the first time I've seen people so eager to die. Come on, who's afraid of who? Zhang Yi downed the potion in his hand. This was a high-level invisibility potion. Upon use, he immediately entered an invisible state for 3 minutes, during which he could not be detected. Watching the chaotic crowd, he took the opportunity to pull out 2 more potions. A high-level smoke bomb and a high-level incendiary potion. Zhang Yi felt the timing was perfect. Now he threw the 2 potions into the crowd and shouted with feigned terror, "There's a bomb, everyone watch out!" The crowd became even more chaotic. A mass of people fighting one another. What the hell? They're using explosives, fight them to the end. Take down these beastmen. Seizing the chance, Zhang Yi used his invisibility to quietly approach the staff member holding the tray. Aside from me, no one else is taking this ring today. He silently snatched the ring, successfully completing his mission. Having resolved the urgent matter, Zhang Yi looked toward Wu Hen and Situ Yan's group, flashing a mischievous smile. Still invisible, he walked up behind Wu Hen thinking, weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Now it's my turn to hit you. Thus, without warning, Wu Hen suddenly face-planted into the ground. Situ Yan rushed over in a panic. Bloodless, are you all right? I'm here. The other struggled to sit up, clutching his head and cursing loudly. Which bastard who's tired of living did that? Get out here. Zhang Yi turned to ambush Situ Yan, giving him a kick. I can't stand that bootlicking look of yours. Situ Yan fell flat on top of Wu Hen. Who ambushed me? Wu Hen roared in a towering rage. Damn it, who else is looking for death? I'll kill you. Just then, a system notification warned that the invisibility potion would expire in 10 seconds. Zhang Yi had no choice but to stop. The invisibility is about to wear off. I need to get out of here fast. I'll let you two off for today. He activated his golden speed skill and vanished in a flash. Qinglong and Duan Feng took advantage of the chaos to walk over and land several kicks on Wu Hen. He was beaten black and blue, only able to roar in fury. There's a person here, can't you see me? Stop stepping on me. Situ Yan cried out with a long face. I'm a human, you've got the wrong person. The moment his invisibility wore off, Zhang Yi had already successfully escaped. He sent a message in the guild channel. Mission accomplished. Everyone evacuate immediately and meet in the alley outside the auction house. A moment later, the members were all present. Han Yuru asked with concern, Are you okay? You suddenly disappeared. I thought something happened. Zhang Yi held out his hand. Look, I got the ring, however, to protect the items of players in the auction house. The Apocalypse places a seal on every item. He explained in detail that if an item is taken without authorization, it will return to the auction consignor's bag after 3 minutes. The others couldn't help but feel disappointed. Then wasn't everything we just did for nothing? Zhang Yi had already made plans. No, I want to use this seal to catch that thief. In a moment, I'll be teleported along with the ring to the consignor's location. The crowd was amazed. Signal set. the system simultaneously displayed a notification that the teleportation signal had been established. Han Yuru was excited and full of praise. "You're so smart to think of such a method." Xiao Zhao also nodded in agreement. "Exactly, the president is so amazing. I knew I wasn't wrong about him." Zhang Yi looked at the girl before him. The 3 minutes were almost up. "Yuru, wait for me to bring the ring back." The next second the teleportation signal activated, and the space around him shifted. Zhang Yi had made up his mind. "Today I'm definitely going to see your true face." Theoretically, since there was an accident during the auction, the Ring of Death had been sent back to the consignor who was currently on the rooftop of a certain building. Dai Wu looked at the item in her palm with confusion. Everything was going fine. Why did the ring suddenly come back? Could it be that those people caught up? If one observed closely, they would see the ring in her hand suddenly emit a faint green light. The next second Zhang Yi was teleported there. He sneered, "I knew it was you. Not only did you steal Yuru's ring, but you also lured me into a trap set by the God Guild. What exactly are you trying to do?" Dai Wu praised him. "I didn't expect you to escape from the God Guild's hands. It seems you really do have some skill." After speaking, she stuck out her tongue and made a face, clearly not afraid at all. Zhang Yi quickly gave chase. "Hey, don't run, give back the Ring of Death and explain yourself today." Dai Wu provoked him as she ran. "In your dreams, catch me first." Zhang Yi concentrated and followed closely. Soon grabbing hold of her cloak, the black cloak slid off, revealing her true form. Zhang Yi shouted, "I won't let you get away easily this time." Just as he said, he closed the distance until he was face to face with Dai Wu. He was just a hair's breadth away. Suddenly a giant axe came flying through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Behind a collapsed wall, Wu Hen had caught up. He roared in fury. "Thought you could run, didn't you? Keep running," Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. Crap, it's them. He had forgotten that the beastmen possessed the hunting track skill. As far as he knew, beastmen could track enemies across vast distances by identifying their aura. Wu Hen gnashed his teeth and roared from the side, "You've walked right into my trap. I was just looking to settle scores with this woman, and I didn't expect you to be here together. Perfect. I'll settle both of you at once." Zhang Yi glanced at the person beside him. "Just how many people have you offended? Both the Outworlders and the Beastmen have a grudge against you." Dai Wu smiled awkwardly. "It's just a misunderstanding, only a misunderstanding." She clung to Zhang Yi's arm, acting cute. "Brother, dear brother, you won't leave me behind at a time like this, right?" He retorted irritably. "Who's your brother?" He was still nursing a grudge. "When you were tricking me and ambushing me earlier, you certainly didn't treat me like a brother." Seeing the way the two were acting, Wu Hen was consumed with rage and immediately used the Beastman ultimate skill. "Stampede, I won't tolerate this. How dare you flirt right in front of me." Die together, Bloodless circulated his energy, and the phantom of a massive horned rhino condensed, charging toward Zhang Yi. Noticing the girl behind him had already vanished, he was secretly displeased. One second she's calling me dear brother, and the next she's running faster than anyone when danger hits. Bloodless let out a burst of wild laughter and shouted, "That's for provoking me at the auction." Zhang Yi was sent flying. He clutched his chest and grit his teeth, secretly shocked. "It hurts. This big guy's attack power is incredibly high. A Beastmaster's initial defense is still too low. That one hit took a massive chunk of health." Seeing Zhang Yi's pathetic state, Bloodless said, "Kid, I suggest you hand over that girl right now and get on your knees to apologize. I might consider sparing your life." As soon as he finished, he rushed forward again with his weapon, stubbornly adding, "I saw you two hugging and cuddling with my own eyes." Zhang Yi was not to be outdone and immediately shot back. "With which eye did you see me being intimate with her? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful or I'll sue you for libel." Bloodless acted as if he had gone mad, shouting again, "I saw what you two were doing perfectly clearly." He recalled tracking them with his senses earlier. Why was there a familiar scent? It seemed like the one from those women who escaped. Seeing the intimate way Zhang Yi and Dai Wu looked, he was fuming. "Fine, flirting right in front of me. Do you really think I can't catch you two scumbags?" In Bloodless's filthy mind, Dai Wu was pushing her impressive chest right up to Zhang Yi. At that thought he got even angrier and added, "If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows how far you two would have gone." Zhang Yi looked at him helplessly. "I'm really done with you, you sneaky bastard." Then he circulated his inner energy, and his longsword instantly appeared. Zhang Yi began switching attributes, then soared into the air, swinging his sword down heavily at Bloodless. "Are you an idiot or something?" After this strike, the opponent lost 300 health points. Wu Hen looked at him with contempt. "A few hundred points of burn damage, I'll consider that a gift." He then struck at Zhang Yi with his energy, which Zhang Yi quickly dodged. Wu Hen angrily tore off his fur coat, staring at Zhang Yi with cold eyes. "Next, I'll show you the true gap between us." As soon as he finished speaking, he was enveloped by a layer of powerful inner energy. Zhang Yi felt a bit panicked. He didn't understand the situation. It was clearly the same move, so why was the damage he dealt becoming higher and higher? Wu Hen laughed maniacally. Forgot to mention, the lower your health is, the higher the damage my attacks deal to you. I can't give up. Zhang Yi quickly gulped down a high-level health potion. After drinking the potion, Zhang Yi's strength surged significantly. As soon as Bloodless attacked, he was blasted back. Zhang Yi asked disdainfully, "Out of strength, is this all you've got? You stopped after just a moment. Keep fighting. I'm more generous than you. I'll consider that 1,000 points of damage a gift to you." Wu Hen couldn't believe his eyes. "How is this possible? Your health bar was clearly almost empty just now." At the same time, Dai Wu appeared and said to him, "No matter how many potions you have, it's useless as long as Bloodless uses that move." Just as she said, he stared at Zhang Yi with wide eyes. "Don't think having high-level potions solves everything. The real battle begins now." He circulated his inner power once more. Carrying an overwhelming momentum, bloodthirsty frenzy, his power continued to stack, and a thick aura emanated from his entire body. Zhang Yi was shocked. "Damn it, why is this guy's health increasing the more we fight?" In an instant, Wu Hen delivered a heavy blow to Zhang Yi. His health bar plummeted. Zhang Yi was secretly stunned. He hadn't expected the epic tier talent Bloodthirsty Frenzy to be able to absorb the damage dealt and convert it into health for the user. Wu Hen looked at him like a god of death, hefting his axe. "Kid, today I'm going to make you realize the consequences of offending the Blood Clan." Zhang Yi picked up the conversation and said, "So the original plan of using potions for a war of attrition is completely useless." He sneered and added, "Do you really think your Bloodthirsty Frenzy makes you invincible?" Seeing Zhang Yi drink a strength potion, Wu Hen gave a contemptuous smile. "Still drinking? Stop dreaming. No matter how many supplements you drink, they'll only end up converting into health for me." But Zhang Yi ignored him entirely, still downing the potion in one gulp. The moment the potion hit his stomach, he charged forward simultaneously, shouting, "Now look closely." Wu Hen was not one to give up easily. He gripped his giant axe and roared, "Still don't believe me? Then try this." The weapon slashed down, and he mocked Zhang Yi with disdain for wearing an expression of enjoyment while being hit. But there was no fear in Zhang Yi's eyes. Zhang Yi firmly gripped the battle axe. This left Wu Hen in shock, his entire being freezing in place. "I think you took the wrong medicine. You really are insane." Zhang Yi remained as calm as a gentle breeze. "Didn't you want to absorb health? Go ahead, take as much as you want." As soon as he finished speaking, strange purple veins suddenly surfaced within Wu Hen's blood vessels. He was horrified. "What is this? What did you just drink?" Zhang Yi explained. "That was a high-level toxic potion. Its effect is that anyone who comes into contact with it loses 100 health points per second for a full minute, and the effect cannot be stacked." As he spoke, he held another bottle up to Wu Hen's face. "Want one? I have a few more right here." By now, Wu Hen was slumping to the ground, his body going limp as the realization finally hit him. He had fallen into a trap. Zhang Yi had intentionally let himself be wounded to exploit the Bloodthirsty Frenzy health leeching trait, forcing Wu Hen to poison himself. Wu Hen's health bar began to plummet at a terrifying rate, yet he still struggled to maintain his bravado. What are you so happy about? Your health is even lower than mine. You'll die first." Zhang Yi smiled faintly. "That's not necessarily true." With that, a surge of inner energy erupted from his body. Undying Body was activated. Seeing this, Wu Hen began to struggle frantically, desperately pouring potions into his mouth. The high-level toxic potion lasted for 1 minute. As long as Zhang Yi used the damage immunity of Undying Body to endure that minute, he was guaranteed to win. Zhang Yi walked toward him with slow, deliberate steps. "Your potions aren't working, friend. The speed at which you drink them can't keep up with the speed at which you're losing health. I happen to have a high-grade antidote right here." Hearing this, Wu Hen made a move to lunge forward and snatch it. Zhang Yi immediately pulled his hand back. "You want it? Then you'll have to buy it." As the agonizing pain intensified and his health continued to drop, terror consumed Wu Hen. He had worked himself to the bone to accumulate his few resurrection charges. Charges couldn't be bought with money and could only be earned through survival missions, and no one knew when the next mission would begin. Driven by desperation, he bit his lip and asked, "How much? I'll buy it." Zhang Yi wore a satisfied smile. He leaned into Wu Hen's ear and whispered, "The original price is 150 gold coins, but since we've technically met through battle, I'll give you a discount, 50,000 gold." Wu Hen cried out in shock. 50,000? You're a highwayman. 50,000 is enough to sustain a guild of 500 people. 48,000, is that all right? That's all I have on me." Zhang Yi agreed readily. "Fine, 48,000 it is." Wu Hen was so aggrieved he was on the verge of tears. He agreed just like that. "If I'd known, I should have pushed the price even lower." Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly. Making money off these clumsy beastmen was actually quite easy, just as Wu Hen took the potion from Zhang Yi's hand and tilted his head back to drink. Before he could even touch the bottle to his lips, Dai Wu suddenly flew out and delivered a savage heavy kick to his head. Truly, one should never offend a girl. Dai Wu looked at Wu Hen with a face full of utter disgust. Watching the potion bottle shatter on the ground, Wu Hen was scared out of his wits. "My 48,000 gold coins, you wretched woman, I'll kill you." No sooner had he spoken than Wu Hen's entire body stiffened. The poison had induced a state of paralysis, leaving him unable to move an inch. Before he could recover, Dai Wu followed up immediately with Assassin's Dance. Wu Hen took the kick directly to his face, his health bar instantly bottoming out as the intense pain sent him into a daze. Dai Wu gripped her short sword tightly, saying with deep resentment, "I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." Just like that, the foolish Wu Hen took a fatal blade, his health bar completely zeroed out. He roared with indignation, "You two just wait, I won't let you get away with this." The system subsequently broadcasted Dai Wu's victory, and Wu Hen was resurrected back in Frozen City. Hearing that this monster could actually resurrect, Zhang Yi gave a helpless, bitter smile. "I really have nothing to do with her." Dai Wu hid behind him once more. "Do you think he'll believe your words, my dear brother?" Zhang Yi gave a wry smile. He was well and truly stuck now. There was no way to prove his innocence anymore. This was truly a sweet burden. After his poison status was cleared, Zhang Yi turned to Dai Wu. "Why did you come back? I thought you'd left long ago. Could it be you couldn't bear to leave your brother?" She replied with a pouting, aggrieved look. "Not at all, I stayed for my own sake. Besides, they only came to Dawn City to kill me anyway." In the distance, Situ Yan watched Zhang Yi and Dai Wu, consumed by jealousy. He wondered why Zhang Yi had such incredible luck with women, always surrounded by beauties. Just then, a Beastman player behind him cried out in terror. The boss is dead." "What? Didn't he say he was the strongest of the Beastmen?" Situ Yan's brow furrowed in annoyance. "Pa, I thought I had found a backer, but he ended up being sent to meet God by that Zhang Yi kid anyway." He felt the urge to retreat and prepared to slip away while they weren't paying attention. At that moment, a weapon suddenly struck toward his back, accompanied by a cold voice. "Did I say you could leave? Our debt hasn't been settled yet." No sooner had the words been spoken than a longsword slammed down violently, cracking the ground and leaving Situ Yan slumped in terror. Zhang Yi then leaped into the air, using his golden speed to knock back the group of beastmen. His longsword was instantly held against Situ Yan's throat. Zhang Yi interrogated him. "Speak. What is the real reason these beastmen came to Dawn City?" The other man's voice trembled with fear. "I only know they wanted to find that woman and get a card back. I really don't know anything else." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What kind of card would make the beastmen cross between major cities to hunt someone down? Could it be? At that moment, Dai Wu interrupted the conversation. "Are you talking about this? I took it from a target during an assassination mission back in Frozen City. Aside from looking nice, this junk card is pretty useless." She held out the card, which shimmered with a brilliant golden light. It looked strikingly similar to a god-tier talent card. The two young men stared at it, dumbfounded. It wasn't just similar. This was clearly a god-tier talent card. Zhang Yi calculated silently. Whether a talent was common, epic, or god-tier, each player could typically only possess one talent skill, which was likely why she couldn't activate the card. It seemed she didn't know this yet. Zhang Yi's face darkened slightly. "Wait, she said she got it after killing someone. It seems the rumor from my past life that god-tier talent cards can be inherited is very likely true." Thinking of this, he turned toward Situ Yan with a cunning look. "Die now, your god-tier talent card is mine." It was true that god-tier talent cards could be passed between players, and the method of inheritance was to kill the previous holder. Situ Yan looked at Zhang Yi in agony. Can you let me go now? I've told you everything I know." But Zhang Yi raised his longsword with a cold face. "If you hadn't seen this card, I might have let you go if I were in a good mood, but now you must die with this secret." As his words fell, the longsword plunged down fiercely. Situ Yan couldn't believe his opponent was so ruthless. He spat out blood, his eyes wide with shock. Immediately following that, the system notified him that he had received a fatal blow from Zhang Yi and could not be resurrected. After dealing with him, Zhang Yi sheathed his longsword. Dai Wu teased from the side. "You're standing so close to me. Aren't you afraid I'll do to you what you did to him?" He replied honestly. "I'm not afraid." He knew she was a smart person. Now that the Blood Clan viewed them as accomplices, as long as he was alive, he could help her shoulder their wrath. Zhang Yi stared intently at Dai Wu, his heart full of curiosity. Every god-tier talent card corresponded to a unique god-tier skill. He wondered what the one in her hand would be. He then proposed an offer. "How about we make a deal? If you give me the Ring of Death and that card, our grudge will be wiped clean." Dai Wu pulled out the card and the ring, asking in return, "Do you really want these two things that badly?" Pausing for a moment, she leaned close to Zhang Yi's face. "And is this ring really that important? It made you chase me this far. Is it because this ring belongs to that big sister of yours?" Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. "Because I promised to bring the ring back, so I must bring it back," Dai Wu compromised. "All right, fine, I'll give the ring back to you. But this card is mine." Having said that, she turned and walked away as if afraid Zhang Yi would snatch it. With the business concluded, Zhang Yi didn't linger, but he offered one final warning. As your partner, I'll give you some friendly advice. It's best not to tell anyone about that golden card. Daiwu replied, then I'll give you a suggestion too. Leave this place quickly. The people from the Blood Clan won't let this go. They'll come to Dawn City for revenge sooner or later. Zhang Yi didn't look back, his gaze becoming sharp. Thanks for the advice, but don't worry, that oversized idiot can't beat me. The scene shifted back to the rest of the group. Everyone was shocked by the group of beastmen. Xiao Zhao activated her inner energy and said, these beastman players are really thick-skinned. Xinglong added, they're not just tough, they're also quite insidious, trying to ambush us while the guild leader was away. Meanwhile, Han Yuru was filled with worry, wondering how the guild leader was faring. Before she could finish her thought, a beastman player launched a sneak attack from behind her. Die! Just then, an axe was hurled from the distance, accompanied by a familiar voice, Yuru, watch out! The beastman player was stunned. Zhang Yi shouted at the top of his lungs, your boss has already been sent back to Frozen City by me. You can go join him. As the battle axe fell, the player was killed instantly. Xiao Zhao ran over from a distance. Guild leader, you're finally back. Han Yuru also walked over and asked with concern, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Zhang Yi replied, I'm fine, but those beastmen are indeed troublesome. He then handed over the ring. Look, Yuru, I got the ring back for you. She sighed happily. I knew you could do it. Zhang Yi then addressed the group. We need to level up as quickly as possible. The Apocalypse army has already reached level 50. We can't fall behind. Duan Feng spoke up. No problem. Why don't we head out right now? Qinglong also replied cheerfully. It seems our leveling fanatic can't hold himself back anymore. Duan Feng walked at the front, flexing his solid muscles. Tomorrow just watch me punch the heads off those monsters. Zhang Yi watched them, thinking that sometimes receiving a stroke of good luck also meant facing more danger. Once the secret that God-tier talent cards could be inherited leaked out, both he and Han Yuru would become targets for every other player in the apocalyptic world, putting them in grave peril. Therefore, before the crisis arrived, they could only continue to increase their strength. At that moment, the system sprite appeared. After listening to a series of status reports, Zhang Yi thought to himself that dealing with the Blood Clan had taken quite a bit of time, but luckily their levels had finally caught up. On the streets of Dawn City, Xiao Zhao was riding on Duan Feng's back as she asked, Guild leader, what are we doing next? We've all hit the level cap. He replied immediately, naturally, we're going to break that level cap. Speaking of this, he fell into deep thought. He had to hurry and complete the second-class advancement to continue leveling up for his revenge. His current level 50 skills weren't enough, and the strength of Yuru and the others needed further improvement. The scene shifted to the front of the advancement hall, where a massive hammer slammed into the ground, making everyone gasp in surprise. The crowd whispered among themselves, another one sent flying. This second-class advancement test is way too hard. Qinglong sat down nearby as they couldn't help but discuss. The requirements for the second-class advancement are too high. You need 20,000 points and no one has reached it yet. I wasted my 100 gold registration fee for nothing. Wasting gold is one thing, but this is literally paying to get beaten up. The girl who had just sent the young man flying stepped forward. Anyone else want to try? In the Dawn City trial grounds, Chi-Chi asked smugly, who else wants to challenge me? Zhang Yi stepped forward. I'd like to try. Looking at the girl before him, he added, in the apocalypse, if you want to win, you can't just rely on stats. You need skill. This time, I'm going to give you all something to look at. Chi-Chi pointed upward. See that thing above your head? No sooner had she spoken than the quest panel popped up. This girl was indeed the examiner for the second-class advancement. Chi-Chi continued, this is the scoring robot for the second-class advancement trial. Within 10 minutes you only pass the trial if the number above your head exceeds 20,000. Zhang Yi activated his golden speed and leaped into the air. Then let's begin. He then charged toward Chi-Chi. Without changing her expression, she slammed her hammer into the ground. Handsome, a frontal confrontation isn't a wise choice. So fast, Zhang Yi leaped into the air. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to engage a warrior in melee without being certain? Inner energy gathered in his palm. Taste a bit of electricity, chain lightning. Instantly, Chi-Chi was struck by the current and let out a scream. Zhang Yi's score immediately jumped. It was currently at 2,000 points. He wiped away his sweat, thinking that he just needed to raise this number to 20,000. The onlookers were amazed. Is that for real? 2,000 points right at the start. This kid has some skills. I thought he was just bragging. Chi-Chi excitedly brandished her weapon. It seems I underestimated you. Take this void warhammer. Everyone turned pale with shock. What? The hammer in her hand disappeared. Where did it go? Immediately following that, the warhammer appeared out of thin air and slammed heavily into Zhang Yi. His score was instantly deducted by 2,000 points. Xiao Zhao looked worried. It seems this second-class examiner is incredibly powerful. Yuru, do you think the guild leader can pass? Han Yuru was full of confidence. I believe he can do it. She thought calmly that although he fell into danger every time, he could always rely on himself to achieve what others could not. At that moment, Zhang Yi stood amidst the dust, panting heavily. He summoned a flock of black crows and said loudly, I let you get me once just now, I won't give you another chance. His eyes were sharp as he calculated silently. He had failed this Void Warhammer move 200 times in his past life, but it was precisely because of those countless failures that he had accumulated a wealth of combat experience. With the shared vision active, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled. The two faced off, their power surging. Chi-Chi's Warhammer swung toward him. Zhang Yi said triumphantly, I dodge. Sure enough, Zhang Yi gained another 1,000 points. Chi-Chi was shocked. How could he predict where I would summon it? Notifications kept ringing in Zhang Yi's mind as his score continued to jump. He chuckled inwardly. Now it's my turn to counterattack. He calculated that as long as he had the shared vision of the Black Crows, he could easily reach 20,000 points just by dodging. Instantly, Zhang Yi's score began to jump rapidly. Chi-Chi began to scan the surroundings anxiously, thinking it had to be because of those Black Crows. The thought had barely formed when she swung her hammer and roared, Void Warhammer Storm. A massive red Warhammer slammed toward Zhang Yi once more, his flock of crows scattered in fright. Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat as he watched the weapon draw closer, thinking, crap. Seeing his crows get hit, his heart tightened. She had found them. Zhang Yi calculated silently. He couldn't rely on dodging to get points anymore. He had to settle this quickly. He gritted his teeth and activated his inner energy. Hell Dragonfire combined with Purgatory Lightning Strike sent his score skyrocketing. The effect was remarkable. Chi-Chi was utterly defeated, and the system immediately bestowed the title of Great Beastmaster upon Zhang Yi. The onlookers were stunned. They hadn't expected him to pass the second-class trial, let alone score 22,000 points. It was a staggering score. The second-class Beastmaster was incredibly powerful. Xiao Zhao cheered, as expected of our strongest guild leader. Meanwhile, in Moonlight City, Mu Zhen slammed the ground. I feel filled with power. Carlo looked at him smugly. You now possess the top-tier equipment among current players. You won't suffer a crushing defeat like last time. Now is the perfect time to kill Zhang Yi. Mu Zhen was surprised. Just me, Carlo replied. Of course not. I'll give you my most capable subordinates. They have experience fighting him and can help you deal with him. Come out. He looked at the group and ordered. I've upgraded your gear. Combined with your level ups these past few days, don't disappoint me again. Also, you must follow Mu Zhen's orders completely for this mission, Dongfeng replied. Yes, we guarantee the mission's completion, Kay also answered. As you command, Carlo handed something to Mu Zhen. Take this scroll. It can help you at a critical moment, but remember, it can only be used once. Mu Zhen took it and said, understood. He led the group out. On the way to Dawn City, Mu Zhen stroked his dragon, looking sinister. Zhang Yi, I'll show you the price of making me your enemy. The scene shifts to Dawn City. Han Yuru asked happily, how is it? The barbecue place I recommended is delicious, right? Xiao Zhao said excitedly. It's so good, so good. This is the best barbecue I've had since the apocalypse started. Seeing how much she liked it, Zhang Yi said, tomorrow I'll take everyone for second-class training, don't forget. Xiao Zhao hopped around happily. We'll be passing our second-class advancement soon, just like the leader. Qing Long approached and whispered, Leader, I heard you can learn powerful skills after the second-class advancement. When can you show us? Zhang Yi replied calmly, no problem. I'll demonstrate in the next dungeon. He was secretly satisfied. With so many new skills he had plenty to study. When he saw one specific skill, Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel. Breaking control while causing enemies to panic, this skill is insane. As they chatted, a familiar figure blocked their way. Mu Zhen spoke, Zhang Yi, I finally found you. Zhang Yi was surprised. Aren't those people from the God Guild? Why are they with Mu Zhen? But he remained calm. Mu Zhen, instead of enjoying your final days, why have you come here to seek death? Mu Zhen roared, Brat, you got lucky and escaped last time, but not today. I'll make sure you die. He turned to the God Guild members. Hey, the four of you handle the others. Leave Zhang Yi to me. Bing Dai looked at Duan Feng. The swordsman is mine, you guys split the rest. Duan Feng snorted, quite the ego. Let me see what you've got. Both drew swords and charged. Facing Duan Feng, Bing Dai was shocked. Such a fast sword. After the first move, Bing Dai was sent flying. Duan Feng mocked, what, planning to run already? Watching them fight. The shadow also gathered his energy. It's my turn now. He launched a dark power toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was on guard, but he didn't expect the target was Xiao Zhao. Han Yuru cried, Xiao Zhao, don't be afraid, we're coming. Xiao Zhao screamed, help, help. Qinglong lunged over. Miss, watch out for the ambush. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yi tried to rush over, but his body wouldn't move. Seeing his feet bound by shadows, he was shocked. What's happening? I can't move? Mu Zhen seized the chance. Your companions are gone. You're alone and caught in the shadow's control skill. In a flash he was behind Zhang Yi. Let's see how you resist now. Mu Shen thrust his sword, but Zhang Yi used demon substitute. Mu Shen froze. This is Zhang Yi appeared behind him. Did you think I'd let you stab me in the back again? He gathered lightning and unleashed chain lightning. Mu Shen was paralyzed by the current, but what happened next shocked Zhang Yi. Unharmed by chain lightning, Mu Shen turned. I'm wearing the best gear currently available. You think you can hurt me? He lunged again. Taste the power of astral purgatory. Before Zhang Yi could react, his dragon blocked the blow. He gasped. Xiao He. Zhang Yi sighed in relief. Thank goodness for you, or I'd be a pincushion, he ordered. Xiao He, use wing havoc. A powerful pressure swept toward Mu Shen. Zhang Yi shouted. This is called giving you a taste of your own medicine. Disoriented by the attack, Mu Shen gnashed his teeth. Zhang Yi mocked. How does it feel to experience your own tornado? He looked at his enemy. A magic beast's level evolves according to the master's class advancement. I've finished my second class advancement, while you're still just a first class assassin. That's the gap between us. Mu Shen stammered. How do you have a second-order dragon? Xiao He glared, pinning Mu Shen down as he roared in frustration. Mu Shen, I will always stand higher than you. Looking at the dragon, Mu Shen was terrified. Damn that Carlo for not telling me Zhang Yi was already second class. Then he remembered. Remember, it can only be used once. He pulled out the scroll. Zhang Yi, don't get ahead of yourself. Zhang Yi replied arrogantly. Come on then, show me what you've got. A massive red dragon erupted from the scroll. The red dragon roared fiercely at Xiao He. Seeing the enemy's beast was so strong, Zhang Yi was worried. The red dragon immediately swatted Xiao He into the air, sending him crashing into the rocks. Mu Shen laughed. Carlo hadn't lied. With this, even a second-order dragon would be trampled. Seeing Zhang Yi's worry, he said, Zhang Yi, today is the day you die. Elsewhere, Dongfeng mocked Qinglong. If you want to save her, see if you have the ability, Qinglong roared. Give Xiao Zhao back. Han Yuru channeled her power, drawing a rune in the air ice spike. Dongfeng looked at his ally. I'll leave the skeleton to you. The man gathered energy. Watch me. A bone spike shield appeared, blocking all of Han Yuru's attacks. The spikes then shot back at them. Qinglong's eyes were cold. If you want to bully the lady, you have to go through my arrows first. He drew his bow to its limit. The moment the arrow flew, the skeleton crumbled to dust and fell. Seeing the tide turn, the shadow dodged. Xiao Zhao seized the chance to escape. Sister Yuru. The shadow was furious. Damn it, she got away, don't let her escape. He used shadow stitching to attack. Han Yuru comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Holding Xiao Zhao, she yelled. Duan Feng, how is it on your end? He replied. Don't worry, I'll finish this quickly. Bing Dai shouted. I'm the one finishing this. In an instant, Duan Feng was wrapped tight in an ice cocoon. Just as Bing Dai thought he had won, Duan Feng shattered the ice cocoon with his sword intent. Don't celebrate too early. I'm not done yet. Facing the onslaught, Bing Dai instinctively covered his face. When Duan Feng landed, Bing Dai spat out blood, unable to comprehend his defeat. Duan Feng sheathed his weapon. Did you think the other two swords at my waist were just for show? He landed by Qinglong, 1 down, 3 to go. The shadow stepped forward. Don't celebrate yet, our plan is complete. But the skeleton was shaken by Bing Dai's sacrifice. Their strength was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's leg buckled from an explosion. What's going on? Han Yuru said worriedly. Oh no, something happened to Zhang Yi, we fell for it. He was the target all along. Mu Shen was hysterical. Which bastard has no manners? Are we eating or not? This is a safe zone, keep running, let's see how long you can hide. Chase him, Zhang Yi ordered. Xiao He, get away from the buildings. He realized the Fourth-Order Dragon Emperor's attacks were too strong to approach. Hiding wasn't a long-term solution. He had to find a weakness and counterattack. Zhang Yi stroked his beast. Xiao He, get ready. I know you can do it. He calmed the dragon before shouting, old and new grudges, we settle them all today. Mu Shen ordered the dragon to attack. Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me? The dragon breath of a Fourth-Order Dragon Emperor will swallow you whole, he sneered at Zhang Yi amidst the flames. Even with your undying body, your magic beast will perish in the fire. Amidst the fire, Zhang Yi calculated. Soul Link can transfer all damage from the magic beast to the Beastmaster for a short time. As long as my undying body is active, Xiao He is invincible. They charged. Xiao He attacked the right wing. Zhang Yi analyzed that the wings were the most fragile part. Damaging them would ground the beast and limit its offense. Xiao He obeyed, biting into the wing as blood sprayed. The Fourth-Order Dragon Emperor let out a pained shriek. Mu Shen's left arm was affected, his bracer cracking. Zhang Yi thought, something is wrong with this Fourth-Order Dragon Emperor. Its attack only took 500 HP, but it lost 1500 from Xiao He. Its damage is too low and it takes too much damage. Could it be that it's a mirage? This wasn't a real dragon, but a phantom summoned via a contract. Meanwhile, Mu Shen noticed something strange happening to his body. What's happening to me? Zhang Yi landed and deduced the situation. It made sense why the God Guild lackeys appeared and why he had the scroll. This idiot was just Carlo's pawn. Zhang Yi looked at him. It seems you didn't know that using that scroll has a massive side effect. Mu Shen was stunned. Impossible. He wouldn't lie to me, he refused to accept it. I just got strong, it can't end like this, Zhang Yi continued. Look at your aging body, this is the price of recklessly using the summoning contract, don't you get it yet? From start to finish, you were just a pawn in someone else's hand, learning the truth, he screamed hysterically. No, even if I die, I'm taking you with me. Yu Zhen gathered his aura again. Come, I offer all my power to the Dragon Emperor. Zhang Yi was shocked. This madman is trying to merge with the Phantom, he ranted like a lunatic. I'll turn this city into hell and make everyone bow to my power, the crowd below panicked. Run, there's a madman on a killing spree. Zhang Yi looked at him with contempt. Even at death's door you don't repent. I was blind to ever call a beast like you a friend. I gave you a chance, and you still chose to be a villain. Yu Zhen stood on the dragon's back. Zhang Yi, so what if you're a reincarnator? You think you can kill me again? You're the one dying this time. Zhang Yi grit his teeth. The man had lost his mind. He formulated a plan. If I destroy the scroll, I can cut the link between the host and the Phantom, making it vanish. He leapt from the dragon's back. Xiao He, cover me! Zhang Yi's sword thrust forward with a roar, break as his body began to dissipate. Yu Shen was desperate. No, I won't fail, but then Zhang Yi's dragon collapsed. He ran over. Xiao He! Nearby, Xiao Zhao was shocked. Heavens, so many casualties here too. The God Guild is despicable, Duan Feng said angrily. Damn it, I should have taught them a harsher lesson. We'll settle this debt sooner or later. Han Yuru ran to him. Zhang Yi, are you okay? We're late. She stared at the beast. Xiao He, Zhang Yi's expression was grim. Xiao He was severely injured, saving me. I will find a way to heal him. He clenched his fists in hatred. The mastermind will pay for this. His gaze became more determined. Meanwhile, in autumn waterwoods outside Dawn City, Han Yuru followed him secretly. Wondering why he was there so early, Zhang Yi was thinking, in the apocalypse world, there is an extremely rare resurrection potion that can fully restore any injury. He muttered that Xiao He was in an extremely weakened state and normal HP potions wouldn't work. To save him, he had to get that resurrection potion. A weakened state meant the magic beast had taken a fatal blow and was on the brink of death, making it impossible to summon for battle. To his knowledge, he had to find the specialized pharmacist Lei Fuya and complete a crafting quest. He landed and panted. I finally found you. Seeing her reminded him of his past life when she saved him at a critical moment. I've gathered everything you need, quick. Help me craft the resurrection potion. Soon the potion was ready, saving Xiao He just in time. At this point the two were total strangers, and Zhang Yi's sudden shout of her name left Lei Fuya feeling quite surprised. Are you looking for me? Facing her confusion, Zhang Yi said urgently. Lei Fuya, quick. I need to take the quest for crafting the resurrection potion. She was stunned. You, how did you know I was researching a resurrection potion? Zhang Yi interrupted with even more anxiety. Never mind that now. Just give me the diary. I have to save Xiao He. Lei Fuya readily pulled out a diary. Are you talking about this? It seems your little companion is quite badly injured. Don't worry, this diary. Zhang Yi snatched the diary and said fluently. The diary contains clues to 3 rare medicinal ingredients. As long as I bring them to you, you can help me synthesize the resurrection potion. I've known those lines by heart for a long time. Lei Fuya was beyond shocked. You, how do you know what I was going to say next? Zhang Yi didn't answer. He simply turned and left quickly, leaving behind a word of thanks. He looked at his system panel and calculated. The first step of the quest is to obtain the life essence from the demon-suppressing tower. It looks like I have to make another trip there. Lei Fuya shouted with concern. Those 3 items won't be easy to find. On your own, you probably won't finish in even 2 weeks. Without looking back, Zhang Yi shouted. I'll bring them back to you in no time. Just wait for me there. Hiding in the back, Han Yuru had overheard the entire exchange. Though she was confused as to how Zhang Yi knew the method to save Xiao He, she looked at his receding back and thought with heartache, you're always the one charging at the front. I want to do something for you too. Don't worry, I'll take care of the remaining 2 ingredients. Meanwhile, the demon-suppressing tower was bustling with people. After waiting a week, everyone could finally farm monsters again. I heard someone reach the 12th floor last time. I'm definitely catching up this time. Zhang Yi streaked past the crowd, causing a burst of exclamations. Where did this brat come from running so fast? What are you showing off for? But he didn't care at all. Xiao He, wait for me. I'm going to get the resurrection potion to save you right now. In an instant, he arrived inside the tower. Zhang Yi pounded on a door and shouted, Big guy, open up, I'm in a hurry. As soon as he spoke, a deep, powerful voice rang out, and the door slowly opened. Who's the one shouting like they've got a death wish, daring to disturb my rest? I think you're tired of living. As soon as the person stepped out, Zhang Yi delivered a heavy flying kick to his leg and roared impatiently. I don't have time to play with you. Quick, tell me where the teleportation array to the next floor is. The demon warrior looked closely and instantly flared with rage. It's you again, you brat. Zhang Yi teleported behind him, calculating silently. I haven't tried my second-class skills yet. You're perfect for a test run. The opponent broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, another substitution technique. I underestimated you, but we demon warriors never surrender. Zhang Yi immediately unleashed Soul Interrogation, a skill that summons a demon to peer into the depths of an enemy's heart. A series of images flashed through his mind, but because some content exceeded system permissions, the search was forced to terminate. Zhang Yi was greatly surprised. Why does he have memories of the real world? Could it be they were also humans from reality before? He fell into deep thought. Under normal circumstances, each floor has only one blue teleportation gate leading to the next. But here, two gates of starkly different colors appeared. This scene had appeared in the demon warrior's memories. Zhang Yi hit upon an idea. Let me see where this red teleportation gate actually leads. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's every move was being recorded by a man who had already broken into the 30th floor of the demon suppressing tower. That man, named Miyazaki, wore a sinister smile. You're finally here. He then pressed a red button in front of him, thinking craftily, in that case, I'll play along with you. On the 30th floor of the demon suppressing tower, Zhang Yi charged in without hesitation. He covered his face to withstand the howling winds, inwardly amazed. I didn't expect the red teleportation gate to lead straight to the 30th floor. This saved me a lot of climbing time. As he walked, Zhang Yi planned, my next goal is to get the life essence from the top of the cathedral. When he stood before the tower, an overbearing aura washed over him, making his heart shudder. This power is, before the thought could finish, a blinding flash of light triggered a violent explosion. Zhang Yi cried out in shock. Immediately after, a woman with a hot figure and a murderous aura flew out from within the tower. She was the six-winged fallen angel. As soon as she appeared, she gathered shadow energy and launched a fierce assault on Zhang Yi, shouting sharply, since you're not afraid of death and dare to challenge the 30th floor, let me show you the meaning of absolute power suppression. Zhang Yi did not back down, leaping forward to charge at her. To prevent the opponent from wounding him, he activated his golden speed and streaked past. Damn it, using a map wiper right at the start? Is that really necessary? The scene shifts to Ba Huang. He had been sent to a strange place by a massive explosion, his forehead struck by a falling rock. The sharp pain made Ba Huang furrow his brow. Upon waking, he immediately sat up and rubbed his head. Where is this? Ba Huang pondered silently. I was clearly resting on the 8th floor just now. Why did I suddenly appear here? Just then, an intense battle erupted nearby, with Zhang Yi as the protagonist. Watching Zhang Yi dodge and weave in the air, struggling to evade the six-winged fallen angel's attacks, Ba Huang was stunned. What on earth is going on? He was full of doubt. This guy just finished his second-class advancement and dares to challenge this place. Isn't that just seeking death? On the other side, Zhang Yi was being beaten back repeatedly, gritting his teeth as he thought, the boss of this floor is actually the six-winged fallen angel? With my current strength, I'm completely outclassed. What should I do? Why are there so many human remains here? According to system prompts, these were anonymous skeletons left behind when the fallen angels besieged the city. Zhang Yi came to a realization. So that's it. These fallen angels are truly brutal. Upon landing, Zhang Yi revealed a trace of a smile. It seems to have found a way to break this deadlock. He casually grabbed a skull from by his feet. Immediately after, a blood-red seal emerged, and a faint red glow accompanied by a massive surge of inner energy enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Yi spoke to the pile of withered bones, let yourselves avenge your own deaths. Seeing this, the fallen angel halted her movements. She also seemed confused about what Zhang Yi was trying to do. Standing among the white bones like a commander, Zhang Yi commanded, resurrect my soldiers, surround her. As soon as he spoke, countless skeletons with glowing red eyes burst from the ground, death gripping the feet of the mid-air fallen angel. The fallen angel was shocked. Watching Zhang Yi fly toward the heights, she roared in fury, so you intended to use these undead to stall me. Your real goal is to seize the life essence. Stop dreaming. I won't let you succeed. With that, the fallen angel gathered her inner energy and brought down a barrage of thunder. She glared at Zhang Yi and shouted, full map ultimate, Thunder Realm. This was her screen-wide magic, capable of summoning a magic storm that lasted 10 minutes, dealing 500 points of magic damage to all surrounding enemies every 3 seconds. In an instant, bolts of lightning crashed down frantically, and the skeletons were no match for her at all. The six-winged fallen angel fixed her gaze on Zhang Yi. You're next. Zhang Yi hadn't expected her to deal with the skeleton swarm so quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. The fallen angel swung her sword at Zhang Yi. The game is over. Just as the fatal blow was about to land, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. At the absolute last second, a powerful force struck the fallen angel, blowing a massive hole in her abdomen. Feathers flew everywhere. The fallen angel turned back in shock. How could you possibly kill me? She was inwardly terrified. How can there be another player on this floor? Simultaneously, the system issued a warning that the connection was about to break due to physical damage. She thought resentfully, curse it, the technology to control NPCs via data transmission is still too unstable. Consider yourselves lucky today. We will meet again soon. After the crisis was resolved, Zhang Yi was still full of confusion. Ba Huang, why are you here? Didn't I enter a solo instance? Still, thanks for that strike just now. Why haven't I seen you use such a cool move before? Ba Huang looked completely bewildered, his mouth hanging wide open. What? I'm the one who killed her? The scene shifts to the Eternal Tower late at night. Miyazaki looked at the screen and ordered coldly, Apocalypse Sprite, replay all the battle footage from just now. Ling Lan immediately replied, yes master. The battle footage then unfolded before his eyes, giving Miyazaki a bit of a headache. In the deathly silent room, Miyazaki carefully observed every detail of the battle, and ordered Ling Lan to zoom in on the bottom right corner of the screen. Ling Lan zoomed in as instructed. On the screen, Ba Huang was lying motionless on the ground, and beside him sat a masked man. Since his face was covered, his appearance couldn't be seen. After observing for a moment, Miyazaki said, it seems someone left midway through. The scene shifts to the entrance of the demon-suppressing tower, where the system displayed a countdown for the tower's closure. Qing Long was frantic. The guild leader wouldn't wait until the doors closed to come out, would he? If he doesn't come out soon, the young lady is going to be worried to death. No sooner had he finished than the sound of laughter and talking approached, startling Qing Long. Ba Huang and Zhang Yi walked out side by side. Ba Huang said, thank you for taking care of Xiao Ru these past few days. Zhang Yi waved it off with a smile. It's nothing, just doing my part. Yiru will be very happy to know you're back. Seeing Ba Huang, Qing Long couldn't hide his excitement. Young master, you're here too. Then Qing Long hurried to report, young master, the young lady has been missing since this morning and she hasn't responded to our messages. Ba Huang's brow furrowed. Xiao Ru is always steady, there must be a specific reason. Zhang Yi added, exactly. Think carefully. Was there any unusual behavior from Yiru before she disappeared? Hearing their analysis, Qing Long scratched his head with a silly smile. Unusual behavior, he tried to recall. Last night I ran into the young lady at the square. She was standing alone right in the center, facing the statue, looking like she was praying for something. I saw her eyes were closed in prayer, so I didn't dare disturb her. Zhang Yi linked the key information. Midnight Square, statue. Yiru was likely doing a prayer quest. He analyzed that prayer was a simple quest in the apocalypse world that required praying continuously for 3 hours at the main city square starting at 9 p.m. Doing so gave a chance to receive the dream god's reward, the Dreamstone. However, the Dreamstone itself was useless, serving only as a decoration. But if irrigated with the Dream Spring from Dream Spirit Villa, one could obtain the Dream Flower. At this point, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered, Dream Flower, I know where Yiru is. She's at Dream Spirit Villa. Ba Huang was more anxious than anyone. No time to lose, let's head over right now. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at Dream Spirit Villa in the frozen city. Zhang Yi walked ahead and instructed, Qing Long, try to send me a message. After trying, Qing Long shouted anxiously, it won't go through. What on earth is happening? What's going on? Zhang Yi explained. Dream Spirit Villa is the Dream God's domain. To prevent enemy intrusion, the Dream God laid down a protective formation within the villa, and various dangerous monsters spawn randomly. Any player who enters the formation's range cannot send or receive messages from other players. So Yiru won't receive anything inside, nor can she send any news. At this, he frowned deeply. Yiru must be in some corner of Dream Spirit Villa right now. We'll split up once we're inside. To avoid getting lost and causing trouble, everyone must be careful. The scene shifts to the other side. People were shouting in panic, a dream spirit is coming, prepare for battle. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 female-shaped dark shadows pounced fiercely toward Shield 7. Shield 7 hurried to raise his sword and shield, shouting, Vajra's wrath, I've got them controlled. He then looked toward Yiru. Little sister, it's up to you now. Yiru gripped her magic focus and gave a sharp cry, Froststorm, Frost, obey my command. As the move was unleashed, the 2 dream spirits collapsed. Shield 7 was dumbfounded. A level 50 mage is really something. I feel like I picked up a god-tier teammate. The corpses of the 2 dream spirits lay on the ground, faint purple mist still emanating from them. At that moment, within the body of one of the dead spirits, a red flower suddenly emerged. Lu Su cheered, everyone look! A flower bloomed from this spirit's corpse. With that, she curiously walked over to reach out and touch it. This is, just then, Yiru shouted a warning, don't touch it, but it seemed to be too late. At the same time Yiru shouted, Lu Su had already inadvertently touched the flower. A mysterious red aura instantly seeped from the flower. The 3 held their breath, staring intently at the ensuing changes. As more and more red flowers appeared, Lu Su was startled. What's happening? Shield 7 explained. After a dream spirit dies, there is a tiny probability it will respawn as an elite monster, the Crimson Dream Spirit. I didn't expect us to run into one. No sooner had he finished than the sound of footsteps came from the ground, followed by an arrogant voice. Poor humans, why don't you go home? The voice was gentle yet carried a magic that made one's skin crawl. Yuru and the other two looked toward the direction of the voice simultaneously. The woman surrounded by the red aura spoke again. Since you have no home, then stay and accompany me. With that, she immediately exerted her power, binding the three tightly and suspending them in midair. Looking at the dream flower, Lu Su shouted in surprise, "Why does this dream spirit look exactly like the mage sister?" Yuru comforted her. "Don't be afraid, this is the control skill of a powerful crimson dream spirit, dream transformation." Dream transformation meant that when facing enemies, the spirit would transform into the image of the highest level player and copy their equipment and skills. Lu Su trembled as she cried for help. "Mage sister, save me." Yuru, however, grew calm. These flowers had immense vitality in dark environments. If that was the case, she paused and pulled a purple crystal-like spirit stone from her robes, then slammed it into the pile of red flowers. She explained to the two at the same time, "These flowers are afraid of light, then we'll use intense light to deal with them." Lu Su took the opportunity to circulate her inner energy and gave a great shout. "Watch me!" A burst of blinding sunlight erupted, helping her break free from the restraints. This was a priest-exclusive skill. Summon a light domain in a designated area, restoring 500 HP for 10 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Su also revealed a smile. Rescued. But the good times were short-lived. As soon as she spoke, 3 sharp arrows whistled through the air from the distance. Yuru reacted extremely quickly, shouting for them to be careful as she hugged Lu Su and rolled to dodge. The dream flower was struck and fell to the ground, and a group of strangers suddenly began shouting noisily, "Get out of the way! That's a crimson dream spirit! Whoever grabs it gets it." The crowd swarmed forward and Yuru sensed trouble. It seemed the intense light just now had drawn in all the nearby players. They were definitely here for the rewards of the crimson dream spirit. Lu Su shouted indignantly, "We're the ones who fought this spirit out. On what grounds are you snatching it?" Yuru whispered instructions. "Don't be rash. We'll wait here and observe the situation first. It's better to let them wear down the dream spirit's combat power." Just then, a fierce man with 2 fangs shouted, "Bloodgate business, everyone else beat it." As soon as this group arrived, they began slaughtering everyone in sight. "Move, everyone get out of the way. This crimson dream spirit belongs to the Bloodgate." Panic-stricken, the other players scrambled to escape. Shield 7 whispered, "It's the Bloodgate, the most notorious guild in Extreme Ice City. I've seen them before, bullying ordinary players, seizing loot by force and killing without blinking an eye." Han Yuru carefully pulled the hood of her cloak lower, thinking to herself, "Isn't this the same gang from the auction? It'll be trouble if they recognize me. We need to leave quickly before they see us." Just as the 3 of them intended to slip away quietly, something unexpected happened. Wu Hen happened to glance back and caught sight of Han Yuru's figure. A faint memory stirring in his mind, that woman not letting his doubt linger. Wu Hen immediately circulated his inner energy and struck the hood from her head. He stared at Han Yuru. As expected, he hadn't mistaken her. She was the woman who had been beside Zhang Yi at the last auction. "Where is he?" Han Yuru feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." "I don't know you." He of course trusted his memory implicitly. "Still dare to play dumb in front of me? You might not know me, but I certainly know you. I haven't even gone to Breaking Dawn City to settle the score yet, and here you are, delivering yourselves to death." Shield 7 quickly stood in front of Han Yuru. "There must be some misunderstanding. This lady is with us. If you want the Crimson Dream Spirit, we won't disturb you. It's all yours." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Hen delivered a savage kick to Shield 7's stomach. "Get lost." Taking the heavy blow, Shield 7 was sent flying instantly, his body slamming into a giant rock as intense pain washed over him. Wu Hen said coldly, "The debt hasn't been settled yet, and you're already starting to dream." Lu Su couldn't help but activate her sharp-tongued mode. "Hey, we're just here to farm a dungeon." "Don't push things too far, Bloodgate." Wu Hen tightened his grip on his weapon and replied disdainfully, "Pushing things too far, you say? Fine." With that, he slashed forward, shouting, "Then go and wait in the underworld first." Han Yuru couldn't take it anymore, and rushed forward. Her god-tier talent, Soul Summoner, was activated. The onlookers were furious. "No way, these Bloodgate people are way over the line." The girl didn't even provoke them. Didn't they agree to give him the dream spirit? There's nothing to be done. That's just how the Bloodgate is, ruthless and overbearing. "Let's get out of here." As Han Yuru's power erupted, 2 valiant female silhouettes blocked the attack. But Wu Hen continued to slash wildly with a look of triumph. "Your man is truly useless, letting you risk your life here alone. Why not join me instead?" Han Yuru, naturally refusing to lose, let out an indignant shout and launched her attack. "I spit on you, fireball." But within mere seconds, Wu Hen had lunged in front of her, swinging his blade again with smug satisfaction. And he wasn't done. He continued his assault. "Since you refuse the easy way and insist on the hard way, don't blame me for not knowing how to show mercy to a beauty." At the entrance of Dream Spirit Villa, Zhang Yi was shocked the moment he arrived. Something was wrong. Why did these people look like they were fleeing a disaster? He immediately stepped forward to ask, "What happened ahead? Why is everyone running out?" The young man replied instantly, "It's the Blood Gate. They've killed many players to snatch a crimson dream spirit, and I heard they even took a beautiful girl." Hearing this, he felt a secret sense of dread. Could it be? Zhang Yi then warned, "I advise you not to go any further. It's dangerous." Immediately after, he spoke to the two teammates behind him. "Follow me quickly." The three of them charged in desperately. Inside, Han Yuru was being choked by Wu Hen's powerful hand, her body trembling uncontrollably. He threatened her with cold cruelty. "I'll give you one last chance to live. Call Zhang Yi out right now," Han Yuru replied brokenly. He isn't here." Two lackeys mocked her with excited sneers. "A pity for such a pretty girl, willing to give up her life for a boyfriend. I think that Zhang Yi is just a coward. He's probably shivering in some corner right now. Seeing so many of us from the Blood Gate, he's too scared to show his face." Before the laughter could fade, a burst of energy instantly slit their throats. They only had time to let out a single scream before blood sprayed from their necks. A giant axe whistled through the air again at incredible speed, cleaving toward Wu Hen. While Wu Hen was still in shock, Zhang Yi's icy voice rang out, "You dare touch her?" Seeing the woman he loved being bullied like this, Zhang Yi was consumed with rage and his fists became increasingly heavy. "I think you're tired of living." With just this one move, Wu Hen was slammed hard onto the ground. The lackeys cried out in shock. "Boss," Han Yuru collapsed into Zhang Yi's arms. "I'm sorry for making you worry." He comforted her gently with heartache. "It's okay, wait a moment to the side, I'll deal with these Bloodgate bastards first." Wu Hen was beaten black and blue, but he still laughed mockingly. "Zhang Yi, I think you still haven't realized the situation. This is the Bloodgate's territory." With that he shouted, "Seize them both, I'm going to torture them thoroughly." In an instant, Zhang Yi was surrounded by a swarm of Bloodgate lackeys. But just then, several Bloodgate members behind them were suddenly sent flying into the sky, crashing back down in a heap. Ba Huang charged in, swinging his sword wildly. "How dare you bully my sister? See if I don't slaughter you mutts." Zhang Yi calmed the sister-obsessed man. "It's fine, Yuru only has minor injuries. Take good care of her first. The Bloodgate people have always been insidious, so watch out for a sneak attack." Qinglong immediately responded, "Understood. If the situation looks bad, I'll support you anytime. Rest assured we will protect little Ya." Meanwhile, Han Yuru interrupted. "Wait," she spoke weakly. "Take this, it might help. Be careful." He was stunned to find it was. Han Yuru handed the ring of death to Zhang Yi once again. He took it immediately, a slight smile appearing on his face. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "This time I'll use you all as a sacrifice for this ring of death." In the instant he charged forward, a deafening explosion erupted. Zhang Yi felt a secret sense of contempt. Bloodgate, nothing more than a bunch of trash. "I'd like to see how long you can hold out." Looking at the ring, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. The growth ceiling of this ring is terrifying. Now, let alone a mere Wu Hen, even a second-order berserker would be no match for me. Panic-stricken, Wu Hen shouted, "What are you waiting for? Fire, shoot him dead." Zhang Yi looked at them, remaining exceptionally calm. "Thank you for sending so many arrows. I was just worrying about how to activate the skill." As soon as the words were spoken, several arrows struck his back simultaneously. At the same time, Zhang Yi activated a passive skill. He said loudly and arrogantly, "Feel the wrath of the demon dragon." Xiao He charged out, "This is the infernal dragon flame array." The Bloodgate members screamed in agony. "It's so hot, boss, save me." Wu Hen was forced to use bloodthirsty frenzy, he said through gritted teeth. "I don't believe he could have become this strong in just a few days. He must have won by luck last time. He's definitely bluffing." Having said that, he immediately charged forward. "I will avenge my Bloodgate brothers." But before he could even touch Zhang Yi, that giant axe suddenly snapped into two pieces. Looking at his broken weapon, Wu Hen was stunned. He turned his head blankly. "You!" Seeing the longsword pointed at his head, Wu Hen completely panicked. "What are you trying to do? The Bloodgate is the #1 guild in Extreme Ice City. If you dare lay a hand on me, the Bloodgate will never let you off." Zhang Yi replied indifferently. "Since I could kill you once, do you think I'm afraid of killing you a second time? You Bloodgate people do nothing but evil. If one comes, I'll kill one. If a group comes, I'll wipe out the whole nest." Faced with this aura, Wu Hen pleaded in terror. "Save me." Before the words even faded, his head hit the ground. Zhang Yi said coldly, "Be a good person in your next life." With his resurrection charges exhausted, Wu Hen had truly died at Zhang Yi's hands this time. The remaining lackeys were subsequently cleared out. Qinglong quickly reported, "Guild leader, the Bloodgate people have been handled. How do we deal with this elite monster? Killing it should yield quite a few rewards." But Zhang Yi said, "Don't kill it yet. Han Yuru, you already obtained the Dream Stone through prayer, right? Try giving the Dream Stone to her." Han Yuru agreed immediately. She then presented the Dream Stone to the Dream Flower. After absorbing it, the Dream Flower was deeply moved. "The Devout One has returned here with the Dream Stone. Brave warriors, please follow me." Qinglong was greatly surprised. Guild leader, did you secretly read a walkthrough guide before the server opened? How do you even know about this? He looked at the dream flower. Where is she taking us? Zhang Yi replied. Just follow her. She'll lead us to the dream spring. Following the dream flower's footsteps, the group arrived at a spring. She immediately cried out, "Sleeping souls, please awaken." As soon as she spoke, the water's surface reacted. A pale woman appeared within the crystal-clear spring. Chosen one, you have finally arrived. This was the dream god, one of the 10 great gods of the apocalypse, corresponding to one of the 10 god-tier talent cards. A pair of glowing feet stepped slowly onto the lake's surface. I have waited here for far too long. The dream god stood upon the water, looking directly at Zhang Yi's group, waiting so long that even time had blurred. She placed her hand behind her back and a blue flower manifested beside her. You are the first player to find this place. I shall grant you a special reward. Accompanied by mist, the flower drifted slowly toward Han Yuru's location. This is the dream flower I've been searching for. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations to player Han Yuru for obtaining the dream flower. She hugged Zhang Yi tightly in excitement. Great, Xiao He is saved. He reached out to pat Han Yuru's head, a blush creeping onto his face. Yeah, luckily you were here to find the dream flower. On the other side, Qinglong suggested to Ba Huang, Young master, should we patrol the surrounding area? In case there are still Bloodgate people. Ba Huang closed his eyes and nodded. Good. Zhang Yi hurriedly flipped through the pages. Beside the dream flower and the divine medicine, he prepared to study how to replicate the resurrection potion. If he remembered correctly, this was how Lei Fuya had brewed it before. After a while, a system prompt appeared, and the resurrection potion manifested before him. Finally got it. Zhang Yi looked down and waved his hand to open a summoning magic circle. Xiao He. He reached out to stroke Xiao He, comforting him. I've made you suffer lately. Don't worry, drink this potion and you'll recover. Xiao He opened his mouth and Zhang Yi poured in the resurrection potion. Instantly, a surge of golden energy enveloped him. Han Yuru came running over. She hugged Xiao He happily. Our lively Xiao He is finally back. I missed you so much. Looking up, the dream god was watching them from the distance. She silently opened her palm toward the group. Han Yuru stood there, looking up in a daze as a card manifested, clearly printed with the dream god's image. On the shore, Ba Huang warned everyone with concern that it wasn't clear what was happening yet, so they should stay alert. Han Yuru stood there, hand on her chest, looking up at an image. A crowd of people was besieging a mansion's gate. 1,000 years ago, nobles invaded the continent and the dream god's expression was full of sorrow. Dream Spirit Villa was the only pure land that had not been invaded. A group of people surrounded and began to seal a figure. To combat the nobles, the 10 great gods fought to the death, joining forces to seal the king of the ghost race. Within the sealing chains, he wore a bizarre smile. Everything you do is merely delaying the time of your death. The dream god curled up there. The figures of the other 9 gods disappeared one after another. But after that great war, the other 9 gods went missing, and I also fell into a deep sleep. The image faded, and the dream god hovered in the air. She looked at Zhang Yi's group. What you see now is merely a phantom I left behind before my slumber, intended to wait for the chosen warrior to arrive, find me, and awaken me. Below, Han Yuru held her chest and walked slowly forward. The dream god has vanished. Now, before everyone, only shimmering specks of light remained on the water. A blue system prompt popped up. The dream god has vanished. Legendary hidden quest. The 10 great gods went missing one after another after sealing the Ghost King. Please find the missing dream god. Zhang Yi kept his eyes fixed ahead, not noticing what was behind him. It seems we've entered the quest. Everyone be prepared. After a moment, he seemed to have a sixth sense. He whipped his head back to see a group of hideous monsters charging with blades. Watch out! The swarm of monsters surged forward, blades raised toward Zhang Yi's group. Be careful! Han Yuru raised her weapon and shouted. I'll stop them. Zhang Yi also joined the fray with his longsword. Leave the remaining 2 to me. A bolt of blue light shot straight into the monster pack. Frost slash. Looking at the frozen monsters before him, Ba Huang laughed triumphantly. Done. But unexpectedly, a few seconds later, the surrounding ice began to melt and the control effect failed against them. As soon as the ice melted, the monsters charged forward with their blades. Seeing that move was useless, Ba Huang swung his sword to meet them. It seemed they could only be crushed head-on. With a powerful sweep, his blade aura knocked 2 enemies to the ground. The weapon in Ba Huang's hand transformed. In mere seconds, the 2-handed weapon split into 2 short blades. Ba Huang swung his blades, neatly cutting down the enemies. On the other side, Qinglong and Zhang Yi were also attacking the monsters. Zhang Yi swung his long blade and leaped forward. Shortly after, the monsters lay completely defeated at their feet. Finished on my end too. Han Yuru turned to look at Zhang Yi, glowing butterflies surrounding them everywhere. Do you mean to say that we can only leave this space once we awaken the dream god and complete the quest? Just as she finished, she turned to look at those glowing butterflies. They were flying out from the lake water one after another. Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked up, his eyes blood red. I think we'll have an answer soon. A system prompt appeared, activating talent, treasure hunter. At this moment, deep beneath the lake, a mirror was glowing. It seemed there was indeed something unusual at the bottom of the lake. Looking at the fallen monsters, Qinglong put his hands on his hips and asked in confusion, "Where on earth did these monsters crawl out from? When we came over just now, I clearly confirmed the surroundings were safe." Zhang Yi knelt down to examine them. From their appearance, these monsters were very similar to the ghost race warriors seen in the dream god's vision earlier. Han Yuru stood to the side, her hand on her chin in puzzlement. But hasn't the ghost race already been suppressed? Why would they appear here? Zhang Yi reached out, palm upward, to feel. These butterflies also seem to have appeared out of thin air. He stood up and said to everyone, "Is it possible that we aren't in the original Dream Spirit Villa at all, but have instead entered the dream god's dream?" As soon as the words were spoken, Han Yuru looked at him in confusion. Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to explain, "In a dream, the basic rules of the game don't need to be followed, which is why suppressed ghost race warriors can appear out of thin air and butterflies can self-replicate. As the dream god's image manifested," he continued, "data can be accommodated and transferred by multiple players simultaneously. This is the dream god, which is why she wants us to find her and awaken her." Without hesitation, Zhang Yi plunged into the water. "Everyone, follow me. Let's go see together." Water breathing, the remaining three quickly followed behind him, diving into the deep water. Water breathing was a mage-exclusive skill that provided a group buff, allowing free movement underwater for 3 minutes. Standing his ground, Zhang Yi pointed ahead and told the group, "Look, that swarm of butterflies is flying toward that stone gate in the palace." He observed closely, a faint smile playing on his lips as he deduced, "That's likely the entrance to another area. Let's head over." Suddenly, Han Yuru fell silent, her eyes widening in terror as she scanned the surroundings. "Wait, there's something at the bottom of the lake." A row of chains whipped out from the rocks, lunging forward to wrap tightly around her. It was a monster covered in tentacles. Like an octopus, it coiled firmly around Han Yuru, its tentacles constricting her body so tightly that she could barely struggle. Zhang Yi quickly swung his long blade, severing the tentacles one by one. He shielded Han Yuru as they retreated. The system panel showed that only 30 seconds remained for water breathing. The four of them grew frantic as they faced the monster. Its regenerative abilities were simply too powerful. Ba Huang shouted a warning, "Crap, water breathing is about to expire. We can't get bogged down with this thing. We need to leave now." Seeing the urgency, Zhang Yi proposed to the group, "I'll stay here to stall it. You guys go open the door." The system panel appeared again. Only 20 seconds of water breathing remained. Not wanting to waste a single moment, Ba Huang and Qinglong rushed forward. "Qinglong, come with me to open the palace gate." The prompt flashed again with only 10 seconds left. As Ba Huang slammed his hands into the seam of the stone door, "We're out of time, open up." In the rear, Zhang Yi was attacking desperately to fend off the monster. As the gap grew wider, Ba Huang shouted, "Just a little more, it's almost open." He gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he endured the intense strain. 3, 2, 1. The system notified them that the water-breathing status had ended. Finally, Ba Huang and Qinglong managed to heave the massive doors open. A red protective film manifested. It was a barrier used for isolation. Zhang Yi swung his blade several times at the tentacles. The two of them quickly swam toward the gate. Seeing Han Yuru's strength failing, Zhang Yi reached out. "Grab my hand." He swiftly seized her wrist and pulled her through the barrier. He didn't notice that one of his feet was being gripped tightly by a tentacle. Ba Huang, standing by, raised his weapon to deal with it. His long blade swung down violently, severing the limb. "Close the door." Finally, the gate slammed shut, leaving only severed bloody tentacles floating in the water outside. Inside the gate, Han Yuru looked at Zhang Yi and let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. She had nearly been dragged away by that monster just now. Zhang Yi nodded beside her. "We're safe for now. That octopus can't get in." Not wanting to dawdle, he urged the group, "Let's go. We need to move fast and see what's inside." The four of them walked between walls covered in inscriptions which the system panel identified as Ghost Race script. Examining the text, Zhang Yi began his analysis. "The shapes of these characters are bizarre. They give off a spine-chilling vibe. This is Ghost Race writing. It seems that just as the Dream God said, this place has been invaded by the Ghost Race. Heavens, a truly brutal war must have taken place here." Zhang Yi walked forward, human skulls scattered everywhere beneath his feet. "Perhaps what we're seeing is only the tip of the iceberg." Following behind him, Ba Huang and Qinglong stepped into this eerie scene of the Ghost Race invasion. Could this be related to the great catastrophe coming to the apocalyptic world? In the dim space, 3 dark shadows flickered past. Before long, a disaster would strike the world and no one would be spared. Han Yuru seemed to discover something, pointing ahead as she shouted, "Look up there!" Before them stood a flight of steps, at the top of which sat a giant rock entwined in chains. Imprisoned upon that platform was none other than the Dream God. Just as Zhang Yi suspected, the figure on the giant rock was indeed the Dream God. Her slumber didn't seem to be an accident. There was likely a much larger conspiracy hidden behind it. Suddenly the chains began to move, lunging forward with a violent yank. Sitting upon a black throne was a young girl. She opened her blood-red eyes, revealing sharp fangs as she asked sharply, "Do you know whose territory you've stumbled into?" The dream spirit stepped down from her throne and walked straight toward them, a bizarre red aura radiating from her body. "I didn't expect you to actually fight your way all the way here." The dream spirit raised her hands, flying near the dream god's neck as she questioned, "And I certainly didn't expect that after all this time. You would still refuse to accept your fate." She reached out and snatched a butterfly emitting a faint blue light, crushing it in her palm. "It was you who brought them here, wasn't it?" With a dark expression, the dream spirit leaned in and whispered into the dream god's ear, "Do you have any idea you've doomed these youngsters? I really want you to see with your own eyes how these crawlers die for you." Suddenly, a loud impact echoed from the distance, and several subordinates were sent flying into the air. Han Yuru raised her weapon to block the dream spirit's minions, commanding, "Hey, who are you? Let the dream god go." From above, the dream spirit crossed her arms and sneered, "Release her, that depends on whether you have the capability." In an instant, the door behind Zhang Yi's group was sealed by countless massive iron chains. "Now that you've stepped into my domain, none of you are leaving today." Simultaneously, the dream spirit reached out and a chain shot from her hand. A massive rock began to descend slowly along the chain from above. The moment arrived, and the dream spirit whipped the chain, slamming the giant rock toward Zhang Yi and the others. "Perish, little crawlers!" Han Yuru and Zhang Yi's eyes widened as they immediately activated their skills. Ghost race corpses were everywhere here. The soul summoner talent was triggered. Amidst a surge of cyan smoke, the dream god's phantom floated in midair. She looked down at Han Yuru. "Your name is Han Yuru, correct? You are fortunate. Within you lies a powerful strength that transcends your current understanding. Remember, always stay firm in your convictions." The dream spirit watched this scene with a look of panic. Soon, the powers of the two seemed to merge into one. Han Yuru stood before the dream god, forming a seal and chanting an incantation. The giant rock entwined in chains seemed to reverse its direction, hurtling straight toward the dream spirit's subordinates. The enemies were crushed by the rock, their faces contorted in agony. The scene before her sent the dream spirit herself wrapped in chains into a towering rage. "I guarantee that even with the exact same move, even the one behind me couldn't defeat me. Where do you get your confidence?" To stop the dream spirit's arrogance, Ba Huang and Qing Long rushed forward to launch an attack. "How about adding me? I'm helping too." Golden Wind, the two charged toward the dream spirit without hesitation. The dream spirit extended her arms and roared, "Seeking death, soul-locking chains." The chains quickly wrapped around Qing Long's wrists several times, making it impossible for him to move. Ba Huang was no exception. His arms were death-gripped by the iron chains. "What on earth is this?" Looking at their expressions, the dream spirit let out a triumphant laugh and shouted, "Since you're here, become my puppets. Anyone caught by my soul-locking chains must submit to me." "How can this be?" In just a few seconds, the eyes of the two turned blood red, making them look like wooden dolls. Ba Huang suddenly bared his teeth, turning his red eyes toward the rear. Without a word, he charged straight at Zhang Yi's team in the distance. "I love watching companions slaughter one another." The show begins. Holding his weapon, Ba Huang struck down from above directly toward Han Yuru's position. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Ba Huang's behavior made her eyes widen in horror. Suddenly, something blocked his weapon, triggering a shower of sparks. It was none other than Zhang Yi, who swung his blade to stand before Han Yuru and protect her. "Ba Huang, wake up!" Ba Huang launched an unreserved, relentless assault on Zhang Yi. The dream spirit watched the battle from the side, laughing brilliantly as she said triumphantly, "He is now my puppet. He only obeys my commands." With that, Ba Huang delivered another heavy strike infused with red light. "Get back!" Zhang Yi was sent reeling back by the shock, forced to drive his blade into the ground to steady himself. At that moment, Ba Huang lunged toward Han Yuru like a bird of prey. Holding his weapon with blood-red eyes, he walked slowly toward her. "Ba Huang, stop, she's your own sister." Fear was written all over Han Yuru's face. She seemed completely powerless. Not far away, the controlled Qing Long raised his sharp bow and arrow. "Don't be soft-hearted. Pierce that woman's heart for me." Zhang Yi knelt on one knee, his eyes wide as he shouted Han Yuru's name. "Yuru, watch your back." The sharp arrow whistled toward her back like a gale. At the absolute last second, Zhang Yi used magic to force one of the dream spirit's subordinates to act as a meat shield, saving Han Yuru. Han Yuru's soul summoner power had grown significantly. The summoned soul could now act independently to protect her. The dream spirit raised her hands and red flames erupted around her. With chains crisscrossing the area, she shouted, "Heavenly Soul Lock, capture them." Ba Huang took the command, launching a controlled attack from above. "Give up, your end has already been decided." Zhang Yi and Han Yuru stood back to back, raising their weapons in defense. If the battle continued like this, they would only end up hurting their own friends. They couldn't strike Ba Huang and Qing Long with full force. They had to find a way to escape this combat. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, a magic circle rose from the ground. Within the formation, Xiao He appeared, and the two quickly mounted his back. Seeing them trying to flee, the dream spirit mocked them. "I thought you had some impressive means to break in here, but it turns out you're nothing special. Faced with my power, you can do nothing but run." She raised her hands to aim at the two, and a chain with a spiked tail shot out, chains of fate arrow. The chain struck Xiao He and triggered an explosion. Xiao He fell from the sky, heavily injured and curling up on the ground. Amidst the thick smoke, Zhang Yi stood up to search for Han Yuru. "Yuru, are you okay?" She lowered her head and replied softly, "I'm fine. It's just a minor flesh wound." At that moment the dream spirit stepped forward with slow strides. She came to Zhang Yi, reaching out to tilt his face up. "Your magic beast and your companions will all become slaves to the Ghost King, and you won't escape either." Facing her with his wounded face, Zhang Yi gave a light laugh and asked in return, "Is that so?" The dream spirit's eyes widened in utter confusion upon hearing this. Suddenly, Xiao He appeared behind her without any warning. He opened his massive maw and swallowed her in one gulp. We did it." After dealing with the dream spirit, Zhang Yi was drenched in sweat and fell into deep thought. Ba Huang and Qing Long were being controlled by her soul-locking chains. He absolutely couldn't let her chains touch Xiao He. Suddenly a sharp chain struck a giant rock on the ground. Zhang Yi shouted, "Xiao He, strengthen your left wing and dodge." Qing Long remained in a controlled state, raising his bow. "Haven't we already defeated the Ghost Race Warden? Why haven't Qing Long and her brother returned to normal? Perhaps the time for the magic to dispel hadn't arrived yet." Just then, a red flower emitting a dark aura sprouted from a human skull. She wasn't dead. Within the flower, the dream spirit manifested instantly, praising them with a light laugh. "I didn't expect to be fooled by your little trick. But if you think that's enough to defeat me, then you've vastly underestimated me." The scene before him left Zhang Yi a bit puzzled, but he had already seen the connection between the flowers and her. Soul-shifting flower, using the equinox flower to swap positions with her main body, thereby achieving teleportation. This was a skill unique to the dream spirit. The dream spirit raised her hands, her fingers lightly touching her red lips. Could she be the dream spirit herself? "I admit you're more tenacious than I imagined, but I won't be careless enough to give you another chance." Before the red smoke, Zhang Yi gripped his long blade tightly. As Han Yuru maintained a defensive stance beside him, he questioned her. "Hey, you were once a dream spirit too, weren't you? That's why, like other dream spirits, you fear sunlight and hide in this undersea palace far from the sun." Zhang Yi gripped his dual-colored blade and looked directly at her, asking, "Why did you betray the dream god?" This question turned the dream spirit's face ashen. She gnashed her teeth and retorted, "Shut up, I never want to hear that name again, nor do I want to mention that identity." Controlling the chains to close in, she hissed, "I am the only one who can lead our people to eternal victory, yet you are all always speaking for her." She attacked the two hysterically. "Die, all of you, just die." Seeing the situation was grim, Zhang Yi summoned his assistant. The apocalypse sprite, Jia Dan, instantly appeared beside him. "What time is it?" A clear clock panel appeared before Jia Dan, who reported, "Master, it is currently 6:45 a.m. Zhang Yi's actions left Han Yuru a bit confused. He rubbed his chin, seemingly confirming some information, and looked up at the dream spirit hovering in midair. "You used to be a dream spirit too, right? That's why you, like the others, fear sunlight and hid in this undersea palace far from the sun. The time is now." As soon as the words fell, the long blade in Zhang Yi's hand shot forward violently. The blade flew straight for the dream spirit. She stood her ground and laughed confidently. "This level of basic attack can't hurt me." With that, she nimbly twisted her body to dodge. But the blade didn't stop. Zhang Yi maneuvered it to strike the high ceiling of the cave, triggering an explosion. The blade pierced through the hard rock wall and dazzling sunlight shot through the cracks. The light hit the dream spirit directly, making her let out a pained wail. No, the dream spirit's original ferocious appearance vanished, replaced by a form clad in ethereal white. "How tragic, your sweet dream ends here." It was actually sunlight. At that moment, Ba Huang also regained consciousness, breaking free from the control. Ba Huang rubbed his head, walking forward with a frown. "Ouch, my head hurts." The dream spirit slumped on the ground, looking around in confusion. Who are you?" Her appearance surprised Han Yuru, who put her hands on her hips and asked, "What's going on? She wasn't like this when she was controlling my brother and Qing Long to attack us." Beside her, Ba Huang tapped his forehead as he sized up the woman. Finding her no different from the dream spirits they had encountered before, Zhang Yi began to analyze for the group. She was likely being controlled by the ghost race's power before, but essentially she is still a dream spirit and cannot come into contact with sunlight. Once exposed to high-intensity sunlight, she loses all her spiritual power. High above, the chains entwining the dream god gradually dissipated. She seemed to have regained consciousness, her eyes slowly opening. The dream god drifted down from above and Han Yuru shouted in pleasant surprise, "Dream, Lady Dream God!" The dream god spread her palms across her chest and commanded, "Awaken, my dream spirits." Beams of golden light descended from above, and hundreds of white-clad maidens knelt in unison. The dream god sat back upon her throne, the symbol of her rule, and looked at Zhang Yi's group. She spoke, "I have made you youngsters witness a farce." She was merely deceived by the Ghost King and temporarily lost herself. Thank you for saving her. A look of inexpressible sorrow drifted into the dream god's eyes. 100 years ago, after the Ghost King was sealed, the remaining evil spirits bewitched my people. Images of the ghost race attacking the dream spirit subordinates flashed through their minds. I was also forced into a deep sleep due to the exhaustion of my spiritual power. In my dreams, I saw the ghost race forces sweeping across the land once more. I couldn't be sure if it was a dream or a warning from above, but I cannot stand by and watch the continent fall into catastrophe again. Afterward, the image shifted to the dream god being entirely entwined in chains. I cannot resist. In order to awaken successfully, I could only leave a guiding phantom in Dream Spirit Villa to wait for challengers. It was only when you appeared that Dream Spirit Villa was restored to its original state. A system prompt popped up. Congratulations to Zhang Yi's team for completing the mission. The dream god vanished, transforming into the blessing of the dream god artifact. A legendary tier piece of equipment and a golden treasure chest appeared in the center of the group. These are the rewards for completing the mission. Take them. Looking at the rewards before him, Zhang Yi said to the group, "With so many pieces of equipment, even after including Duan Feng and Xiao Jiao, there's still plenty left if everyone takes one. You too, come and see which one you want." Ba Huang rubbed his chin and thought, "The dream god armor looks pretty good." Qinglong gestured directly, "That dream god bracer is mine." The dream god looked at Yuru and called out softly, "Yuru, come here to me." This made Yuru feel a bit awkward. Lady dream god." The dream god took the weapon Yuru had just used for combat and self-defense and handed it back to her. System prompt, obtain blessing of the dream god LV50 staff type artifact stats, skill power 20, additional skill blessing power, all team members' attributes increased by 20. Is this for me? A golden card drifted slowly toward Yuru. Rather than saying it's a gift, it's more that it chose you. Your talent card was originally manifested from my power. It is the purest essence of the dream god. You are another version of me. It is most fitting to entrust it to you, is it not? This scene left Zhang Yi staring dumbfounded, his eyes full of shock. No wonder Yuru's soul summoner talent and the dream god summoning techniques were so similar. It turned out that god-tier talent cards themselves condensed the power of the apocalyptic gods. All right, the dream god hovered in the air and suggested to Yuru. You've spent a lot of time for my sake. I will send you out of here first. But I have one more favor to ask. Please, on my behalf and on behalf of this apocalypse, find and awaken the remaining 9 gods as quickly as possible. If the great catastrophe truly descends, please believe that what I can do for this world, you can do as well. Beneath a blue sky dotted with stars and a gentle breeze, Zhang Yi and his group were teleported out in front of a magnificent building amidst the rolling mountains of Dream Spirit Villa. They looked around, wondering why the place felt completely different from before. What was once a gloomy and terrifying place was now a scene of peace. Perhaps this was the original form of Dream Spirit Villa. Its previous appearance had been entirely due to the influence of the ghost race invasion. Suddenly, a girl covered in wounds came running, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. As if possessed by a sixth sense, Yuru looked back toward where a pair of hands were raised high. Seeing Lu Su calling for help and covered in bruises, she screamed in horror. Lu Su, what happened to you? Run? A beastman dressed in red robes pointed at Zhang Yi's group and reported to the Great Elder. Great Elder, young blood died by their hands. After hearing his subordinates' whispers, the Elder roared, "These people clearly have no respect for our Bloodgate." Clenching his fists and revealing his fangs, the Great Elder ordered, "Get them all, seize them." Zhang Yi looked at the opposition, his mind already made up. It seemed the Bloodgate people had come to avenge Wu Hen. Yuru supported Lu Su. Looking up to size up the opponents, they were the ones who had committed evil first, yet they dared to be so arrogant. She quickly raised her weapon, which was bolstered by the Dream God, and cast Blessing of the Dream God. The thing in her hand is a Dream God artifact. They found the Dream God. The Great Elder put his hands on his hips and ordered his subordinates to charge with their swords. She's just a brat. Our Bloodgate searched for years without finding a trace of the Dream God. It's obvious she's just using a fake to scare people. Everyone belonging to the Bloodgate, charge. However, everyone fell beneath the blades of Ba Huang and Zhang Yi. Whether it's a fake artifact or not, open your dog eyes and look closely. Next came Yuru and Qinglong. Under the enhancement of blessing power, all team members' attributes increased by 20. The bizarre scene before him made the Great Elder's brow furrow as cold sweat poured down. This woman had actually obtained an artifact from the Dream God. Looking at the weapon in her hand emitting a brilliant blue light, it seemed these people's lives could not be spared. Zhang Yi pointed his blade at him and shouted sternly, "Are you still not surrendering?" The subordinates standing behind the Great Elder began to shrink back in fear. "Great Elder, what do we do? Our people have all fallen." "Great Elder, where there is life there is hope. Maybe we should—" Before a subordinate could finish, the Great Elder reached out and choked him to death. Two beastmen were absorbing the red aura emanating from the Great Elder. The Elder sneered, "The Bloodgate actually raised two spineless fools like you might as well be sacrificed to me." Just like that, red smoke swirled incessantly around the Great Elder. "Brothers, come out!" Suddenly, a figure with blood-red eyes emerged from the red smoke. He hovered in midair. On the ground, a group of people carrying stone tablets surrounded Zhang Yi's group. "Everyone be careful, there's an ambush." The Great Elder's eyes were blood-red as he revealed his fangs and let out a triumphant sneer. "You killed so many of my Bloodgate people. If this debt isn't settled, where is my Bloodgate's dignity?" Suddenly, the stone tablets on those people's backs slammed heavily into the ground. Two of the beastmen raised their hands with blood-red eyes. "Today, either you die or we perish." In an instant, long bloody gashes were cut across their palms. The beastmen quickly pressed their palms onto the stone tablets as blood flowed freely. "Die, blood sacrifice array activate." Within mere seconds, all the stone tablets were activated. A Bagua formation diagram enveloped Zhang Yi's team. What kind of skill was this? It looked like a formation skill opened by the combined effort of many people. They had to be doubly careful. Zhang Yi looked up to see a cluster of red light spreading downward along the chains. Not wanting to waste time, Zhang Yi pointed ahead and ordered the others. "You stay here for now, I'll go ahead and see if there's a way out." "All right," Ba Huang nodded in agreement. "Then I'll go check the other side," behind them Yuru urged. "You two be careful. If it doesn't work, come back immediately." After a while, Zhang Yi arrived at the edge of the rocks, which were shrouded in smoke with red characters. This was likely the edge of the blood sacrifice array. He swung his blade at the barrier, attempting to break it. However, the magic on the blade seemed to have no effect. Instead, it was repelled. A massive phantom of the Great Elder appeared above the stone tablets, laughing triumphantly. "You won't escape. Those caught in the technique cannot leave the blood sacrifice array." Seeing the expressions of the two, Yuru asked how things were. Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's no use. This array's barrier cannot be forcibly destroyed with spiritual power at all." Beside him, Ba Huang also sighed and nodded. "That's right, I tried several times and failed, outside the blood sacrifice array." The Great Elder ordered the beastmen beside him to strengthen the formation. The flow of blood on the stone tablets surged, and immediately after, a swarm of wraiths of unknown origin erupted from the ground. They surged toward Zhang Yi's group like a tide. "Everyone look! Those things are surrounding us." The four of them charged forward with weapons to fight, but only Zhang Yi was dodging. The number of wraiths only grew as they fought, leaving the team in a bitter struggle. "Don't waste your energy. The wraiths in the formation will continuously increase over time. You can't kill them all." After a while, Zhang Yi propped himself up with his blade on the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It seemed the power of this blood sacrifice array lay in using endless wraiths to wear down the opponent's health and spirit, eventually torturing them to death. Suddenly, a woman launched an attack from behind him. Zhang Yi dodged to the side, but the woman with her sharp long fingernails firmly locked onto his neck. "Not only that," Yu Ling whispered in his ear. "Little hottie, you can't escape my grasp." She clung tightly to Zhang Yi, refusing to let go. "Why not stay in the formation to accompany me? I'm truly lonely." These words made Zhang Yi grit his teeth and struggle. "I have nothing to do with you wraiths. Damn it, these wraiths are too hard to deal with." On the other side, a red light flashed as Ba Huang swung his blade at the wraiths within the smoke. What should they do? The number of wraiths here was increasing. If this continued, they wouldn't last much longer. They had to find a way to break the array. He grit his teeth and scanned the surroundings with concern. Those 4 stone tablets had to be the array hearts. Only by destroying the tablets could they escape. Holding dual blades, Ba Huang channeled his inner power into them. The wraiths roared as they launched a fierce assault. With every sweep of his blades, the wraiths vanished into smoke. "Just now our power to attack the barrier was too scattered. If we can concentrate our power to attack one point, perhaps we can break a gap." Not wanting to waste time, Ba Huang charged forward with his blade. "I'm going to save Zhang Yi. Qing Long, take Yuru and concentrate fire on the stone tablets." Qing Long in the rear drew his bow and took the order. Understood. Night fell, and the sunset faded. Within the spacious courtyard of Dream Spirit Villa, a large mansion stood silently. Dai Wu walked alone with her head down and eyes closed. She sighed and complained, "How boring. I thought I could make a fortune with the Crimson Dream Spirit, but I didn't expect some bastard to beat me to it. What a wasted trip." Suddenly, a massive crimson pillar of light in the distance caught her eye. "What's going on? Isn't the Crimson Dream Spirit mission over? Why is there still such a large disturbance?" Unsure of the situation, she quickly soared toward it like a swallow. From a distance, she observed a group of people surrounding the red light pillar casting spells. How could so many Bloodgate people have died here? Aren't those guys the Bloodgate Elders? Could this be the blood sacrifice array? The image of the beastmen instantly surfaced in Daiwu's mind. The last time the Bloodgate used the blood sacrifice array was during the massacre of the Beastman leaders when they attacked Frozen City. Were they targeting Dream Spirit Villa this time? Returning to reality, a golden light within the red sphere pierced directly through the barrier. Inside was Zhang Yi, desperately struggling to break free from the Wraith Yuling's control. How did Zhang Yi get captured by the Bloodgate? Wait, he can actually break the blood sacrifice array. If I coordinate with Zhang Yi, couldn't we wipe out the Bloodgate in one fell swoop? Looking at the Great Elder and his gang desperately maintaining the formation, she deduced that the formation was maintained by the life force of these old fogies. As long as one fell, the array would definitely be affected. At that point, the formation would be destroyed and they would surely suffer a backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Daiwu leaped into the air. Now she flipped and soared through the air, bypassing the crowd maintaining the array. Daiwu landed a heavy kick on one of them. This scene made the Great Elder's eyes widen. He spread his arms as golden aura enveloped the blood demon array below. Daiwu, below him, looked up and smiled as she activated her ultimate move. I've already helped you break the array. The rest is up to you. She activated her stealth skill. Inside the blood sacrifice array, the Wraith Yuling was startled by the red light before her. Her eyes widened as she clutched Zhang Yi in agony. The power of the Wraith had suddenly weakened. Zhang Yi took the chance to grab Yuling and throw her away. The red aura pouring from Yuling's body grew thicker, causing her intense pain. No, my body, Ba Huang from the rear stepped forward and asked with concern, Zhang Yi, how are you? Are you all right? He quickly replied, I'm fine. The array is broken, it's our turn to counterattack. Seeing the blood demon array shaking violently, Ba Huang was frantic with anxiety. Not good, the array is going to collapse. Zhang Yi suggested they leave quickly, or they would be trapped in the formation forever. The array began to crumble as giant rocks tumbled down. Yuru, everyone come here, this place is collapsing. Qinglong and Yuru helped Lu Su escape together. Suddenly a deep trench blocked the three of them. Zhang Yi gestured from the opposite bank, quick, jump over and grab my hand. The three of them leapt without hesitation. Yuru's wrist was firmly seized by him. Qinglong looked at the two of them and complained, hey, you two are way too focused on romance and ignoring your friends. No one's even paying attention to me. Zhang Yi chuckled as he held Yuru. Aren't you an athlete? A distance like this should be a piece of cake for you. Yuru blushed and looked up at him as Zhang Yi continued, I believe in your strength. Back at the center of the blood demon array, the Great Elder was blood red with fury. He waved his arms from his high position and a trail of purple smoke dove toward the array. None of you will leave alive. The Great Elder dove down from the high sky, his body entwined in blood-red aura. Even if we die, the Bloodgate will drag you down with us. The thick smoke dissipated, and Zhang Yi's group emerged unscathed, much to the Great Elder's horror. You actually didn't die, Zhang Yi grit his teeth with confidence. We aren't that easy to kill. Today, the ones whose lives end here are you of the Bloodgate outside the array. Daiwu appeared and threw a chain toward Zhang Yi inside the formation. The chain transformed into a flying feather snare. Zhang Yi quickly gripped the chain, and everyone was pulled up by her along the chain, successfully escaping the blood demon array. Zhang Yi looked up at the Great Elder and declared, the Bloodgate is riddled with evil. Today is the day of your death. He decisively drew his blade and charged at the opponent. At this moment, the Great Elder's body was stiff and unable to move due to the backlash of the blood sacrifice array. Damn it, I can't move in an instant. Zhang Yi's sharp blade pierced through his chest. Go to hell. No. System prompt. Player Zhang Yi has killed the Bloodgate Great Elder, Shui Jianyun. After the business was concluded, Zhang Yi looked at Daiwu to express his thanks. Thank you for the help. Thanks to you, we were able to deal with the Bloodgate. Daiwu gave a polite smile. All right, don't mention it. I only acted to deal with the Bloodgate and, by the way, to return the favor for you helping me in Dawn City last time. Several potions appeared in Daiwu's hand and she pointed to them saying, take these medicines, give them to this big sister to drink first. This is the best life potion in the Frozen City shops. Many players are fighting for it. Also, about the ring incident last time, I'm sorry. Yuru took the potion and smiled, no longer holding a grudge. It's fine, it's all in the past. Watching his teammates drink the potion, Zhang Yi turned and asked Daiwu, why did you suddenly return to Frozen City? Aren't the Bloodgate people always hunting you down? She pointed to herself and replied confidently, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Those fools in the Bloodgate would never imagine I'm right under their noses. As if suddenly remembering something, Daiwu looked at him with a sly smile. But I suggest you worry more about yourself. You are now a thorn in Carlo's side. Do you know how high the bounty on you has risen in the Assassin's Guild? This news left Zhang Yi stunned. 1 million, this guy is really going for broke to deal with me. After a while, Daiwu waved goodbye to everyone and turned to leave. Since the Bloodgate has been eliminated, Extreme Ice City is no longer a threat to me. so I'll continue handling the guild's A-rank commissions. However, Extreme Ice City is currently leaderless, and Carlo will never let such an opportunity pass. He'll definitely find a way to infiltrate. You all must be extra careful. Dai Wu's words made Han Yuru look at Zhang Yi with concern. Although the members of the Bloodgate had committed countless atrocities, the remaining Beastman players were innocent. Furthermore, Dream Spirit Villa had only just seen the light of day again. If it were exploited by Carlo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Yi immediately gripped her hand and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, I will never let Carlo have his way. Now let's set out for Extreme Ice City." A few days later, Zhang Yi's group began their journey toward the new map. Arriving before the gates of Extreme Ice City, a young girl pointed at the city gates and introduced it to them. "This is the main city of the Beastmen, Extreme Ice City. When we don't have outside missions, this is where we live." Every step they took drew whispers from the surrounding crowd. "Have you heard? These are the players who wiped out the Bloodgate, for real. The Bloodgate was the #1 guild in our Extreme Ice City, and they were taken down by such a small squad? It's absolutely true. I heard they even found the Dream God and received an artifact personally gifted by her." Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Han Yuru turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Ever since we entered the city, these Beastman players have been stealing glances at us. In theory, no one else should know that we wiped out the Bloodgate or that we possess an artifact, right?" Zhang Yi looked toward Qinglong. In the scene, Qinglong was busy trying to ingratiate himself with the city's players. Zhang Yi explained, "Before we set out, I had Qinglong enter the city ahead of us to spread the news that our guild took down the Bloodgate and obtained the Dream God's artifact. This serves as a foundation for our arrival and helps stabilize public sentiment. Otherwise, this crowd of Beastman players wouldn't be so easy to deal with." Hearing this, Han Yuru praised him sincerely. "You really are brilliant." Zhang Yi glanced at the crowd behind them. He knew well that in this place, people only respected strength. To lead Extreme Ice City, he had to further expand the guild's power and make their ranking leap to the top of the city. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Lu Su pointed ahead and introduced, "We've reached the Guild Management Association. This is our Extreme Ice City's Guild Management Association." Stepping into the hall, a green-skinned woman greeted them. "I didn't expect human guests to come from so far away." An enchantress quickly ran over and clung to Zhang Yi's arm. "Feel free to make any request you wish. Every kind of service you desire is available here." Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he felt waves of fury radiating from Han Yuru behind him. What an intense killing intent. Zhang Yi quickly pushed the enchantress away. "I'm here to upgrade the guild level. I don't need any strange services." The woman took the bag Zhang Yi handed over, bowing and scraping as she replied, "Yes, of course, I'll take care of that for you immediately." Looking at the notification panel appearing before Zhang Yi, the enchantress analyzed happily. "Based on your current guild contribution, your guild has been upgraded to level 5. Please visit us again when your contribution reaches the requirement for the next level." Next, the goal was to recruit the strongest players in Extreme Ice City to join the guild. To ensure the guild's strength remained at the top of Extreme Ice City, members would receive corresponding guild contribution points upon completing missions and dungeons. Zhang Yi and his group stood on a high point of the Management Association, and Zhang Yi announced to the crowd with a sweeping gesture, "Everyone, I believe you have already heard the news of the Bloodgate's downfall." He clenched his fist, looking at the crowd with a serious gaze as he made a sincere proposal. "The Bloodgate has long exploited and oppressed other players." Han Yuru and the others remained silent. Zhang Yi continued, "The Bloodgate's end was of their own making. Now I need your help. Join my guild, and together we will build an Extreme Ice City free from exploitation." The players below looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. One of them raised a hand in response. "Count me in. When I was attacked by the Bloodgate at Dream Spirit Villa, it was members of your guild who bravely stood up to protect me. I want to follow them." Soon, Zhang Yi's guild attracted a large number of applicants. "Our guild is different from the Bloodgate. Our only ideals are peace and love. Give me a spot too." The crowd surged up the steps. "And me, add me too." Not far away, a man surrounded by purple magical smoke observed the scene. "Zhang Yi, I underestimated you." Late at night under the starlight, the Lion's Pride Tavern in Extreme Ice City was brightly lit. Accompanied by upbeat music and tables full of fine food, everyone was celebrating for Zhang Yi. "Our Godslayer guild's combat power has surpassed Xiaoyao Pavilion, officially becoming the #1 guild in Extreme Ice City. Let's all cheer for the guild leader." Everyone raised their ale mugs, celebrating loudly. "Long live Godslayer! Long live the guild leader!" Suddenly, Qinglong gestured to Zhang Yi from the doorway. Walking up to Zhang Yi, Qinglong had a face full of worry. "Guild leader, a strange thing has happened in the city." Zhang Yi was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Qinglong quickly recounted his experience while trying to buy medicine. The apothecary's owner had apologized with a regretful face. "I'm so sorry, everything in the shop is sold out. Please come back next week after the items restock. Qinglong looked at Zhang Yi with his hand over his face, reporting in a low voice, I went to buy health potions as you instructed, but I ran through every shop in the city and they were all out of stock. Even other potions and equipment have been bought out. After hearing this, Zhang Yi turned to look elsewhere, stroking his chin in thought, sweeping all the resources from the shops to turn Extreme Ice City into an empty shell with no supplies. It seems someone doesn't want us to live too comfortably here. He then turned his gaze toward the laughing crowd in the tavern. Just who possessed such terrifying financial power to buy out the entire city's resources in a single night? They had to catch the mastermind before a crisis erupted. Zhang Yi looked at Han Yuru and the others, announcing in a heavy voice, tonight the shops in Extreme Ice City will restock. If the buyout was intentional sabotage, the culprit will definitely show up tonight. He proposed to the guild members with a serious expression, everyone ambush yourselves in different shops. If you see anyone acting unusually, note their movement routes and attire, but remember, do not alert them. To avoid alerting the enemy, the group quickly took their orders. Understood. Suddenly the figure of Daiwu appeared in the distance, chasing a priest. Leave that stuff behind. Daiwu realized the situation was bad. Zhang Yi glanced back, and after giving instructions to his teammates he gave chase. Everyone proceed with the original plan first. I'll go see what's happening. That priest gripped a pile of small explosives and hurled them toward the crowd without hesitation. You want this stuff? Here's a parting gift for you. The bombs were about to explode near Daiwu. She froze. It's a bomb. The explosives were already emitting a red warning light. Seconds later, a violent explosion occurred. Which bastard is throwing bombs? Don't you know fireworks are banned in the main city? You trying to kill someone? Zhang Yi charged through the smoke, tightly protecting Daiwu. Watch out. Seeing Zhang Yi fall to the ground, Daiwu quickly asked, Are you okay? Zhang Yi looked up at her, confused. Who were you chasing? They actually dared to throw bombs directly in the main city. Daiwu sat on him and explained. Those two were acting suspiciously as soon as they entered the city, looking for shops. I followed them for a bit and found they were planning to buy out Extreme Ice City. As expected, Zhang Yi turned to her. It's them. As he thought they had infiltrated from outside the city, Zhang Yi quickly grabbed Daiwu's wrist to pull her up. Come on, let's deal with them together. The two rapidly chased after the fleeing priests. One priest said in a panic, What do we do? Another one came. Our mission didn't say anything about engaging them. The other turned back with an angry face. It seems they plan to chase us to the end. Since we can't shake them, let's blow them to bits. Upon the command, the remaining priests kept hurling bombs backward. Blow them up, blast them all. The bombs flew toward them but were blocked by a protective barrier. Guild leader, I'm here. Shield reflect. Giant shield wall. All the bombs were reflected back toward the priests. No, the bombs were instantly detonated. Seconds later, a violent explosion occurred in front of Zhang Yi's squad. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing several figures in the distance. Han Yuru walked up to Zhang Yi and asked with concern, Is everyone okay? Many innocent players in the city were injured. Qinglong and Lu Su have already gone to help. Are these the buyers we need to track down? Watching the group surround the priest who had caused chaos in the city, Zhang Yi replied, Yes, they are the ones causing trouble in the city, attempting to buy out all the shop's resources. Ba Huang knelt to examine the priest. These two were throwing bombs without any regard for lives. They don't seem like ordinary players from this city. They look more like members of the God Guild from Moonlight City. Zhang Yi searched a corpse and found something. It's fine, everyone. Look at this badge. Zhang Yi held a badge shimmering with a gold and black luster. I've seen this emblem on God Guild members before. It seems Carlo is behind all of this. Zhang Yi handed the badge to Han Yuru and proposed, Yuru, Ba Huang, I'll need the two of you to stay and guard Extreme Ice City for now. If anything happens, you must stabilize the situation. I need to take a trip to Moonlight City. I'm going to see exactly what Carlo is trying to achieve with all this effort. Hearing this, Han Yuru rested her chin in her hand and cautioned him, Be extra careful in Moonlight City. After all, that's Carlo's territory. Daiwu also stepped out from behind, raising her hand to indicate she wanted to go along. I'm coming too. Don't forget I've dealt with that guy before. Daiwu huffed with her hands on her hips, complaining, To dare lay a finger on Extreme Ice City, we have to make him pay. The scene shifted to late at night where a magnificent tower stood under the moonlight. Outside the gates of Moonlight City, two guards blocked their path with swords. Halt, you two, what's your business? Zhang Yi pulled out the badge. Zhang Yi held the badge high and commanded with an authoritative tone, Are you blind? We were sent out on a mission by the guild leader. Daiwu, following behind with her hands on her hips, added support. That's right, if you delay the guild leader's important business, watch your heads. Seeing the badge, the two guards quickly bowed and let them pass. My apologies, we have poor memories. Please, come in. After entering the city, Daiwu turned to Zhang Yi and praised him sincerely. I couldn't tell, but your acting is pretty good. Where did you learn that? Zhang Yi responded calmly. I'm not as good as you. you sent me straight into the tiger's den the first time we met. Inside the city, a group of priests was transporting a large amount of offerings, and one priest pointed at them and shouted, "Hey you two, get over here." Under the magnificent vaulted ceiling of Moonlight City, that priest questioned loudly, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you back so late?" Zhang Yi and Dai Wu walked forward silently, and Zhang Yi explained, "There was an accident on the way, we were delayed." No sooner had he spoken than the priest's face darkened, and he threatened with an insidious tone, "Get into line already. If you delay everyone's progress, see how I deal with you." Seeing the priest's attitude, the two couldn't help but shudder. Following at the back of the priest procession, Zhang Yi remained alert and whispered to Dai Wu, "Look at the potions and equipment they're carrying. They are clearly not the same kind as ours. They must have been bought from other main cities. I also noticed a lot of human equipment in there. Let's follow them and see." Suddenly, a priest barked an order. "In a moment you will enter one by one. Drop the items and come right out. If anyone lingers and loses their life, I won't be held responsible." After a while, the priest squad arrived at a door. One priest pressed his hand against the door to sense something, then pushed it open and entered. Another priest pointed at the room. "Go in." After the priest squad disappeared into that eerie room, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. "Help! Save me!" The priest slowly looked down with a chilling smile. "Just an accident. Next keep going in," accompanied by the faint light filtering through the door crack. Zhang Yi and Dai Wu hunched their shoulders and followed the priest procession inside. Suddenly, 2 bottles of red potion were hurled violently toward them. Dai Wu cowered in terror behind Zhang Yi's arm. So scary. Peering through the masks of the priests, the two were shocked beyond belief. Zhang Yi's heart sank. The scene before them was horrifying. 2 magic beasts were feeding frantically, and in the deathly silence and darkness, countless pairs of vicious red eyes were staring fixedly at the two. Packs of hungry magic beasts were watching them, salivating. The two stopped across from the magic beasts. Zhang Yi was stunned. That guy Carlo is actually breeding so many magic beasts in a place like this. Immediately after, he reached out to protect Dai Wu and whispered a warning to those around them. "Don't panic. Even if you're scared, don't show it. Whatever you do, don't alert these magic beasts. Once they scent your fear, they will immediately treat you as prey and attack." Just as he finished, a magic beast opened its bloody maw and let out a series of wild roars. Zhang Yi quickly made a judgment. So Carlo sent the men in black to sweep resources from the main cities just to feed these magic beasts, using resources to exchange for experience points to level them up. So the beasts grow quickly. That guy really is unscrupulous. Magic beasts raised this way do not obey their masters at all, and are extremely prone to frenzy and losing control. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps approached and stopped beside the two. Zhang Yi and Dai Wu were instinctively startled and turned to look. It was Carlo, looking entirely satisfied with himself. Carlo looked at the two with a confident smile, and the priest beside him immediately stepped forward with a flattering face. "Guild leader, why have you come in person?" Carlo replied nonchalantly. "I'm here to see the progress of the magic beast breeding." Then Carlo and the priest ignored the two and walked straight ahead. As Carlo walked, he announced leisurely, "Based on the current progress, it will take about 2 more weeks to complete the breeding of them all." Behind the iron bars, a magic beast let out a frustrated roar. Immediately after, it opened its mouth and spat a burst of red flames toward Carlo and the priest, scaring the priest into ducking with his head in his hands. Taking advantage of the moment while the priest wasn't looking, Zhang Yi lunged toward Carlo under the cover of his priest robes. With a quick flash of his hand, he successfully launched a sneak attack before Carlo could even react. Simultaneously, a system notification rang out. "Successfully copied the God-tier talent, tycoon and mission rewards." Seeing this, Zhang Yi thought, drop rates increased by 100 times. No wonder this guy has so many gold coins and could get his hands on so many magic beasts. With 100 times the mission rewards, I'd have to grind 100 times just to match him once. At that moment, a weapon suddenly appeared in Carlo's hand, the Silver Dragon Flute, a legendary tier item exclusive to Beastmasters. He furrowed his brow, swearing with utter contempt, "A bunch of useless trash." He stood leisurely amidst the magic beasts and brought the flute to his lips to play. This was clearly no ordinary flute. The melody it produced could control magic beasts. Looking at the scene, Zhang Yi couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "It's the Silver Dragon Flute. I heard its melody can control powerful ancient dragons, but its drop rate in dungeons is incredibly low. Only a very few Beastmasters can obtain it. It seems Carlo's god-tier talent has given him a massive advantage." Once the song ended, Carlo put away the flute and cautioned the priest with a serious face, "The knights are all waiting for these magic beasts. Keep accelerating the breeding progress. If you delay my siege plan, I'll feed you to these magic beasts." The priest replied repeatedly, Yes, please rest assured, guild leader." Immediately after, Dai Wu hurriedly threw herself into Zhang Yi's arms. Zhang Yi asked with some embarrassment, "Are you okay? Now that the investigation is clear, let's get out of here quickly." She replied worriedly, I never want to return to this hellhole again. But unfortunately, Carlo had appeared behind them without them noticing. The two prepared to run for their lives. With a dark expression he said, "You two stay right there." Relying on his sharp instincts, Zhang Yi's gaze turned instantly alert. It turned out that while Zhang Yi and Dai Wu were talking, Carlo had already been standing behind them. Zhang Yi was both surprised and worried. Crap, could we have been discovered? Sensing something was off, Carlo looked at them suspiciously. Before he could speak, Zhang Yi quickly cupped his fists respectfully and stammered, Guild leader, do you have any instructions for us?" He merely spared them a glance and commanded indifferently, "Can't you see everyone else is busy? Go dispose of the corpses on the ground." After he spoke, she squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her fists. He gnashed his teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless trash who only know how to eat and sleep. Meanwhile, two priests fell to their knees with a thud. One priest said, "Please take your leave, guild leader." Witnessing Carlo's attitude, Zhang Yi was exceptionally furious, but he could only grip the hem of his clothes to restrain himself. Afterward, Zhang Yi, Dai Wu and several priests walked out of that room. He reassured everyone, "We're finally safe, let's go." Dai Wu said with relief, "I'm going to have a good sleep once I get back. I just hope I don't dream of those terrifying magic beasts." In the blink of an eye, late night draped over the sky like a shroud of mysterious black velvet. With a few glimmers of light piercing through the clouds and soft moonlight shimmering in the distance, the moon hung high, casting a gentle glow over the top level of Extreme Ice City. While Zhang Yi sat there lost in thought, Han Yuru suddenly walked over and spoke happily, "You've looked like you've had a lot on your mind since you returned from Moonlight City." She slowly sat down beside Zhang Yi, asking with a trace of worry on her face, "Did something happen?" He merely looked at her and gave a slight smile. "I gathered some important intelligence. Carlo is secretly breeding a massive number of magic beasts." As soon as he spoke, Han Yuru looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. She asked hesitantly, "Breeding magic beasts?" He turned to her and replied gently, "That's right. And it seems he's also equipped a Night Legion for these beasts. When I was leaving, I heard him mention a siege plan. If I'm not mistaken, he's forming a Magic Beast Night Legion to attack other main cities." After hearing this, Han Yuru's mouth hung open in shock. She felt somewhat hesitant about his bold decision. Can we really withstand Carlo's offensive? Seeing her worried expression, Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, judging with a heavy expression. "We can't. Extreme Ice City's current defensive structures are only basic level. If a large number of magic beasts launch a simultaneous attack, the defensive structures will collapse in an instant. However, we aren't completely without a chance." Inadvertently, his gaze turned cold, and his tone was filled with caution. "In the Apocalypse world, there is an elemental crystal containing special power that can not only withstand high-temperature dragon breath, but also strengthen a main city's defensive structures. We can use it to launch a counterattack after upgrading, and this precious ore can only be mined by the Goblin race, who live deep underground. If we can find enough elemental crystals before Carlo's Magic Beast Night Legion is fully formed, then we will have the power to fight." In the next second, Zhang Yi decisively placed his hand on Han Yuru's shoulder. He proposed urgently, "Yuru, I have a favor to ask of you." Then, with a serious expression, Zhang Yi began to explain his plan to her with focus. "Next, I'm going out to find the elemental crystals. I need you to guard Extreme Ice City while I'm gone. Duan Feng and Xiao Zhao are still in Breaking Dawn City. I'll call them over to assist you." After hearing this, Han Yuru nodded in agreement. "All right, go look for the elemental crystals with peace of mind. With us here, nothing will happen to Extreme Ice City." In the blink of an eye, it was already early morning. In the lush forest, the atmosphere of nature drifted between layers of trees. Zhang Yi walked slowly through the vast forest, thinking to himself with a tense expression. Goblins usually live in the outskirts, far from the city. This forest is an area where they frequently move. I should be able to find traces of them here. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly in front of a giant, unusual footprint. He stared down at the strange footprint, his eyes widening in surprise. Zhang Yi slowly crouched down, placing his hand next to the footprint for comparison. He suddenly realized with shock that this was a giant's footprint, but this was not within a giant's usual range of activity. There must be a reason for a giant to suddenly appear here. Having said that, he fell into deep thought with his hand on his chin, connecting the giants and beginning to speculate. Giants and goblins are ancestral enemies. The giant race uses their size advantage to enslave goblins, while the goblins rely on their agility and various inventions to fight back. So a giant's sudden appearance might be related to the goblins. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making his eyes widen in alarm. "Hey, little goblin, I finally found you." He glanced sideways at the giant holding a tree trunk behind him. Zhang Yi quickly recognized the opponent. A goblin. He was thrusting his face into a tree hollow, staring fiercely at Erfu inside and threatening. "Let's see where you can run this time." Erfu was terrified, her face covered in tears. "You, don't come any closer." Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately condensed an energy ball in his palm. He quickly fired the energy ball at the giant while shouting, "Big guy, taste my chain lightning." This strike was incredibly powerful, snapping the surrounding trees and directly flipping the giant over. Wherever the attack landed, trees snapped in response. Suffering the sudden attack, the giant gnashed his teeth and clutched his head, cursing angrily, "You lowly human, how dare you ambush me from behind?" Afterward, Zhang Yi revealed a triumphant smile, provoking him. "What? I just can't stand you lot using your size to bully the weak." Suddenly, the giant death gripped the tree trunk, threatening with burning rage. "How dare you ruin my business? I'll give you a lesson to remember." As soon as he finished, the entire ancient tree was uprooted by him. The giant's strength was terrifyingly immense. The ground cracked, mud and stones flew, and dust filled the sky. Hiding in the tree hollow, Fu felt the tremors and closed her eyes in terror. The giant did not hesitate to smash the ancient tree toward Zhang Yi. Fortunately, Zhang Yi dodged in time, but he thought to himself, the giant's advantage lies in the crushing power brought by his massive frame, but his weakness is also obvious. Having missed his strike, the giant looked around in the dust and smoke, searching for Zhang Yi's silhouette. "Where is he?" Before he could react, Zhang Yi had already circled behind him as fast as lightning, gripping his longsword. The giant looked sideways in panic. This was precisely because he wasn't agile enough. Too fast, too dangerous. Zhang Yi decisively delivered a heavy blow, and the giant, caught off guard, let out a pained wail. In an instant, the giant had been completely defeated. At that moment, a system notification for a level up popped up. After hearing it, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Damn it, the god-tier talent copied from Carlo is too broken. With this talent, not only is the leveling speed much faster, but even farming ordinary mobs can drop a massive amount of gold coins. Zhang Yi scanned the forest and was somewhat surprised when he saw a figure. It was Fu. She poked her head out from the tree hollow to look at him. The fear hadn't completely dissipated, and a trace of wariness still lingered on her face. Zhang Yi gently reached out his hand, reassuring her in a soft voice. "It's safe now, come out." Seeing the kind smile on his face, Fu asked hesitantly in return, "Really, is that true?" With that, she relaxed and gently placed her hand in Zhang Yi's palm. Having escaped death, Fu was moved to tears. She choked back sobs as she wiped her cheek, saying, "Thank you for saving me." After she finished crying, Fu reached out to straighten the crown on her head. Zhang Yi suddenly leaned in and asked softly, "Little goblin, is that an elemental crystal on you? I'm looking for that kind of ore. Can you sell it to me?" As soon as he spoke, Fu shrank back in terror. She hurried to refuse Zhang Yi's request. "No, this crown is very important to me. I can't give it to you. But if you can escort me back to the goblin camp, I can plead with my tribesmen to sell you the remaining ones." In the next second, a system notification for the start of a mission and rewards popped up. Simultaneously, he pointed to himself, revealing a kind smile as he said, "All right, don't worry. I will definitely escort you home safely." In the woods where sunlight pierced through the leaves, Zhang Yi turned to Fu and asked curiously, "Don't goblins usually move in groups? Why are you here alone? It's so dangerous out here. Aren't you afraid of being caught and eaten by giants?" She looked at him and answered stammeringly, "I just came out to look for clues about the High God. As long as we find the High God will protect us and we'll never have to fear the giants again, or live this life of hiding." Following that, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. He silently speculated with his hand on his chin. The goblin's High God is also missing. Could it also be related to the ghost race invasion? Suddenly, they stopped in front of a blue magical forest wall. She announced loudly, "We're here." Hearing this, he scratched his head in confusion. Here?" Fu reassured Zhang Yi and walked closer to the wall. "Don't worry, watch me." Fu gripped the blue crystal hanging around her neck, and when she held it up, a strong blue light burst forth. Afterward, several magical butterflies flew in front of Fu. It turned out they were responsible for facial recognition. She took the opportunity to strike a peace sign and revealed a smile. In the next second, Fu's recognition image was generated. Once the recognition was complete, a magic circle immediately manifested beneath her feet. The airflow swirled violently, and Zhang Yi quickly jumped in. Fu looked at Zhang Yi and saw his figure gradually disappearing, a look of surprise appearing on her face. In an instant, the magic circle had brought them to another dimensional space, and the forest returned to its former tranquility as if nothing had happened. After the teleportation, the two arrived in a massive cave filled with sharp ores and piled-up weapons. She introduced slowly, "This is our mining site. Usually we mine ore here and then transport it to the city to exchange for money." After hearing this, he scanned the surroundings and asked curiously, "Then wouldn't you make a lot of money selling ore?" Fu explained awkwardly, "It's not that simple. The price of ordinary ore isn't high. Only the elemental crystals you need are worth something, but they are extremely rare and the mining output is very low." Suddenly, Fu's stomach growled, making her cover her belly in embarrassment as she blushed, unable to speak. Seeing she was hungry, Zhang Yi stepped forward holding a fragrant chicken leg in his hand. "This is a roasted chicken leg I brought. Here, eat up." Erfu looked excited. "Really, thank you." She took the chicken leg and took a big bite, happiness written all over her face. The two continued walking while gnawing on the chicken leg, slowly entering the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Zhang Yi stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with horror. The scene before them was absolutely gruesome. Even the roasted chicken leg in Erfu's hand fell to the ground. Presented to them was a scene of ruined walls, the entire fortress shrouded in thick smoke and raging fire, with guards having been brutally killed. Witnessing this, Erfu was heartbroken and couldn't swallow another bite. She stood there stunned, her eyes brimming with tears. How did this happen?" Zhang Yi did not hesitate and immediately ran to a fallen guard. He furrowed his brow as he stated his judgment. "A very tragic battle took place here. It seems giants broke into your camp." With tears in her eyes, she asked in confusion. "Our camp was heavily guarded. How could giants possibly break in?" Afterward, the two stood up and walked further in, discovering a bottomless pit. Zhang Yi continued to speculate. "Maybe they climbed up through this deep hole and then ambushed your tribesmen." Approaching the deep pit, the two looked down with worry, and Erfu shouted anxiously, "I want to avenge my tribesmen." At that moment, a flash of inspiration hit Zhang Yi. This lingering power is very similar to the power of the elemental crystals. Subsequently, a system notification for a mission to rescue the goblins and rewards popped up. Thinking of this, he immediately turned to look at her, and urged Erfu with anger, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to teach those despicable giants a lesson." Arriving at a remote location, the two hid behind a giant rock to observe, and Zhang Yi said softly, "Giants are massive, and their movement in the forest is hindered by trees. Only in this kind of desolate area that is both wide and free of obstacles can they move and fight freely. This must be the giant tribe. Let's go check it out." The two approached quietly and successfully infiltrated near the giant's outpost. Inside the outpost, two giants were laughing and talking while waiting for water to boil. One said, "This damn weather, it's still more comfortable lying in the house. This time, thanks to the captain, we were able to find the goblin's nest. Once we deliver these goblins and the crystals to headquarters, we'll be rich." The other echoed, "That's right, following the captain really does mean there's meat to eat." Hearing this, Erfu was exceptionally furious, and she shouted while rushing out, "This is just too much, bullying my tribesmen so badly. I'm going to go beat up those bad guys." Zhang Yi didn't let her be impulsive. He immediately grabbed her clothes and scolded irritably, Hey, if you rush up there, who's beating who? This is giant territory. Making a scene will attract more trouble. Rescuing people is the priority. Leave it to me." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past and the curtain at the outpost entrance fluttered as a serious voice rang out, "Making a fortune by stealing other people's things. Don't you think this behavior is shameless?" Just as the giant reacted, a longsword had already been driven into the ground in front of him. Zhang Yi was standing at the entrance, and the giant exclaimed, "How could a human appear here?" As soon as he recognized it was a human, the giant immediately jumped up. But because Zhang Yi had timely scattered a hallucination potion, he began to grow drowsy before he could finish his sentence. Human. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. "Shut up and go eat and drink to your heart's content in your dreams." After being hit by the hallucination potion, the giant fell to the ground with a thud. He quickly rushed to the iron cage where the tribesmen were held, reassuring them, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm not a bad person. I'm here to rescue you." Erfu poked her head out gently from behind the curtain, and a tribesman was shocked upon seeing her. The princess was overjoyed. Erfu hurried to the place where the tribesmen were imprisoned, and one person asked, "Little princess, why are you here?" Another person said worriedly, "Princess, please leave quickly, it's dangerous here." She merely reassured them softly, "Don't be afraid, everyone. This human is very powerful. He just saved my life and will definitely be able to help everyone leave here." Zhang Yi was secretly surprised hearing this in the back. Just as everyone was cheering, heavy footsteps came from outside the outpost, gradually drawing closer. A giant silhouette was reflected behind the curtain. Seeing this, Zhang Yi reminded them with concern, "Wait a moment, someone's coming." A giant hand slowly pulled back the curtain, accompanied by a fierce voice, "Hey, I told you to keep a good watch and you've gone and hidden inside to slack off again, haven't you?" It turned out to be Captain Kaozan, a level 70 giant. He walked into the outpost huffing with anger, and seeing his subordinates fallen on the ground, he roared loudly, "How dare you sleep while on duty? Men, drag them out and give them a beating." Kaozan suddenly turned to look at the imprisoned goblins, pointing at them and threatening, "I'm warning you, stay honest for me, or once we reach the giant kingdom, I'll throw you in to do the hardest and most tiring work." The two subordinates were grumbling as they dragged their two unconscious comrades outside. "Hey, quit sleeping, get up and walk yourself. You're sleeping like dead pigs and you're just as heavy." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had successfully concealed himself using the leftover invisibility potion. Looking quite pleased with himself, he reflected on that heart-pounding moment. It was a close shave, but thanks to the invisibility he had escaped unscathed. Since he was still in an invisible state, Zhang Yi observed his surroundings with peace of mind. Watching the giants walk away, he thought, the outside is crawling with giant guards now. Rescuing all these goblins won't be easy. Once the giants were far enough away and his invisibility had just expired, Zhang Yi sprinted back to Erfu's side. He quickly warned her that the giants would certainly increase their security, and rushing out recklessly would only put them in a more dangerous situation. But please don't worry. I will follow you all the way and look for an opportunity to rescue you. After hearing this, Erfu replied, I believe in you. Then she cautiously pulled something out and decisively handed it to Zhang Yi through the gaps in the iron bars. It was a goblin communicator. Erfu introduced it with a smile. This is our goblin communicator. Take it and we can stay in touch at any time. My tribesmen and I will coordinate with your actions, one of the goblins echoed. That's right, we all follow the princess's decision. The surrounding goblins were also stirred with indignation. The giants destroyed our home, we must fight them to the end. In a flash the giants had reached a desolate canyon, completely unaware that Zhang Yi was quietly tailing them. This group of giants wandered through the canyon for 2 hours, and had now been stationary in one spot for over an hour. It seemed Kaozan had discovered something. If his suspicions weren't eased, they might never find the exact location of the giant kingdom. For safety, Zhang Yi nimbly leapt behind a giant boulder to hide and prepare for any eventuality. In the next second, Zhang Yi flicked a small pebble toward one of the giant's positions. The pebble successfully drew that giant's attention, but unexpectedly, all the surrounding giants noticed the movement as well. Kaozan immediately roared a command, Hey, quit hiding and get the hell out here, do you think I won't crush you flat with this rock? Seeing he had been discovered, Zhang Yi had no choice but to scratch his head awkwardly as he showed himself, feigning composure as he explained, just passing through. I'm leaving right now. As soon as he finished, one giant's face darkened with suspicion, while another exclaimed, Captain, it's this guy. He's the one who used the hallucination potion to daze us. Facing Zhang Yi, Cowan's face was icy and his eyes were blood red. He asked in a low voice, Kid, what exactly do you want by following us all this way? Looking at the other's expression, although Zhang Yi was somewhat wary, his tone remained full of provocation. I thought you were all brawn and no brains, and that I wouldn't be discovered following you. It seems I overestimated you. As soon as he finished, Kaozan exploded in a total rage, leaping violently into the air with his fists clenched tight, roaring furiously. You're looking for death. I hate it most when people say we're simple-minded. In the blink of an eye, one of Cowan's heavy punches slammed toward Zhang Yi. The ground instantly shattered and rocks flew everywhere. But luckily Zhang Yi dodged the attack just in time. Fuming with rage and breathing heavily, Kaozan looked exceptionally fierce. He stared fixedly at Zhang Yi, his voice thick with threat. I'll let you see what well-developed limbs really means. Instantly, the muscles on Cowan's arm bulked up violently, becoming exceptionally massive as he entered the giant's arm state. Immediately after, Kaozan slammed a fist heavily into the ground, causing debris to fly through the air. Seeing this, Zhang Yi dodged the attack at lightning speed while using the communicator to instruct Erfu, Little Goblin, find an opportunity in a moment to plant the tracker on that big guy. Behind the iron bars, Erfu gripped the communicator and promised with a determined look, Understood, seeing Zhang Yi constantly fleeing in a pathetic state. Kaozan was beyond pleased, laughing arrogantly. Look at your feet, you've already fallen into my trap. Zhang Yi condensed lightning at his feet, instantly leaping over the lava pits on the ground. He thought to himself, Your acting is too terrible. You practically have the words, There is a trap here, written all over your face. On the other side, Erfu was using all her strength trying to squeeze out of the sturdy bars, but unexpectedly, a giant hand suddenly reached out from behind, accompanied by an insidious voice, Did you think I wouldn't notice an extra goblin? I discovered it long ago. Erfu was unfortunately hoisted up by Kaozan with 2 fingers. He held Erfu upside down by her foot, roaring with a heavy huff. Is this the human helper you found? Did you think you could defeat our giant race by relying on this pathetic human? What a joke, Erfu screamed in terror. Let me go. In her struggle she desperately flailed her arms and legs, attempting to throw something onto Cowan's head. Erfu cursed angrily. You stinking giant! Kaozan grew impatient upon hearing this. Your goblin race should have vanished long ago. As it turned out, what Erfu had thrown onto Cowan's head was a small tracker. Kaozan showed no mercy toward the girl, dropping her directly from the heights and saying with contempt, If you knew what's good for you, I might have spared your life. But for disobedient pests like you, just disappear. Zhang Yi dove down from the air, shouting, Stop! but due to a lapse in his defense, Kaozan instantly swung a fist to block Zhang Yi's momentum. This sudden strike left Zhang Yi with no way to dodge, taking a heavy punch head-on. After suffering the heavy blow, Zhang Yi was slammed violently into a rock, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Erfu was desperately clinging to the cliff edge, her face covered in tears of terror. Suddenly, Erfu looked up sharply, her eyes widening in horror. Kaozan had actually appeared at the edge of the cliff, facing Erfu with a cruel smile. Such a naive and stubborn little goblin. But don't forget, crushing you has always been as easy as crushing an ant. Kaozan did not hesitate, merely flicking his finger, and Erfu instantly plummeted down the cliff. Incredibly, Zhang Yi sprinted from the other side of the cliff wall to save her, quickly comforting her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Looking into the abyss, Kaozan laughed triumphantly, murmuring softly, "No one can withstand the damage of the geocentric fire, just wait to die in there." He whipped his head around and barked orders at the remaining giants. "Let's go back to the giant kingdom to report the mission." At that moment, Zhang Yi was smiling calmly, holding Erfu's hand tightly. He exclaimed excitedly, "The enemy has taken the bait. The second step of the plan officially begins." Zhang Yi and Erfu plummeted from the heights. Xiao He quickly spread his wings and sprinted upward, steadily catching the two and carrying them out of danger. This was Xiao He. His back was soft and comfortable. Xiao He flapped his wings and flew over the scorching lava as Zhang Yi asked, "Were you terrified just now?" "I didn't expect that guy Kaozan to be so brutal, but I'm not afraid. I'm going to drive all the giants out of Goblin territory." Unfortunately, Xiao He's tail accidentally touched the lava, and flames flared up. Their energy was gradually being depleted. Zhang Yi observed the surroundings. This was the geocentric fire area deep underground, which would continuously cause burn damage to creatures within range. "Xiao He, can you hold on?" Xiao He flapped his wings hard to fly upward. On the other side, Erfu clasped her hands before her chest, praying silently, "My beloved High God, please protect your people and the innocent humans to leave this place safely." Instantly, a protective shield enveloped them in the air. Feeling the power coming from the necklace, Zhang Yi was beyond surprised. "This necklace actually has such power? Where did you get it?" Erfu gripped the necklace tightly, recalling that this stone necklace was left by the High God. In the vision, Erfu was huddled in a corner clutching a book, while people around shouted, "Burn it all, leave nothing behind." After the High God went missing, the tribesmen all said the High God had abandoned them, and they destroyed all items related to the High God. It was she who had secretly hidden this ancient book and necklace. She believed the High God would protect them forever. Returning to reality, the protective film was suddenly struck by crimson firelight. A lava scorpion appeared outside, making both of them turn pale with shock. It was a lava scorpion. The high-temperature environment here had bred a large number of lava creatures whose attack power was far stronger than ordinary creatures. "Hold on tight, prepare to accelerate." Xiao He did not hesitate, flapping his wings to fly through the lava sea and straight toward the surface, successfully escaping the danger. Zhang Yi observed below from the air, turning to Erfu and exclaiming, "Without Xiao He's help it would have been hard for us to escape the geocentric fire. By the way, about the tracker we installed, can you see Cowan's movements now?" Erfu held a device in her hand, introducing it with a smile. "Of course, this is our Goblin race's most advanced tracking equipment." At that moment, an identical device was hanging in Cowan's hair. Erfu continued, "I've already hidden the other part in that giant's hair. Look, they seem to have already left the canyon and are moving toward the desert region." Erfu held up the device, and a positioning image was projected onto the screen. In just a short while, the opponent had already covered a massive distance without stopping, their speed incredibly fast. "Kaozan must think we died in the geocentric fire. Following him now will definitely lead us to the giant kingdom." The scene shifted elsewhere to an endless desert. This was the giant kingdom. It seemed this was the hidden secret kingdom of the giants. Amidst the crowd, Kaozan stood with his hands on his hips, shouting orders. "Haven't you eaten? You've been moving this little bit of stuff for ages. Move faster." Zhang Yi hid behind a rock, sensing Erfu's anger, and comforted her. "There are at least 100 giants here. If we rely only on the two of us, rushing in recklessly would be no different from delivering themselves to a trap. Give me some time, I'll find a way to rescue them all." The giants walked into the depths one after another. "I heard you were ambushed by humans on the way." The giants nodded and reported, "Yes, but please rest assured, Commander. We have already dealt with that human and the troublemaking goblin. They will not pose any threat to our plan." The commander sat in his chair with his hand supporting his chin, speaking to his subordinates in a dark tone. "I hope so." The subordinates held trays filled with shimmering crystals and hurriedly presented them. "Commander, these are the elemental crystals found in the Goblin tribe. Please have a look." The commander held a glowing elemental crystal, tossing it up and down repeatedly. A moment later he threw the crystal into the air. It shot out a beam of light that was directly absorbed by a subordinate. That giant's face began to undergo a grotesque mutation, his body swelling unnaturally. "Lord Anku, save me. To sacrifice yourself for the giant race is the highest honor I bestow upon you." Shortly after, that subordinate appeared, having transformed into a massive monster. The commander stood up from his throne and solemnly announced, "The moment for our giant race's rise is coming." Back in the desert outside the giant kingdom, thick smoke rose as a group of giants marched in a long line. "You in the back, keep up. You've only been walking a short while and you're already tired?" Above, Zhang Yi and Erfu were hiding behind a rock. "Stay here for a bit. I'm going to deal with Kaozan." A giant turned back to remind the others. "If we delay the shift change for the patrol, no one's going to have a good time." Hearing this news, Zhang Yi clenched his fist and smiled triumphantly. Looking at the time, they should be arriving soon. Erfu rested her chin in her hand, looking at Zhang Yi in confusion. Who's coming?" Before the words even faded, Zhang Yi had vanished from before Erfu, charging straight for the group of giants below. "You'll know in a moment." In just a few seconds he had landed steadily before the group. "Captain, it's that human again." Zhang Yi straightened his clothes and looked up to greet them. "Yo, defeated general, we meet again." Seeing this, the giants all exclaimed, "I can't believe you actually escaped from the geocentric fire. Why are you alone? Where's that little goblin? Was she burned to ash? You really aren't afraid of death, daring to break into our giant kingdom. You've got some nerve." Zhang Yi looked indifferent and gave a slight smile. "Don't get excited yet. I just wanted to come over and say thank you in person." He held up his arm, which was shimmering with golden magical light. Kaozan was fuming with rage. "If you hadn't led the way for me, I wouldn't have found this place." Facing Zhang Yi's provocation, Kaozan launched a furious attack. "You're looking for death." The giant's arm struck again. Amidst the smoke, a swarm of black crows appeared, surrounding Zhang Yi and forming a sturdy layer of defense. "Summon crow swarm." Zhang Yi did not hesitate to command them to charge. "Then by all means, come and try." Seeing this, a look of worry appeared in Cowan's eyes. The heavy punch he threw was blocked by a layer of shimmering golden light. Zhang Yi looked up at him with a triumphant smile. "Don't waste your energy. This fine sand will absorb and neutralize most of your power." In the subsequent explosion, Kaozan was sent flying. "Use your head." Kaozan slammed pathetically into his companions behind him. As the smoke cleared, Kaozan struggled to stand up and look at Zhang Yi. "Captain, save me, I can't get up, my butt." "A bunch of useless trash, all of you shut up." Zhang Yi looked at him and commanded, "I'm too lazy to waste time on you. As long as you give me the location of the goblins being held at the crystal storage point, I'll let you go." Kaozan held his horn and laughed confidently. "Stinking kid, don't get too cocky. Don't forget, this is our giant's territory. As long as I blow this horn, the surrounding giants will." Before he could finish, a feathered arrow whistled through the air, piercing straight through Cowan's palm and snatching the horn away. As the smoke cleared, 4 silhouettes manifested. "Boss, we're here." Duan Feng led Zhang Yi's 3 companions and looked up at him, chuckling. "Finally, we can have a satisfying fight. I felt like I was going to grow mold staying in the city. We took care of the surrounding giants on our way over." A system announcement also popped up. Duan Feng, level 60 second class knight. Xiao Zhao, level 60 second class priest. Seeing the 4 of them, Zhang Yi closed his eyes with relief. "You arrived at just the right time." The sun was bright and the breeze was gentle. Zhang Yi raised his hand and a blue panel manifested. He spoke, "Yuru, I found a large number of giants in the desert region and need support. I've sent you the location. Also, have Qing Long stay in the city disguised as me to coordinate with Dai Wu in handling affairs and prevent chaos in Extreme Ice City." Yuru looked at the screen and responded seriously. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately. You all stay safe and wait for us." In the smoke, Kaozan angrily raised his bright red arm. "Pa giant's arm? Trash will always be trash. Do you think huddling together is going to change anything today? I'm definitely going to defeat every single one of you." He slammed a fist heavily into the ground, blasting Zhang Yi back. Holding his dual-colored long blades, Zhang Yi unleashed a slash. "You talk too much. Truly a race of well-developed limbs and simple minds." 2 surges of energy intertwined and spiraled on the long blade, sweeping forward. "Taste our combined skill." Suspended in midair, Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the hilt and unleashed Ice Fire Sword Soul Slash, aimed directly at Cowan's head. The blade pierced through his chest and Kaozan let out a pained wail. Zhang Yi looked at him, a triumphant smile appearing on his lips. "Kaozan, it's over." Within seconds, Kaozan collapsed beneath Zhang Yi's sharp blade. "You won. Hey, don't celebrate too early. Lord Anku will surely avenge me." At that moment, Zhang Yi grabbed Cowan's head as purple smoke rose. "I'll be waiting for him, but for now, your memories belong to me." Suddenly, the ground beneath the team's feet shook violently. "What's happening? Something is under this desert. Everyone, stay alert." Immediately after, a creature resembling a wild bull leaped out from the sand. A massive mechanical minotaur had made its entrance. Seeing its appearance, Fu, who was hiding in the back, gritted her teeth in worry. The necklace around her neck seemed to let out a sound, food. The minotaur raised a massive wooden club and charged straight for Zhang Yi and Fu. My food, it seems this monster's target is your necklace. Zhang Yi stepped in front and ordered, protect the necklace, I'll handle things here. Their weapons, the long blade and the club, collided with a heavy crash. Fu huddled beside Yuru, who comforted her. Don't be afraid. With us here, everything will be fine. Zhang Yi issued orders from the front with a frown. Minotaur, your opponent is me. Kaozan and the Minotaur exchanged a glance, signaling to kill the human blocking their way first. The Minotaur raised both arms, condensing a surge of blue energy before swinging it fiercely forward. Zhang Yi dodged to the side and the energy instantly cleaved through the rocks behind him, leaving him secretly stunned. The Minotaur's strength was clearly far superior to Cowan's. Zhang Yi's four companions immediately raised their weapons and charged. Yuru, Duanfeng, let's go. Ice Fire Sword, Soul Slash. The long blade in Zhang Yi's hand kicked up a gale once more as he slashed forward. Suddenly the long blade was deflected, spinning away. It turned out the Minotaur was enveloped in a barrier that sent Zhang Yi flying a great distance. This is the power of the elemental crystals. The powerful impact forced Zhang Yi to shield his face with his arm. Han Yuru also realized the gravity of the situation. This Minotaur had been modified by elemental crystals and possessed extreme defensive power. It would require even greater strength to defeat it. Zhang Yi shouted, I need you to buy me 5 minutes. Ba Huang, Yuru, and Duanfeng immediately stepped forward to provide cover as Zhang Yi opened his blue panel. The Dragon God form, a combination of the second-class skill Power Stance and the Dragon Bloodline evolution, was being activated. As long as we hold out for these 5 minutes, we'll definitely win. Everyone, stay strong. At 4 minutes and 58 seconds, Ba Huang and Yuru were desperately trying to suppress the Minotaur. This is bad. This monster's defense is too high. Everyone, watch out. The Minotaur slammed both palms heavily into the ground and a burst of blue light instantly erupted. Get back, nearby. Xiao Zhao was tightly ensnared by the blue light, unable to move. This sand is making it impossible to move my body. Duanfeng and Yuru fell into the same predicament. Yuru hurriedly shouted a warning to Zhang Yi behind her. Zhang Yi, look out. A hand reached out from the ground, struggling desperately. At 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the Minotaur steadily approached Zhang Yi, who was still forming seals, and Fu beside him. It's your turn. Although Fu was terrified, she still stood in front of Zhang Yi to protect him. I won't allow you to get near him. You want the necklace around my neck, don't you? Come at me. A surge of red energy enveloped the two. The system showed Zhang Yi's threat level was at 80 and rising, while the Goblin Princess Fu's threat level was only 0.1. The Minotaur waved its hand, tossing Fu aside. Why am I still so weak from before until now? Not only can I not protect my people, but I keep dragging down those around me. Fu propped herself up on the ground, gritting her teeth in agony. I want to become strong too. Above those tear-filled eyes a flash of light erupted, the brilliance so intense the distant Minotaur couldn't keep its eyes open. As the smoke cleared, her silhouette reappeared, her threat level now skyrocketing to 90. Danger, danger. From within the smoke, Fu questioned the Minotaur. I said just now I will not allow you to get near him. Zhang Yi observed from the side, his brow furrowed. Goblin Princess Fu. The smoke vanished completely, revealing a transformed Fu. She lowered her voice and uttered 2 words, to battle. Without any unnecessary words, she raised her magic-infused arm and charged straight at the Minotaur. Die! With a flash of cold light, she cleanly severed one of the monster's arms. However, in just a few seconds, the Minotaur's arm actually regenerated, and it turned to pounce on Fu in a counterattack. Instantly, Fu was subjected to a fierce assault, her clothes torn and her appearance battered. On the other side, Zhang Yi's charge had 30 seconds left. His eyes were blood red, his expression dark as he let out a low growl. Devour her! Devour her! Only 3 seconds remained. The Minotaur lowered its sharp horns and lunged at Fu. Time's up. Zhang Yi snapped his eyes open and firmly caught the Minotaur's horns. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared behind Zhang Yi. Dragon God form, don't you touch her. Looking at his blood-red eyes and sweat-drenched face, the Minotaur attempted to analyze Zhang Yi's combat power, only for the result to show that the threat percentage had exceeded the range of calculation. No, impossible to calculate. How is this possible? Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time. The dragon tail behind him gave a violent flick, directly flipping the Minotaur over. It seems your elemental energy shield is nothing special. Dragon God form, divine dragon punch. As this punch landed, the Minotaur was slammed heavily into the ground, its body severely damaged and beyond repair, on the verge of collapsing. On the throne within the palace, the commander slammed his hand down and stood up, ordering, "Pass down my command. Aside from those guarding the goblins, all forces are to deploy and attack at full speed." In an instant, the Minotaur vanished completely into thin air. Zhang Yi and his party regained their composure. and Ba Huang rubbed his head, saying, "Finally, we're free." Yiru stood up and said joyfully, "Zhang Yi, he succeeded." Erfu, lying on the ground, suddenly jolted awake and sneezed. She looked at Zhang Yi in confusion and asked, "Where's that minotaur from just now?" Seeing this, Zhang Yi reached out and patted Erfu's head to comfort her. It seemed she had already forgotten what had just happened. "It's fine now, we drove the minotaur away. Your tribesmen will be rescued soon." Yiru walked over from behind to report, "I've already arranged for Shield 7 to take men to the Goblin cells. We should have news soon." Upon receiving the news, Zhang Yi nodded. "Good, then let's first find a way to leave this desert." Afterward, Zhang Yi discovered something where the minotaur had disappeared. Wait a moment. He reached out and picked up a glowing ore. This is an elemental crystal. A quest notification and rewards for collecting 50 elemental crystals popped up before Zhang Yi. He looked at the crystal and immediately understood the situation. As expected, the disappearance of the Goblin god was tied to these giants. Meanwhile, in the distance, giants were aiming at them. Reporting to the captain, the target has appeared 3,500 meters ahead. Kaozan stood before a rocket artillery array, pointing forward as he commanded, "Aim at the target, fire!" A series of small bombs whistled out from the launch array. "For the glory of the giants, fire!" Zhang Yi looked up to see the sky filled with incoming shells and shouted, "This is bad, the giants' attack has begun, get down!" Chain explosions rang out all around as Zhang Yi led everyone in a desperate sprint forward. "Guild leader, it looks like a big guy is coming over there." Hearing the prompt, Zhang Yi turned back in surprise. Not far away, a massive sailing ship appeared. It was Erfu's subordinates coming to support them. "Princess, get on board quickly." With the assistance of the subordinates, everyone boarded the ship one after another, finally making a safe escape. The subordinates surrounded Erfu, anxiously checking on her well-being. "Princess, you aren't hurt, are you?" "I'm fine." "What about the tribesmen? Have they all been rescued?" "They're all here." Zhang Yi seemed to remember something and turned to ask one of the goblins, "Where is Shield 7? The other hurried to explain, "Captain Shield 7 is still fighting the giants. He told us to take the goblins to support the guild leader first," and so the warship sped across the vast desert. "Even though we've been staying in touch, where on earth did you get a warship that can travel on sand?" Erfu raised both hands and announced confidently, "This is our goblin race's latest invention, the Desert Voyager. It was only because the camp was lost before that it was stolen by those nasty bad giants." Inside the cabin, subordinates stared at the monitors with tense expressions. "This is bad. The giants' firepower has locked onto the Desert Voyager. They will launch an attack in 5 seconds. In the emergency, Erfu pressed the red button beside her to activate the protective shield. The entire ship was instantly enveloped in a golden protective film. "Desert Voyager, accelerate!" Seeing this, the giant guard shouted, "Quickly inform the captain and the leader. It looks like their target is the palace." Back at the giant camp, the screen clearly showed the warship's movements. The commander looked at everything before him, gritting his teeth in fury as he growled, "They still managed to let these goblins get away." He quickly ordered his subordinates, "Activate the quicksand traps, show them who the master of this desert really is." In an instant, a massive whirlpool pit appeared directly in the ship's path. "Turn the rudder quickly, quicksand ahead." Erfu's subordinates frantically spun the ship's wheel. "Turn." The warship skirted dangerously around the edge of the whirlpool. Erfu stood by the railing observing. She let out a sigh of relief, still feeling the lingering fear. "That was close, we almost fell in. It seems someone wants to stop us from advancing, which only proves that what we're looking for must be up ahead." To protect the warship, Zhang Yi raised his right hand and shouted, "Summon Crow Swarm." A flock of black crows circled above the ship to clear the path. The helmsman continuously changed courses, moving at full speed. "I'll handle the quicksand warnings. Turn left, turn right, straight ahead." In just a few seconds, the warship bypassed countless quicksand traps and continued its push forward. So cool, charge suddenly in the desert. A triangular tower appeared, its peak inlaid with a massive glowing stone. There were 2 giant guards at the tower's entrance. The tracking indicated that Kaozan had stayed here for a long time. This was very likely their nest, however, with such a large palace guarded by only 2 giants, there was likely a trap. Zhang Yi said to the group, "I'll go in first to scout the way, wait for my word. If the giants launch an attack, take the goblins and leave first. Don't worry about me. We'll set up a defensive array outside, leave this to us." Yiru hugged Zhang Yi from behind, tears in her eyes. Her face was full of worry. "You must be careful on your own. I don't want to see you get hurt again." As Zhang Yi walked toward the gate, the 2 giants immediately blocked him. "Human, who gave you permission to approach this place?" Zhang Yi replied calmly. "I'm going in, and you won't be able to stop me." Duan Feng and Ba Huang instantly drew their weapons and stood before Zhang Yi. "Brother, since you've taken all the spotlight, it's about time we showed our faces too. Time is of the essence, leave these 2 giants to us. The palace is your battlefield." Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll leave them to you." the shirtless Duan Feng swung his sword. He charged straight at the giant guards, activating his berserker form. "Come on, use all your strength to fight me." Instantly, the giants were enveloped in a sword array, their bodies shattering as if petrified. "This is my newly learned second-class skill, Peerless Sword Array." With the assistance of the two, Zhang Yi quickly rushed through the palace gates. "I must settle this quickly, and not let everyone down." After a while he ran into the hall alone, and a magnificent space unfolded before his eyes. On the wall in midair was a broken sapphire. It was the magic fragment from Cowan's memory. Suddenly, behind Zhang Yi, the commander, holding a man by the neck, greeted him in a cold tone. "Welcome, my uninvited guest." He casually tossed Zhang Yi's companion onto the ground and asked contemptuously, "This guy is your subordinate, isn't he?" Seeing the man, Zhang Yi roared in fury. "Shield 7, the commander revealed a cruel smile as he announced, "In a moment you'll look just like him." The heavily wounded and bleeding Shield 7 weakly urged, "Guild leader, quick, run." Zhang Yi hurriedly interrupted him. "It's fine, you rest first, leave the rest to me." Zhang Yi stared fixedly at the commander, gritting his teeth as he said, "I'm going to make you get on your knees and beg for mercy." The commander laughed manically with disdain. "On my knees?" He leaned down, clenching his fists as he questioned. "You break into my territory, kill my people, and release those goblins. What makes you think I'd ever give you a chance to beg for mercy?" The commander pulled out a massive sword and held it high above his head. "Anyone who obstructs the rise of the giant race, be it goblins or you arrogant humans," he swung his sword heavily toward Zhang Yi's position, "must die." From within the debris and thick smoke a familiar silhouette appeared. "Brute force alone won't work without accuracy." Zhang Yi leaped into the air again, charging at the commander. "Aim better next time." Zhang Yi gripped his sharp blade, staring at his opponent and analyzing. "A giant's feet bear the weight of their entire body. If I can severely damage his legs, I can restrict his movement." Zhang Yi swung his blade violently at the opponent's legs. The commander seemed to have long anticipated his intent. Pulling his leg back to dodge, he announced coldly, "Don't compare me to those giants you met before. I am the Giant King." Immediately after, the commander kicked Zhang Yi away and Zhang Yi slammed heavily onto the ground. Once the smoke cleared, Zhang Yi had vanished, causing the commander a moment of panic. "Where is he?" Just then, Zhang Yi used Shadow Substitute to appear beneath the commander. Before the other could react, he had already swung his blade through the air toward the commander's head. "Over here!" This strike shattered half of the commander's mask. "Still refused to surrender?" The commander raised both arms, absorbing the energy of all the giants behind him. "All giants, offer your power to me. Let this foolish human witness the wrath of the Giant King." Watching the red smoke rising around them, Yuru gripped her weapon, her heart full of worry. "What is that? It's terrifying." "I'm not sure either, but I have a bad premonition." "Zhang Yi, you mustn't let anything happen to you." The massive energy transformed into red smoke and gathered upon the commander. "Human, witness the ultimate power of the giants." He looked down at Zhang Yi and announced, "You won't escape this time." Zhang Yi discovered that the ground seemed to have generated a suction force, making him unable to move. The commander didn't waste words, clenching his fists and charging toward the immobilized Zhang Yi. He roared with lethal power, "Go to hell along with those damn goblins." This punch directly pulverized the surrounding rocks. A familiar voice rang out, "Is that all?" The commander was beyond furious, slamming his fist heavily into the ground once more. Zhang Yi mocked, "Saying it once is enough. I'd like to see just how much longer you can hold out against me." On the ground, Zhang Yi held his arm up in defense, thinking to himself, "The duration of Undying Body is limited. I must find an opportunity to counterattack as soon as possible. What else can I do to win?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning the panel with concern. The upgrade requirements for the Dragon Clan faction were extremely harsh, requiring the consumption of reputation from the human, beastman, and other races. However, once the upgrade was successful, he would obtain powerful Dragon Clan skills. The blue panel displayed Human Reputation 2000-2000, Beastman Reputation 2000-2000, Other Race Reputation 1-800-2000. Due to his previous accumulation, the Human and Beastman reputation already met the upgrade requirements. He was currently short by 200 points for the other races. It would be enough as long as Ba Huang and Duan Feng could deal with those two giants at the gate. Zhang Yi pulled back his thoughts and looked up at the commander, thinking, "What I need to do now is endure until that moment." He raised his arm high, clenching his fist to prepare for a counterattack. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Duan Feng and Ba Huang were relentlessly attacking those giants. What's happening? Ever since that golden light flashed, the giants' power seemed to have suddenly weakened, and their movements had become exceptionally sluggish. Sensing this shift in power, Duan Feng shouted excitedly, "Their strength is fading. Take them down now." The two coordinated quickly, lunging at the giants without hesitation. Combined skill, Sword Soul Storm, die inside the palace. Zhang Yi was withstanding the commander's assault. A system prompt popped up. Your team has successfully killed 2 giant elite warriors. Other race reputation 200. Great. Ba Huang and the others finally succeeded. Only 4 seconds left on undying body. Zhang Yi seized the moment, a brilliant golden magic erupting from his body. A system prompt appeared. Player Zhang Yi has met the requirements for the Dragon Clan faction upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? He gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, shouting, "Upgrade!" Red, blue, and yellow energies converged before Zhang Yi's chest. A moment later, he spread his arms, his eyes burning with fire as a golden dragon manifested behind him. System prompt, promoted to Second Order Dragon Soul Master. As news of the Second Order promotion arrived, the scene before him sent the commander reeling back in utter horror. How is this possible? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. I should actually thank you. Thanks to the power of these giants, my teammates were able to attack your subordinates, allowing me to accumulate the final points for the other race reputation. Zhang Yi didn't want to waste time, drawing his arm back along with the golden dragon to build power. Now it's my turn to attack. A blue panel popped up. God-tier Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse. Zhang Yi threw a heavy punch, the golden dragon roaring as it charged toward the commander. Taste the power of the God-tier Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse. God-tier Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse reduces health recovery by 100, removes all enemy buff states, and consumes 10 Dragon Soul points. The commander was enveloped by the power of the Dragon Soul Forbidden Curse, suffering in agony. Within seconds, the commander crashed to the ground. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered with the light of the Dragon Soul as he declared, "Now that you have lost your giant strength, you are no match for me at all." The commander reached out a trembling hand for help. "Give me power. I need more power." Zhang Yi leapt from the heights, his long blade plunging down violently. "Remember, the one who kills you is that giant strength you were always so proud of." After dealing with his enemy, Zhang Yi looked up at the giant stone floating high in the air, his heart full of doubt. What on earth is this thing? Anku was thinking about it even as he died. Could the giant's sudden invasion of the goblins be related to this? Zhang Yi did not hesitate, leaping up toward the giant stone. He reached out his palm, sensing that this power was indeed that of an elemental crystal. When his fingers touched that azure giant stone, a surge of azure air erupted instantly, blasting Zhang Yi out of the high tower. A thick azure aura radiated from the top of the tower. Witnessing this, Han Yuru's eyes widened, and she shouted with concern, "Is Zhang Yi in danger in there?" Zhang Yi's teammates didn't dare to delay, quickly rushing into the tower to check the situation. "Let's go in and see." Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Han Yuru asked with worry, "Zhang Yi, are you okay?" Zhang Yi's expression was grave as he warned everyone not to approach for now. "Although the giant commander is dead, I'm not sure if there are other dangers here." To protect Zhang Yi, Han Yuru stated firmly, "All right, then we'll find a way to get you out." At that moment, Erfu seemed to remember something, her hand lightly supporting her face. "I think I've seen this mechanism in an ancient book." Suddenly, the necklace around Erfu's neck began to move, carrying her as she hovered in midair surrounded by swirling blue smoke. "Sister, save me!" This sudden turn of events caught Han Yuru off guard. She tried to grab her but missed. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was struck with alarm and shouted anxiously, "I'll go save her. You all be careful." The necklace on Erfu's arm shot straight for the elemental crystal. At the critical second, Erfu plummeted, but luckily she was caught by Zhang Yi as he flew toward her. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a hand and a hat emerged from within the elemental crystal. "Ouch, I'm fine too." An old man wearing a purple hat with a white beard hanging to his chest crawled out from the crystal and rushed toward the two. "What are you staring at? Quick, give me a hand, I'm stuck." Hearing this voice, Erfu immediately recognized him as the High God. Below, Ba Huang and the others were all stunned. "The High God?" Zhang Yi stood on the ground pointing at the old man and questioning. He's the Goblin High God you were looking for?" Erfu pulled a book from her robes. "It's him. I've seen him in the ancient books." She flipped to the page with the portrait and pointed at the image, saying to Zhang Yi, "Look, the portrait of the Goblin High God in the ancient book is clearly younger and more handsome." Looking between the portrait and the real person, Zhang Yi was a bit confused. Is it really the same person? And how did he crawl out of a magic block? Hearing Zhang Yi's words, the old man shouted in anger, "Magic block, young people these days really don't know their treasures, not even recognizing a holy artifact." The Goblin High God waved his hand and the crystal above fell into his palm. "This is our Goblin race's holy artifact, the Heart of Elements. It can extract the power of elemental crystals without being damaged and then release it through external force. I was just momentarily careless, which let it be stolen by the giants, who then locked me inside." Witnessing his power, Zhang Yi hurried forward to help massage his shoulders and soothe him. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." The shimmering crystal made Han Yuru, standing nearby, marvel in admiration. "It's so beautiful." A system prompt appeared. Legendary hidden quest, the High God's Riddle. Zhang Yi looked back, the quest was done, and he could finally collect the reward, but after reading the information carefully he was somewhat puzzled. We've clearly found the High God, so why isn't the quest showing as complete? Zhang Yi's face darkened slightly as he glanced behind him, thinking, unless Zhang Yi reached out and placed his hand on Erfu's head. He gently rubbed her head. The giant commander has been eliminated and your tribesmen have regained their freedom. I have to take my teammates back to heal their wounds, so I'll take my leave now. You must be good. We'll come back to see you when we have time in the future. Erfu's eyes widened, looking at Zhang Yi with deep reluctance. We must meet again. Afterward, the two hooked pinkies and made a promise. Walking out of the high tower, Zhang Yi placed his hands on Han Yuru's shoulders and instructed, Yuru, in a moment you all take Shield 7 back to Extreme Ice City to heal properly. I still have to stay and handle some matters. Zhang Yi's words sent Han Yuru into a state of anxiety and worry. Did something happen? Zhang Yi rested his chin in his hand, recalling the suspicious points. Do you remember the High God's riddle quest we triggered earlier? Logically, once the Goblin High God appeared, the quest should have been completed. But whether I touched the High God or got near the heart of elements in his hand, the quest still showed as incomplete. There's definitely something wrong with this Goblin High God. Night fell, and Zhang Yi returned to the high tower from that morning. Inside the tower, the High God was holding the crystal and examining it for a long time. The giant and goblin races have fought for years. The winner takes all. Now that your commander is dead, from now on you giants must obey my commands. Do you understand? Before him was a group of giants bound tightly. With Erfu standing to the side, Pa, you're just a lowly goblin. What right do you have to order us? One of them charged at the High God in defiance. The giant race will never be slaves. The old man violently threw the crystal, and a bolt of azure light struck that giant. This is my right. I know you're defiant, but you are prisoners now. In just a few seconds that giant was sent flying a great distance. If you want to blame someone, blame your commander Anku for insisting on opposing our goblin race. Witnessing this scene, Erfu shouted a sharp command, Stop, let them go. She spread her arms to shield the giant, staring at the old man and questioning, What are you trying to do, respected High God? I have always looked up to you. Didn't you once tell us to be kind? Can you please answer me? Erfu's expression was grave, her eyes full of seriousness. What you are doing now, how is it any different from the giants who captured us to be slaves? The High God narrowed his eyes as he sized her up, gripping the crystal and looking down with a light laugh. Erfu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you go ask the tribesmen outside how those giants used to torture them? Following that, the High God walked to Erfu's side, tapping her forehead with his fingertip. I think you've stayed too close to those mortals and been deluded by them, forgetting your identity as the Goblin Princess. They rescued me and our people from the giants, and the only reason we could defeat the giant commander was entirely due to Zhang Yi. The old man looked up and cursed loudly. Shut up, mortals are just like giants. None of them are good. He only saved you for our goblin race's elemental crystals. No, he's not that kind of person. Suddenly, a surge of red air appeared on Erfu's forehead and she clutched her head in agony. I see you've been brainwashed by that human. I must immediately correct your mistaken thoughts. It hurts. Countless memory fragments emerged within the red smoke. Erfu opened her tear-filled eyes, screaming in pain. No! Suddenly, a surge of power shattered the memory images, sending the High God flying. A familiar figure appeared. It was Zhang Yi. He looked at the old man and said coldly, I didn't expect the respected Goblin High God to actually lay a hand on his own innocent tribesmen. This is a goblin matter. It's not for a human like you to interfere. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi flew forward to pick up Erfu, shielding her in his arms. When I was in danger, she risked her life to protect me. I am definitely getting involved in this. A purple mark appeared on Erfu's forehead, which surprised Zhang Yi slightly. This mark had appeared before during the battle against the Minotaur machine. At this moment, the High God presented the crystal, which hovered in midair as he began to control those giants. What does this actually represent? All giants, hear my command, seize this human for me. Under the crystal's control, the giants surged toward the two. Zhang Yi looked up to observe, simultaneously summoning his longblade, thinking, he's actually able to control these giants so quickly. Zhang Yi slammed his longblade into the ground and a thick ice wall rose from the earth, blocking the crowd. No one gets near. Immediately after, the High God waved his hand, maneuvering the heart of elements to smash toward Zhang Yi. It seems I'll have to do this myself. The scene before him gave Zhang Yi a massive shock. A giant piece of frost instantly and firmly surrounded the two. Elemental lockdown, the two were trapped within a tower-shaped ice prison. The heart of elements will devour your memories and energy. You will die in endless agony. Not to be outdone, Zhang Yi swung his blade frantically at the ice walls. I won't let you have your way. Break for me. At that moment, Erfu clutched her head in pain, red smoke emerging from her forehead once more. It hurt so much. She collapsed to the ground and Zhang Yi hurried forward to comfort her. No, don't come over. I didn't see anything. Erfu, don't be afraid. It's me. His gaze was deep as he fell into thought. Why exactly is this High God targeting Erfu? He just mentioned that the heart of elements devours memories. Could Erfu know some shameful secret of his? Zhang Yi turned to look at the shivering Erfu. She was shouting incoherently, I don't know, I don't know. It seemed the heart of elements was starting to take effect. He had to find a breakthrough before they were completely lost. Zhang Yi didn't waste words, placing his hand against her forehead. Soul probe, I will definitely save you. Erfu's memories replayed in Zhang Yi's mind. In the image, the old high god was being assassinated from behind by a man with a blade. Depowered, you, what are you doing? What am I doing? To replace you, of course. We are clearly brothers of the same womb, and our strength is equal. On what grounds were you chosen as the high god, while I can only live in your shadow? I'm only taking back what originally belonged to me. He looked at Erfu with a vicious gaze. Depowered's eyes were burning. You saw it all. Following that, he held up the crystal and commanded Erfu. You will immediately forget everything about Depowered murdering the high god. From now on, I am the true high god. Reaching this point in the memory, Erfu knelt on the ground and screamed loudly, No! The ice layer binding the two instantly exploded. She had completely remembered everything and walked forward alongside Zhang Yi. Depowered, I remember it all. How much longer are you going to impersonate the high god? The two stood before the shivering Depowered. He was terrified. Impossible, my heart of elements. I studied for centuries to master the method to control it. How could an outsider like you possibly control it? Shut up, you fake. You certainly didn't expect that before the high god died he carved the method to control the heart of elements on the inside of this necklace. Seeing this, Depowered hurriedly scrambled to flee. Want to run? A surge of white smoke suddenly erupted at the high tower's gate. Depowered tumbled out of the gate in a pathetic heap as Erfu dove down from the heights, clenching her fist and smashing it toward him. This punch is to teach you, a traitor, a lesson on behalf of the high god. A heavy punch slammed into Depowered's face, followed immediately by Erfu launching a frantic barrage of blows like falling raindrops. This is what you owe our goblin race. A moment later, Erfu flipped and landed, looking coldly at the slumped Depowered. Depowered, open your eyes and look at these tribesmen. As a goblin, you cared only for power and strength. Murdering the high god and snatching the heart of elements, causing us to suffer centuries of humiliation from the giant race. So the high god did not abandon us. He was murdered by him. What? If he isn't the high god, then didn't he go missing along with the high god back then? Everyone, together, avenged the high god. Erfu lightly waved her palm, and a surge of azure smoke rose, suspending Depowered and his gang in midair. A bunch of ungrateful trash. I was going to spare your lives to serve me, but it seems you're tired of living. Zhang Yi watched coldly from the side. This power was identical to the Ghost Race Warden from before. Depowered had colluded with the Ghost Race forces to reclaim the necklace. Erfu collapsed backward, luckily caught just in time by Zhang Yi. Please avenge the high god for me. Don't worry, leave the rescue of the goblin race to me. Depowered bared sharp claws, emitting a bizarre cyan smoke as he roared in fury. If you don't die today, you'll surely perish when the Ghost King returns. You might as well be buried together now. Looking at him, Zhang Yi retorted with a determined gaze. Is that so? But I guarantee nothing will go as you wish. A stone radiating a purple glow appeared in his hand. Enough, Depowered. Depowered stood frozen like a wooden stake, thinking it was impossible for this power to belong to him. Within the purple mist, the silhouette of the high god he had murdered gradually manifested. Kind human ally, I have come to aid you. Depowered's face was filled with disbelief. You, how are you still alive? I clearly killed you with my own hands. You finally admitted it yourself. A surge of purple smoke also faintly appeared before Zhang Yi. It was you who murdered the high god. Your dream ends today. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Yi lunged with his blade, ice fire ghost slaying slash. A moment later, Depowered was eliminated, and Zhang Yi slammed his blade heavily into the ground. It really is the high god, I'm not dreaming. The high god never abandoned us. He was always here. Erfu saw the high god outside and burst into tears, covering her mouth. Lord High God, seeing his revenge complete, the high god turned to bid Zhang Yi farewell. Thank you for everything you have done for the goblin race. I don't have much time left. I want to say a few words to my people. Please, Lord High God, go ahead. Suddenly, a panel popped up before Zhang Yi, notifying him of unread messages from Qinglong. The panel continued to show. 5 minutes and 10 seconds ago, 8 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, and just now. 10 minutes ago, a swarm of flying creatures was attacking Dai Wu's squad in Extreme Ice City. What's the specific situation now? We've currently discovered 6 magic beasts and 1 dragon beast. We've already killed 2 of them. Dai Wu looked into the distance, her brow furrowed as she gave her assurance, while Qinglong beside her also nodded. I've seen these magic beasts before in Carlo's secret room in Moonlight City. That guy must be behind this. Suddenly, a fireball lunged through the air. Qinglong quickly drew his bow to its limit and fired an arrow. The number of magic beasts the enemy sent isn't many. It seems this is just a probing attack, but it's uncertain if they will increase their firepower. Tell everyone to continue strengthening the defenses. The feathered arrow pierced through the fireball, instantly triggering an explosion. A panel popped up. The leader of Extreme Ice City has been ambushed, please respond. Qinglong shouted. I'll go report to the leader. Behind Qinglong, a shadow lurking on the floor let out a chilling laugh. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Li Hao sat in a chair with his hand on his chin, deep in thought. What? Zhang Yi isn't in Extreme Ice City right now, and he's being impersonated by a subordinate in disguise? That's right, I saw it clearly. The one guarding Extreme Ice City now is that lowly lackey with the bow. A man in the distance looked at him and proposed, Boss, since Zhang Yi isn't there, isn't this the perfect time for us to attack? No, it's not that simple. Zhang Yi, suddenly leaving the main city and finding a stand-in, must have a specific reason. Suddenly, Li Hao death gripped his own neck, his eyes wide as if he were choking. Boss, are you okay? This has happened to you several times now. He looked into the distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. Why was the God-tier talent card acting up at a time like this? Could it be related to Zhang Yi's sudden disappearance? Li Hao clutched his chest and instructed his subordinates. I have something to attend to and must leave first. We'll discuss the attack on Extreme Ice City when I return. Until then, no one is allowed to act without authorization. With that, he mounted a magic beast and flew away from the building. The movement of the God-tier talent card pointed toward the desert region. Something major must have happened there. Back with her Fu, she was looking at the smiling high god through her tears. Sylph, I have a very important task to entrust to you. During this time, your kindness and patience have earned the recognition of everyone in the goblin race. Are you willing to continue protecting the tribesmen behind you? To never give up, even if the road ahead is rough and covered in thorns? I am willing. Seeing her crying, he reached out to stroke her face in comfort, but her Fu's tears continued to flow. Good child, don't cry. Lord High God, I've only just found you. Please don't leave, okay? Good child, death is not terrifying to me. As long as the goblin race can live a happy life, I will have no lingering concerns when I leave. A surge of golden smoke enveloped her Fu, lifting her into the air. Lord High God, I didn't expect the Goblin High God to be able to leave behind a trace of a remnant soul until now, purely by the will to protect his people. In the blink of an eye, Erfu's appearance changed, transforming into a young woman who looked much more mature than before. In the name of the Goblin High God, I officially bestow the position of High God upon you. On the other side, Li Hao was riding a dragon toward the intense light that attracted him. An artifact? The young woman opened her eyes and looked around. She was the newly transformed Erfu, paying homage in her new form. Greetings, Lord High God. Sylph, congratulations on becoming the High God. Now, I merely possess the status of the High God. I will work hard to become a High God worthy of the name. Beside her, the crystal flew toward Zhang Yi. Thank you for everything you have done for the goblin race. Since the threat of the giants has been eliminated, this heart of elements belongs to you. Taking the crystal, Zhang Yi fell into deep thought. With the help of this artifact, the odds of winning against Carlo had increased by another margin. Witnessing all this, Li Hao, hiding behind a rock, was fuming with rage. How can this be? That's my artifact, it belongs to me. He glared at the two with smoke practically rising from his head. Damn it, Zhang Yi, it's you again. We really do have a narrow road between us. Just you wait. Zhang Yi seemed to remember something, looking a bit embarrassed. Crap, I was so focused on the mission just now that I forgot to check the messages. He hurriedly bid Erfu farewell and she waved back at him. I'm sorry. My teammates have urgent business with me, so I must return to Extreme Ice City immediately. Take care. Okay, I'll handle the remaining matters. Follow me if you need anything in Extreme Ice City. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, benefactor. Back on this side, Qinglong raised his longbow, aiming at the swarm of giant bats. The leader is on his way back, everyone hold on a bit longer. If he doesn't come back soon, we're going to be roasted meat. Suddenly, a red fireball shot straight toward Daiwu. Upon seeing Yiru, Qinglong shouted excitedly, Young lady, you're back. Yiru smiled in response. My brother and Xiao Zhao have already taken Duanfeng back to town to heal. I've come to support everyone first. Are you all okay? Daiwu was stunned for a moment. I'm fine. Before the three could even catch up, the swarm of magic beasts grew larger and larger. They roared as they charged toward the three. Qinglong drew his bow, preparing to meet the attack. Yiru sensed the urgency and instructed the person behind her. This is bad. The cry of that magic beast just now has drawn its companions. Daiwu, quickly find a place to hide and protect yourself first. Daiwu obeyed. Okay. Before them, the dragon beast reared up and opened its massive maw, a red fireball condensing within. Yiru made a serious judgment. It seemed this dragon beast was about to unleash a powerful move. She held her staff high, casting fireball. Qinglong, cover me. Qinglong drew his bowstring to the limit and replied, no problem. Just then, the dragon beast suddenly spat out several medium-sized fireballs. Yiru and Qinglong lost their balance and fell to the ground. Watch out! The two slammed heavily onto the ground, coughing lightly. Dai Wu ran over anxiously and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The dragon beast continued to roar in fury, opening its bloody maw as flames rolled, accumulating into an even larger fireball. Dai Wu was terrified by the scene, falling into a panic. "What do we do? This monster really wants to kill us all." Not far away, Zhang Yi arrived just in time on Xiao He, spotting the dragon beast preparing to attack at a glance. "Isn't that the dragon beast from Carlo's secret room? Crap, Extreme Ice City's buildings haven't been reinforced with elemental crystals yet. If that dragon breath falls, half the city will be destroyed." He pulled out the newly acquired Heart of Elements and ordered Xiao He, "Xiao He, accelerate." Zhang Yi locked onto the dragon beast ahead and snorted coldly, "Are you the one who sneak attacked Extreme Ice City while I was away?" Immediately after, Zhang Yi activated the Heart of Elements, releasing a surge of powerful energy. Taste the power of an artifact. With just this one strike, the massive dragon beast was shot down, plummeting from the sky. The sharp-eyed Qing Long shouted in pleasant surprise, "Young lady, it's the leader is back." Zhang Yi leaped down from Xiao He's back and chuckled softly, "Sorry I'm late, I got delayed by some business." "You've all worked hard while I was away," Dai Wu complained huffily. "If it weren't for Extreme Ice City, I wouldn't want to look so pathetic." Zhang Yi walked straight to Yuru, and the two held hands, their eyes meeting in a tender gaze. Zhang Yi spoke first. "It's my fault for coming back late and making you suffer," Yuru replied softly. "I'm fine." Zhang Yi pulled out a large bag. "Quick, look at the good stuff I brought for everyone." Seeing what was in Zhang Yi's hand, Qing Long was shocked. Are these elemental crystals?" Dai Wu marveled from the side. "So beautiful." Zhang Yi explained with a smile that as long as they had these elemental crystals, Extreme Ice City's buildings would be able to withstand the dragon breath attacks from Carlo's magic beast Night Legion. The system interface displayed various parameters for the guild's stationed main city. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "I used one just now, so there are 54 left, which is enough to upgrade all of Extreme Ice City's buildings to level 4. Thinking of this, he decisively pressed the upgrade button. With this, Extreme Ice City's airspace defense problem was resolved. Zhang Yi began assigning tasks. "The next task is to set traps in this open space. We can't let Carlo's army approach Extreme Ice City easily." Under his direction, everyone worked together until dusk. Qing Long slumped on the grass inside. "I'm exhausted, but it's finally done." Zhang Yi walked up behind Dai Wu, who was busy chasing butterflies. "Dai Wu, I'd like to ask a favor." Seeing her turn around, Zhang Yi got straight to the point. "There will inevitably be a battle between us and Carlo, and the outcome will determine the life or death of Extreme Ice City. We must defeat Carlo, so I need your help." Dai Wu readily agreed. "I've lived in Extreme Ice City since I entered the Apocalypse game. I've long considered it my home. As long as I can contribute to Extreme Ice City, I'm willing to do anything." Zhang Yi guided her memory. "You remember, right, that gold card the Bloodgate tried to snatch from you before?" Hearing this, Dai Wu silently pulled out a gold card. She tilted her head and confirmed cautiously, "Are you talking about this card?" Zhang Yi nodded. "That's right. Because it hadn't been determined whether we were friends or foes before, I didn't tell you." His next words left Dai Wu beyond shock. "The card in your hand is one of the 10 rarest God-tier talent cards in the Apocalypse. As long as you give up your original talent, you can inherit the power of this God-tier talent card." The scene shifted to Moonlight City, where it was already late at night. As soon as Carlo entered, a subordinate greeted him. "Boss, you're finally back." He followed up with a question, "How is the magic beast cultivation progress?" A subordinate reported respectfully, "All magic beasts have completed cultivation and can set out at any time." Carlo could no longer contain himself, directly ordering, "Set out immediately and occupy Extreme Ice City for this expedition." Carlo will command personally. He led his subordinates as they mounted magic beasts and charged toward Extreme Ice City. Zhang Yi quickly spotted the opposition. "Carlo, he's finally come." Carlo rode the most ferocious magic beast, arrogantly crossing his arms with a cold laugh. He announced belligerently, "Listen up, people of Extreme Ice City. I'll only give you one chance to surrender. Lay down your weapons and surrender now, or the entire city will be wiped out." The citizens below whispered among themselves, "Is he the leader of the God Guild? He looks quite imposing." Zhang Yi stepped forward to stabilize morale. "Don't be fooled by his tricks. That's just a summoned phantom." Qing Long drew his bow and aimed. "You think you can occupy Extreme Ice City? You're dreaming." He held his breath and locked onto the target, snorting coldly. "Watch this arrow." In an instant, Qing Long's feathered arrow pierced the sky, heading straight for the center of the magic beast swarm. He shot with perfect precision, the arrow flying straight for Carlo. Carlo tilted his head to dodge, his face darkening as he caught the incoming arrow. Carlo cursed through gritted teeth. "How ungrateful. It seems you're determined to die at my hands. Wait until my Night Legion launches the attack. Let's see if you can still be this confident." Immediately after, he ordered the attack. "Full army, advance. Level Extreme Ice City to the ground." Qing Long looked at Zhang Yi beside him with a grave expression. "Leader," he couldn't help but feel anxious. "The number of fireballs this time is much greater than before, and the magic beast dragon breath cannot be underestimated. Can our buildings really hold up?" Zhang Yi smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, it'll work. Just wait and see." Carlo's expression is bound to be very interesting. Immediately after, a layer of cyan energy enveloped the entire city as he activated the elemental shield. The fireballs spat by the magic beast slammed heavily into the shield, producing deafening explosions. Amidst the smoke, a magic beast was scorched black, swaying as it plummeted from the sky. The shadow immediately panicked. "Boss, our attacks were all blocked. What do we do?" Carlo clenched his fist tight and roared. "What are you afraid of? I will never let it end like this." He ordered a continue and increased firepower. "Keep attacking, order the ground magic beast legion to charge." As soon as he spoke, the ground magic beasts swarmed out, roaring as they slammed into the elemental shield. Yan rode a magic beast at the front directing the formation. "Charge, occupy Extreme Ice City. The leader will reward us handsomely. Kill." Having just charged a certain distance, his magic beast suddenly braked hard. The magic beasts and subordinates before Yan tumbled into pitfalls one after another. Falling head over heels, he turned back and shouted a warning. "Everyone stop. There are traps on the ground." Qinglong snickered from the side. "These are the traps we spent all afternoon digging. Enjoy them slowly." Zhang Yi stood on the city wall, observing the situation, and ordered, "Notify Duan Feng's squad to prepare for a counterattack." The full army moved according to the order, quickly firing several bombs. Immediately after, a surge of purple smoke spread, and a person fell before Yan in response. He quickly covered his nose and shouted a warning to those around him. "Everyone, cover your noses, this mist is toxic." Yan roared in a towering rage. "Zhang Yi, you actually dare to play tricks on me." To briefly explain, this toxic mist is a paralyzing toxic mist. Striking an enemy with a paralyzing bomb deals 100 points of damage, and generates a toxic cloud that reduces the enemy's movement speed by 50. Seizing the opportunity created by the enemy's chaos, the city gates swung open immediately. Duan Feng charged out to battle, flanked by Xiao Zhao and another teammate. "Let them see that our extreme ice city is not to be trifled with. Charge!" Leading the assault, Duan Feng lunged at Yan, leaping forward to deliver a fierce sword strike. The moment the opponent saw him, he gnashed his teeth and declared, "It's you again. Today I will avenge my brothers." Duan Feng let out a cold laugh. "With just you, fine, I'll give you a chance to die beneath my blade." His nonchalant expression sent Yan into a blood-red fury. He swung his axe and roared, "You've got a death wish." Duan Feng didn't bother dodging. Directly unleashing a powerful skill to counter, Yaoru walked up to Zhang Yi and whispered, "Where is my brother at such a critical moment? Even Dai Wu is gone, come to think of it. I haven't seen her since yesterday." Zhang Yi comforted her softly. "Don't worry, they're both fine. I gave your brother a secret mission." He explained in detail. "There is a river on the right side of Extreme Ice City that leads straight to Moonlight City. By moving underwater to infiltrate Moonlight City, one can bypass Carlo's surveillance. To occupy Extreme Ice City, Carlo would surely lead the majority of his forces away from Moonlight City. In other words, this is our best opportunity to seize Moonlight City." According to Zhang Yi's calculations, Carlo had never met her brother, so his sudden disappearance wouldn't arouse suspicion. Combined with his brother's abilities, he was the best candidate to complete this task. Zhang Yi continued, saying that as for Dai Wu, she would be the key to determining whether they could win. High in the air, Carlo observed the situation and ordered his subordinate, He Ying Shadow, take a squad of fallen magic beasts to support Yan. Their infantry unit seemed to be in trouble. He Ying took the command. "Yes, guild leader." As soon as the words fell, He Ying led the swarm of fallen magic beasts toward the sector commanded by Yan. When Yan saw the beasts, he let out a triumphant laugh. "Our reinforcements are here. You're finished. He Ying, hurry up and help me get rid of these nuisances." The other replied as a matter of course, "Leave it to me." "Hurry it up, you're dragging your feet. If we don't take Extreme Ice City and the guild leader gets angry, we're all dead." While dealing with Duan Feng, Yan responded to his comrade, "Fine, quit nagging and get down here to help." Seizing the moment while the two sides were deadlocked, He Ying commanded the magic beast to dive. A beast clamped its jaws onto Duan Feng's longsword. He Ying sat atop the beast and mocked, "I heard you value this sword more than your life. I wonder what'll happen if you lose one." He turned back, defiantly tilting his chin. "If you've got the guts, come and take it back." Before He Ying could finish, waves of red and purple energy suddenly came whistling toward them. The fierce assault brought a piercing sound of breaking air, causing the magic beast to shudder in pain. It opened its mouth and spat out the longsword, leaving He Ying teetering on the beast's back. Ultimately, he failed to steady himself and was thrown off, slamming into the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood from the violent impact. Dai Wu unleashed a series of moves, loudly announcing, "Anyone who wishes harm upon Extreme Ice City must get through me first." Yan furiously tried to charge over and finish her, but he suddenly froze. You wretched woman, you're looking for death. What was happening? Why had she turned into butterflies? Dai Wu's technique suddenly shifted as countless butterflies surrounded Yan, leaving him bewildered. In the instant Yan was distracted. A pink scythe was already pressed against his neck. By the time Yan realized it, it was already too late. It was the weapon. Dai Wu flashed past his side, and behind her the opponent's blood sprayed everywhere. Simultaneously, the system broadcast the result. Dai Wu has killed Yan. Duan Feng watched dumbfounded, his head shaking like a rattle. Holy crap, how did she suddenly become so powerful? He Ying struggled to crawl up, and seeing his companion killed with his own eyes, he vowed, Yan, I will definitely avenge you. He Ying secretly pulled out a bottle of red liquid and crushed it. The surrounding air was instantly shrouded in red light, and the magic beast swarm seemed to be triggered. They began to roar and thrash about frantically. A magic beast before Duan Feng bit the head of one of its own allies. He immediately warned with caution, watch out, this swarm of beasts seems to have gone mad. Even the enemy subordinates were terrified and fled in panic. Run, these beasts are even eating their own. The magic beast swarm formed a circle, trapping Duan Feng and Dai Wu tightly within. Duan Feng clicked his tongue and remarked that the enemy numbers were still too high, making things difficult beside him. Dai Wu gave a great shout. Then we'll fight them to the end. He Ying admired his masterpiece with satisfaction, laughing triumphantly. Slowly enjoy the wrath of these magic beasts. He then rode his beast and slipped away to report to Carlo. Guild leader, our infantry units have suffered heavy losses. Yan, he's dead. And another top-tier assassin has appeared beside Zhang Yi, with strength far exceeding mine. Carlo replied coldly, fine, I know, he thought to himself. As expected of a player experiencing the apocalypse for a second time, he's prepared everything in advance. Now with this protective shield blocking the way, I have no chance to get close. After a moment of thought, he shouted a loud provocation. Zhang Yi, do you dare to stand out here like a man? What kind of skill is it to hide inside like a coward and let a woman fight for you? Zhang Yi didn't bother responding to him, silently waving his hand to summon Xiao He. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, directly exposing the opponent. All right, quit pretending to be a man of integrity. You're only trying to provoke me into leaving the city because you can't enter Extreme Ice City for now and can't destroy the elemental shield. Zhang Yi faced Carlo and asked in return, what, are you that eager to follow your subordinates to the grave? The other continued to sneer defiantly. Knowing it's a trap, you still dare to come out alone first? Zhang Yi remained fearless, confidently announcing, because I'm going to beat you. Carlo drew his weapon in response. You certainly talk big. I hope you can maintain that confidence in a moment. He picked up his flute and played several melodies, and Xiao He immediately began to struggle in agony. Zhang Yi worked hard to soothe him. Xiao He, steady yourself, don't let his flute music interfere. But Xiao He still lost control and plummeted from the heights. Zhang Yi hurriedly unleashed Soul Link. This is a second-class Beastmaster skill. Once activated, the damage taken by the magic beast is transferred to the Beastmaster himself, lasting 60 seconds with a 3-hour cooldown. Under Zhang Yi's effort, Xiao He instantly regained clarity, his eyes snapping open. He flipped and soared upward, and Carlo couldn't help but marvel. He actually took the control from the dragon chant flute for his magic beast. He's resisting with his own will. Interesting. Carlo spoke as he suddenly leapt into the sky, continuing to play the flute. Dance frantically, my dragons. The sky instantly turned gloomy. Accompanied by flashes of lightning, Zhang Yi felt a trace of doubt. Something's wrong. A second-class Beastmaster can only have 2 magic beasts at most. 3 dragons appearing at once is definitely a problem. Carlo crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. Zhang Yi, watch yourself. I'm going to bury you in a sea of fire. Burn him, my dragons. Zhang Yi dodged the other's scorching fireball attack, then pulled out the Heart of Elements, unleashing triple elemental power. Then let's see whose firepower is stronger. In the next second, 3 attacks whistled out, striking the 3 dragons with precision. Carlo hadn't expected this situation either, freezing for a moment before stomping his feet in anger. Damn it, you stole my artifact and used it against me, just you wait. Zhang Yi secretly confirmed his suspicion. As expected, just like when Mu Zhen summoned the 4th Order Dragon Emperor back then, those aren't real dragon beasts, they're just phantoms. Carlo pulled out a legendary item, the Ancient Dragon Summoning Scroll, and announced loudly, as long as the Heart of Elements in your hand is activated, elemental crystals will be consumed. Aside from the amount used for upgrading buildings, you definitely don't have many elemental crystals left, whereas I can summon infinitely. Once the summoning was complete, 3 ferocious dragons appeared behind Carlo. He challenged with a smug air, let's see how much longer you can last. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. Infinite summoning, holy crap, that's way too strong. But that didn't mean he intended to surrender. Zhang Yi thought to himself, With his infinite summoning ability, attacking with the Heart of Elements now would just be wasting crystals for nothing. He had already made a decision. In that case, in the next second, the Undying Body skill was activated. Zhang Yi converged his inner energy into his fists and charged forward. Then I'll take it all. Flames enveloped his body, and his health bar continuously flashed -500 warnings. Zhang Yi shouted a command, "Xiao He, stay back," on the ground battlefield. Dai Wu was fighting hard against the magic beast swarm. A lion could never catch a butterfly. She tore apart the crazed lion before her with her bare hands, whispering coldly, "Especially when it's just a mad lion." No sooner had Dai Wu dealt with one than two more magic beasts leapt out to attack her. Duan Feng provided timely support, a light sweep of his longsword cutting them into a pile of shredded meat. Seeking death, both looked up at the sky simultaneously. Discovering that Zhang Yi seemed to be in trouble, Dai Wu quickly soared into the air, instructing the person behind her, "You handle the remaining magic beasts here, I'm going to help." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi noticed her intent and immediately stopped her. "Don't come over, you can't withstand the damage from the dragon chant flute." Ya Ru used her staff to summon an ice wall, blocking the raging fire that sought to engulf Dai Wu. "I'll help you." The other offered a word of thanks. Seeing Dai Wu still trying to approach, Carlo mocked, "Another one coming to their death. How foolish." He flipped open the scroll in his hand. "Then I'll find a few more magic beasts to play with you all." Dai Wu continued to move with all her might, muttering to herself, "Just hold on a bit longer. I'm almost there." Dai Wu accelerated into a sprint, using the momentum to leap. Zhang Yi high-fived her, whispering, "Dai Wu you." The other got straight to the point. "With my current strength I can't kill the dragon beasts he's controlling. It all depends on you now. Use my talent to deal with him." Zhang Yi successfully copied the god-tier talent, Assassin's Heart. He clenched his fist and thought, "Don't worry, I won't let you down." The scene shifted elsewhere, to the border between Extreme Ice City and Moonlight City. Here, Ba Huang was leading a group of people in action. "We've reached the Moonlight City border. Everyone put in some effort. Let's strive to occupy Moonlight City as quickly as possible." Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." One of them suddenly shouted, "Captain, look, what's that?" Everyone looked up and all were shocked. Is that an iceberg? Why is it still flying?" Even Ba Huang was lost in confusion. How could a floating iceberg suddenly appear? "This iceberg is moving toward Extreme Ice City." Sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly instructed his subordinates, "Take 2 men and follow that iceberg. Report the situation to me at any time. The rest of you follow me to take Moonlight City. No one is allowed to slack off," everyone shouted. "Understood." Inside the iceberg, rows of humanoid stone statues stood in neat formation, the surroundings deathly silent. Looking closely, one could see a scroll hovering before each stone statue. Zhang Yi turned sideways with a frown and shouted, "Xiao He, take Dai Wu to Yaru. Leave the rest to me." Carlo sat atop the dragon's back, crossing his arms and mocking arrogantly. "What? Feeling like you're going to lose to me, so you're having your magic beast take the woman away first to avoid seeing your pathetic defeat?" A system prompt subsequently popped up. God-tier talent Assassin's Heart in effect. Heart of Elements has been refreshed. Energy charging complete. He held the Heart of Elements, the triumph in his eyes impossible to hide. "It's just a pile of cheap summoning scrolls, isn't it? I'd like to see if your infinite summoning is better or if my infinite bullets are stronger." Zhang Yi channeled his inner energy, and the triple elemental power instantly shot beams of light toward Carlo's dragon. He was secretly pleased. With Dai Wu having upgraded her Assassin's Heart, no matter how many summoning scrolls Carlo had, no matter how many dragon beasts were summoned, they were merely experience-grinding fodder to him. Not even worth a glance, Carlo finally began to panic, cold sweat pouring down. He thought in terror, "Impossible, how does he dare to use the Heart of Elements so recklessly?" At this moment Zhang Yi hovered in midair, enveloped by a powerful force, the dust below being kicked up by the heat wave. Carlo trembled with suspicion. Does he still have a lot of elemental crystals? Was he just acting before? Zhang Yi held the Heart of Elements high and shouted, "Why stop? Weren't you very impressive just now?" The Heart of Elements shot 2 beams of light, piercing through the 2 dragons behind Carlo. The dragons let out pained roars. Carlo instinctively reached out to shield his face, stammering and muttering. He watched in horror as the 2 dragons were defeated in an instant. Looking at his flustered state, Zhang Yi spoke, "Don't bother, no matter how many dragons you summon, the outcome will be the same. Phantoms will always be phantoms, your fantasies cannot become reality." Immediately after, Carlo let out a scream as he and the dragon he was riding were sent flying by a powerful energy shockwave. Amidst a series of explosions, the scrolls in his hand scattered all over the ground. Zhang Yi stood before the gasping, blood-drenched Carlo. He announced from above, "Carlo, you've lost." Carlo stared at him, a bizarre smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think you've beaten me this way? Interesting." With that he laughed wildly, sitting up while trembling and clutching his arm. "Calculate the time." The gift I sent to you in Extreme Ice City should be arriving soon. Suddenly, Bahuang sent a message saying a massive iceberg was flying toward him. The iceberg had currently entered Extreme Ice City's range. After reading it, Zhang Yi was full of confusion. An iceberg? What's going on? Suddenly, the ground ahead was covered in a layer of snow. He was secretly alarmed. Snow? Carlo spread his arms and looked behind him, laughing. The time for your death and the end of Extreme Ice City has arrived. Zhang Yi turned back in shock to find a massive iceberg looming behind Extreme Ice City. He thought in confusion, is this the iceberg Bahuang was talking about? Someone inside the city shouted, Yaru Duan Feng, get everyone into the city, quickly. Facing the massive iceberg, Yaru immediately responded. Carlo held a teleportation scroll, revealing an insidious smile. This grand gift, enjoy it slowly. A teleportation scroll. Zhang Yi was not far from him, gnashing his teeth and thinking, trying to run. He immediately charged over and gave Carlo a heavy punch, interrupting the teleportation process as the scroll fell to the ground. Zhang Yi grabbed Carlo by the neck and hoisted him up. Even at this stage he showed no fear, instead laughing loudly. Even if you kill me now, this iceberg won't disappear. I spent 5,000 levitation scrolls just to move it here from the extreme cold lands of the apocalypse. Seeing this, Zhang Yi cursed. Madman, giant rocks continued to smash toward the city from the iceberg, but they were blocked by the surrounding shield. Someone in the city asked in terror, will we be in danger? Someone immediately replied, don't worry, the elemental shield can even block a dragon's dragon breath. Dealing with a few rocks is definitely not a problem. Just then, an enormous rock crashed down and a crack appeared on the shield. Immediately afterward, the shield could no longer hold, and the giant boulders crashed straight down. The crowd below scrambled in all directions to evade the falling debris. The shield is broken, everyone run? Zhang Yi grabbed Carlo and asked, has everyone entered the city? Han Yuru replied, they're all inside, but the elemental shield is now full of holes from the falling ice. Yang Zhu looked up at the sky with concern and added, if the entire iceberg comes crashing down, Extreme Ice City will be crushed to powder in an instant. Zhang Yi frowned as he looked upward and said, stay in the city, I'll find a way. He then waved his hand and shouted, Xiao He. In an instant, Xiao He was summoned. Zhang Yi dragged Carlo toward Xiao He. Carlo clutched his head and screamed, hey, let me go, what are you trying to do? Zhang Yi turned back and roared, you caused this mess, did you think you could just walk away? If Extreme Ice City is destroyed today, you'll be the first to go down with it. With eyes full of courage and determination, he mounted Xiao He and charged into the high sky. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Moonlight City, where Bahuang's group was lying in wait, watching for the right moment to attack. Hiding behind a tree, Bahuang thought to himself, just as Zhang Yi predicted, Carlo has deployed most of his forces to attack Extreme Ice City. Moonlight City's defenses are incredibly weak right now. This is a perfect opportunity for us. Sensing the time was right, he shouted, all units, hear my command, action, charge, occupy Moonlight City, go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the three of them rushed forward with weapons drawn. At Bahuang's order, the guards on the city walls were defeated one after another. He cut down the enemy flag and replaced it with his own, announcing to those inside the city, stop this pointless resistance. From now on, Moonlight City belongs to the Godslayer Guild. The scene returns to the iceberg where Zhang Yi and Xiao He landed. A disheveled, trembling, and teeth-gnashing Carlo was thrown mercilessly onto the ground. Meanwhile, Bahuang quickly sent word that they had successfully occupied Moonlight City. Sitting on Xiao He's back, Zhang Yi pointed at Carlo and said disdainfully, Carlo, your Moonlight City has been taken by my guild. Give up. Don't cause any more pointless casualties. Carlo immediately mocked him. You think that's enough to persuade me? Bah, you'll soon see your teammates and Extreme Ice City destroyed together with your own eyes. Zhang Yi looked behind Carlo in horror and hurriedly asked, What did you do to them? Behind him were countless frozen bodies. Among them, a woman with bound hands struggled to stand up and said, it was simply a matter of having them carry levitation scrolls onto this iceberg. How about it? Panic-stricken, aren't you? Zhang Yi immediately leapt down and walked toward the frozen player bodies, thinking to himself, it seems these players sensed something was wrong at the time but couldn't escape, and were turned into ice sculptures to transport the iceberg. Hundreds of ordinary players' lives were sacrificed just to move an iceberg. He immediately threw a punch, slamming it into Carlo's face. This punch was for the innocent players who died on the iceberg. Zhang Yi gathered the scrolls as Carlo slumped on the ground and screamed, what are you doing? Those are mine, Zhang Yi replied angrily. Your life is in my hands now, you have no right to talk such nonsense. Zhang Yi circulated his inner energy and threw out the scrolls while secretly calculating his next move. He had to move the iceberg away from Extreme Ice City as quickly as possible before the levitation scrolls expired. He activated the ancient dragon summoning scroll, and a giant dragon wreathed in flames instantly appeared. Zhang Yi secretly planned the next step. To the south of Extreme Ice City lies a vast ocean. By using the illusory power of the ancient dragon to drag the iceberg toward the sea, I can minimize the damage to the city when it falls. Zhang Yi mounted Xiao He, not forgetting to bring the bound Carlo along. Xiao He, let's take the iceberg and move. Carlo coughed painfully twice and chattered incessantly. Stop dreaming. This iceberg could drop at any second. How long do you think these few dragons can hold it up? Once it falls, both you and I are dead. Zhang Yi interrupted impatiently. Shut your filthy mouth. A dragon tail swept across, causing blocks of ice to shatter and fall. Before the iceberg, countless dragon beasts spread their wings and soared, creating an exceptionally magnificent scene. Zhang Yi vowed silently, I must protect Extreme Ice City and everything I hold dear. The crowd below watched this scene in awe. The iceberg is moving. Are those dragon beasts? There are so many of them. The guild leader is incredible. He succeeded. Han Yuru looked up, her eyes full of worry as she prayed silently. Zhang Yi, you must come back safely. A while later, Zhang Yi and Carlo were flying toward a blizzard zone, their bodies covered in snow. He blew his flute while secretly encouraging himself. Almost there. Xiao He looked back and let out a few low pitying growls. Zhang Yi looked down, his heart full of concern. The part of Xiao He's tail connected to the iceberg has been frozen for too long. If this continues, it might suffer complete necrosis or even drag Xiao He into the sea if he can't break free. Zhang Yi gripped his longsword, preparing to strike, thinking to himself, Xiao He, bear with it a little longer. I'll find a way to save you. The ice is too hard. Before the iceberg falls, I must. Suddenly he lost his balance, and his train of thought was broken. A gale swept through, throwing everything into chaos. Zhang Yi shouted, lamenting in his heart, crap, the energy of the levitation scrolls is exhausted in an instant. Everything before his eyes went pitch black, followed by a rush of strong wind. Surrounding him was nothing but white sand. Zhang Yi sat on the beach, his heart full of dread. Where is this? He shouted at the top of his lungs. Xiao He, Xiao He. Zhang Yi looked at his hands, confused. I can't summon Xiao He, and even the summoning array won't activate. Where on earth is this place? Why did I end up here? I remember the last thing I saw was an island on the sea. Am I on that island now? He pulled out a scroll, feeling a surge of joy. Luckily, I still have a teleportation scroll. He immediately clicked to use it. The system let out a ding. Due to special map restrictions, players are temporarily unable to use teleportation scrolls. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and looked at the system prompt, thinking, they can actually do that. Although the system only mentioned special map restrictions, it was effectively telling him, this is a new map, and surviving and leaving will likely not be easy. Just then his stomach let out 2 loud growls. Zhang Yi rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself, I'm so hungry. I'd better find a way to fill my stomach first. Suddenly, something emerged from the nearby bushes. Zhang Yi thought, it seems there are plenty of wild beasts on this deserted island. I'll just hunt a few to eat. He instinctively pulled out his longsword and threw it, thinking, let's see where you can run. As Zhang Yi looked closer, he couldn't help but feel confused. A person? He walked toward the bushes to check. The next second, a young girl with dragon horns on her head and a sharp blade in her hand lunged at him. Zhang Yi dodged hurriedly but was struck by a heavy kick. He quickly shouted, Hey, no need to be so aggressive, trying to kill me the moment we meet? The girl said, You're the one who attacked first. Zhang Yi took a step back and raised his hands. Fine. It was my fault just now. I apologize. Let's stop fighting. I'm truly sorry for accidentally hurting you. He asked seriously, May I ask who you are? Why are you here? Zhang Yi sized her up secretly. Horns on her head and scales on her body. Is she of the beastman race? She replied immediately. I was about to ask you the same thing. This is my territory, and I got hit by a sword for no reason. Today is truly unlucky, Zhang Yi asked in confusion. Your territory? You're from here? I come from the outside world and accidentally fell onto this island. Do you know how to leave this place? She crossed her arms and said, The outside world? I've lived here for hundreds of years and have never heard of any outside world, let alone leaving this place. He rubbed his chin and said seriously, I can't stay here. I must get out. My teammates are waiting for me outside. If I go missing, they'll be very worried. Zhang Yi looked toward the ocean, thinking the only way out now is by sea. Shui reached out to try and stop him, but he interrupted. Don't stop me. I must swim out. After saying that, he began swimming into the ocean alone. Seeing this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. What an interesting human. Then I'll play with you for a while. Zhang Yi swam forward desperately, cursing in his heart. Crap, I've been swimming for an hour and I can't even see the edge of the land. Suddenly, Shui appeared before him riding a sea dragon. Zhang Yi said, If you had a sea dragon, why didn't you say so earlier? She smiled faintly. I was going to say it just now, but you told me not to stop you. After a while, the two returned to the shore. Zhang Yi was puzzled. Isn't this where we just left? How are we back here after swimming for so long? Shui replied immediately, Exactly. No matter how long you swim in the sea, you'll eventually return here. If you don't believe me, you can keep jumping in and trying. He asked in shock, What? Could this map be spherical, just like Earth? No matter which direction you go, you end up back on the island. Suddenly the birds in the sky scattered in terror. She turned around hurriedly and shouted, "Xiao Hai, hide quickly!" Xiao Hai rapidly dove into the sea. Shuai pulled Zhang Yi and ran forward quickly. He asked in confusion, "What happened?" She responded in a low voice, "Shut up if you want to live." A slender, fair hand with black nails appeared. The owner of that hand was a fiery girl with wings and dragon horns. In the jungles of Dragon God Island, Shuai and Zhang Yi walked side by side. He looked at her and asked, "Who was that girl in black armor with the horns just now? Why are we hiding from her?" Shuai replied, "I'm not sure about the details. I only know they are very dangerous and patrol the island frequently. If you're discovered, you'll lose your life." Zhang Yi was puzzled. "Lose your life?" Shuai leapt onto a tree branch and explained, Although we are all of the dragon race, the race is divided into light and dark factions. The ones we saw just now were members of the dark dragon race." He thought to himself, "Dark dragon race, this is the first time I've heard of this faction in the apocalypse. It seems this island hides many secrets." She jumped up the branches and said, "I'm going home. You'd better find a place to hide. If you get caught and eaten by the dark dragons, don't blame me. I've already kindly warned you." Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and calculated, "Currently, I know nothing about this island. Moving alone is too dangerous. Following her might be the best course of action." He started following Shuai. She turned back and asked angrily, "Hey, why are you still following me?" Zhang Yi replied immediately, "The island is so dangerous, of course it's safer following you. I'm the one who dragged you into this forest. If I get caught by those dark dragons and give you up under torture, wouldn't that be more trouble?" Shuai turned back and pouted. "Humans really are cunning. Fine, keep up. I won't care if you get lost," she continued. "Let's go." Then Shuai leapt away. After a while, the two arrived at the light dragon race's settlement. Shuai happily threw herself into a grandmother's arms and shouted, "Grandma, I'm back." The grandmother responded kindly, "Oh, our Shuai is back. I thought you were too busy playing to come home," she replied aggrievedly. "No way, but I encountered a fierce dark dragon today. Luckily I was smart enough to hide." The grandmother immediately scolded her with displeasure. "You're not allowed to run off like that next time. You're forbidden from going anywhere for the next few days as punishment." As if remembering something, Shuai turned back and pointed at him, saying, "Oh right, this is the weird person I met at the beach today. He says he comes from the outside world." The grandmother turned and asked, "This is—" Zhang Yi wiped his sweat and raised a hand in greeting. "Hello, Grandma." The grandmother immediately interrupted. "You come from the outside?" He replied instantly. "Yes, I fell into the sea and found myself here when I woke up," the grandmother murmured. So like that person." Zhang Yi wondered to himself, has someone been here before?" The grandmother patted Shuai and said, "Shuai, wait here. Young man, come with me." The two soon arrived at the seaside. He turned to the grandmother and asked, "Grandma, you've lived on the island for so long, you must know a way to leave, right?" "I tried for a long time just now but couldn't leave this sea area," the grandmother replied. "There is a way to leave, of course, but it is extremely dangerous. I heard from Shuai that you encountered dark dragons just now. To be honest, those dark dragons rule the entire Dragon God Island. Except for the dark dragon race, all other creatures can only hide, and even the paths off the island are guarded by them. We of the light dragon race have been trapped on this island for hundreds of years. We once resisted, but we failed." The grandmother turned around and said, "Young man, I hope you won't mention leaving the island to Shuai. This girl is stubborn and curious about everything. If she finds out, I fear it will bring her danger." Zhang Yi replied seriously, "Don't worry, Grandma, I won't tell her." Hearing this, the grandmother responded with relief, "Good, let's go. I see your injuries haven't healed. Go and rest first." After a while, the two walked inside. The grandmother said, "Shuai, take your guest to rest. Grandma needs to rest for a bit as well." She replied immediately. "Okay," Shuai asked him curiously. "Hey, what did Grandma secretly say to you?" "Why so mysterious?" Zhang Yi replied awkwardly. "No, nothing, just some things to watch out for on the island." She immediately said with displeasure, "Fine, if you won't say, then don't. Stingy, let's go, I'll take you to where you'll be resting." The two arrived at a treehouse. Zhang Yi looked up and asked in surprise, "Sleeping in a tree?" Shuai replied, "Yes, that way it's easier to hide and not be discovered by the dark dragons." Then Zhang Yi climbed up the trunk. Inside the room he fell into deep thought. "I wonder how much time has passed since I fell from the iceberg. My current task is to find a way off this island as quickly as possible. The longer I stay here, the more trouble Yuru and Extreme Ice City might face. And Xiao Hai, I hope he's safe too." Time flew by, and the sun began to sink in the west. Zhang Yi sat on the ground looking at the items before him, thinking that these were all he had left. This sheepskin scroll was something he had bought at an auction before, but unfortunately, he had never found a way to open it. He picked up the shimmering scroll, wondering to himself, why is there suddenly a reaction? Could it be that this scroll couldn't be opened before because it only works on special maps? A mission panel suddenly popped up. Dragon Race Hidden Mission. Dragon Hunter Mission Description. The dragon god brought destruction to the world. Duel murdered the snow dragon god. The descendants of the snow dragon god placed a sealing barrier on Dragon God Island and left behind a dragon god extermination legion to guard it. Players are requested to find and eliminate the Dragon God Extermination Legion based on the clues. Mission reward, Dragon Hunter Legendary Set. Zhang Yi wondered to himself. A dragon race hidden mission. He held the scroll and thought, this matches what Grandma said just now. It seems if I want to leave this place, I won't be able to bypass this legion. Late at night, a streak of intense light descended from the sky, striking a house in the forest. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lana stood solemnly, reporting to someone bathing in lava. Commander, I have discovered strange traces on the island. It seems someone has intruded upon Dragon God Island. She opened her eyes and stood up, her entire body radiating killing intent as she looked back with a sideways glance. It is the aura of the human race. In hundreds of years, this is the first time I have seen a human intrude upon Dragon God Island. The scene returns to the tree, where two people, one standing, one sitting, were communicating. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The other replied. Absolutely sure. I discovered traces of the light dragon race's activity here before, so I've been monitoring closely these past few days. That golden light shooting into the sky just now was definitely suspicious. In an instant the two of them soared into the air. Lana shouted, "Let's go, we can't let them escape this time." Shortly after, they transformed into massive dragons. The two hideous, ferocious beasts began spewing fire in all directions, turning the entire forest into a sea of flames. Before long, the fire reached the place where Zhang Yi was resting. He jolted awake from his sleep. Outside the window, Shui cried out in panic. "Run!" Zhang Yi sat up immediately and asked, "What's happening?" She answered urgently, "It's the members of the Dragon God Extermination Legion. We've been discovered." As the two dragons outside continued to breathe fire, Shui waved to him from below, shouting, "Follow me quickly." Zhang Yi growled in anger. "These damn dragons." Zhang Yi roared, "You two hideous freaks, does it give you a sense of accomplishment to bully the elderly and children? I'm right here. Come at me if you've got the guts." Shui was speechless with terror. Zhang Yi turned to her and said, "Run, don't worry about me." The two dragons turned their fury toward him, spewing flames. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and tried to summon the Heart of Elements, thinking to himself, "I'm going to snap your wings." Immediately, a system prompt popped up. "Heart of Elements unavailable." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, why is everything disabled?" A loud crash echoed from below, and Zhang Yi quickly leaped onto a tree trunk to evade the attack. The moment he landed, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Shui appeared before him. Not far away, Grandma waved her hand and shouted, "Shui, leave this place, it's too dangerous here." Immediately afterward, the giant tree where the two had just been standing erupted into flames. Heartbroken, Shui threw herself into Grandma's arms, weeping. "Grandma, our home," Grandma interrupted her. "As long as you are safe, that's all that matters. The other tribesmen have already evacuated safely, we should leave now too." Suddenly, an evil dragon landed on a branch, causing it to creak under its weight. The three turned around simultaneously, and Shui was too terrified to speak. As the dragon prepared to breathe fire, Zhang Yi drew his sword and shouted, "Take Grandma and go." He charged at the dragon, thinking, "What rotten luck. When it rains, it pours." I had to run into these persistent dragons right now. Before he could even get close, Zhang Yi was swatted away by the dragon. The other dragon was already aiming at Grandma and Shui. Grandma gritted her teeth and instantly transformed into a dragon to block the attack. The evil dragon roared in fury, "Old woman, you think you can stop us?" No sooner had the words been spoken than both dragons lunged at Grandma together. "We'll tear you apart today." With that, the two dragons began to savagely bite and claw at Grandma. Grandma wept in agony, shouting, "Young man, take Shui and run, protect her." Shui screamed in despair. "Grandma, no." Grandma shouted back, "My Shui, good child, you must survive." Zhang Yi and Shui watched Grandma through their tears. He made a silent vow, "I will definitely settle this score for Grandma." Grandma's memories drifted back. "Long ago I met a hero who looked very much like you. He once subdued the Dragon God Extermination Legion single-handedly." Grandma extended her sharp claws and death gripped the dragon, causing it to roar in rage. "Old hag, die!" Then the dragon delivered a fatal blow, killing Grandma. The scene shifted as Zhang Yi and Shui ran hand in hand toward a high tower. Zhang Yi said, "There seems to be a tower up ahead. Let's get inside, quickly." Shui said in a panic, "Wait, are you sure? No dragon has ever dared to enter this tower before." Zhang Yi replied, "There's no choice, we're at a dead end." The two rushed into the tower. Outside, the two evil dragons were blocked by a barrier surrounding the structure. The scene shifts to the Forgotten Beach, where Xiao Zhao and Yuru were anxiously scanning their surroundings and shouting, "Zhang Yi, guild leader, are you nearby?" Ba Huang looked at the tracker in his hand and said, "Confirmed that the iceberg fell into this sea area, but so far there's no trace of any person or dragon." Yuru ran over, her face full of worry, and asked, "Could something have happened to Zhang Yi?" Ba Huang smiled and rubbed her head to comfort her. Don't worry, we have to believe in him. If he could save an entire city, he can certainly save his own life. I'll have everyone expand the search area." Yoru looked at a photograph of Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with longing. "Zhang Yi, I miss you so much. You must come back safely." Back inside the Dragon Prayer Tower, the two were hiding behind the door. Zhang Yi patted Shui'er on the shoulder and comforted her. "I understand how you feel right now. I've lost loved ones too, but I believe they watch over us in another way. Remember Grandma's final words, you must live on." Shui'er cried out Grandma's name, throwing herself into his arms. Zhang Yi said firmly, "Trust me, I will definitely avenge you and Grandma." He placed his hands on her shoulders and instructed her seriously, "Wait for me in the tower, I'm going out to scout. Since no one has broken in for this long, those dark dragons must have been thrown off." Shui'er nodded through her tears. He gritted his teeth and gripped the doorknob, his body trembling slightly. "We must find your tribesmen, regroup with them, and find a way to leave this place as soon as possible." Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat broke out as he shouted anxiously, "Why won't this door open?" Suddenly, the gate emitted a blinding glare and the two hurriedly shielded their eyes. Zhang Yi shouted, "Watch out, the door seems to be disappearing." A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes to find a massive iceberg standing before them. Zhang Yi asked in shock and confusion, "Where on earth are we? We were just in the tower." Shui'er replied, "I'm not sure either, but I've heard from my tribesmen that this is a forbidden zone on the island. Even the dark dragon race doesn't dare approach." The intense cold made the two shiver uncontrollably. Shui'er groaned, "So cold." Zhang Yi summoned his flaming sword and said, "Get closer, it'll be a bit warmer." She thanked him hurriedly. Zhang Yi looked ahead and said, "It seems the only way to figure this out is to reach the summit of the iceberg. Let's go." After a while, the two were struggling through a blizzard toward the massive iceberg, shielding their faces against the wind and snow. Shui'er shouted, "The higher we go, the stronger the storm gets." Zhang Yi replied with effort, "Hold on, we're almost there." Suddenly, a flash of light flickered at the summit, and he sensed something was wrong. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed Shui'er's hand and sprinted. "Run, it's an avalanche!" By then, the snow had already begun to collapse. Unable to evade in time, the two were swept away by the sea of snow. The sharp pain made them scream. After a long while, Zhang Yi sat up clutching his head and looked around, asking, "Where is this?" Beside him, Shui'er was unconscious, shivering and murmuring, "Cold, so cold." Zhang Yi looked at the longsword in his hand in horror. "Crap, even the ice fire sword isn't responding." Zhang Yi took off his coat and draped it over Shui'er, comforting her. "Just bear with it a little longer, I'll definitely get you out of here." Zhang Yi channeled his spiritual power to search through the rocks, and suddenly his hand caught something. He stared at the object in his hand, lost in thought. "It looks like dragon bone, but didn't Shui'er say this was a forbidden zone for the dragon race? Could someone have died here after intruding?" Zhang Yi immediately saw a vision emanating from the dragon bone. A person was kneeling before a fallen giant dragon, with a river of blood flowing beneath it. Immediately after, a sinister voice rang out, "Do you see, if you want to survive on this snow-capped mountain, you must be like him. Use everything around you that can be used." Zhang Yi shouted in terror. "Who's speaking? Stop hiding and show yourself." The voice spoke again. "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that I can let you live. Go on, kill her. No one will know, and no one will blame you. Her blood can keep you warm, and her meat can give you strength. Don't you want to reunite with your teammates?" Then an illusion appeared. Yoru and the other three were smiling at Zhang Yi. She waved happily and said, "Zhang Yi, come back quickly. Let's be together." The sinister voice continued to urge him, "Eat her and you can leave this place. Eat her, eat her." Zhang Yi seemed to be controlled by the voice as he raised his longsword and aimed it at the shivering Shui'er. The unconscious Shui'er curled up on the ground, talking to herself. "Where is this so cold?" At that moment, Zhang Yi had already reached her side. His expression was tense as he immediately shook her awake. "Shui'er, can you hear me? Shui'er, wake up." Shui'er's pale, trembling hand reached out instinctively. It seemed to be her last shred of reason. Zhang Yi supported her. "Leave this place with me," she replied weakly. "Okay." Time passed, and Zhang Yi had been keeping watch by her side. Seeing her stir, he asked hurriedly, "You're finally awake. How is it? Do you feel any warmer?" After resting for a while, Shui'er regained clarity, but she felt her lips were wet and curiously wiped them. Seeing the red liquid on her hand, Shui'er said in surprise, You actually used your own blood to wake me up." Zhang Yi reassured her, "Don't worry, this small amount of blood won't affect me much for now. But if you had stayed frozen in this sub-zero wasteland, you would have been in grave danger." He recalled the voice he had heard earlier. "Her blood can keep you warm. Her meat can give you strength." This had given Zhang Yi an epiphany. Perhaps blood could warm her body. Thus Zhang Yi hadn't hesitated to use his sword to cut his wrist and feed her his blood. "Shui'er, wake up." Outside the freezing cave, the blizzard raged on. Zhang Yi used his body to hold Shui'er and keep her warm. Seeing her awake, Zhang Yi suggested urgently, "The storm outside has calmed down. Just hold on a bit longer, we'll reach the summit soon." And so the two struggled upward through the deep snow. Zhang Yi encouraged Shui'er, "Keep going, we're almost there," she responded. "I see the summit." They had truly crossed mountains and ridges. Zhang Yi death gripped the rock wall. Just one last step. A moment later, the two finally reached the top. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. "We finally made it." Shui'er looked around, pointing in confusion at a statue ahead with strange dual horns. "What is that?" Zhang Yi's curiosity was also piqued. He observed it for a moment and said, "Let's go take a look." Looking at the patterns on the statue, Zhang Yi deduced that these runes didn't look like the aristocratic script he had seen before, but rather the script of the dragon race. He asked her if she had seen it before, but Shui'er just stared blankly. Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "Shui'er?" At that moment, light burst from within the runes. Before Zhang Yi could react, a white dragon flew out from the brilliant glare. Shui'er was a bit frightened and hid behind Zhang Yi to observe. Zhang Yi was stunned. "Are you the snow dragon god, TNG?" Shui'er interrupted. "You're the commander of the light dragon race," TNG replied. "I once was, but my true self was destroyed during the dragon god extermination. This is merely the final phantom. Congratulations on completing the trial of the dragon prayer tower." Hearing this, Zhang Yi was utterly shocked and asked in return. "A trial," TNG explained. "From the moment you stepped into the prayer tower, the cold, the hunger, the unreachable goals, the slowly crumbling will, and the temptation of survival were all part of the trial I set for you." Zhang Yi suddenly understood. "So the person in the cave who told me to kill Shui'er was also you?" TNG replied with satisfaction. "Exactly. That was the hardest part of the entire trial. Very few would give up their chance at survival for a teammate. If you had raised your hand against her then, you would have been instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, but you surprised me. To be able to share life and death with the dragon race at the moment of truth, you did well." TNG continued, "In this test, only by protecting the dragon race with your own boiling blood can you gain recognition and be qualified to sign a dragon god contract, but remember, the dragon god contract has a time limit. The maximum term for a contract between a dragon god and a beastmaster is 3 years. After 3 years, no matter what happens, the contract will dissolve, and the dragon race will return to Dragon God Island." Zhang Yi fell into thought. "I understand." He realized that his power was limited everywhere on Dragon God Island, and contracting a dragon god was the only way to defeat the Dragon God Extermination Legion. He looked at Shui'er. "Shui'er, are you willing to sign a dragon god contract with me? I will take you to drive the Dragon God Extermination Legion off Dragon God Island. We will give the light dragon race a future and avenge Grandma." Shui'er replied immediately, "I am willing." With that, the two reached out and touched hands. The contract ceremony officially began. A gale erupted as the contract runes spiraled around the two. Shui'er closed her eyes tightly as a massive phantom of a white dragon enveloped her. Once the transformation was complete, Shui'er affectionately nuzzled him with her head. Zhang Yi marveled. "So this is what Shui'er originally looked like." Before vanishing, TNG instructed, "You have signed the contract and the gates of the prayer tower have opened once more. Go and do what you must." As soon as the words were spoken, a massive gate manifested before them. Zhang Yi mounted Shui'er's back and looked ahead, saying, "Shui'er, let's go." The two immediately flew toward the portal. Once they had completely disappeared, a familiar figure appeared. It was Grandma's soul. She looked at the giant dragon with relief. "TNG, your daughter has finally grown up. She really takes after you from back then, and she's even met a reliable partner to whom she can entrust her life." TNG added, "Yes, I did indeed see his shadow in that young man." Grandma sighed. "Our time is up, unfortunately. We can no longer accompany Shui'er." TNG said finally, "May she lead our people toward the light." The scene shifted to outside the cave where Zhang Yi and Shui'er had already traveled a great distance. Something made Shui'er shed a tear. Ahead, 2 dark dragons were circling the high tower, their sharp claws striking the barrier frantically, yet it remained motionless. An evil dragon growled in annoyance. "Damn this barrier, it must be the work of the previous light dragon god." At that moment the tower gates opened, and a magnificent golden light burst forth. Shui'er walked out with imposing momentum, a terrifying pressure radiating from her. Facing the 2 giant dragons, Zhang Yi frowned. "Shui'er, go, let these dark dragons see what we're made of." The evil dragons lunged arrogantly. "Foolish brats who don't know the meaning of death. If it weren't for this barrier's protection, you would have joined that old hag long ago. Now that the barrier is broken, let's see what you'll use to fight us." Shui'er lunged forward, a powerful surge of energy erupting from her maw. Zhang Yi leapt up simultaneously. "I'm going to make you pay the price." He gritted his teeth and activated his dragon god form. "Grandma, I owe you a great debt. Now I'm going to collect it for you." Immediately after, a golden dragon phantom appeared, its aura as grand as a rainbow as it death-gripped the 2 dark dragons. They were instantly plunged into panic. Zhang Yi roared, "Evil dark dragons, die." As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Yi launched a berserk assault on the 2 dark dragons. Unable to withstand the force, they crashed heavily to the ground, reverting to their human forms. Zhang Yi spoke, Shui next we need to drag the mastermind out, she replied quickly. I know her location. She lives in the heart of Dragon God Island, the abyss of the island heart. Shui recalled painfully that the place had once been the home of the Light Dragon race before it was seized by the Dragon God Extermination Legion. Then the two flew forward side by side. Zhang Yi told her, actually before I came here I had a dragon too. But I lost contact with him after we fell into the sea. I don't know how he is now. Shui asked him in return if it was a very cute little black dragon. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was shocked and couldn't help but ask, That's right, how did you know? Shui explained. When I signed the Dragon God contract with you in the prayer tower, I sensed him. He seems to have only suffered some superficial injuries. He's perfectly fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was wonderful to know Xiao He was still alive. As he spoke, he thought to himself, Xiao He, I will definitely defeat the Dragon God Extermination Legion and leave this island. Wait for me. Before they could go far, a surge of black energy suddenly enveloped them. Zhang Yi shielded his face with both hands, somewhat surprised. What's happening? A voice drifted from the vortex. I didn't expect you'd dare walk straight into the trap, Shui hurriedly told him. I remember her voice. She is the leader of the Dragon God Extermination Legion, the demon dragon Kaina. As soon as Shui finished speaking, a seductive figure immediately manifested. The arrogant young woman, adorned with dragon horns, stared at them with utter disdain. A mere outsider actually managed to sign a Dragon God contract with a descendant of the Light Dragon race. You've certainly opened my eyes. But don't think for a moment that this means you can escape. You have underestimated me far too much. Zhang Yi charged forward with his blade. Then I'll let you experience the power of the Light Dragon race once more. Zhang Yi unleashed a strike, the power of his Dragon God form instantly lunging toward Kaina. But seeing his desperate struggle, she only offered a calm smile. You think you can harm me with such petty tricks? How laughable. Just as the words left her mouth, Zhang Yi's longsword thrust straight at her. A violent explosion erupted at the throne, yet the longsword remained firmly planted there. Zhang Yi tracked the direction of his attack and was secretly alarmed. She vanished from within the smoke and dust. Kaina's seductive voice rang out. I've prepared a grand gift for you. Enjoy it slowly. Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. How could so much mist appear out of nowhere? Shui immediately answered. No, that's not mist. It's a dragon mirage domain summoned by a high-tier dragon god. Zhang Yi added. I've heard of the Dragon Mirage domain before. When a high-tier dragon god sleeps, they automatically exhale mirage breath, forming a massive field around them. The stronger the mirage dragon's ability, the wider the area covered by the breath, Shui said hesitantly. But I've never seen a dragon mirage domain of such immense range, judging by this scale. I'm afraid a colossal creature is sleeping right beneath us. Zhang Yi understood. No wonder Kaina was so composed just now. She was relying on the existence of another powerful mirage dragon. After a pause, Zhang Yi continued, However, since the mirage breath is this strong, it means that dragon is in a deep, long slumber. That's a silver lining in our misfortune. Just as the two finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared in the air. Taking them by surprise, the black smoke condensed into a dragon claw and lunged straight at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi channeled his inner power and gritted his teeth. What exactly is playing tricks here? Go to hell. As the words fell, a golden light shot toward that cluster of pitch-black smoke. With just this one hit, Zhang Yi's health dropped significantly. He gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, it's all traps. If this continues, I'll run out of skills after only a few uses. Watching the dragon shadows flying across the sky, Zhang Yi began to calculate. The phantoms in the mirage breath are endless. Fighting head-on like this isn't the solution. I must find the source of these breaths. Riding Shui, he flew rapidly to maintain a safe distance. The mirage breath is rising from underground. We have no choice but to go down and investigate. Shui, let's go down. The dark aura below was even thicker, converging into a circle that resembled a massive gate. In the distance, a giant dragon sped across the sky before slowly vanishing. The scene shifted to the dragon race ruins, where Shui and Zhang Yi soon arrived. Seeing the devastation, her face filled with sorrow. This was once my home. I never thought I'd be able to return. Just then, Zhang Yi vaguely heard a strange noise nearby. Startled, he whipped his head around to find the figure of a girl faintly appearing and disappearing. Zhang Yi hurriedly said to Shui, It looks like someone is ahead. Hearing the commotion, the girl immediately turned around. But her gaze seemed unusual. Shui appeared to recognize her, and seeing her friend, she shouted happily, Xiao Li, is that you? Why are you here? But Zhang Yi quickly went on high alert, stepping forward to block her. Don't get close yet, her eyes are very strange. Just as Zhang Yi expected, Xiao Li's gaze soon locked onto her targets, and she charged straight at the two. Shui screamed, Xiao Li, it's me. Shui, wake up. Zhang Yi immediately realized the situation was wrong. It seems her body is being controlled by some evil power. In the distance, Kaina sat in a tree, watching the scene with great interest. She mocked, Can't bring yourself to strike your former friend. How sentimental. Zhang Yi turned around in fury. As expected, it's your handiwork again. Knowing that Shui couldn't bring herself to attack her own kin, Kaina had manipulated and controlled all of them. Just as she predicted, Shui slumped weakly to the ground, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I can't attack them. Looking at them, I remember the times we lived together. Seeing Shui so heartbroken, Zhang Yi comforted her. It's fine, let me handle it. With that, he frowned as he looked at the group of controlled dragons, thinking to himself, if they are just corpses controlled by some dark magic, perhaps Soul Summoner will work. Kaina stood triumphantly at a high vantage point, amusing herself. If you don't act soon, you're going to be eaten. They've been hungry for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Zhang Yi naturally wouldn't let Kaina continue her gloating. He slammed his longsword heavily into the ground, shouting angrily, "Shut up!" A red light rose as Zhang Yi activated his god-tier talent, Soul Summoner, shouting simultaneously, "Awaken the departed of the light dragon race." Instantly, the controlled dragons began to show signs of regaining their composure. Their gazes immediately turned toward Kaina. Deep in their hearts, they knew she was the culprit who had reduced their tribe to this state. Seeing her magic dispelled, a flash of panic crossed Kaina's eyes. Zhang Yi was secretly delighted. It worked. Seeing the dragons charging toward her, Kaina was startled. She never would have dreamed that Zhang Yi could suppress her inner power. How is this possible? Looking at Zhang Yi's triumphant expression, Kaina was in a panic. Why has my spell failed? He replied contemptuously. Sorry, my Soul Summoner is a god-tier talent. I have no idea how much stronger it is than your low-level control arts. Those furious claws were about to tear into Kaina. She gnashed her teeth in rage. You're looking for death. With that, Kaina channeled her inner power and blasted away all the dragons surrounding her. Her eyes flickered with a vicious light as she said coldly, "In that case, you can all go and be buried with these dead people." Zhang Yi also charged forward. "Shui, let's go." Shui shouted, "Kaina, I will avenge my fallen kin." Her gaze was exceptionally sharp, and the inner power she radiated grew even more overbearing. Kaina gripped her sharp axe and swung it fiercely at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi dodged while tensely warning Shui, "Watch out for hidden weapons." Instantly, a surge of pain hit, taking the two by surprise. Shui asked tensely, "What is this?" Zhang Yi took one look and realized, "Damn it, the weapons are poisoned." Kaina laughed triumphantly. "You've been hit by black dragon poison. You can no longer move. The next move will tear you to pieces." Just as the words fell, a gale erupted, and a hideous smile appeared on her evil face. Black dragon poison. The victim enters a weakened state, reducing movement speed by 90. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and stared at his opponent, secretly anxious. "My body is too heavy after being poisoned, I can't control it at all." Kaina was overjoyed, giving Zhang Yi no room to breathe as she launched another attack. Except the punishment of the dragon god extermination, both of them were immobilized. Zhang Yi was alarmed. Crap! Just then a familiar figure charged toward them from behind. Xiao Li, ignoring Shui, slammed directly into her shoulder. Amidst their shock, Xiao Li gritted her teeth and stood before them as a shield. After regaining her composure, Shui screamed as she looked at her friend. Xiao Li channeled her inner power and shouted loudly, Life Oasis is a dragon race forbidden curse magic, using the soul as a catalyst, restoring all HP and mana for allies within range, and dispelling all negative status effects. A pillar of intense light shot into the sky, and a massive branch instantly burst from the ground. Kaina couldn't believe the scene before her. Frozen in shock as she gnashed her teeth. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, the branch transformed into a lush, ancient tree. Shui was heartbroken. Xiao Li, why were you so foolish? Fallen leaves touched the open wound on Zhang Yi's arm, and the scar vanished instantly as he felt his body regain its vitality. Kaina actually had the nerve to sneer. Shedding tears for the dead. How pathetic. No wonder the light dragon race has declined to this point, wasting time on such meaningless things. Hearing this, Zhang Yi interrupted her, reaching out to catch a fallen leaf. No, it is precisely our existence that gives these departed souls meaning. All the brave departed, all the pitiable departed, will carry their final wishes as we move forward. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, Kaina revealed a playful smile and let out a scoff. Zhang Yi then stared at her in silence. Kaina, now it's your turn. It's time to settle the score for the crimes you committed against the light dragon race. By now, Kaina was heavily wounded, with waves of dark energy radiating from her. Zhang Yi watched her, thinking she was about to flee again. But this time I absolutely won't let you get away so easily, he commanded coldly. Shui. As soon as the words fell, an ice dragon instantly manifested behind him. The two merged into one, and a pair of pure white wings grew from Zhang Yi's back. At this moment the white wings made Zhang Yi look like a heroic general. This was the dragon god form. After signing the contract with Shui, he could use the power of the dragon god. Zhang Yi lunged forward, striking Kaina heavily, and said, "Got you, demon dragon Kaina?" Zhang Yi gripped Kaina firmly by the throat. She was terrified. My body, Zhang Yi calculated silently. Shui is an ice-type dragon god. Her power can freeze all things and greatly restrict an enemy's flexibility in battle. Against Kaina, this is the perfect choice. Just then, birds scattered across the sky in the forest, dark clouds gathered and lightning crackled. A world-shaking roar echoed from deep within the woods. Lowly human half-breed. Who dares disturb my slumber? Immediately after, a giant dragon appeared before Zhang Yi. The pressure was suffocating, leaving Zhang Yi momentarily stunned. It was actually a two-headed dragon. Kaina acted as if she had seen a savior. Lord Dragon God, you've finally awakened. Quickly, save! Kaina stared at the two-headed dragon, her eyes wide with horror, unable to believe the scene before her. The shadow of a massive dragon claw was descending upon Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi quickly released Kaina and leapt away. That two-headed dragon was none other than Duel. It looked at the pleading Kaina with disgust, saying coldly, "So much chirping. How irritating." Then, it actually killed Kaina on the spot. Zhang Yi was secretly alarmed. Crap, that's brutal. Killing his own subordinate without a second thought. He sized up the opponent. Generally speaking, the dragon race has only one attribute, either fire or water. But this two-headed dragon possessed two different attributes. In the history of the apocalypse, two-headed dragons were regarded as outcasts and killed upon appearance. Thus their numbers were extremely rare, and the power of an adult two-headed dragon was unfathomable. Zhang Yi then shouted at Duel. "Come on, let me see just how much strength a lowly reptile like you actually has," Duel roared. "It's been a long time since I've stretched my muscles, don't you dare disappoint me." With that, its sharp claws instantly lunged forward. Although Zhang Yi dodged, a massive fissure was clawed into the ground. Duel stared at him and snorted, "I didn't expect a brat like you to be so agile. In that case, I'll just snap your wings." Zhang Yi began to calculate. The strength of the two-headed dragon before me has clearly reached the 5th order, possibly even dual 5th order. The 4th order dragon emperor that Mu Zhen summoned in Breaking Dawn City before was already terrifyingly powerful. It was hard to imagine just how strong this dragon god world ender truly was. Before he could finish his thought, Duel opened its maw and condensed a massive ball of fire. Zhang Yi folded his wings, resisting the gushing flames. He curled up completely beneath the massive wings like a golden cocoon. Inside, Zhang Yi was drenched in sweat, thinking, as expected of a 5th order dragon god. The dragon breath released is more than a grade stronger than the black dragons I met before. It seems the ice armor Shui gave me won't hold out much longer. Just then, a prompt popped up on the system panel. Zhang Yi has completed the mission Dragon Hunter, and there are unclaimed rewards. Zhang Yi suddenly remembered. Right, the Dragon Hunter mission only required killing the demon dragon Kaina. Come to think of it, I have this two-headed dragon to thank for helping me finish the mission. He then channeled his inner power. A faint golden light radiating from his body as his equipment turned golden yellow. He said with a cold face, "Shui, it's time to take revenge on the dragon god." Equipped Dragon Hunter. Set. Damage taken from the dragon race reduced by 50. Damage dealt to the dragon race increased by 100. The two dragon heads began talking to themselves. "Brother, it's a dragon hunter. No wonder we awakened. It turns out a dragon hunter has stepped into our territory," the main dragon head continued. "Now that the 10 high gods have fallen, the old order has collapsed, and the wheel of fate turns once more. Neither you nor I can defy destiny. We are born of the great catastrophe, and we shall fight with the great catastrophe." Zhang Yi closed his eyes, allowing the powerful inner energy to surge through his body. Using Shui's voice, he shouted a stern rebuke. "Duel, you have violated the 4 prohibitions of the dragon race: betrayal, slaughter, and disobedience. There are indeed those in this world born of the great catastrophe, but that person is definitely not you." Duel felt a trace of fear. "Brother, this kid looks like he's not to be trifled with. We were tricked once by a dragon hunter last time. Since we've just awakened, how about we retreat for now and recover our strength first?" The other head roared in a furious rage. "Shut up, all you ever know how to do is undermine our own morale. I've had enough of your behavior." Zhang Yi watched them, secretly surprised. "What's the situation?" "I'm about to attack and they're actually having an internal conflict. Could it be a ruse?" Duel Li's eyes were wide, his expression bizarre and unpredictable. A flash of cold light, a spray of blood. The secondary dragon head was already on the verge of death. "Brother, you actually cut off one of your own dragon heads with your own hands." Zhang Yi immediately turned around, warily observing Duel Li's remaining head. Duel Li's face was filled with triumph. "I've long been plagued by a headache because of this weak and cowardly brother. Sharing the same body, he only held me back. Thank you for helping me solve this problem." Immediately after, the severed mass of flesh and blood healed rapidly. Though it was clear no new head would sprout, Duel continued excitedly, One body does not need two masters. Over these hundreds of years I have long absorbed every part of that brain that was beneficial to me. Now that I have completely eradicated that cowardice and timidity, this is the true me. Zhang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it, this guy actually used my hand to kill his symbiotic brother. Just then, Zhang Yi felt a surge of eerie power entwine his legs. Cold sweat poured down as he reached out, trying to brush the energy off his body. He cursed under his breath. Crap, where did this thing crawl out from? Duel mocked with a cold laugh. Don't waste your energy. My black flame world ender will use your vitality as nourishment, burning until the last moment of your life. Once hit by the black flames, your vitality will be continuously scorched, dealing 300 damage per second until not a drop of blood remains. Beside him, Shui'er was frantic with worry. Zhang Yi hurriedly shouted, "Don't come near me. Once you touch these black flames, they will instantly spread across your entire body." Watching Zhang Yi struggle in agony, Duel was beyond pleased. "How does it feel? Can you feel the pain? Do you feel your will crumbling bit by bit in the black flames? If you surrender now, I might consider letting you join my legion and spare your life." Zhang Yi decisively activated Undying Body, snapped his head up and responded coldly. "You want me to submit based on these tiny sparks? I'm afraid you're a bit too early." Duel's face was full of contempt. "Sparks? You human ants certainly talk big. I'd like to see just how much longer you can hold out." Just then, in the distance, a charismatic voice echoed through the air. "Duel, Duel." Hearing this voice, Zhang Yi's heart jolted as he secretly went on guard. What power is this? Why did my body suddenly become unable to move? Duel looked toward the source of the sound, his eyes filled with terror. "It's the king." It immediately flapped its wings to take flight. "Consider yourself lucky today. Since the king is summoning me, I'll let you off for now, little pest. The next time we meet will be the day of your death." After Duel left, Shui'er anxiously supported the weakened Zhang Yi. The aura of the black dragons on Dragon God Island seemed to have completely dissipated. Zhang Yi, lacking any strength, sighed. It seems that Dragon God World Ender was the source of all the calamity on this island. As long as it's gone, Dragon God Island can regain its former vitality. Just as the two were preparing to leave, members of the Light Dragon race rushed over. "Shui'er, we finally found you." Seeing the fallen dragon head, everyone was shocked. Is that a dragon head?" Shui'er replied, "It's the head of the Dragon God World Ender." The crowd gasped. "You two actually killed the Dragon God World Ender. No wonder the black dragons on the island have all vanished." "Shui'er, you guys are incredible." Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Actually, that Dragon God World Ender." The crowd cheered and leapt for joy. "Say no more. Spring has arrived. We must have a proper celebration. From now on, our Light Dragon race no longer has to hide and scurry on this island. We can live openly." As night fell, everyone gathered around the fire to roast the dragon head, their faces beaming with joy. Shui'er looked at Zhang Yi with deep gratitude. "Thank you for helping our Light Dragon race solve this great trouble," Zhang Yi responded. "No need for thanks. It was only by the grace of the Dragon Matriarch that I could sit here safely. This was my duty," Shui'er continued. "Now that the Dragon God World Ender's legion has been completely wiped out and the barrier around the island has vanished, you can finally leave this place as you wished." Zhang Yi also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "Yeah, I can finally go home. It feels like the few days on this island have been several years. My companions must be worried sick." Shui'er suddenly proposed, "I want to go with you. I want to see the outside world with my own eyes." The scene shifted to a dark cavern where Duel was kneeling on the ground. "My king, you have finally awakened. I have waited for this day for a very long time." By this time has had become the Ghost King. He furrowed his brow and spoke in a cold voice. "1,000 years, I have almost forgotten the appearance of this world. Nia, I can finally go and find you." As stepped down from his throne, clutching his sword as he approached the prison area with a murderous aura. He hacked frantically at the rocks, shouting, "Nia, wait for me." As the rocks shattered, a terrified and rigid face was revealed. The scene returned to Zhang Yi, who was giving instructions as they walked. "Shui'er, once we're outside, do not transform back into human form to communicate with humans unless it's an exceptional circumstance. The outside world is much more complex than Dragon God Island. Being too conspicuous will invite trouble." Shui'er replied obediently. "All right, I understand." With that, Zhang Yi stepped into the portal ahead as usual. Zhang Yi returned to the forgotten beach riding Shui'er. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds and feeling the breeze on his face, Zhang Yi was overjoyed. "I'm finally back." Just then a familiar cry rang out. Zhang Yi shouted excitedly, "Xiao Hei, it really is you. That's great." He stroked his little magic beast like a doting father. "I'm so happy to see you're okay. Thank you for waiting here for me all this time. Let's go home." Elsewhere, Qinglong said to Yaru, "Young lady, so many days have passed and we've searched the surrounding waters, but there's still no trace of the guild leader." Yaru's expression was determined, even though everyone was exhausted. "You take everyone back to rest first. I'll stay here and wait," she said with resolve. I must wait until Zhang Yi returns. No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Yi's voice drifted from a distance. Yaru, I'm over here, I'm back. Seeing Zhang Yi, the burden Yaru had been carrying instantly vanished. She cheered in surprise. Zhang Yi, quick, look, it really is the guild leader. Yaru looked Shui'er over curiously. Strange, didn't the guild leader only have one dragon, Xiao He? Where did this white dragon come from? As Shui'er landed steadily, Yaru threw herself forward regardless of everything, tears welling in her eyes. I thought you were never coming back. Do you know how worried I've been during the time you were gone? Zhang Yi comforted her gently. I'm sorry, Yaru, I gave you a fright. He reached out and hugged Yaru. Actually, I wanted to come back and see everyone sooner, but there was a minor accident on the way that delayed me. He continued to comfort her. All right, stop crying. Haven't I returned safely? Come, let me introduce a new friend. Zhang Yi pointed to the white dragon and introduced. This is Shui'er. I was able to return safely entirely thanks to the help of her and her tribe. Yaru praised her sincerely. She's so beautiful. Now Xiao He has a companion, Qinglong interjected. Guild leader, young lady, let's get back to Extreme Ice City quickly. If the young master and Duan Feng find out you're back, they'll be overjoyed. Zhang Yi smiled and put an arm around his shoulder. Let's go, we have to have a big feast tonight to celebrate. Qinglong was excited all the way. Guild leader, quickly tell me how you got this white dragon. If it's possible, I want to get one too. Zhang Yi teased. You brat, you're an archer. Are you planning to change classes? Qinglong laughed loudly. How cool would it be to ride a dragon while shooting arrows, right? The group soon returned to the Lion's Pride Tavern in Extreme Ice City. The tavern was exceptionally lively. Come, let's all toast to the guild leader's triumphant return. Just then, Dai Wu was staring at her information panel with a serious face, and she suddenly shouted, Hey everyone, look at the World Channel, something huge has happened. According to Dai Wu's news, I have the God tier talent card you've all been dreaming of right here in my hand. I'll be waiting for you at the summit of 2 o'clock mountain at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. Yaru was also shocked, staring at the panel as she read, God tier talent card. Qinglong looked incredulous. For real, how did a God tier talent card suddenly pop up out of nowhere? Zhang Yi analyzed. The emergence of a God tier talent card means the original owner has died. Carlo's whereabouts have been unknown since he fell off the iceberg. There's a high probability this card dropped from him. If the person who found it chose to keep it for themselves, that would be the best choice. But for them to broadcast it so publicly and cause such a stir is extremely abnormal. Regardless of whether it's true or false, I think we need to make the trip and see exactly what kind of tricks this person is playing. Ba Huang also agreed. That's right, if this card falls into the hands of a tyrant again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dai Wu hurriedly stepped forward. Guild leader, I want to go too. Yaru also raised her hand to indicate, I'm going with everyone too. But she suddenly paused. Wait, where is this 2 o'clock mountain? I've never heard of it, Zhang Yi explained. 2 o'clock mountain is the highest peak in the Apocalypse world. It takes at least a full day to climb it, so most players aren't willing to waste their time there. Furthermore, the path up the mountain is filled with various high-tier monsters, and one might even be treated as an intruder by the Night Elf tribe stationed there. The danger level is much higher than other missions. He stood up seriously. If we want to reach the summit by 8 a.m. tomorrow, the road ahead will be a hard battle. There are 9 hours left until the appointed time. The challenge has already begun. Let's set out. Zhang Yi rode Xiao He to lead the way in the air. The 2 o'clock mountain area had restricted airspace, so flying was impossible. Xiao He and Shui'er will drop us off at the foot of the mountain. The rest of the way must be on foot. Looking down, Zhang Yi was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect so many players to have gathered already. Their movements are actually faster than us riding dragons. After everyone landed, Zhang Yi observed, actually it's not surprising. Look, someone has set up a massive teleportation array here. It seems they want to seize the opportunity of the God tier talent card's appearance to make a fortune. As expected of a God tier talent card, it's actually attracted so many players. The teleportation fees must be through the roof. Everyone looked to the other side where 2 female players were chatting, marveling that it hadn't been this lively in a long time. Entering the mountain later is definitely going to be even more thrilling. I'm telling you, I won't hold back later. That God tier talent card is as good as mine. Duan Feng began to analyze the situation. It seems reaching the summit this time will be even harder than expected. These players' levels and equipment are not inferior to ours. Zhang Yi patted Duan Feng on the shoulder. This guy had clearly changed classes to a berserker, but his courage hadn't grown an inch. He comforted him. Don't worry, we're here too. Xiao Zhao looked around curiously. Why are these people standing here and not moving? Aren't they supposed to reach the summit by 8 a.m.? Why do they seem so unhurried? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow and explained. The mountain is extremely dangerous. You can't climb it by speed alone. Along the way you also have to deal with monsters hunting for prey or blocking the path. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Those who rush up first will instead become stepping stones for those following. Just then a heavy sword slammed into the ground, and a coarse voice roared, "Hey, what are you cowards waiting for?" A burly man walked over aggressively, mocking everyone for being timid at the critical moment and pinning their hopes on nothing but illusory luck. Even if the God-tier talent card were placed right in front of you, you wouldn't be worthy of owning it. You'd better hurry up and go home. A red-haired female player's face darkened with anger. "Who is that so arrogant? Is it his place to lecture us?" Her companion quickly gestured for her to lower her voice. "Shush, keep it down. He once fought 7 people alone in the arena. That's Tyrant Blade, the one who defeated 7 second-class players." Another young man added, "That's right, and his character attributes are freakish. His attack power and health are significantly higher than ordinary players. Who knows what kind of pills he took?" Hearing everyone discussing him, Tyrant Blade was full of disdain. "Keep on being shrinking turtles then. You can follow behind me later to pick up the trash." Zhang Yi looked at them and thought to himself, attributes far exceeding ordinary people, interesting. At that moment players began to move. "Let's go, 8 hours left. Time to enter the mountain." Since everyone had set off, no one noticed that 2 people were still left by the teleportation gate. A blond young man shouted, "Hey, you 2 haven't paid yet? 400 gold coins total." The 2 turned back with a sinister smirk. "Let go," the blond young man cried out, trembling. "What are you trying to do?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was sent flying by a massive force. Coughing blood as he hit the ground, one of them laughed coldly as he used his inner energy to grip the man's throat. The dead have no need for things like gold coins. It turned out these 2 were none other than Carlo and his subordinate. Carlo said coldly, "The king has ordered that anyone related to the God-tier talent card shall be killed without mercy." The subordinate responded excitedly, "Then this mountain is the perfect slaughterhouse." With that, their wild laughter echoed through the valley. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a young girl with eerie purple skin was slammed violently onto the ground. 2 soldiers joked lewdly, "Brother, our luck is pretty good catching a lone night elf. I wonder what the reward will be for killing her. We can't just let her go anyway. Let's have some fun first before heading up the mountain." The girl looked at them in terror. "Don't come any closer." One soldier lunged frantically. "You can't run." Suddenly, the girl's gaze turned cold and sharp, her pupils beginning to mutate. In an instant she counterattacked fiercely, severely wounding the attackers. The group shivered in fear. Just then, several red arrows were fired from the air. A few soldiers were instantly killed. The girl's companions finally arrived. "These humans are worse than beasts, actually trying to take advantage of us. A large number of humans have already entered the mountain. Everyone be careful. Do not act alone. The plan is going smoothly. Proceed." The girl immediately took her orders. On the other side, Dai Wu asked as she flew, "Hey, did you guys hear any strange noises?" Qing Long answered casually, "I didn't hear anything." "Is it just the environment giving you psychological suggestions? Don't scare yourself yet." At that moment, Zhang Yi reached out to touch the bloodstains on a tree trunk and shouted loudly, "Stop, there's someone nearby." He signaled everyone to stand by and then added, "And there was a fight just now." After observing for a moment, he deduced, "These players must have been killed recently, only a few minutes ago. The killer might be nearby. Everyone on guard." Everyone looked around warily but failed to discover the group of purple-skinned night elves hidden behind the trees. Suddenly, countless arrows were fired at Zhang Yi from the shadows. Luckily, the arrows missed, and no one else was hurt. Zhang Yi analyzed quickly. Able to merge with the darkness and skilled in archery, he immediately shouted, "Everyone watch out, it's night elves." After warning his teammates, he ducked behind a large tree. He had heard that night elves were exceptionally fierce and had an extremely strong sense of territoriality. "We've only just entered the mountain and we're already being targeted. It seems today's first fierce battle is about to begin." Zhang Yi then commanded, "Qing Long, in a moment you follow me and charge ahead to meet the enemy. Everyone else stay behind the trees for cover. Don't show yourselves easily." "No problem." Qing Long also grew tense. "Boss, those elves have superb archery. I'd like to see how I measure up," Zhang Yi replied. "They're in the shadows while we're in the open. We must wait patiently for the enemy to slip up. I'll reveal myself to lure their fire and find their positions. Taking them out is on you." Qing Long was over the moon. "Don't worry. When it comes to archery, I've never lost to anyone." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Yi lunged out, acting as bait. The chance had come. He raised his hand toward the sky. "Summon Three-Eyed Crow." The crow's vision instantly filled Zhang Yi's mind. He smiled triumphantly. "Found you." Then he shouted, "Qing Long, they're behind the woods 45 degrees to your northeast." Hearing the coordinates, Qing Long replied, "Understood." He drew his longbow, thinking, "Let's see where you hide this time." Feathered arrows shot out, piercing the night elves as they scattered in a panic. Facing Qing Long's momentum, they seemed to lose heart. What do we do? They're too strong. The leader gnashed his teeth and ordered, everyone hear my command. Retreat. Duan Feng made a move to chase. Don't run. But Zhang Yi stopped him. Forget it, don't chase. We're here for the God tier talent card. If we get tied down, we'll lose too much time on the mission. Just then, Tyrant Blade descended from above. Impressive. A truly magnificent battle, such perfect coordination, it makes me want to have a satisfying fight myself. Zhang Yi went on guard. You, what do you want? Tyrant Blade said contemptuously. Show me the strength and methods you used against those night elves. Either defeat me or get the hell off this mountain. The weak have no right to compete for the God tier talent card. Zhang Yi was about to step forward, but Ba Huang patted his shoulder. Leave this scarred face to me. You guys need to save your energy for the rest of the climb. He suited action to word, drawing his weapon. I'll fight you. Tyrant Blade readily agreed. Fine. I heard you're a berserker too. Let's see what you've got. He bragged coldly, saying they would see who the #1 berserker in the apocalypse really was. No sooner had he spoken than Ba Huang activated his berserker state, his hair turning snow white. The two exchanged fierce blows, smoke and dust filling the air. After a few exchanges, Ba Huang had a handle on his opponent's strength. This guy's power wasn't just ordinary. No wonder he could hold his own against 7 people. As if seeing through Ba Huang's thoughts, Tyrant Blade spoke while attacking. Know why my power is greater than yours? Because I discarded my revival in exchange for humanity's greatest strength. Hearing this, Ba Huang analyzed silently. This guy's talent is actually life and death duel, but he actually revealed his ability and weakness during the fight. What is he planning? Regarding Tyrant Blade's talent, it meant he couldn't be resurrected in any form, but all his attributes increased by 50. Tyrant Blade slashed at Ba Huang once more. I'm not like you lot. I never leave myself a way out. People become weak once they have a backup plan. Because you think there's a next time if you fail, you can never give your all, he gloated, saying to Ba Huang, facing death is the supreme posture of battle. On the side, Yao Ru was extremely worried. Go brother, don't overdo it, you still have us, Ba Huang reassured her. Don't worry Xiao Ru, when has your brother ever lost? Speaking of which, he frowned and thought to himself, no matter what, I can't lose face in front of my sister. Burn. Instantly, a massive burst of flame was summoned. The move was called Solar 8 Desolations. The scene shifted to the back of the mountain, where Carlo spoke. Good luck. We've run into another group of slaves delivering themselves to us. Hearing this, the night elves charged forward in a rage. All of you attack. But before they could act, a crushing inner pressure swept over them. The shadow beside him charged out, laughing excitedly as he attacked as if playing a game. Looking at the night elves, he smiled triumphantly. Congratulations, you'll soon become the king's slaves. As soon as he spoke, the girl felt her soul and power being drained. Her body unable to move at all, standing in Ba Huang's flames, Tyrant Blade was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the opponent's strength to be so overbearing. But this won't scare Tyrant Blade. You've finally shown your true skill. Let me experience it. Ba Huang remained silent, merely staring fixedly at his opponent. Then Ba Huang launched a powerful charge. Let's end the fight with this move. Tyrant Blade slammed his long blade into the ground, shouting excitedly. Come on, enjoy this battle to the fullest. Ba Huang looked at his opponent. You have no more revivals. Now one more strike from my sword and you're dead, Tyrant Blade said arrogantly. Try me. See if you can land another hit. Hearing this, Ba Huang's gaze turned serious. Truly a suicidal lunatic. Without waiting, Tyrant Blade began close-quarters combat. A fierce battle erupted, the two being evenly matched. Meanwhile, a pair of blue eyes was monitoring the fight. The shadow reported to Carlo that another group of prey had been found, and they were apparently having an internal conflict. He excitedly remarked that it was perfect, a great chance for these new slaves to practice. No sooner had Carlo spoken than he reached out to cast a spell on the night elves. As he did, the elves rushed forward frantically as if they had lost control. Late at night, roars echoed through the dark woods, the sound of running footsteps creating an eerie atmosphere. Zhang Yi frowned, listening quietly even though they were still far away. Seeing Dai Wu's expression turn grave, Zhang Yi asked, You feel it too, don't you? She replied immediately. Yes, danger is approaching. This is an instinct I developed from long training in the Assassins Association. It's never failed me. As soon as they spoke, several figures flitted through the darkness. A night elf sprinted past, aiming directly at Yao Ru. Caught by surprise, she was momentarily flustered, but Zhang Yi immediately kicked the attacker away. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt the girl he liked. Looking at the night elf, Zhang Yi said with disgust, Get lost. Then he crouched down to hold Yao Ru's hand, asking concernedly if it hurt. She answered shyly in a soft voice that it didn't. Immediately after, the swarm of night elves charged over aggressively. One look at their eyes told him they were all being controlled. Qinglong was shocked. Aren't these the elves that escaped earlier? How are they back? Zhang Yi replied. No, they are no longer the elves we met before. Their eyes were red when we fought earlier, but now they've turned green. It seems someone has made a move. After speaking, he immediately channeled his inner power to attack them. Soul Summoner, summon, however. The Night Elves continued to rush forward frantically. Zhang Yi was extremely surprised. Soul Summoner didn't work. That means these elves aren't dead but in a state of having lost their self-awareness, he shouted immediately. They're being controlled. Everyone prepare for battle. In the distance, a rain of arrows shot toward Zhang Yi's group again. He and the others defended quickly as Zhang Yi ordered, Duan Feng, follow me for a frontal breakthrough. Yaru Qinglong, provide support from the rear. Don't let them affect Ba Huang. Hearing his command, everyone responded in unison. Understood. Pink butterflies flitted past, at first appearing as mere decoration, until a night elf's throat was slit. Everyone then charged together with a blessing of power. I'll kill anyone who dares get close. Hearing the commotion, Ba Huang looked over worriedly. Xiao Ru, what happened? Just then, Tyrant Blade seized the opening and swung his blade. His roar gave Ba Huang a shock, causing him to instinctively grit his teeth. Tyrant Blade showed some honor. It seems your mind is no longer on our duel. Let's call it here. We'll continue next time when there are no distractions. Ba Huang replied while parrying. It's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. He quickly stowed his weapon, looking forward to the next match. See you at the summit. Once the Night Elves were defeated, Zhang Yi grew anxious. The trouble was temporarily resolved. Hurry up the mountain. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Who gave you permission to leave? Anyone related to the God-tier talent card shall be killed without mercy. Zhang Yi was surprised. He actually wasn't dead. Then what was the deal with this extra talent card? Suddenly he froze, observing silently. Wait, his eyes are green too. It seems he's being controlled by someone else and has lost consciousness. Zhang Yi began to plot. If the command was to kill anyone related to the talent card, he could use that. He pointed at Tyrant Blade and shouted, Hey, you want the God-tier talent card, right? It's on that guy. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi to play him like that. Tyrant Blade was stunned. He shouted angrily, Damn it, I went easy on you, and you dare play such a dirty trick. Zhang Yi, on the contrary, found it amusing. Brother, I believe in your strength. Dealing with these monsters will be no problem for you. Get going. The scene shifted back to Zhang Yi. It was 7:51 a.m., and everyone was hanging onto the mountain like geckos. Zhang Yi shouted, Everyone, hold on a bit longer. We're almost at the summit. Although the method was a bit mean, he was curious how the fight between that brute and Carlo would turn out. They climbed until 7:55 a.m., and Zhang Yi and the others finally reached their destination, making it before the deadline. From a distance he saw another group that had already arrived. The first to speak was Kai Yan. I thought no one but us would make it up 2 o'clock mountain in time. I didn't expect another set of competitors. Yu Hua beside him added, It's fine. The God-tier talent card will be ours sooner or later anyway. Finally, at exactly 8 a.m., Tyrant Blade arrived. Those damn things chased me all the way. It's all your fault, you bastard. With that, he pointed at Zhang Yi in a rage. I'm definitely killing you today. He smiled and said nothing. As expected of someone with a God-tier talent card, he had shaken off the Night Elves so quickly. A pity we were already a step ahead, otherwise I'd have loved to see your magnificent performance. On the summit, Tyrant Blade's roar echoed. Shut up. Their fierce battle was about to erupt when a voice spoke. Everyone. Zhang Yi turned back in surprise. A stranger appeared in the distance. Congratulations on successfully reaching the summit of 2 o'clock mountain by 8 a.m. and completing the trial I set. Everyone was shocked to see this person. Ba Huang shouted in surprise. How is it him? Yao Ru leaned in and whispered to her brother. You've met this armored man? Ba Huang recalled seeing him when he was imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower, but his identity remained a mystery. Kai Yan was surprised. A trial, you set this up? We came for the God-tier talent card. If you're lying to us, we won't let you off, the mysterious man replied in a low voice. Of course, I am a man of my word. Then he channeled his inner power to produce an item from his hand. This is the God-tier talent card you want, correct? Zhang Yi interrupted. As far as I know, all God-tier talent cards are bound to the holder once they enter the game. Only when the holder dies is there a chance for it to drop for other players. Yet there has never been an unassigned God-tier talent card in the Apocalypse before. Where did this card in your hand come from? The mysterious man explained. I found this card on a player near the Forgotten Lands. When I discovered him, he was already dead, his entire body frozen into an ice sculpture. Hearing this, Zhang Yi thought to himself, It seems Carlo really did die after falling off the iceberg, turning into an ice sculpture. No wonder he didn't react when he saw me earlier, like a completely different person. But the question is, how was he revived? The masked man continued. I apologize for gathering you this way, but our time is short. The Ghost King has broken the seal and is about to return. We must gather the strongest players of the Apocalypse and collect 10 God-tier talent cards to stand against him. That guy is stronger than any boss you've seen before. The entire Apocalypse is facing an unprecedented disaster. Kai Yan shouted. Give me a break, old man. What era is this? still making up ghost stories to trick children. Meanwhile, Ba Huang fell into deep thought. He said these things in the demon suppression tower too. How does he know so much about the Ghost King? The man added, have you not noticed that since entering the apocalypse, all contact with the real world has been completely lost? Looking at the card, the mysterious man continued, if you still want to escape this damn game, you'd better believe my words. Zhang Yi couldn't stand the mystery. Hey, who are you exactly? Why are you telling us this? The man spoke candidly. Everything started because of me. Consider this a form of atonement. As for this god-tier talent card, how you distribute it is up to you. You are all strong players who reached here through the trial. I hope you remember, this time you aren't just saving this game world, but also the real world you once lived in. After speaking, the mysterious man immediately took flight and vanished. The scene shifted to Dream Spirit Villa, where the surroundings were shrouded by a purple sky. Two gatekeeping girls stopped a stranger. Who are you? How dare you intrude into Dream Spirit Villa? One more step and we won't be polite. As soon as they spoke, the intruder swung his sword mercilessly. Go tell your dream god that the king of the apocalypse is here to see her. Inside the palace, the dream god said coldly, it seems my nightmare has finally become reality. What must come, will come, a girl hurriedly reported. Lord Dream God, with our current strength we are no match for the Ghost King. What should we do? The dream god's gaze held an icy resolve. Regardless of the outcome, I will fight with you until the final moment. Just then, as burst through the door, I've finally found you. Elsewhere, Kung Qi was observing everything on the Ghost King's side. Ling Lan asked in confusion, Master, why did you choose him to be the Ghost King in the first place? Kung Qi explained, the first time I saw him I knew he was the most suitable candidate. Although AI can be used to design perfect game bosses, you robots will never understand that the deep love in the human heart is the most powerful weapon. Recalling the past, a school bell rang. A girl looked happily at the man. Hello, Professor, that's Az. He also greeted her pleasantly. Returning home, a lonely space enveloped him. Az sat quietly in the middle of the room with a photo of him and his lover above. Looking at the pile of games on the table, Az murmured to himself, hey, remember when that girl happily said that this game is really interesting? Once the public beta starts, we can play together. Az felt as if his heart were being twisted. Nia, I miss you so much. Just then, Miyazaki appeared. This is the internal closed beta version of the game I designed. If you participate in the test, I can let you reunite with your lover within the game. Az jumped to his feet. Are you serious? Can I really see Nia? Miyazaki replied indifferently. Of course, while thinking to himself, as long as this remains true. Immediately, Az pressed the agree button on the screen. Upon entering the game, he saw the girl of his dreams. Nia, it's really you. Quickly take me to see her, Miyazaki replied. Don't be in such a hurry, you're still missing one thing. He led Az to another corner. As long as you wear this crown, you can live together with your beloved in this world forever. Az was already blinded by love. As long as I can see Nia again, I'll do anything. Subsequently, that crown was placed upon his head. It clamped down tightly on Az's head, much like the golden hoop curse of the Monkey King. Agony struck. He felt as if his body were being torn apart. Back in the reality of the Dream Spirit Villa, Az looked at the dream god. Nia, we have finally reunited. Don't worry. This time I won't let you suffer any more grievances, nor will I let you leave me again. The dream god was utterly baffled. I don't know who this Nia is you speak of. We are destined to be sworn enemies. How could we possibly know each other? Az became emotional. No, he lost control. For all these years your image has never faded from my mind. I could never mistake you. You are Nia. After speaking, he suddenly turned to leave. Nia, I will surely find your soul. Until then, you and your tribesmen stay obediently in the palace. I will make the entire apocalypse submit to me. We shall be together forever. No sooner had he spoken than the doors of the dream god's palace slammed shut with a bang. The scene shifted to 2 O'Clock Mountain, where Zhang Yi channeled his inner power to unleash elemental lockdown. A gale swept through, leaving Kai Yan somewhat startled as he shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yi spoke up. The task at hand is how to deal with the Ghost King. We can't afford any more infighting. But Kai Yan retorted, Don't tell me you actually believe what that guy in the armor said. If there really is a boss that powerful, we might as well surrender early. What are we wasting our time for? He then shouted. What we need to consider now is how to distribute this god-tier talent card. It's not like everyone can have a piece. But in the next second, Dai Wu had already pressed her scythe against his neck. Kai Yan was startled. Don't get excited, I was just going to touch it to see how it feels, she said coldly. That won't do either. Until we've reached an agreement, no one is allowed to touch the god-tier talent card. It was a classic case of one thing conquering another. Kai Yan, who had been rambling incessantly, could now only let out a cold huff and stand still, lingering in fear. Meanwhile, Yaru looked at Kai Yan, her voice trembling slightly. He replied, not understanding the situation. I won't touch it if I can't touch it. Why are you all looking at me like that? Yaru pointed behind him, still in shock. Be behind you. Kaiyan turned his head and saw a group of night elves staring at him with murderous intent, scaring him out of his wits. Holy crap! Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. It seemed the Ghost King's power had already permeated the entirety of 2 O'Clock Mountain. The situation is urgent, let's find a way to leave first. We'll decide who gets the God tier talent card later. Tyrant Blade immediately responded, no objections from me. Yuhua also chimed in. I agree. Subsequently, everyone charged forward together. Then let us carve out a path of blood. One of the night elves swung its blade violently toward Xiao Zhao. She let out a cry of alarm, and Duan Feng immediately rushed in front of her to block the attack while swinging his sword in a counter-strike. Duan Feng turned his head and shouted, Leave this to me, keep up with the group ahead. Xiao Zhao immediately responded. Okay. Just as he was momentarily distracted, that night elf suddenly bit his arm. Zhang Yi looked at him and shouted with concern, Duan Feng, are you okay? He endured the intense pain and replied, I'm fine. But when Zhang Yi turned away, the wound was gradually emitting bursts of toxic smoke. Yuhua looked at the battling Zhang Yi and said it seemed the path down the mountain was blocked. Let's take the small path at the back of the mountain. Kaiyan immediately responded, Fine, let these guys stay and play with the dead. Let's move. With that, his group of 4 immediately flew away. Kaiyan gnashed his teeth and cursed, Once I escape this hellhole, I'll settle the score with you lot. That god tier talent card will be mine sooner or later. But clearly those night elves had no intention of letting them go. They were intercepted before they had gone far. Kaiyan was stunned. Damn it, how are there more? Yuhua's smile was stiff. It seemed these night elves did not intend to let them off. Kaiyan's group shouted urgently, preparing to act with a teleportation move. At that moment, Li Hao removed his veil and forbade any movement. He glanced at Nan Qi and said, I'll leave this to you. Nan Qi responded, No problem. After speaking, he channeled his inner power and 2 wolves immediately appeared by his sides. Da Huang, go. Tear them to pieces. Subsequently, the 2 wolves charged into the swarm of night elves, biting frantically. Kaiyan's group cheered excitedly. It's settled, we didn't even have to lift a finger. Da Huang did great. But just then a foot stepped out from the jungle, walking calmly toward the 2 wolves. Cowan's subordinate said coldly, You beasts, how dare you bite my servants? With that he clenched his fist. Then let me give you a taste of having your souls snatched away. Seeing his Da Huang under attack, Nan Qi shed tears of terror. He watched as the black wolf slowly approached. Nan Qi was pale with horror. This was a magic beast he had summoned. Why was he even able to control the magic beasts he summoned? Seeing him still dazed, Yuhua hurriedly pulled Nan Qi up and ran. Don't just stand there, run back. That magic beast immediately charged forward to attack Kaiyan's group, and everyone scattered in a panic for their lives. Zhang Yi looked at them, unable to help but be surprised. Holy crap, where did you guys get such a vicious dog? Nan Qi shouted. I summoned it, but now it won't listen to me. Save us quickly. Drenched in sweat, he thought to himself that perhaps Yaru, Ba Huang and the others had already reached the foot of the mountain. Splitting up would easily weaken their combat power. They couldn't stay here too long. Zhang Yi immediately took the lead. Follow us down the mountain. Let's regroup with the others first. At the foot of the mountain, Tyrant Blade had lost his patience. How come those few haven't arrived yet? Surely they didn't just run off with the god tier talent card? Qinglong chimed in. Our leader isn't that kind of person. Don't judge our leader's noble heart by your own petty standards. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a burst of hurried footsteps ran toward Yaru. She immediately grew tense. They're coming. Dai Wu added that judging by the commotion it seemed it wasn't just those few people coming over. As soon as Zhang Yi saw them he shouted urgently, Yaru, this group has completely lost control. Quickly, use an ice wall to block them. Following his command, she immediately channeled her inner power to build a massive ice wall in front. Everyone was temporarily safe. And Yaru spoke up, the ice wall won't hold for long, we need to hurry and leave this place. Yuhua panted, Thank you. Zhang Yi looked back, calculating silently. If we leave directly, those night elves controlled by the ghost race's secret arts will run into other territories of the apocalypse and continue to cause chaos. We need a way to keep these night elves on 2 O'Clock Mountain. Just then Kaiyan spoke up, Leave it to me. I can use a flame barrier to seal off the entire 2 O'Clock Mountain. Consider it repayment for you saving my life just now. On the other side, Duan Feng walked staggeringly, his body trembling with pain. Duan Feng gnashed his teeth in horror, thinking, How did it turn out like this? My body is gradually losing control. He suddenly remembered the scene from before. Crap, could it be because I was bitten by that night elf just now? Looking at the bleeding wound he realized that before long he would become just like those ghost servants, losing his reason and turning to attack his companions. No, he didn't want to become a puppet. At that moment Zhang Yi looked at Kaiyan. How much longer until your sealing array is complete? He replied, Soon. It'll definitely be done before the ice wall completely melts. Duan Feng's heart was full of regret. He desperately wanted to continue leveling up with everyone and face even stronger enemies together, but he silently walked toward the raging fire. My time is up, I must bid them farewell. Thus Duanfeng dragged his heavy body and walked forward alone. Zhang Yi shouted anxiously, Duanfeng, where are you going? Come out quickly. The array is about to close, Duanfeng shouted back. Don't worry about me. Everyone, leave this place quickly. I don't want to become a bastard who attacks his comrades in the final moments of my life. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was silently saying goodbye in his heart. The road ahead must be walked by everyone themselves, Zhang Yi shouted in horror. Duanfeng, seeing his arm, Zhang Yi immediately guessed it was a ghost race secret art. Xiao Zhao was stunned. It was to save her that Duanfeng became like this. It was all her fault. Qinglong charged forward anxiously. Hurry up and open this damn array for me. Our brother is still inside. Yuhua was taken aback. Hey, we worked so hard to complete the sealing array for this mountain. If we open it now, won't all that previous effort have been for nothing? Out of worry for his friend, Qinglong hurriedly clenched his fist and slammed it heavily into the flame barrier. Bahuang quickly stopped him. Qinglong, calm down. As I understand it, Duanfeng didn't want to harm us after losing his sanity. Qinglong clenched his fist, but Duanfeng had always been a brother who went through life and death with them. Zhang Yi spoke up. Bahuang is right. Besides, even if we broke the array now, there's no way to restore Duanfeng to his original state. The priority now is to find a way to break the ghost race's secret art, so that Duanfeng can escape danger as soon as possible. Everyone, evacuate from 2 o'clock mountain immediately, Zhang Yi prayed with deep concern. Duanfeng, you must hold on. Wait for me to return. Within the barrier, Duanfeng faced the swarm of night elves alone. Before I completely turn into a ghost race member, let me enjoy the thrill of battle one last time. Holding his dual swords firmly, he charged in alone. Bring me more? He stood alone against this horde of demons. Duanfeng soon exhausted his strength and collapsed. Looking at his gradually shattering longsword, Duanfeng thought in despair. Is my life to end right here? The scene shifted to Extreme Ice City, where the torrential rain seemed to be weeping for Duanfeng. Yaru walked forward to comfort Zhang Yi. I know you're very sad about Duanfeng. He made up his mind. I will surely find a way to lift the ghost race's secret art, then come back to save Duanfeng. Zhang Yi frowned inwardly and said to himself, I will definitely find you, Ghost King. The surroundings were shrouded in a dead, silent darkness, and everyone looked up to observe the situation. Tyrant Blade looked around and commented, This is your main city, why can't I see a single player? Zhang Yi spoke up. Today is indeed quite abnormal. Let's go into the city and have a look. Xiao Zhao shouted as they walked. Is anyone there? Qinglong also looked around. Anyone there? Zhang Yi remained on guard. Something's not right. This road used to be very lively. Why had everyone in the city disappeared in just one night? No sooner had the words been spoken than a horse charged from behind. Zhang Yi hurriedly protected Yaru. Careful, once he had regained his composure, he quickly said to Yaru, quickly, catch up to it. Maybe we can find the reason for the mass disappearance of players in the city. After walking for a while, the horse suddenly stopped. Zhang Yi was very surprised. Why did it suddenly stop? Looking at the crowd, Yaru was beyond shocked. How did they become like this? I knew there was a reason why all the players in the city were missing. So they were all here. The situation is even more serious than I imagined. The Ghost King's forces have already invaded the players' main city. Kaiyan was somewhat worried. Hey, I say, what kind of hellhole have you brought us to? I thought it was safe here. Shouldn't we slip away before we're discovered? Nanqi immediately responded. I agree, it was exhausting enough on the mountain just now. I can't deal with these guys. Zhang Yi looked at them with disdain. Leave or stay as you please. Dai Wu also glared sideways. Cowards, being looked down upon like this. Kaiyan was momentarily speechless. The monsters sensed the presence of strangers, and the horse and all the players turned their faces simultaneously. Seeing that group of people pouncing like zombies, Zhang Yi was greatly shocked. Holy crap, they've already discovered us. Just then a voice rang out, accompanied by a terrifying slashing force. Everyone get back! Zhang Yi was very surprised. It was Shield 7. He spoke urgently to Zhang Yi. Guild leader, there's no time to explain the details. The survivors in the city are all hiding in the Lion's Pride Tavern. Let's go there quickly. Subsequently, everyone followed Shield 7 to escape. No one noticed that from a high vantage point a pair of cold eyes was staring fixedly at them. The group ran for a long distance, and that group of controlled people eventually caught up. Zhang Yi was somewhat nervous. They've caught up. A powerful surge of inner power immediately manifested in Kaiyan's hand. He nimbly tossed a fireball toward the group of players. Take this! Instantly, a violent explosion rang out and sand and stones flew everywhere. That group of people was soon trapped and Kaiyan was beyond proud. Settled, Daiwu looked at him, thinking to herself. Luckily this guy isn't from our Extreme Ice City, or it would have been destroyed by him long ago. The sky was still drizzling with light rain and smoke filled the air. Shield 7 stepped forward quickly and knocked on the door. "It's me, open up." Hearing his voice, the people inside were very nervous. "It's Captain Shield 7. He must have brought back reinforcements." "Open the door quickly." Upon seeing Shield 7, the young man was so excited he was nearly in tears. "Guild leader, it's you, guild leader. You've finally come back to save us," Shield 7 immediately said. "Let's get inside first. If those dead people catch up, it'll be trouble." As soon as Zhang Yi entered, he asked, "What exactly happened during the time I wasn't in Extreme Ice City? How did Extreme Ice City become like this in just one day?" Shield 7 looked grave. "It was a long story. After everyone left Extreme Ice City, many strange things suddenly happened in the city." Recalling that time, he had sensed something unusual. In the middle of the night, someone had run over in a panic. The person reported urgently, Captain, there's a player up ahead who is biting people like a mad dog." Subsequently, the two had immediately rushed over. "Hey, what guild are you from? What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the two, that filthy stranger immediately turned his face. Shield 7 described with lingering fear how the entire Extreme Ice City was soon occupied by those blue-eyed people. The lucky survivors had all hidden in this tavern. Zhang Yi asked again, "Before this, did anything else strange happen in Extreme Ice City?" Shield 7 was stunned. "Something strange?" his companion chimed in. "I remember now. Someone said they had seen a giant black cat in the city." Another person also echoed, "That's right, I saw it too. That cat was entirely pitch black and incredibly large. It was practically a beast." Hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a flicker of alarm at the mention of a black cat, but he fought to remain calm. He told everyone, "There's still some time before dark. I'll go out and see if I can find any clues about that black cat." He then turned to Han Yuru. "Yuru, everyone should stay here and rest for now. I'll be back in a while." She replied immediately, "All right, it's dangerous everywhere in the city right now. Make sure you're back before nightfall." Having settled Yuru, he turned to ask Kaiyan, "Are you guys coming along?" Kaiyan reclined lazily in his chair. "No, if you want to go adventuring, don't drag us into it. We don't want to get involved in Extreme Ice City's business." Zhang Yi continued, "I said back at 2 o'clock Mountain that we would discuss the ownership of this God-tier talent card once we escaped. I've thought of a way that is both fair and a true test of strength. Whoever catches that black cat first gets the God-tier talent card." Clearly, this was bait. Kaiyan couldn't refuse. He stood up abruptly. "I love catching cats. I'll take the lead." He looked at Tyrant Blade. "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." Li Hao also spoke up. Hey, me too." Yuhua complained as she walked. "It's all your fault for insisting on joining. My feet are numb from walking. Extreme Ice City is so big, where are we supposed to find that cat?" Kaiyan leaned down and picked up a piece of rotted wood. "Since it's hard to find, we'll wait for the cat to come to us." He was still the same clever rogue. Before long, fragrant fish were roasting over a fire. He sat steadily. "If the cat doesn't show up, how about we brothers just split this grilled fish?" Yuhua gave him a look of disdain. "PSH, you're the only one who cares about that." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a black shadow flashed across the sky. Li Hao snapped his head up to look high above. "It's here." The scene shifted back to Extreme Ice City. Zhang Yi looked at Tyrant Blade. "You've been following me. Could it be you're afraid I'll run off with the God-tier talent card?" "Rest assured, my friends and property are all in Extreme Ice City. I won't leave until this place is fully restored." Tyrant Blade replied immediately. "You've misunderstood. I'm not afraid you'll run. I just know that by following you, I'm guaranteed to find that black cat." Zhang Yi was speechless. "Fine, I'll take that as a compliment." No sooner had they spoken than a loud crash echoed from the other side. Zhang Yi turned immediately. It seemed the black cat had appeared. Indeed it had. The black cat, wearing a gold bell, smelled the fragrance and pounced toward Kaiyan and the others. Kaiyan excitedly waved the fish in his hand. "Little kitty, want some fish?" To their surprise, the cat glared at them. "I prefer eating rats." Kaiyan remained calm. "Oh, so you can talk? You should have said so earlier. Since you don't like it, I'll eat it myself." He then stood there calmly, finishing the grilled fish completely. The moment he tossed the stick aside, everyone charged forward together. Kaiyan couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Hey, the God-tier talent card is as good as mine!" Simultaneously, the gold bell around the cat's neck began to ring. It was a cat-and-mouse game. A regional spell. All enemy units within the area were marked with a mouse mark. Enemy units with the mouse mark were unable to deal any damage to the caster. Returning to the battle, Kaiyan's group of 4 attacked together. But the black cat remained completely unharmed. At this point, even the optimistic Kaiyan broke into a cold sweat. "What's going on? Why are our attacks failing to deal even a single point of damage?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Tyrant Blade appeared. Zhang Yi looked at Kaiyan. "Take a look at your character status bar and you'll understand." Kaiyan checked the system and was shocked. A mouse, the system displayed a mouse mark, indicating he had been designated as a mouse. Zhang Yi added, "The black cat's ability turns all your marks into mice. Players with the mouse mark cannot deal any damage to the black cat." Yan shouted as he ran. Then what are we supposed to do? Are we just supposed to stand here and wait for this cat to catch and eat us? Zhang Yi was also at a loss. Until we find a way to break it, this black cat is invincible. We can only run. 4 red shadows charged into the dark cave ahead, primarily to evade the cat. The black cat strolled in slowly and called out, "Little mice, stop hiding, you can't escape." Yuhua looked annoyed. "Damn it, this mouse mark has no time limit." Zhang Yi whispered, "Did you notice the bell around the black cat's neck? The mouse marks appeared right after that bell rang earlier. My guess is that if we want to remove the marks, we have to target that bell." Yan looked at the black cat. "No way, that bell is on the cat's neck. What's the difference between getting close to it and seeking death? If you want to do it, go ahead, count me out," Zhang Yi said seriously. "Since I'm the one who suggested it, naturally I'll be the one to go, but I need a favor from you all. Cover me so I can get close to the cat." Tyrant Blade acted as if he had been waiting for this proposal. "I agree to cooperate." Yan asked in surprise, "You trust us that much? If we pull something at the critical moment, your life will be forfeit." Zhang Yi analyzed the situation. "We're all in the same boat right now. If I fail, none of you will escape the black cat's clutches." No sooner had he spoken than Nan Qi immediately channeled his inner power, quickly activating a summon. In an instant, a massive golden retriever manifested. Nan Qi rubbed its head happily and said, "Leave luring the cat to me. My golden retriever is very fast." Zhang Yi then looked at everyone. "Then we'll proceed as planned on the other side." Nan Qi waved as he rode the dog, shouting, "Hey you stupid cat, you still haven't caught us after all this time? You're too weak." The black cat was enraged. "I'll see how much longer you can act smug." It immediately charged forward to pursue Nan Qi. Nan Qi thought with satisfaction. Excellent, it took the bait. After luring it to the designated position, Nan Qi shouted, "We're here, over to you." Instantly, Yan and Yuhua struck at the black cat together. A loud crash echoed as the black cat roared, "Don't waste your energy, you filthy rats." At that moment, Li Hao immediately channeled his inner power to cast the word spirit spell Forbidden Path. He said to the cat, "You're immune to our damage, but you aren't immune to control." Just as expected, the black cat was locked in place. It said irritably, "You damn little mice, you dare ambush me." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi immediately lunged toward the black cat. His target was precisely the gold bell around its neck. Just a little more, he was almost there. Back in Extreme Ice City, the black cat snorted coldly. "I truly underestimated you little mice." After this strike, it seemed to grow even more crazed. Yan was startled. "Hey, the plan failed." "Now what?" Zhang Yi frowned as he replied, "The plan failed, but I'm now 100% certain that the bell is the key to dispelling the mouse mark." He then reached out and grabbed several cloaks. Zhang Yi and the others put them on simultaneously. "Now execute Plan B." The black cat stared fixedly at them. "Even if you try again, the result will be the same." Within the mist, the black cat reminded itself. "Just keep a close eye on the kid's movements at maximum speed." It gnashed its teeth as it watched Zhang Yi, nearly having been caught by him just now. He was the one leading the charge, but as soon as he got close, Zhang Yi flitted past. The black cat then channeled its inner power. "You're truly seeking death," but in the blink of an eye, the person standing before it was Tyrant Blade. The cat was shocked. He changed appearance. "He isn't the damn kid from before." But before it could think further, the opponent had already made a move. Mission accomplished. The rest is up to you. Immediately after, one of its claws was controlled, leaving the black cat somewhat dazed. Its gaze quickly scanned elsewhere. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi landed steadily. Only then did the black cat realize, "Damn it, they used the black cloaks to swap identities while I wasn't looking." Zhang Yi then said, "The control on the cat won't last more than 3 seconds. We have to buy time to touch the bell." Tyrant Blade shouted, "It's up to him now." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward and under the cat's startled gaze, death gripped the gold bell. Simultaneously, the system immediately popped up a notification. "Player Zhang Yi has dispelled the mouse mark." Everyone cheered. "The mouse mark is gone, we succeeded." Zhang Yi immediately charged forward. "Now let's see what you'll use to block my attacks." No sooner had he spoken than he delivered a powerful blow to the black cat, catching it completely off guard. An intense light illuminated the entire sky, and the ground couldn't help but shake violently. Zhang Yi landed slowly. It was over. Extreme Ice City finally saw the light of day again. He then quickly notified his teammates, "Yuru, the black cat has been killed and the crisis in Extreme Ice City is resolved. Tell everyone they can leave the tavern." She received the message and said happily, "All right, we're coming over right away." Suiting action toward Han Yuru immediately told everyone, "Zhang Yi has caught the black cat. Extreme Ice City is safe." The crowd cheered. As expected of our guild leader, the moment he makes a move, the cat is caught. Subsequently, Zhang Yi and the others returned to the tavern together. He looked grave. The greatest threat to Extreme Ice City had been resolved. Next, they just had to deal with the infected players to make Extreme Ice City completely safe. Zhang Yi stepped forward. Now that the black cat was caught, who did the god tier talent card belong to? Kai Yan maintained his arrogant attitude and said, "You deserve the most credit this time, and you were the one who finally killed the cat. Naturally, this god tier talent card belongs to you. Don't worry, the four of us are men of our word, we won't trouble you in the future." Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the card. "All right, then I'll accept it." Subsequently, Kai Yan's group showed no intention of staying. "We're off." Zhang Yi shouted at their retreating backs. "It's dangerous out there right now. Do you want to come with us? Think about it again." Just then, Dai Wu's pink butterflies flitted past him. Hearing this, Kai Yan turned around immediately and replied happily, "That's not out of the question." The others turned back. "Then we'll reluctantly stay and help you out." Only then was he willing to reach out and introduce himself. Level 65 Mage. The two leaders shook hands firmly, demonstrating team spirit. Zhang Yi also offered a pleasant introduction. Level 65 Beastmaster. Zhang Yi. Today, Kai Yan finally had a trustworthy partner. Walking along the road, those few pink butterflies suddenly landed on Han Yuru's hand. She immediately realized, "Aren't these the butterflies from Dream Spirit Villa? Why are they appearing here?" The image of the dream god subsequently manifested. "Everyone, it's been a long time. I have very bad news for you. The king of the ghosts has awakened and occupied Dream Spirit Villa." As she spoke, the signal on her end was interrupted and was about to cut off. "I'm temporarily safe, but the apocalypse needs..." No sooner had she spoken than the butterfly lay motionless in Han Yuru's hand. Yuru was deeply worried. "What should we do? Are we going to Dream Spirit Villa to save the dream god?" Zhang Yi took up the conversation. "There's no need for that yet. If the dream god can still send out a message, it means she's at least safe for now. What we need to do is find the king of the ghosts as soon as possible. That's the only way to stop his next move." He was also somewhat worried. If the Ghost King had already moved against the Dream God, he would surely continue to target the other high gods. The closest to Dream Spirit Villa was the Goblin Kingdom. This is bad, or Fu is in danger. We must get there immediately. Following that, Zhang Yi immediately activated a teleport. He shouted urgently, "Shield 7, take Dai Wu and stay in Extreme Ice City. Everyone else, set out with me for the Goblin Kingdom." Over there, as was launching a frantic assault. "I didn't come here to make things difficult for you. Just hand over the high god obediently and the entire kingdom will survive." Otherwise, hearing this, Erfu's soldiers were all terrified by the Ghost King's presence. At that moment, Erfu arrived just in time, shouting, "Stop!" Everyone turned back in shock. "High god," Erfu continued. "The 10 high gods once joined forces to seal you away. I never expected you to escape, but as long as I am here today, you can forget about harming my goblin race or the apocalypse again." As mocked, "You little shorty, you certainly talk big. It seems you're the one I'm looking for, so please, come with me." Erfu pointed at his face. "The duty of a high god is to protect the peace of the apocalypse. I will never let you have your way." As channeled his inner power, "I knew it was useless talking to you NPCs, let's just get to it." Just as he was about to launch an attack, a surge of power shot over, blocking his advance. He was startled and roared, "Who dares stop me?" As he spoke, he swung the longsword in his hand fiercely in that direction, but clearly, as was at a disadvantage. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they had made it in time. He then said to her, "Erfu, don't worry. Yuru and the others are dealing with the ghost soldiers outside, and the others are on their way. With us here, the goblin race will be fine." Nanchi was somewhat surprised. "So this is the legendary Ghost King." Kai Yan took up the conversation. "He doesn't look like a very strong boss at all," Zhang Yi thought to himself. Indeed, from his dialogue with Erfu just now, he seems more like one of us players. He immediately warned, "Don't drop your guard." The Ghost Death Guards at 2 O'Clock Mountain and the Black Cat in Extreme Ice City were all his subordinates. As soon as he saw him, he said, "I was wondering who it was, so it's that group of trash from Extreme Ice City. I haven't come looking for you yet, and you've delivered yourselves to my door." Meanwhile, Tyrant Blade charged to the front. "I can feel this guy is strong, let me fight him first." "You guys don't interfere," Kai Yan said smugly. "Fine, we'll jump in when you can't hold out anymore. Don't go getting yourself knocked down after only a few moves. That would be too embarrassing in front of so many people." As said coldly, "So much nonsense, are you done talking? Because if you are, I'm making my move." As once again plunged his longsword into the ground. "Ever since I broke the seal, I haven't truly fought anyone. You're the first, so don't disappoint me." Tyrant Blade laughed loudly. "Good, I hope you don't disappoint me either." No sooner had he spoken than a surge of dark inner power emerged from the shadows, enveloping the surroundings. After only a few exchanges, Tyrant Blade was greatly shocked. This sword was quite bizarre. It was impossible to parry with his own blade. As asked with a look of disdain, "What? Scared already? These are all souls that died beneath this sword. Before long you will become one of them." As was beyond triumphant. A berserker is a class that becomes stronger by burning its own life force, but if they cannot defeat the enemy in a short time, they will find themselves in a passive position. You are currently in the situation a berserker fears most. Tyrant Blade charged forward indignantly. So you plan to stall until my life force is burned out before showing yourself, coward, as stabbed from behind. No, I've always been one for a quick resolution. Time is money to me. How could you be worth so much of my effort? Watching his teammate being impaled, Zhang Yi was struck with horror and shouted at the top of his lungs. As laughed triumphantly, "It's over, your soul belongs to me now." Even with his mouth filled with blood, Tyrant Blade refused to surrender. "It's not over yet. I'm the one who decides when it's done." Deep within Tyrant Blade's consciousness, the Death God asked icily, "Have you made up your mind? Sacrifice your soul to me, and I can give you 5 more minutes of life." He endured the agonizing pain, sweat pouring down like rain as he bartered. "Only 5 minutes? I didn't expect the Death God to be so stingy," the Death God replied. "You don't have much time left to consider." With no other choice, Tyrant Blade gnashed his teeth and let out a great shout. "Blade, form!" In an instant he gripped the blade that was buried deep in his heart. Tyrant Blade pulled it out decisively, blood spraying everywhere, and added, "My time is precious too," as gritted his teeth, never expecting Tyrant Blade to take such a suicidal action. Tyrant Blade glared at his opponent. "I won't waste a single second of the time I have left," as was shocked, staring at the hole in his chest. "How is this possible? You're completely unaffected." Tyrant Blade spoke in a low voice. "The body is merely a shell. A warrior's indomitable will shall endure until the very last moment. Let's continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his weapon and charged. "The battle between us isn't over yet." Under the surge of that power, the face of a demon emerged within the red flames. It was the incarnation of the Death God residing within Tyrant Blade. He stared fixedly at his opponent. Cayenne was astonished. Why did Tyrant Blade suddenly become so powerful? Zhang Yi speculated. As I suspected, this must be Death God stance, a forbidden technique where a berserker gains power by sacrificing their soul to the Death God. By utilizing Death God stance combined with the God tier talent, Life and Death Duel, Tyrant Blade has effectively reached the absolute limit of power a player can achieve in this game. As was stunned that someone would throw away their life just for a single battle. Even if you win, it's a mutual destruction. I really don't understand what goes on in your heads, placing more weight on victory than on life itself. Tyrant Blade raised his weapon. From the moment I chose to step into this apocalypse, I had already cast aside the notion of life and death. What I pursue is every single second within the heat of battle. He recalled his vegetative body in the real world. Being able to enjoy this fight before he died made this life worth it. Immediately after, Tyrant Blade raised his longsword, preparing to unleash a final decisive strike. "Let me end all of this with my own hands." The Death God's stance strike fell, and a violent explosion instantly shook the earth. As was sent flying, unable to withstand Tyrant Blade's blow and slumped on the ground spitting blood. As was filled with indignation. Unforgivable, that I of all people was wounded like this by an ordinary player. As the battle ended, Tyrant Blade revealed a satisfied smile. "It seems your plan for a quick resolution today is going to fail at my hands." But before he could kill, as his time limit with the Death God expired, Tyrant Blade collapsed to the ground. "No, I still need a little more time to defeat him." As saw through it instantly. "It seems the time you borrowed from the Death God has run out." Lying on the ground, Tyrant Blade cursed tremblingly. "Damn it," as mocked him contemptuously. "What a pity. If you could have moved just a few steps further, you would have had the chance to defeat me." After speaking, the Ghost King immediately channeled his inner power. "Let me send you on your final journey." Those sharp longswords immediately obeyed his command, thrusting violently toward Tyrant Blade. Simultaneously, a wall of fire appeared in an instant, blocking the strike. Cayenne's group charged forward. "You've done well enough, leave the rest to us." The voice behind him was trembling. I can't continue fighting." Using the last of his strength, Tyrant Blade barely managed to say, "Leaving this God-tier talent card on me would be a waste." Subsequently, he handed the card to Zhang Yi. "Please take my God-tier talent card and keep fighting." As soon as the words were spoken, Tyrant Blade gradually dissipated, leaving behind one final satisfied smile. Zhang Yi took the card. "Don't worry, I will carry it and fight to the very end." On this side, a trace of malice flashed in Az's eyes as he began preparing to attack Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi channeled his inner power. "Duan Feng, Tyrant Blade, and all the other players who died at your hands, today you must give them an accounting." Just then, Xiao Zhao and the others also rushed over. "Guild leader, we're here," Zhang Yi responded. "Everyone arrived just in time. Keep a close eye on the Ghost King. Don't let him escape. He's at his weakest right now." Yao Ru added. "The ghost soldiers outside have all been eliminated." Az looked at the crowd and revealed a trace of a defiant smile. "Do you think you can win just by having more people?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately channeled his inner power, preparing to attack again. An icy voice echoed from the void. "You are far too naive. Look closely. This is true power." After speaking, the bodies of Yao Ru and everyone else were death-gripped by that power. Go to hell, all of you. As for Fu, he death-gripped her arm. As for you, save some strength to come with me, watching her being captured right before his eyes. Zhang Yi shouted anxiously. Sylph? On Zhang Yi's side, everyone had been teleported to an unknown place. He shouted angrily, damn it, where on earth have we ended up? Qinglong took up the conversation. Isn't it written on the sign, Ghost City? The massive sign bore those two words with a giant python coiled around the perimeter. Yao Ru huddled behind him. This place looks so terrifying, it's really chilling. Zhang Yi comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll protect you. There are many of us, nothing will happen. They had just entered the city when a massive black shadow from behind lunged toward them. Looking at Zhang Yi's group, the black shadow seemed extremely hostile. Simultaneously, Ba Huang sensed the danger. He turned back immediately without hesitation, using a single strike to decapitate the opponent. Zhang Yi knelt to examine the corpse. These ghost soldiers are different from the ones we met before. Their bodies seem to have mutated for some reason. I'm afraid the ghost city is crawling with these monsters, we'd better be careful. After speaking, he stood up and channeled his inner power to summon a small blue tower. He then looked back. Xiao Zhao, you take this god-tier talent card. She was beyond shocked. Guild leader, why are you giving something so important to me? Both of them looked toward Kai Yan simultaneously. He pretended not to care. Don't look at me, I'm a man of my word. If I said I don't need it, I don't need it. Besides, I'm so powerful, why would I lack cards? Zhang Yi looked at his minor ally. Xiao Zhao, we are about to face the powerful Ghost King, so we must find a way to enhance the team's overall strength. Your upgrade potential is massive, making you the most suitable person for this god-tier talent card. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. All right, thank you for your trust, guild leader. I won't let everyone down. Subsequently, Zhang Yi handed the card to Xiao Zhao, but a sudden reaction occurred on the card. Suddenly, something emitting a green light appeared on the card. Immediately after, the card flew into the air, giving everyone a shock. Xiao Zhao was stunned. What is that? Why is it on the god-tier talent card? Zhang Yi also responded quickly. I'm not sure either. Let's go, chase after it and see. Within that clump of viscous green matter on the ground, it began to wriggle like a living creature. A young girl who looked like the dream god subsequently appeared. Finally out. Yao Ru was surprised. The dream god, why would she appear here? Zhang Yi was puzzled. Wait, when the dream god spoke to us just now, she was still at Dream Spirit Villa. And look at this person's body. It looks more like it's formed from a phantom. Anyway, let's chase her and find out. Sensing that people were following her, the girl fell into a panic. Who is it? Zhang Yi's group pursued aggressively. Don't run, we aren't bad people. As she was running, a black hole appeared out of nowhere ahead. From the girl's direction, a massive wild boar lunged out abruptly. She was caught off guard, and the boar quickly opened its bloody maw. Yao Ru was frozen on the spot. She was swallowed. What swallowed her was a dream-eating tapir. Zhang Yi took up the conversation. This is also a special monster of the Ghost City region that lives by devouring souls. It excels at using sound waves to delude players, causing the prey to lose their reason and eventually die abruptly. Everyone, prepare for battle. After swallowing the girl, the boar began emitting frantic, ear-piercing sounds. Zhang Yi death-gripped his ears, gnashing his teeth, his heart full of irritation. Damn it, my head is full of buzzing. But he discovered that Yao Ru seemed unaffected by this sound. Watching her walk over as if she had lost her soul, Zhang Yi was struck with horror and shouted loudly, Yao Ru, don't go over there, it's dangerous. Seeing her continue to rush forward, Zhang Yi was beyond anxious. Yao Ru, wake up. He endured the pain and rushed up to death-grip her ears. Don't be fooled by the dream-eating tapir's voice. Yao Ru snapped awake. Just now, what happened to me? He bit his lip until it bled, struggling to explain that it was the sound from the dream-eating tapir that had controlled her. An indignant Ba Huang immediately launched a powerful strike against the boar. His long sword pierced violently beneath its throat, sending the boar into an instant coma. Taking advantage of the boar's defeat, Ba Huang immediately turned and shouted to his teammates, Go, leave this place quickly. But the boar didn't seem to have suffered any major injuries. It flipped over, scrambled up and pursued Zhang Yi and Yao Ru. Everyone immediately hid behind a massive stone wall. Zhang Yi began to calculate. Escaping like this isn't a solution. We must get close to kill the dream-eating tapir. Yuhua took up the conversation. Leave it to me. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and channeled her inner power, activating her legendary talent, Alibi. Immediately after, Yuhua reached out to conduct the power to Zhang Yi. Amidst Zhang Yi's bewilderment, Yuhua explained, Alibi only lasts for 3 minutes. Within these 3 minutes, you can temporarily turn invisible. No matter how close you get to the enemy, you won't be discovered. Feeling his body filled with power, Zhang Yi looked at her. Thanks. Facing the monster, Zhang Yi secretly planned. That woman was swallowed into the dream-eating tapir's belly. The only way to save her is to take a gamble. Subsequently, Zhang Yi unhesitatingly rushed into the boar's mouth. Inside the dream-eating taper, he pushed aside obstacles. "Don't come over, go stay somewhere cool." After a bit of shoving, he was desperate. He had to hurry. The space here was shrinking, and it wouldn't be long before he died of suffocation. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's gaze froze. "Wait, this dream-eating taper lives by devouring souls. Perhaps Soul Summoner will work." After waiting for a long time, Yuhua was somewhat worried. Why hasn't Zhang Yi come back yet? Could something have happened? Yaoru looked at the boar. "No, I believe in him. He will definitely find a way." Suddenly, the boar's belly began to bulge and a bizarre light radiated from within. Cayenne shouted in surprise. "Holy crap, this thing can even blow bubbles." Yaoru secretly blushed. "That's the mark of the Soul Summoner. Zhang Yi is so smart." A massive vortex immediately erupted outside, spinning violently from the inside out, and several objects resembling ghost fires flew out. With a loud bang from the boar's belly, Zhang Yi successfully escaped, and anxious Yaoru immediately stepped forward. "You were in there for so long, are you hurt? Quickly, wipe yourself off." Zhang Yi patted himself down. "I'm fine, I just got some of the dream-eating taper's slime on me. It's a bit disgusting." The anomaly didn't stop. A black sphere subsequently manifested. Yaoru was surprised. "Are those memory fragments of souls? I didn't expect there to be so many." Zhang Yi was shocked. Perhaps this dream-eating taper had already devoured thousands of souls in this ghost city. Truly terrifying. She looked up at the sky. That female soul looked identical to the dream god. Watching the struggling girl, Zhang Yi immediately rushed forward. "I'll go save her." He felt a wave of dizziness. The power of this black hole was too great. His entire person felt as if he were about to be sucked into that hole. He immediately reached out to grab her hand. The girl was stunned. "We are strangers. Why would you risk danger to save me?" Zhang Yi replied calmly. "Because I want to know who you really are." "This to me." Before he could finish, he death-gripped the girl with both hands. Subsequently, with a serious gaze, Zhang Yi continued to shout, "It's very important." The girl looked at him with a warm smile, her face as beautiful as an angel in the heavens. All her beautiful memories were displayed before Zhang Yi, including as. The girl continued her introduction. "My name is Nia." Suddenly, a massive amount of information flooded his mind, and Zhang Yi felt like his temples were about to burst with pain. When he opened his eyes again, he was floating somewhere. Zhang Yi looked around. "Where is this? Why am I all alone? Where is the woman from just now?" Without giving it much thought, Zhang Yi looked to the side and shouted, "Nia, are you in there?" Looking around, he was somewhat curious. "What is this glowing thing?" He tentatively reached out his hand, and a surge of sound waves subsequently vibrated. Before him, as was wearing a blissful smile, Ghost King. "Have I entered Nia's memories now?" Zhang Yi thought to himself. "I have a feeling Nia brought me into her memories on purpose." He hurriedly clicked confirm repeatedly in the system. There must be something she wanted him to know hidden here. After watching for a while, the blood splattering on the screen gave him a shock. Car accident. Brake system failure. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out. "Thank you for sending such a perfect candidate." Watching this scene, he was somewhat surprised. Why would the demon suppression tower appear in Nia's memories? Connecting all the events, Zhang Yi frowned and thought, car accident, mysterious man. Could all of this be related to the mastermind behind the apocalypse? Just now, when Nia turned her head, she saw the apocalyptic demon suppression tower through the window. And the only place where one could see the demon suppression tower from that angle was the Eternal Tower. In that blurred memory of hers in the system, before Nia closed her eyes, the mysterious man spoke again. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain. This will be my most satisfying masterpiece." After saying those words, for some unknown method that guy used, Nia lost her life. The sound of the heart rate monitor flatlining rang out, making it unbearable for Zhang Yi. "Damn it, this sound is so piercing, my head hurts so much." A gale blew and he was helpless, only able to stand there and death grip his ears. Just then, a sensation of suffocation hit, making Zhang Yi open his eyes in horror. Everyone looked anxious. Yaoru asked urgently, "You're finally awake, are you okay? That black hole suddenly disappeared just now and you fell from a height." Zhang Yi shielded his eyes with his hand. "I'm fine, but that female wraith, I wasn't able to save her. However, she left me a very important clue." After speaking, he stood up. "Yaoru, after we leave this godforsaken place in a moment, everyone head to Dream Spirit Villa immediately. If the Ghost King has already imprisoned the Dream God, it means he will definitely return." Zhang Yi looked around. Everyone must find a way to stall him for as long as possible. Yaoru asked worriedly, "What about you?" He looked up at the high sky. "I need to go to the Demon Suppression Tower to find the method to defeat the Ghost King." On the other side, Erfu was being forcibly dragged along the ground. "Let me go or you'll get what's coming to you when Big Brother Zhang Yi returns," as said triumphantly. "Don't worry, they won't be coming out anytime soon." After speaking, he threw Erfu heavily into a dark room, and she closed her eyes tightly in pain. as turned around, leaving behind a final sentence, "Stay in there obediently. I'll round up all the remaining high gods to keep you company here." With that, he slammed the door shut with a bang, leaving the room in total darkness. Just then a pair of slender legs approached and a gentle voice rang out, startling Erfu. "Are you all right?" Looking at the woman before her, Erfu asked hesitantly. "Are you a high god as well?" The dream god helped her up. "Yes, I am the dream god. I once fought alongside the previous high god of your goblin race." Afterward, the dream god carefully untied Erfu's bindings, leaving the girl deeply moved. "Thank you. What exactly does the Ghost King want with all the high gods? Does he intend to destroy the entire apocalypse?" The dream god recalled. "We once joined forces to seal him away. This time he escaped not only for revenge but also to clear every obstacle in his path to ruling the apocalypse. This world is facing a massive catastrophe. Are we the only ones we can count on?" Erfu asked worriedly. Wondering how Big Brother Zhang Yi and the others were faring, the dream god reassured her. "Don't worry, child. They are already very close to the end of this journey." Outside, several pink butterflies circled in the air. Zhang Yi approached the demon suppression tower on Shao He. Sure enough, the Eternal Tower was the only place from which one could see the upper floors of the demon suppression tower through a window. Nia had to be inside the Eternal Tower. He leapt down as soon as he reached the base of the tower. He had to clear the demon suppression tower as quickly as possible to earn the chance to enter the Eternal Tower. Only then could he find a way to defeat the Ghost King before he launched his final plan. Ignoring the rumbling thunder, Zhang Yi walked straight through the massive gates. The scene shifted to the 50th floor of the demon suppression tower. Zhang Yi looked at the Snow Bear King. "Stupid bear, I don't have time to play with you today. Get out of my way." But the Snow Bear King seemed not to understand him and continued its fierce charge. Seeing its lack of cooperation, Zhang Yi had no choice. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Using only a few moves, he successfully defeated the Snow Bear King. Zhang Yi urged himself silently, "Faster, I have to be even faster. I'm running out of time." He recalled what Qing Long had said. "Leader, the monsters in the demon suppression tower are not simple. You must be careful." He had replied reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'll be back to find everyone as soon as possible." Before he left, Yuru had whispered to him, "Zhang Yi, find the right opportunity to bring everyone's skills with you. They might be able to help." At this moment, Zhang Yi didn't care about the attributes gained after the battle. He made a silent vow, "Everyone has placed their hopes on me. I absolutely cannot let them down." Ultimately, he easily fought his way to the 99th floor of the demon suppression tower. Standing before a gold inlaid door, Zhang Yi calculated silently. "Floor 99, behind this golden portal is the final floor. I finally reached the top." He reached out with both hands to push open the door, and a dazzling light burst from within. The place was covered in white snow, making Zhang Yi shiver involuntarily. So cold. No wonder people say it's lonely and freezing at the top. Just then, a massive fireball flew out of nowhere, heading straight for him. With a loud bang, debris flew everywhere. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "That's a pretty cool way to make an entrance." Before him, a red-skinned ghost with sharp fangs stared fixedly at Zhang Yi, threatening, "Brat, this is not a place where mediocre fools like you can tread as you please. Intruders will pay the price." As soon as it finished speaking, the mimic immediately launched a charge at Zhang Yi. It seemed this was another formidable opponent. Looking at it, he revealed a sly smile. "Starting a fight the moment we meet? You've got quite a temper." Before 3 seconds had passed, the mimic struck again. This time, Zhang Yi was shocked. That was close. Its movements are as fast as if it had an engine. The fireball that missed him actually turned around and flew back toward its target. Of course, since the battle had just begun and he didn't know the opponent's strength, he was hit by this strike. Zhang Yi was beyond surprised. This thing can actually home in? Looking at the sky, several drones equipped with red chips were staring fixedly at Zhang Yi. The protagonist began to calculate. "No wonder the positioning was so accurate. Every move I make is being watched. I must find a way to escape this surveillance." Acting on the thought, he quickly summoned the three-eyed crow to attack. As soon as it was summoned, the crow opened its large beak and let out a piercing screech, charging straight for the drones. Zhang Yi's heart tightened. Now's the time. To prevent the opponent from getting another chance to attack, he immediately rushed forward. "Come, let's play a game." The mimic was no pushover either. It unleashed a series of brutal moves against Zhang Yi, cursing disdainfully, "Stupid human, die." Watching the image of Zhang Yi falling on the screen, Miyazaki clicked his tongue. "What a shame. I thought he might be the first player to clear the demon suppression tower." He then stood up and said to Ling Lan, "Let's go. It seems this batch of players only amounts to this much." But Zhang Yi didn't seem dead. Instead, something was strange. At this moment, the ghost monster actually possessed Zhang Yi's thoughts. It looked up at the surveillance drone and calculated, "It should be safe now, hopefully. I've successfully fooled the observer." As expected, after seeing Zhang Yi's failure, The drone stopped tracking and departed. Recalling the battle just now, Zhang Yi had attacked the mimic. "Come, let's play a game." He activated mimicry. The system immediately prompted, "The mimic and Zhang Yi have swapped appearances and HP. Duration 3 minutes. Before the mimic could regain its senses, the effect of the panic potion kicked in. It didn't understand why it had become like this and was startled. What's going on?" Zhang Yi explained calmly. "I told you we were playing a game. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Meanwhile, the surveillance camera was blocked by his three-eyed crow for a split second, leaving Miyazaki completely unaware. Once the 3 minutes were up, the mimic finally returned to its original form. Enraged by the deception, it immediately charged at Zhang Yi in a fierce assault. "Stupid human, die!" After successfully defeating his opponent, Zhang Yi began to circulate his inner energy. "Now, let's see where you've hidden the key to the Eternal Tower." He began officially searching the opponent's soul. After the mimic died, Zhang Yi obtained a pass from its body. He was beyond triumphant. "Thanks." With that, he circulated his inner power again to summon an elemental lockdown, trapping the mimic inside. "You stay here and have a nice sleep." Afterward, Zhang Yi continued to search the surroundings. This appeared to be the teleportation device to the Eternal Tower. Looking at the device, Zhang Yi quickly burned the card he took from the mimic to open the portal. As expected, the door opened immediately. Zhang Yi entered right away, wanting to see what the legendary Eternal Tower really held. The inside of the Eternal Tower was dead silent. The security seemed very lax. This, in turn, satisfied him. "Great, I haven't been discovered yet." All the rooms were dark except for the very last one, which was lit. He felt that infiltrating this place was far too easy. Zhang Yi looked around, thinking that even if it were a trap, he had to take the gamble to see what was inside. Pushing aside his thoughts, he immediately reached out and pushed open the door to a nearby room. As soon as he stepped into the room, he found advanced modern equipment everywhere. Just then, a voice rang out, "We meet again." Zhang Yi immediately drew his longsword and shouted warily, "Who's speaking?" "I thought it was an enemy, but it's an acquaintance." Nia appeared before Zhang Yi for some reason. Upon seeing Nia, he recognized her immediately. "Weren't you swallowed by the black hole in Ghost City? Why are you here?" Nia quickly explained, "That was just one of my consciousness clones." "The one you see now is the real me?" Zhang Yi asked again in surprise. "A consciousness clone? Then how do you leave the Eternal Tower?" She began her story. "Some time ago, a person in full armor came by, seemingly looking for something important. I proposed that he take my consciousness clone with him to find my former lover." Hearing this, Zhang Yi interrupted. "Sorry, allow me to interject. The lover you're talking about is that cold-blooded Ghost King," Nia replied. "Yes, but the As of the past wouldn't even dare to kill a fish in the kitchen. How could he suddenly become a demon who slaughters living beings? Although I don't know why As became the way he is now, I know him. This is definitely not his original intention." Zhang Yi also quickly caught the main point. "I see, thank you for telling me this," he mused to himself. "So his becoming the Ghost King was likely a result of being used by someone else." Just then, Nia gave him an object. "This bracelet was a gift from Uz when he confessed his love to me. Give it to him. I believe he will definitely recognize it." Zhang Yi promised quickly. "All right, I will give this bracelet to him." Nia pleaded earnestly, hoping he could help us restore his sanity and return to her side. As they were speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Zhang Yi's heart tightened as he looked toward the door, lamenting, "Crap, someone's coming." The newcomer was Ling Lan. She reported to Miyazaki, "Master, no intruders have been found in the Eternal Tower for the time being." Looking around, Ling Lan continued her judgment. "Surveillance data also shows everything is normal." Zhang Yi had activated his legendary talent, Alibi. Perhaps because her own Apocalypse Elf was present, she didn't suspect anything and turned around immediately. "Let's go. Maybe I was overthinking." The door closed, and the surroundings fell back into deathly silence. Zhang Yi thought to himself, "Is the person who planned all this him? He doesn't look like a player." Nia reappeared, and Zhang Yi said, "I must leave this place and go back to stop the Ghost King." She said earnestly to Zhang Yi, "If all of this was intentionally arranged by someone, I fear the matter will be even harder to resolve than I imagined. If you must fight, I hope you will show mercy." Zhang Yi didn't take advantage of the situation. "I'll do my best." The scene shifted to Dream Spirit Villa, where Fu was walking along, worrying. "Where are they taking us?" The dream god speculated that it seemed the Ghost King had captured all the high gods. The thing she feared most had happened after all. Just then a voice rang out, "Don't worry, our people are nearby, and will keep everyone safe." The dream god looked over in surprise. "Yaru, is it you?" Yaru gripped the dream god's hand and comforted her. "We've come to rescue you." Of course, As didn't know she was there, he gave a cold order, "Bring them to me." Standing before the dream god and her Fu, As was beyond triumphant. "Do you see, these are your once arrogant and conceited friends." He arrogantly flaunted his achievements and brought up the past. 1,000 years ago, you joined forces to seal me away. Aren't you all defeated beneath my blade now? It's time you tasted the pain of being isolated from the world. As soon as he finished speaking, hatred surged in his heart, making him unable to restrain himself. He raised his longsword, preparing to strike. At this moment, Yaru was also anxious. The mimic disguise was reaching its time limit, and she had to launch a preemptive strike. Upon seeing her, Az recognized her immediately. "It's you." Since her identity was exposed, she no longer hid it and immediately signaled to the group, "Everyone, prepare to act." Simultaneously, Ba Huang and his party rushed in just in time. "Your subordinates have all been dealt with. Prepare to surrender." But it seemed Az wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he curled his lips into a sinister smirk. "Is that so?" With that, he summoned a demon legion. "Don't think I only have these few subordinates. The soldiers of my ghost race are infinite. Your escape from Ghost City before was pure luck. You won't be so lucky today." On this side, Ba Huang's group refused to back down, charging forward together. "Then let's see about that." Az's greatsword began to condense inner power as he aimed his attack at Yaru. She stood before the dream god and everyone was anxious. Xiao Ru, the dream god, was also very nervous. "Yaru, don't worry about me, get out of here." Quickly, Yaru interrupted her. "No, I must get you out of here." Just then, a massive force blasted directly at the Ghost King, momentarily stunning him. Fortunately, Xiao He and Zhang Yi finally arrived just in time to rescue Yaru. Everyone cheered with wild joy. "The leader is back." Zhang Yi stared at Az with a grim face. "Ghost King, we meet again." Seeing that familiar bracelet, Az was startled, and his heart trembled. How did this bracelet end up in your hands?" Instantly, happy memories with Nia flooded his mind, making him unable to help but fall to his knees, clutching his head and shouting in pain, "It hurts. I feel like I'm going crazy." Immediately after, he circulated a massive surge of inner energy and roared at the top of his lungs, "All of you, die." Az stared at Zhang Yi and roared like a madman, "Anyone who stands in my way must die." Duel appeared and caught Az on its back. "Long time no see, brat. I told you we would meet again," Yaru said in surprise. "So you've met before." Zhang Yi gave a quick brief recount. "When I was dragged into the sea by the iceberg, I met it after ending up on Dragon God Island. Back then, it had 2 incredibly powerful dragon heads," as pointed his sword at him. "There's no time for you to reminisce. Duel, kill them for me." Following his order, the dragon immediately let out a loud roar. "By your command, King." Seeing his little dragon trembling, Zhang Yi felt a surge of unease. Crap. Xiao He doesn't have the Dragon God bloodline and is affected by Dragon God pressure. His attack and defense will drop significantly. Having Xiao He fight Dragon God World Ender is no different from a suicide mission. Duel looked at Zhang Yi and Xiao He, snorting contemptuously. "Little insects, all of you vanish?" A gale erupted and Zhang Yi and Xiao He were both forced back a few steps. He immediately spoke to soothe his magic beast. "Xiao He, don't be afraid. I have a way." As soon as he spoke, Zhang Yi summoned a powerful surge of inner energy. He widened his eyes and gave a great shout. "Appear." As the words fell, a majestic white dragon appeared in Zhang Yi's summoning array. In response, looking at Shui, he was very satisfied. She seemed to have grown stronger after a few days apart. She snorted white smoke and said coldly, "This time we will avenge our kin on Dragon God Island." Subsequently, Shui and Zhang Yi charged together. He didn't forget to instruct Xiao He, "The task of protecting everyone is up to you." Xiao He let out a roar as if understanding his master's meaning. Looking at the snowflakes falling into his palm, Az immediately realized that this dragon possessed the power to change the weather. Duel explained, "She is the descendant of Snow Dragon God TNG. I didn't expect her to leave Dragon God Island with this kid." Az appeared somewhat excited, raising his longsword. "So she's TNG's descendant. Then today I'll send you to reunite with her." Just then, Zhang Yi glared at him. "Shui, I can feel your will for revenge. Let's go, crush them." Watching them charge over, Duel snorted contemptuously. "Daring to attack proactively? I must give you a taste of pain." As the words fell, countless vines burst from the ground, lunging frantically at Shui. Seeing this, Zhang Yi was shocked and shouted to her, "Shui, get back." In the blink of an eye, countless vines had already coiled tightly around Shui's body. Az was extremely satisfied with the effect of this strike. These vines, known as ghost vines, were condensed from the resentment of countless undead. Hatred was truly the most solid and indestructible shackle in the world. Immediately after, he cruelly commanded the giant dragon Duel, "It's time to send them on their way." Az turned to Zhang Yi and couldn't help but gloat, "Stop struggling, soon you'll be just like them." Intense pain accompanied by a surge of fierce rage hit her, and Shui let out a roar, trying to break free from the restraints. Seeing this from below, the dream god was deeply moved. "Zhang Yi has already bought us enough time to recover. Now it's our turn to act. Just as we sealed the King of the Ghosts 1,000 years ago, let us join forces once more to seal him away." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a swarm of pink butterflies. The powerful pressure released by the dream god immediately bore down ruthlessly on Az. Seeing the butterflies suddenly fly toward him while he was restrained, Zhang Yi was startled. Before he could react, the ghost vines coiled around him all snapped. At this moment, the dream god's power enveloped Zhang Yi's entire body, clearly assisting him in defeating Az. Seeing this, Az burst into a fit of jealousy, roaring frantically, "Nia, what are you doing?" the dream god shouted back. "I told you I will never let you harm the apocalypse by another inch." With that, an indescribable look of resolve appeared in her eyes. Az seemed to fall into a frenzy, completely unable to control his thoughts as he roared, "Shut up!" He was just about to charge forward when a massive pressure instantly blocked Duo Li's path. Looking at what was happening before him, Az was stunned. Zhang Yi sat majestically atop Shui'er's back, declaring with imposing momentum, "If you dare take another step forward." He paused for a moment, his sword tip pointing straight at Az. Zhang Yi said coldly, "You will certainly die." Seeing as falling into a disadvantage, Zhang Yi pressed the attack. "Shui'er, let's go," Az let out an insidious cold laugh. "Don't think that just because you dodged the ghost vines you can defeat me." Eternal Void, with the release of his enhanced skill, Az roared, "Take this move." At this moment, Az and Zhang Yi's powers clashed simultaneously with staggering force. Looking at the opponent's power, which had gained the upper hand, Az gnashed his teeth, his heart full of confusion. What exactly is going on with this power? In an instant his pupils suddenly constricted. Zhang Yi had already teleported before his mortal enemy, staring at Az with a face as cold as frost. "This is the power of the god seal that sealed you back then. You can never defeat justice." With that, Zhang Yi swung his sword downward. Just then, Nia's final request before his departure surfaced in his mind, "If you must fight, I hope you will show mercy." His blade stopped abruptly, mere millimeters from Az's throat. Az's brow was furrowed, drenched in a cold sweat, yet he was unable to dodge. But in the end, Zhang Yi stayed his hand, because he had promised Nia he wouldn't take the Ghost King's life. Zhang Yi shifted his assault, his sword shattering the crown atop Az's head. The crown broke with a sharp crack. Az was finally freed from Miyazaki's control, collapsing to the ground and clutching his head while howling in pain. "My head, it hurts so much." His vision began to blur, seeing only the swirling white snow falling from the sky. From Az's skull, a mass of green energy gradually separated from his body. As the pain began to fade, a shaken Az slowly opened his eyes and looked around. From his chest, a red string suddenly flew out. Az stared at it blankly. "Nia, is it you?" The red string drifted with the wind. Then it fell straight into its owner's hand. Az gripped the red string with a solemn expression. The Ghost King actually choking up at this moment. "This is what I gave to Nia the day I confessed my love. I will never forget it in this lifetime." Zhang Yi took up the conversation. "Nia asked me to give you this hand-woven red bracelet. She said as long as you see it, you will understand her deep meaning." Hearing this, Az was suddenly shocked. "Wait, you've seen Nia? She's still alive? Tell me quickly, where is she?" Zhang Yi didn't hide anything, answering candidly. "Azure Dragon, Dawn City, Eternal Tower." Seeing Az in a hurry to leave, Zhang Yi immediately stopped him. "Wait a moment. I know you're eager to go to the Eternal Tower, but before that, there's something I want to ask for your help with," the Ghost King said indifferently. "You brought me news of Nia. Feel free to ask anything." Zhang Yi got straight to the point. "My companion was hit by a ghost race secret art and is currently at 2 o'clock Mountain with his life hanging in the balance. I think you must have a way to save him," Az replied. "Then you've asked the right person. Only I can lift the ghost race secret art. Come up, I'll take you to 2 o'clock Mountain first." Zhang Yi also lowered his guard. "Thanks." Before departing, he left instructions. "Yaru, I'm going to 2 o'clock Mountain to bring Duan Feng back. You all stay here and rest well." Yaru watched Zhang Yi's receding figure and whispered, "We'll wait for you to come back." The scene shifted to 2 o'clock Mountain, where Duan Feng was fighting a hard battle alone against 6 night elves. Exhausted, he gripped his longsword and panted heavily. The enemies seemed endless. Just as Duan Feng was about to collapse from exhaustion, Zhang Yi finally arrived just in time. Fearing for his friend, he leaped down and charged toward Duan Feng at full speed. At this moment, Duan Feng seemed to have lost his memories. He looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Yi said urgently, "Duan Feng, it's me. Zhang Yi is back, you'll be fine soon." Immediately following, Az operated his inner energy to lift the ghost race secret art. Duan Feng's gaze finally regained clarity, and the wound where he had been bitten by the night elf before was completely healed. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. "Great, you've finally recovered. Duan Feng, welcome back to the team." Az was already impatient. "I won't disturb your reunion. I'm going to find Nia until we meet again." Watching him depart, Duan Feng was puzzled. A ghost race secret art can only be lifted by a member of the ghost race. If I'm not mistaken, he was the Ghost King, right? "How did you end up teaming up with him?" Zhang Yi answered calmly and briefly, "Because we have a common enemy." He further explained that the person was the mastermind hiding behind the scenes, manipulating everything and triggering all the disasters of the apocalypse. Azure Dragon Dawn City, Eternal Tower. Inside the tower, Miyazaki's face was somewhat grim. Having clearly gained control over the situation, Miyazaki slowly approached Ling Lan. After searching for so long, so here you are. The person trapped inside the blue barrier, with thousands of faces, hurriedly clapped for help. Boss, save me quickly. Seeing this, Miyazaki ordered his rescue. The person regained his freedom and knelt on the ground. Miyazaki looked down at him and ordered him to explain. Speak, what happened? The mimic reported tremblingly. A kid broke through to the 100th floor to challenge me. During the duel, I don't know what kind of move he used, but he actually swapped bodies with me. His answer made Miyazaki tilt his head in confusion. Swapped bodies? He unhesitatingly waved his hand to bring up a blue panel displaying a person's information. Zhang Yi, level 65, Beastmaster, legendary talent. It turned out he had copied the mimic's talent. Truly lucky enough. Suddenly the ground beneath Miyazaki's feet shook violently, and he turned to ask Ling Lan beside him, "What's going on?" A red screen popped up and she reported hurriedly, "Master, the Eternal Tower is under attack." Hearing the news, Miyazaki laughed triumphantly. He took Ling Lan and walked hurriedly toward the golden door appearing ahead. Interesting. Let's go see. The scene shifted to the other side, where Duel opened its massive maw, a cluster of purple energy continuously expanding before the Eternal Tower, as rode on its back, decisively giving a death order. Duel, destroy it. Duel's powerful attack blasted a hole into the tower's body, as held his long blade and swung it forward with force, roaring, "Break for me." And so, starting from that small gap, the Eternal Tower's glass curtain wall instantly shattered, without hesitation, as raised his blade and charged at full speed into the depths of the tower. "Nia, where are you? Nia, wait for me." A tightly closed door blocked his way. As quickly grabbed the handle and pushed it open, stepping inside, his eyes suddenly went wide. He saw Nia, his wife, lying quietly on a machine ahead. "Nia, open your eyes and look at me. Didn't we just meet? Why are you?" Behind as her phantom suddenly appeared, calling to him in surprise. "As you finally found me." Hearing the familiar voice, as whipped his head around to find Nia's figure. Seeing her again, as wept with joy, his words filled with happiness. "Nia, do you remember me? What exactly happened? Why have you become like this?" Nia stood opposite him and nodded gently. She began to recount all her past memories to us in great detail. "All of this was done by the person who dragged you into the apocalypse. To turn you into his puppet. He turned me into what I am now. The person you saw before was likely just an illusion he created. His goal was to use pain and hatred to control you. As even now, do you still not understand?" Suddenly, a burst of crisp applause came from somewhere, echoing through the space. "This drama of a long-awaited reunion is truly deeply moving." Miyazaki stood at the door, facing the two of them with the posture of a conspirator. "Quite impressive indeed. To have managed to find your way all the way here. That troublesome brat told you, didn't he?" He raised his right hand and lightly snapped his index and middle fingers. In an instant, Nia's phantom completely vanished before Az's eyes. "Nia?" He turned furiously toward Miyazaki, loudly questioning his nature. "So from the very beginning you've been lying to me," Miyazaki countered in an extremely innocent tone. "How can you call it lying? I merely provided you with choices. And the person who made those choices was you. If the person solving the problem misreads the question, they can hardly blame the one who wrote it." Then he lowered his head. A smirk of a successful scheme appeared on his lips as he stared at us. "If you had been able to spot the flaw from the beginning, wouldn't you have had the chance to get rid of me long ago?" Before Az could resist, Miyazaki had already clenched his fist and slammed it heavily into Az's face, his words full of mockery. "If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for being so late to realize it." Not only that, Miyazaki opened his palm, with an eerie green smoke lingering in his hand. He charged straight for Az's chest, unhesitatingly taking back the power he had bestowed upon him. In just a few seconds, Az's energy was sucked dry by Miyazaki. "Lest you forget, your power was given by me. Whenever I want it, I can take it back at any time. Now you no longer have any value to me." These words made Az, slumped on the ground, stammer. How could it be like this?" Having dealt with Az, Miyazaki turned to look at Nia on the machine. As for her, Az used the last of his strength to reach out and death grip his foot. "You are not allowed to harm her." Seeing as still wanting to protect his lover until the end, Miyazaki's expression darkened. He said in a low voice, "It seems I went too easy on you. I thought since you did quite a bit for me, if you were willing to stay by my side and continue being a loyal dog, that would be fine. But since you're so disobedient and insist on provoking me, I have no choice but to clean house." With that, Miyazaki summoned a long blade and gripped it firmly. He raised the weapon, channeling strength to slash at Az. "Go to hell." Seeing the blade falling, Zhang Yi suddenly charged out with his blade, blocking the strike. He quickly reached out to support Az's shoulder and hoist him up. Az's body leaned against Zhang Yi's shoulder. Miyazaki looked at this scene from across with surprise. "It's you." Hearing this, Zhang Yi let out a light laugh and praised, "Finally we meet officially, the mastermind behind the apocalypse." Seeing Zhang Yi again, Miyazaki adjusted his glasses and laughed triumphantly. "I told you we would meet again." Looking at Miyazaki's face, Zhang Yi boldly questioned him. "The person who disguised themselves as a six-winged fallen angel in the demon suppression tower back then was you, wasn't it?" Zhang Yi leaned as against the wall and whispered a few instructions in his ear. "Leave the rest to me, you just rest here." He walked forward with long strides toward Miyazaki, who was surrounded by purple smoke. "The duel in the demon suppression tower last time wasn't nearly satisfying enough. I hope you can let me enjoy myself this time." Zhang Yi circulated his inner energy, and a surge of golden smoke rose. "God tier forbidden curse. Then let me defeat you once more." In an instant, a giant dragon manifested and lunged straight for Miyazaki. Through his glasses, Miyazaki analyzed the image of the dragon soul within seconds. "God tier forbidden curse, dragon soul. I know you used this move to defeat the giant King Anku." A blue note appeared beside it. "God tier forbidden curse, dragon soul. High damage reduces enemy HP regeneration by 100. Skill power level 5. From within the purple smoke, Miyazaki's hands covered in silver armor appeared. He raised both hands to cover his face, shielding himself from the dragon's soul, saying dismissively, "But using this move against me is a bit amateurish. Magic reflection armor." All power was completely reflected back onto Zhang Yi himself. Zhang Yi was sent flying, and a system prompt appeared. Player Zhang Yi hit by God tier forbidden curse, dragon soul, HP reduced by 2000 points. This guy actually has thorough knowledge of all my moves, being backlashed by his own power. He stared at Miyazaki with gnashing teeth, thinking, to beat him I must find another way. Refusing to admit defeat, Zhang Yi leaped into the air, delivering a series of heavy punches toward Miyazaki's face, but Miyazaki dodged them all nimbly. "It's useless. No matter how you attack, all skills will be reflected by my armor." Miyazaki's mockery made Zhang Yi frown in anger as he let out a great shout. "How about this move?" A heavy punch struck Miyazaki squarely, knocking him off balance and subsequently slamming him heavily into the ground. Stones flew everywhere as the dust cleared, revealing a large crater in the ground. Looking into the crater, it was bottomless. Just then, a dark shadow emerged from the pit, leaving Zhang Yi stunned. "What kind of monster is this?" Miyazaki appeared in a half-human, half-mechanical form. "I sacrificed my body to the apocalypse long ago. This is my true form." In an instant, several thick and long cables shot from his hands, death-gripping Zhang Yi. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Miyazaki walked slowly up to Zhang Yi, using a cable to lift his chin. "Zhang Yi, in truth, I had countless opportunities to kill you, but I didn't act. Do you know why? Because I feel that at your core, you and I are the same kind of person." Miyazaki began to recount Zhang Yi's memories of riding his bike and sitting before a computer playing games frantically. A delivery guy from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., going home to play games for a bit, then staring blankly. No friends, no lover. Subsequently, Miyazaki mentioned having Zhang Yi enter the game in an avatar, where there were friends, love, and warmth. "Look at what I've let you have in the apocalypse. Comrades fighting side by side, blood-pumping combat experiences, the admiration of the masses, and even the love you could never obtain in real life." Having said this, Miyazaki pulled Zhang Yi close with his cables, forcing their faces together. "So, why do you still want to return to that boring original world? Apocalypse is the world where you truly belong." Despite Miyazaki's threats, Zhang Yi maintained his unwavering stance, his voice ringing loud and clear. "It's true, this game has allowed me to experience everything I couldn't in reality. But if it means ignoring the lives of the majority just to satisfy myself like you do, I, Zhang Yi, cannot do it." Hearing this, Miyazaki flew into a rage and hoisted him abruptly into the air. "You've chosen to do this the hard way." Zhang Yi was bound tightly by the cables, unable to break free. "In that case, I'll just have to make you disappear from this world." Miyazaki's scarlet eyes glowed as they locked onto Zhang Yi, and he roared, "Die!" Bound and helpless, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth in panic, thinking to himself, "Crap, I can't break free at all." Suddenly, the crimson beams of light stopped right in front of him. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in confusion. A surge of black energy drifted in from behind him, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching on the ground. The newcomer was a man clad in pitch-black iron armor. Zhang Yi turned his head with difficulty and asked in bewilderment, "You're the man in armor from the summit of 2 o'clock Mountain. How did you get here?" The man immediately replied, "The situation is urgent. I'll explain everything once we reach a safe place." Miyazaki gnashed his teeth and roared in fury, "You won't escape. As long as you're in Apocalypse, I will find you." The man summoned a green dragon to shatter the restraints on Zhang Yi and shouted, "Go!" Zhang Yi prepared to rescue someone but was stopped. Zhang Yi turned and said, "But I promised to save Nia." The man replied instantly, Only by staying alive can you fulfill your promises. Following this, the man observed their surroundings before they vanished. Shortly after, a violent crash and explosion echoed. Miyazaki gnashed his teeth in rage, deep in thought. That gaze, could it be that he actually dared to take someone from right under my nose? We'll see about that. He immediately barked a loud command, activate all surveillance equipment in Apocalypse. I want them found, even if you have to scour every inch of this world. Ling Lan bowed her head and replied, as you wish, Master. She glanced at Iz and asked, Master, what should we do with this one? Miyazaki shouted. Throw him into the dungeon of the Eternal Tower. Meanwhile, in the midnight sky, drones were weaving through the mountains. On the 7th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, the man turned back to Zhang Yi as they walked and said, it's safe here. We won't be discovered for the time being. Zhang Yi immediately asked the question that had been haunting him. Who are you exactly? Why do you always wear a mask? Are you afraid to show your true face? As the man explained, he reached up and removed the mask. I hid my identity because it brought danger. But now that we've reached a moment of life and death, there's no point in hiding anymore. Zhang Yi, you've finally grown up. Behind the mask was the very face Zhang Yi knew so well. Dad, is it really you? Zhang Yi embraced his father tightly, his voice choked with emotion. You were missing for so long, I thought you had. Some accidents happened back then, his father explained. I've been trapped in Apocalypse. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to watch you grow these past few years. But I am very proud of the person you've become. Zhang Yi placed a hand on his father's shoulder and asked, so, all this time you were missing, you were actually inside Apocalypse. But since you were involved in its research, how did it turn into this? His father then activated and opened a data interface on his chest, replying, it's not that I didn't want to leave Apocalypse, but that I couldn't. Now I can only barely maintain my life through these mechanical parts. The figure standing before you now is merely a vessel for my consciousness. Zhang Yi stammered through his tears. Who did this to you? Near the bushes where the two were standing, a drone was monitoring them. Elsewhere, Zhang Yi continued, I've seen him. The one who tried to kill me. Through the drone, Miyazaki could observe and hear their entire conversation. He said excitedly, no wonder I always felt a sense of familiarity. I never expected them to be biological father and son. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Miyazaki's mouth. In that case, I'll make you both disappear today. With that, he pressed a red button. The scene shifted to the Demon Suppression Tower in Breaking Dawn City, where a massive explosion rang out. Zhang Yi and his father were rushing out of the tower. On the 7th floor, the fire from the explosion spread rapidly behind them. His father shouted in panic, this is bad. Miyazaki detonated the tower. The ground began to shake violently, followed by continuous explosions and flying debris. Zhang Yi shouted anxiously, Dad, watch out. Smoke and dust filled the air, and moments later, only rubble and burning flames remained. Zhang Yi sat up slowly from the ground and mocked, is this all Miyazaki is capable of? Did he think blowing up the tower would trap us? Dad, are you okay? Can you move? Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. His father was lying on the ground, pinned under a massive stone. Zhang Yi let out a terrified scream. Dad, at that moment, Miyazaki appeared in his mechanical body. I told you, you cannot escape Apocalypse. His scarlet eyes immediately fired crimson beams straight at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi leapt into the air with lightning speed. The red light was instantly frozen, and Miyazaki stammered in surprise. How is this possible? The system immediately prompted. Shuiji, Ice Dragon God. Utilizing Dragon God power can freeze all things. Subsequently, the system displayed the Ice Dragon God form. Zhang Yi appeared clad in ice armor and wings, wielding a flaming longsword. He pointed the sword at Miyazaki and said, I will definitely defeat you. Miyazaki replied, is that so? Then he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. You overestimate yourself. Zhang Yi charged with his sword, letting out a roar of fury. Miyazaki waved his hand to manipulate the data, saying contemptuously, how reckless. Zhang Yi froze in place, unable to move, filled with terror. Miyazaki's voice echoed through the gale, haven't you realized it yet? Your attacks are useless against me. After speaking, he reached his arm into the void. That same arm instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi managed to choke out 2 syllables. Miyazaki. In the next second, Miyazaki's arm pierced straight through Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood in agony. Miyazaki's hand touched something glowing gold and pulled it out. He was holding the God Tier talent card. Zhang Yi then collapsed weakly to the ground. Miyazaki walked over to his side. Zhang Yi's eyes were hollow, his vision losing focus. Miyazaki then fired 2 grappling hooks. The attack landed heavily, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. The hooks only bit deep into the ground. Miyazaki spun around in realization, looking at the person carrying Zhang Yi away. What? He charged at full speed toward Zhang Yi and his father, shouting, you won't escape. No one can stop my Apocalypse plan. Hearing Miyazaki's words, the father countered in a low voice. No, someone definitely can. He then leapt into the void while carrying Zhang Yi. Your dream is coming to an end. The father sat looking at Zhang Yi, who was lying in the teleportation space. He watched Zhang Yi quietly with a smile, then looked down at his own mechanical legs. He looked at Zhang Yi and spoke. "Are you awake? Your talent card was forcibly taken by Miyazaki." Zhang Yi replied, "Yes, I didn't expect that." He sat up, his face full of exhaustion, and stared firmly at his father. "Forget about me, Dad. Just hold on a little longer, I'll help you reconstruct your body, it won't be long." Hearing this, the father paused, then laughed and patted his shoulder in praise. "Good, truly, my good son." Recalling Zhang Yi's data panels, the father pondered, "You've been in Apocalypse for so long that you no longer need to rely on a god-tier talent card with all the experience and abilities you've accumulated. It's just a shame about those god-tier talents. Miyazaki will never stop hunting you, and you might be at a disadvantage in future encounters." Zhang Yi replied calmly before asking, "Yes, but that isn't terrifying. It's you instead. What exactly is the grudge between you and Miyazaki?" his father replied. "That is what I'm going to tell you, the truth of what happened back then." He drifted into his memories and began to recount. "Miyazaki and I were once colleagues, researching and developing Apocalypse together. Miyazaki was usually very quiet, but I could see that his passion for Apocalypse far exceeded that of an ordinary researcher. Gradually we became friends. But during the research process, I discovered his obsession, or rather his true intentions. What Miyazaki wanted to do was suck the entire world's population into Apocalypse. He would rule it, they would follow his commands, and the power over life and death would be entirely his. Upon learning of his intentions, the father argued with him. Our views were naturally incompatible. I tried to persuade him to stop, but I failed, and the arguments between Miyazaki and me grew more frequent. Later, it seemed we became enemies. Finally, he struck while I was performing the final tests on Apocalypse. Although I had prepared an escape method before entering Apocalypse, I didn't expect him to be so hell-bent on my death that he would prevent my resurrection. He destroyed my entire physical body. Fortunately, I had left a backup and activated my consciousness stored in the Apocalypse cloud at the critical moment. Since then, I've lived a life of hiding, staying in the demon suppression tower for a long time. I waited for the right opportunity, and finally you arrived. Your return to Apocalypse was no accident. In fact, from the very first time you entered the game, I have been watching you. When you were harmed that time, I used the old rescue program to revive you. I knew you were the one who could seek revenge for me and the other players." Having heard the whole story, Zhang Yi looked at him and said softly, "Dad, so it was you who saved me." He then asked in confusion, "What is this?" A holographic map of John Dungeon appeared in his father's palm. He looked at it and explained, "Go to Denon. There you can defeat Miyazaki." Zhang Yi immediately supported him and replied, "All right, let's go now." His father shook his head. "Zhang Yi, I can't go anymore." Zhang Yi stared at him blankly and stammered, "Dad," he smiled but could not hide his sadness. "Son, I'm sorry, I can't fight by your side anymore. I've reached my limit." His father's body was beginning to dissipate. He turned his head and smiled at him. "Go, Zhang Yi, you are our last hope." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the void. Zhang Yi gripped his father's mask, then replied in a low voice, "Okay." He walked bravely toward the gate, his father's phantom faintly appearing behind him. "Let's go, we're going to get our revenge." Zhang Yi knelt on one knee, a ring of blue light appearing around him. "Shui Ji, go to the dungeon quickly." However, fragments of the array suddenly flew in all directions, striking Zhang Yi's hand. The teleportation array was destroyed. He raised his hand to observe, feeling a bit lost. "How is this possible? I can't summon Shui Ji." Zhang Yi pressed his hand against the ground again to try. Xiao He, as if remembering something, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with terror. Zhang Yi recalled the talent card that had been snatched by that guy just now. Miyazaki took the god-tier talent card, but reasonably speaking, it shouldn't affect my ability to use Dragon God power, right? But now I can't even use the Dragon God power. Zhang Yi stood in the clearing, raising his arm to observe for a long time. Miyazaki. The image of Miyazaki lingered in Zhang Yi's mind. He was one of the developers of Apocalypse. Since he couldn't kill me, he simply used some form of authority to strip me of my abilities. After pondering for a moment, a streak of blue smoke passed through his hand. "You want to stop me from going to the dungeon? It won't be that easy." A blue panel popped up with the coordinates for Denon City. After Zhang Yi clicked it, a detailed map of Denon City appeared, marking his position relative to the tower. Luckily, the map still works. However, following the route on the map would take at least half a month, and he could be discovered by Miyazaki at any time. An icon resembling a forest caught Zhang Yi's eye on the map. "Wait, there's a forest icon here surrounded by skulls." The name left him puzzled. Greenbone Forest. I've never heard of this place, however. Passing through this forest would lead directly to John Dungeon. Then I'll take the shortest path through Green Bone Forest. This was a forest shrouded in darkness and a sinister aura. The description read, Cannibal Forest, captures explorers for nutrients. The phosphorus fires generated from the bones that are difficult to rot formed the Green Bone Forest. A few seconds later, Zhang Yi appeared in this gloomy forest. I'm finally here. Why is it so quiet even in broad daylight? It feels like no players have ever been here. Suddenly, something flashed past behind him like an arrow. Relying on his extraordinary intuition, Zhang Yi hurriedly turned back to scan his surroundings but found nothing unusual. He turned around and continued forward. Once again, intuition prompted Zhang Yi to look back. Tree roots were trailing behind him on the ground. Looking at these roots, Zhang Yi shrugged and gave a disdainful smile toward the Green Bone Forest. It seems the weakness of these dead roots is their fear of light. They can only move in the shadows. No wonder nighttime is their home turf. And here I thought the legendary Green Bone Forest was something terrifying. Turns out it's just this. So this is, as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened. Green mist began to permeate the area. Zhang Yi spread his arms and looked up at the things writhing in the shadows. Suddenly an object shot toward him. His body sank as he hurriedly retreated to defend. Defense successful. It seems my muscle reaction speed was well trained in the last battle. Even without skills I can fight my way out. From directly in front of Zhang Yi a spike lunged forward. He instinctively raised his hand to block and the spike wounded his hand. It didn't end there. Spikes lunged at Zhang Yi from all directions. Not far away a pair of snakes transformed from dead wood slithered over. Zhang Yi delivered a flying kick, sending one snake flying. However, this group seemed very stubborn, continuing to snap at him relentlessly. Truly annoying, it's never ending. I must leave this place quickly. And so Zhang Yi sprinted forward, guided by the map. It's right ahead. A moment later he stopped abruptly, extending his leg for support as he stared blankly ahead. Damn it, how did it grow like this? Before him was a dense wall of interwoven vines finally blocking his path. With no other choice he clenched his fists, prepared for battle. No choice but to. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut the wooden wall completely apart. Witnessing this, Zhang Yi's eyes widened and he looked up in surprise. It's you! From above, Dai Wu and Yaru drifted down slowly, landing opposite him. Seeing the two of them, a look of joy appeared on Zhang Yi's face. He lowered his head and asked in confusion, Yaru, Dai Wu, what are you doing here? None of the three seemed to notice the vines moving behind them. In just a few seconds the vines tightly bound Dai Wu and Yaru. They dragged the two girls high into the air, catching the Zhang Yi below completely off guard. Ow! The vines tightened further as Dai Wu and Yaru struggled desperately. Watch out, get lost! They gripped their weapons firmly. The two began to swing their weapons in counterattacks, hacking through all the annoying vines that hindered their movement. Watching them break free, Zhang Yi hurriedly thanked them. Luckily you arrived in time. I really have to thank you this time. As she walked, Yaru explained, I summoned the undead to track your position and found that your coordinates were moving very slowly. Subsequently, Dai Wu scolded him. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? You can't even handle a mere green bone forest? He spread his hands, shrugged slightly, and explained with a sigh, as you can see, I'm currently unable to use any of my abilities. I'm no different from a newcomer who just entered the game. These words left the two of them wide-eyed and staring in utter consternation. Worried about wasting time, he looked at them and suggested with a smile, Let's talk while we move, let's get out of here first. Along the way, Zhang Yi began to recount the events to them. So the problem now is that Miyazaki took my God-tier talent card. All the talents I previously copied have disappeared, and I can't even use my other skills. I haven't found the reason for the skill restriction yet, but the only clue points to the dungeon. Perhaps the answer I need is there. After hearing his story, Yaru hurriedly gripped Zhang Yi's hand to comfort him. It's all right, we'll check you over first to see where the problem lies. Then she reached out and put her arms around Zhang Yi's neck, pulling him close so they were face to face. After that, we'll go to the dungeon with you. Yaru suddenly seemed to discover something. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and said to him, That's strange. I can't find anything wrong. Logically, abilities unrelated to the talent card should still be working normally. No sooner had she spoken than Dai Wu suddenly swung her weapon from behind. She launched an attack directly at Zhang Yi. He quickly pivoted to the side, deftly dodging the strike. Zhang Yi even reached out and firmly caught the weapon Dai Wu was attacking with. Watching from behind, Yaru felt something was wrong, and hurriedly commanded, Dai Wu, stop. Though Zhang Yi was still carrying injuries, Dai Wu ignored her and continued to swing her weapon at him. This is just a test. Seeing this, Zhang Yi faced her head-on without fear, his tone challenging. Fine then, let's have at it. After only a few seconds, Dai Wu's weapon had landed firmly in his hands. Zhang Yi held the weapon and looked at Dai Wu, who was standing to the side pouting in frustration, and laughed softly. Well, at least your physical condition hasn't regressed at all. Seeing that he had regained his composure, Yaru raised her weapon and suggested, Let's head out, it's time to move. The gem on the weapon, which had received the dream god's blessing, emitted a dazzling light. A teleportation array immediately appeared beneath the trio's feet, instantly whisking them to a new location, the Denon dungeon. What appeared before them was a massive horizontal iron gate. This was Denon, the deepest dungeon in the apocalypse, an isolated place that was easy to defend but hard to attack. Suddenly, a red light surrounded the three of them, followed by continuous alarms. Warning, warning, ability users detected. Ability users detected. A row of sharp weapons was simultaneously pointed at the three of them. The leader stood at the front and interrogated them sternly. Who goes there? On this side, Dai Wu remained composed, gripping her weapon tightly. A row of spikes instantly erupted from the ground, and the same happened on the other side, interweaving into a cage to trap the three. Their ability users, seize them. Yaoru looked at the surrounding weapons in terror. Facing a long blade lunging toward her, Zhang Yi, his body glowing with golden light, let out a great shout. Wait, please. Yi Ren, who was attacking with a spear, suddenly grew anxious. This man's reaction is too fast. He actually blocked my spear with one hand. Cheng Nan held his weapon and interrogated them loudly. Speak honestly, who are you? What are you doing in the dungeon? At this moment, Zhang Yi was surrounded by flames, his hands firmly pressing down on two long blades. From the rear, Yaoru greeted them politely. Hello, we mean no harm. She looked at the crowd with a sincere and direct gaze. My friend has run into some trouble. His god-tier talent card was stolen. We followed the clues here hoping to find some leads. Yaoru's words caused Cheng Nan and Yi Ren to exchange looks, communicating with their eyes. He doesn't seem to be working either. They are ability users, and ability users are forbidden from entering the dungeon. Through their eye contact, Yaoru sensed the duo's attitude. She lowered her head and speculated privately. It seems these guards are extremely repelled by ability users. Hearing this, Zhang Yi looked at the weapons in their hands. After careful observation, he discovered that their weapons had no attribute bonuses or supernatural powers. Their entire equipment sets prioritized physical defense above all else. Looking again at the cage trapping the three of them, the electric current on it seemed more like underground technology. After some exchange, Cheng Nan, standing before Zhang Yi, decided to give them a chance to prove themselves. You say your talent card was stolen. Can you cooperate with us for a test? As you wish. He reached out and pressed a switch on the wall ahead. A red light slowly shot out from above the gate. The beam shone on Zhang Yi, sweeping around him once. Zhang Yi hurriedly turned back to ask the other two, "This feels a lot like a security check in the real world." After a moment of scanning, the red light turned green, sending a signal to Cheng Nan. Cheng Nan stood at the door looking at the result, then waved his hand to give an order. He was somewhat surprised. "I didn't expect you to actually be a Depowered. How did you end up like this?" The cage trapping them gradually retracted, and the three regained their freedom. Zhang Yi gave Cheng Nan a serious guarantee. Realizing he had misunderstood, Cheng Nan patted his shoulder in apology. "Pardon the offense just now, please forgive us. Since we're all on the same side, enter the city. We won't pursue this further." Zhang Yi accepted the apology. "Many thanks, but about my companions." Zhang Yi's inquiry put Cheng Nan in a bit of a bind. He rubbed his face and said hesitantly, "Well, Denon has its regulations." Seeing his awkwardness, Yaoru and Dai Wu suggested from behind, "We won't enter the city. Can we set up camp in the area outside?" Hearing this, Cheng Nan agreed. In exchange, the two of them could assist with some patrol work, hoping not to disturb everyone. Feeling that he had indeed been a bit excessive just now, Cheng Nan wiped his sweat awkwardly and said sheepishly, "As for this, then my thanks to you both. If you lack supplies, you can look for the guards at the city gate. We were too excited just now, please forgive us." Seeing the proposal accepted, Yaoru smiled and spoke to soothe Cheng Nan, telling him to stop blaming himself. "It's fine, you have your own standpoint." Subsequently, Yaoru and Zhang Yi shook hands in farewell. "Yaoru, thank you." His words made her laugh. "Is there any need for thanks between us? Go on. Trust Dai Wu and me. We'll be waiting for you here." Zhang Yi nodded to Yaoru with a smile and stepped away. All right. A moment later, Zhang Yi had entered the city. The people in the dungeon looked at him, whispering among themselves. Some huddled together, murmuring, "Who is this?" Another person entering the city made Zhang Yi feel a bit uneasy. He looked at Cheng Nan and asked, "Why are they looking at me with such conflicting expressions?" Seeing this, Cheng Nan hurriedly explained, "Everyone here gathered after Miyazaki took their talent cards. Since you're new, it's inevitable that everyone will be somewhat repelled by outsiders." Cheng Nan looked at Zhang Yi gently and comforted him with a smile. "It'll be fine once you get to know each other." This set Zhang Yi's mind at ease. "I see." He stood before a house. Cheng Nan pointed at the door and said to him, "You'll stay here for now. Specific arrangements will have to wait until I've requested instructions from that adult." As he spoke, a person ran over from the distance and interrupted. "Wait," the person reported to Cheng Nan breathlessly. "The pseudomancer has asked to see the newcomer by name." This news left the surrounding people dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered looks. How is that possible? The pseudomancer doesn't grant audiences to us easily. Even guards who have performed great service don't get to see his true face. Who is this newcomer? Why does the mentor want to see him? In the crowd, a girl wearing a hood furrowed her brows, her expression filled with anger. She then turned and left in silence. Returning to Zhang Yi, he rested his chin in his hand, feeling puzzled. Pseudomancer, why is everyone reacting so strongly? Who exactly is this person? Could they be related to my father? The messenger chuckled softly while holding a controller. He quickly pressed the red button on it. You'll find out once you go to the inverted tower. Don't be nervous. A black circle suddenly appeared on the ground beneath Zhang Yi's feet. Here. Seeing the deep pit, he reacted instantly. Damn it, what is this? Before he could respond, Zhang Yi plummeted directly into the bottomless hole. It's a trap. Zhang Yi fell from the opening and hit the ground. The sharp pain brought him back to his senses. He rubbed his head and looked at the long table before him, secretly on guard. I was careless. The scenes here are truly unpredictable. After Zhang Yi stood up, he walked slowly toward the long table and realized something was wrong. No, these are all fakes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice echoed in the air. Correct? A woman wrapped entirely in white cloth walked out from the door. She stepped out slowly. All the scenery on the terrace was actually created by holographic projections and temperature sensors. Very realistic, isn't it? Hello, Zhang Yi. I am the pseudomancer. Is there anything you'd like to ask me? After one look, Zhang Yi spoke up. He speculated in a low voice. Ah, so you're the pseudomancer. You wanted to see me the moment I entered the city, despite the fact that I never revealed my name to anyone here. Zhang Yi glanced sideways at the pseudomancer, his face full of indignation. Did you know me from the start, or are your eyes and ears everywhere along the way? With a cold expression and her head lowered, she glided past him slowly and said in a low voice, I am the founder of this hidden city. The residents here were also gathered by me. Naturally, I have every move in Denon City at my fingertips. She picked up the kettle to pour water into a cup, a look of loneliness in her eyes. As for you, the moment you underwent the entry security check, all your information was exposed. She turned around, holding the steaming cup, and looked at Zhang Yi. You possess the God-tier talent card Kung-Ung? Zhang Yi, level 72 Beastmaster, guild leader of the God Hunter Guild. 2 days ago, during the battle with Miyazaki, your abilities were retracted, and you became a Depowered. Am I correct? Zhang Yi reached out quickly, lunging toward the cup she was handing over. But he didn't take the cup. Instead, he launched an attack directly at the pseudomancer. Clearly, she was prepared. Instantly transforming into a cloud of smoke, the pseudomancer levitated in midair. She looked down at the angry Zhang Yi on the ground. There's no need for testing. I, like you, am unable to use any abilities. Zhang Yi clenched his fists and lowered his head to apologize. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm if my situation was safe. The current situation is urgent. I want to recover my abilities as soon as possible and deal with Miyazaki. After hearing his words, the pseudomancer opened her eyes wide in surprise. She began her account without hiding anything. We are just like you. Here there are people who spend all day tempering weapons, people who practice martial arts bitterly, and people who study maps to find strategies to defeat the enemy. Everyone gathered here has the same goal as you. We reinforce our weapons, develop technology, excavate our own potential, and hone our combat techniques. The entire city has only one goal, to defeat the mastermind Miyazaki. The shadow of Zhang Yi's father appeared, and the pseudomancer asked, And what about your father? He was the one who guided you here, wasn't he? Zhang Yi was stunned. He looked up in confusion and asked, Who are you? From a high vantage point, she flew down and landed before Zhang Yi. How could I know your father? Standing before him, the pseudomancer hesitated and avoided the question. I can't tell you about that for the time being, but I can say for certain that all the abilities you've lost are side effects of your talent card being forcibly taken. She looked at him with determined eyes as she gave her guarantee. All the residents here are in this situation, so if you want to recover your abilities, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The pseudomancer's words left Zhang Yi somewhat at a loss. Since it had been confirmed that there were no other possibilities, she took the opportunity to extend her hand holding the cup toward him. So, are you willing to join the dungeon and fight alongside us? Zhang Yi looked at the cup with some hesitation, and the pseudomancer immediately began a psychological offensive. I believe that with your talent, we will have a chance to turn the tables. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate any longer, taking the cup and agreeing. Fine, I'm in. Currently, besides my dad, it seems only the people of Denon City understand Miyazaki. Instead of looking for clues outside like a headless fly, it's better to stay for now and wait for the right opportunity. The pseudomancer reached out to support Zhang Yi's shoulder and praised him. You've made a very wise choice. As they brushed past each other, she lowered her head and whispered a quiet instruction. However, I can feel that your abilities haven't completely disappeared. Unlike others whose state is irreversible, I see a glimmer of a chance in you." These words sent a jolt through Zhang Yi, and he hurriedly turned back. "What do you mean by that?" The pseudomancer pressed a finger to her lips to signal him to be quiet. "Shish, this cannot be known by the other residents. This is a secret between the two of us. Otherwise they will ostracize you." Standing not far from Zhang Yi, she left a brief sentence. "In short, do your best." Zhang Yi just watched the pseudomancer's receding figure like that. How strange. Not only does he know my dad, but he also provided me with such detailed information and even mentioned a clue to recovering my abilities. Logically, I should trust him, but why do I always have some inexplicable wariness in my heart and a sense of déjà vu? He stood before a blue panel. By now he had reached another part of the city. Regardless, he had to tell Yaru and Daiwu today's news. He was focused on sending a message on the screen, unaware of the black shadow behind the wall. The current task was to meet them as soon as possible. Lu Ya hid behind the wall, observing Zhang Yi's every move. "I knew something was wrong with you since you entered the city. Now you actually dare to send messages privately behind the guards' backs." She drew a sharp longsword from her waist, seemingly about to take action. "You asked for this." Returning to Yaru, she looked anxious, constantly glancing around. The dungeon was heavily guarded, and everyone was very repelled by ability users. Zhang Yi even had to hide from people just to speak. They could only discuss a long-term plan. Beside her, Daiwu immediately comforted her. "Relax." The two were standing guard outside Denon City. Daiwu continued with her hands on her hips. She knew him better than anyone. No matter what happens, he has a way to solve it. "Don't we? If it really doesn't work, just have Zhang Yi change locations." Suddenly, Zhang Yi's voice came from the city wall. "I'm here." To the astonishment of Yaru and Daiwu, he leaped down from a high vantage point. "Let's keep this brief. I'll find a way to gain their recognition first." Zhang Yi put his arms around their necks and suggested they also try to gain as many permissions as possible. "At least let us meet freely. Also, about that pseudomancer I mentioned just now, I need you two to help me investigate his identity." But Yaru looked at Zhang Yi and proposed a different suggestion. "The two of us will accompany you back to Extreme Ice City first, and then we can think of other ways." Zhang Yi refused without hesitation. "No, this is the only way out. My dad left for me." Zhang Yi rested his chin in his hand, looking down as he analyzed the pseudomancer. "The pseudomancer in the city can lead those players who have lost their abilities. Although I can't completely trust him yet, given the current situation, staying here is the best choice." Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shone on the three bewildered people on the ground. "What are you doing here?" A sharp blade shot through the air. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi quickly pushed Yaru and Daiwu to either side. "Watch out!" Immediately after, he delivered a powerful kick, instantly sending the blade flying. A group of people led by Lu Ya appeared on the opposite side, staring fixedly at Zhang Yi and his party. "I told you these outsiders couldn't be trusted." Sneaking out of the city in the middle of the night while the guards are changing shifts and even leaking dungeon information to these two ability users. "You are not worthy of our trust." She furrowed her brows and roared at her subordinates in anger. "Seize them," facing the sudden turn of events. Zhang Yi raised his hands and explained loudly. "Wait, you've got it all wrong. If we really wanted to cause trouble, we would have fought back when you pointed your weapons at us just now." Daiwu had a completely different attitude, muttering with her arms crossed. "If I'd known, I would have just killed them all. Why worry about being blocked from entering the dungeon?" Her words gave Zhang Yi a shock. Lu Ya's subordinates continued to charge at them, launching attacks. "Death to the ability users, we can never coexist." Lu Ya stood silently to the side, her face filled with hatred. "Traitors, get out of Denon City. Traitors, leave, get out now." Lu Ya drew her longsword and slashed forward with force. "Attack, everyone, seize them together." Daiwu was also ready to strike back, swinging her sword to parry Lu Ya's attack. How annoying. Just as Daiwu was preparing to swing her sword again, Zhang Yi and another figure suddenly appeared, landing heavily on the ground to separate the two combative girls. Even so, Lu Ya and Daiwu continued to glare at each other in fury. As the surrounding smoke cleared, the two figures were revealed to be Zhang Yi and the pseudomancer. Lu Ya held her sword in a defensive stance at the front, glaring at them with gritted teeth. Daiwu was also full of rage, turning away to avoid looking at Zhang Yi. Yaru stepped forward to comfort them. "Is everyone okay?" Zhang Yi leaned close to Daiwu's ear and advised her in a low voice. "Don't be impulsive. We need to stay here. You can't kill her." Subsequently, the three of them turned around and Daiwu replied curtly, "Understood." Lu Ya shouted at the pseudomancer. "Master, why are you helping that outsider? He clearly—" She then proceeded to explain the identities of Zhang Yi's group to the crowd. "Everyone, there are many misunderstandings regarding this new friend. the pseudomancer continued to address the crowd in the city. While I trust him deeply, for the sake of fairness and to honor everyone's trust, we shall use a different method. With that, she snapped her fingers. A glowing object instantly rose in the center of the city, leaving the onlookers in awe. As the smoke cleared, a massive colosseum manifested. She announced, "We shall settle this through strength, how about it?" Following this, the pseudomancer walked toward Zhang Yi. She took Zhang Yi's arm and held it high before the crowd. If Zhang Yi wins, he and his friends may enter the dungeon together and live in peace with everyone from now on. But if Zhang Yi loses, Zhang Yi puffed out his chest and announced with a smile, "If I lose even a single match, my friends and I will leave the dungeon immediately and disturb you no longer." Zhang Yi's words caused a stir among the crowd. Lu Ya gnashed her teeth in anger. "Why did my mentor open the arena? This outsider certainly talks big." Zhang Yi then leapt into the ring. "Look at his arrogant attitude. Let's fight first and talk later. Who's afraid of whom?" Zhang Yi looked toward the crowd and beckoned them over. "I'm ready. Who's first?" Suddenly, Zhang Yi saw Lu Ya walking out in a rage. She gripped her longsword, her fighting spirit soaring. "I'll do it." The crowd below erupted in cheers and shouts of encouragement. "Go, Captain Zhang Yi, I know you can do it. Let her see what you're made of." Lu Ya took the lead with a powerful side kick, but Zhang Yi blocked it. He praised her softly. "Oh, not a bad move." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, before she could react, he clenched his fist, preparing to counterattack. Lu Ya quickly flipped and leaped into the air, firing several arrows downward. Zhang Yi dodged nimbly, secretly alarmed. Her flexibility and strength are far beyond my imagination. My hands have gone numb from the shock. Just then, someone from below threw up a spear. "Captain, catch!" Lu Ya gnashed her teeth and lunged with the spear. Zhang Yi sidestepped to dodge, seizing the opportunity to tear off a piece of her sleeve. Zhang Yi looked at the scrap of cloth in his hand and praised her. "You're very strong." With that, Zhang Yi actually used the strip of cloth to blindfold his eyes. "If I could recover the power of my talent card, I would never lose to you." Subsequently, Zhang Yi assumed a combat stance, thinking, "Luckily, I've practiced close-quarters combat before. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to handle this." Seeing this, Lu Ya felt insulted and charged forward with her spear. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" Zhang Yi accurately caught the spear with both hands. "You're too rash. You're only focused on attacking exposed weaknesses." Seeing that he could catch the attack even while blindfolded, Lu Ya was stunned. Zhang Yi snatched the spear and swung it toward Lu Ya. "On the contrary, that's what will lead you into danger." Lu Ya hurriedly retreated to dodge. Zhang Yi charged at her with the spear at extreme speed. In an instant, the spear was pointed at Lu Ya's throat, leaving her drenched in a cold sweat as she thought, "How is this possible? He can mimic my moves without even looking, and he seems to be holding back." Lu Ya flipped and leaped away, dodging Zhang Yi's continuous attacks. Zhang Yi spoke while attacking. "If you look for other paths to attack when the opponent is completely off guard, the effect will be much better." Lu Ya was panicked. "Why can't I keep up with his movements? He clearly had several chances to wound me just now, but he didn't." Zhang Yi stopped his hand and stood steadily. "Conversely, that's the only way to gain something." Lu Ya panted heavily, realizing the disparity between their strengths was vast. Seeing Lu Ya's defeat, the crowd below began to clamor. "Despicable outsider will teach you a lesson for our captain," Dai Wu retorted angrily. "Bad losers, aren't you?" Lu Ya reached out to stop everyone. "I admit defeat. It's my own weakness." Zhang Yi returned the spear to her. Lu Ya took the spear and said in a low voice, "I was too reckless. I misunderstood you all. I'm very sorry." She smiled and reached out her hand to Zhang Yi. "My name is Lu Ya. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Yi also reached out to shake hands. Lu Ya announced to the crowd, "From today on, Zhang Yi is our friend. And these two friends as well." The two women below also smiled and gave their names. "Ya Ru, Dai Wu." The crowd cheered and applauded. Even though they were ability users, their sincerity had won over the people's trust. Welcome them. Watching this scene, the pseudomancer turned and left with satisfaction. She stole a glance at Zhang Yi and thought, "Zhang Yi, you didn't disappoint me." On the stage, Zhang Yi was also deep in thought. "This time, thanks to the pseudomancer for helping me out." Looking at the pseudomancer's back, he always felt this scene was somewhat familiar. Afterward, Zhang Yi's group was accepted by Denan City. By defeating Lu Ya, I finally gained everyone's recognition and officially became a member of Denan City, following the pseudomancer to learn. Aside from the day I tried to find common ground between my father and the pseudomancer and came up empty, I've had no time to look deeper, despite the many suspicions. The most important task now is to learn skills and accumulate experience to seek revenge on Miyazaki as soon as possible. Besides practicing archery, he also often spared with Lu Ya. In the apocalypse, having no talent skills to use is like a person surviving empty-handed in a society where the strong prey on the weak. During training, the pseudomancer instructed from the side. In actual combat, the most important thing is not just hitting the opponent but achieving more with less effort. The weapon in your hand is the turning point to turn defeat into victory. Zhang Yi took up the conversation. So we must arm our bodies and minds to strike back against the rulers in this cruel world. In addition to improving his martial prowess, he also increased his knowledge by reading a large number of books. Through observation, I found that the weapons used in the city have too low a lethality, only capable of dealing with low-level ability users. Therefore I felt it was very necessary to replace them with a batch of stronger weapons in Denon City. Time flew by, and the day of the weapon-making assessment arrived. The 2 weapons Zhang Yi displayed left everyone in awe. Someone praised, "Zhang Yi, you actually managed to recreate the form of a firearm. That's incredible." Lu Ya looked at the weapon, curled her lip and said, "Hey newcomer, don't you know that ordinary bullets aren't fatal to ability users? My weapon combines the combat techniques we've been practicing recently." She introduced it excitedly. The umbrella surface uses insulating material and can act as a shield. When closed, the tip can extend as a bayonet, the handle can extend as a spear and can be used separately from the umbrella. Most importantly, a power-generating device is installed inside the umbrella, and the lightning it fires can pierce through talent card defenses. After the introduction, Lu Ya pointed at Zhang Yi and challenged him loudly. "What about you? Don't tell me you just designed a toy gun for show." Zhang Yi replied with a smile. "This gun might just be a pistol, but with the right bullets everything will be different." The onlookers discussed among themselves. How is that possible? Even the captain can't make that kind of bullet. Lu Ya was stunned. Who exactly is he? The pseudomancer suggested with a smile. Since the debate is so heated, why don't we do a field test? This will affect your assessment points. With that, a condensed strength testing block manifested. The pseudomancer introduced. The 2 will take turns using their weapons and the test block will display precise data. Lu Ya rushed forward. "I'll go first," with a loud shout. She thrust the umbrella into the test block, sparks flew, and the system displayed 550 meters. The pseudomancer praised, "Not bad, it exceeded 500 meters, which is enough to pierce through an ability user's defense line." However, Zhang Yi discovered that something was wrong with Lu Ya's state. Due to the electrical backlash, Lu Ya let out a scream of terror. Zhang Yi shouted, "Captain, watch out!" He quickly snatched the umbrella and opened it, pulling Lu Ya into his arm with one hand while holding the umbrella to block the current with the other. After confirming it was safe, Zhang Yi asked concernedly, "Are you okay?" At this moment, Lu Ya, being held in his arms, was blushing all the way to her neck. She then pushed him away abruptly and shouted shyly, "I'm fine," Zhang Yi sighed. "Then it's my turn." He raised the gun, aimed at the test block, and fired. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the system displayed a staggering number, 2,000 meters. The pseudomancer mused, "Until now, Denon City has never produced a weapon with an attack range of 2,000 meters. If these can be mass-produced, perhaps everyone will be able to compete with the players outside the city and win back their talent cards." Zhang Yi looked at the bullet in his hand and smiled triumphantly. This is a kinetic armor-piercing projectile made of gold and copper materials, possessing extremely high penetration. The tip shape, designed after many experiments, ensures secondary penetration after hitting the target, delivering a fatal blow to the ability user. The pseudomancer announced, "Zhang Yi wins this assessment, points increased by 500. Thank you, Zhang Yi, for bringing hope to Denon City." The crowd cheered and leapt for joy as night fell. Yaru said to Zhang Yi with a serious expression, "I contacted Brother Bahuang. Extreme Ice City is fine for now, but many top-tier players have recently appeared in Moonlight City and Breaking Dawn City." Zhang Yi replied, That matches my speculation. Miyazaki would never only cultivate one subordinate like the Ghost King. Many ability users are his targets. Some have had their cards stolen and were sent here, while others have become his lackeys." Zhang Yi looked at the ceiling and said to Yaru, "Yaru, tell your brother and Qing Long to select the guild's capable assistants as soon as possible, and learn to manage Extreme Ice City. I have a feeling Miyazaki will be coming for us very soon." Time passed, and on the plaza of Denon City, the pseudomancer announced that based on the points accumulated during this period, a new member firmly held the top spot, with data even doubling that of the person in second place. She looked toward Zhang Yi. "Congratulations to our new friend, Zhang Yi." Standing at the back, Lu Ya recalled the image of Zhang Yi and Yaru talking intimately, and thought despondently, "He already has someone he likes." Just then, the pseudomancer's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Now for the martial arts assessment. You all must have a deep impression of the previous duel between Zhang Yi and Lu Ya, right? But this time, we're changing the rules. The person to be challenged," she pointed at herself, "is me." The crowd below was in an uproar. "The mentor is going to take the field herself." "We have no idea of the pseudomancer's true strength. Yeah, our skills were all taught by the mentor. How can we win?" The pseudomancer scratched her head sheepishly. Don't be discouraged, everyone, give it a try. Hitting me earns 1 point, knocking me off the stage earns 100 points, and if you can take this off," she extended a finger. "The reward is 1,000 points." The pseudomancer looked at Zhang Yi provocatively. "No one has seen my true face yet. I wonder if this new friend can create a miracle?" Zhang Yi rolled his wrists and let out a cold laugh. "How will I know if I don't try?" The two stood opposite each other on the stage. In the next second, Zhang Yi charged forward, swinging a heavy punch. The pseudomancer dodged lightly, and Zhang Yi's fist slammed heavily into the ground. He continued his assault, but the opponent dodged with ease. The pseudomancer praised him while dodging. "Nice moves, but I'll be ending the battle very soon." Zhang Yi's attack even managed to sever a few strands of her hair. The pseudomancer marveled, "I didn't expect your striking speed to reach such a level in such a short time. The younger generation is truly to be feared." Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. "Crap, she's clearly on the verge of giving in, yet she's still talking so much nonsense." He unleashed a sweep kick, and the pseudomancer leaned back to dodge. Someone below shouted in awe, "Nice one, Zhang Yi." The pseudomancer was pushed to the edge of the stage, and she let out a couple of light laughs, too reckless. She then leapt behind Zhang Yi, gathering a surge of inner power. Below the stage, Yao Ru shouted in worry. Zhang Yi, however, revealed a triumphant smile. "All's fair in war, you've fallen for it." The pseudomancer opened her eyes wide in surprise in midair. Zhang Yi had already rushed toward her at high speed, his target being the veil on her face. "It wasn't my imagination. This pseudomancer has been hiding their face because they're definitely concealing something." Zhang Yi's jaw tightened, his gaze sharp as his intuition guided him. He leapt forward and grabbed the exposed fabric, certain it was someone he knew. After Zhang Yi tore away the veil, he let out a sigh of relief, while the onlookers below were struck speechless with shock. "It's her?" He looked at the pseudomancer in surprise. Then, gnashing his teeth, he approached her with a face full of fury. "Who are you exactly?" Zhang Yi roared at the pseudomancer. "Why are you playing with me?" The pseudomancer replied cheerfully, "I wasn't playing with you. I never said what was beneath the veil was my true face. In any case, you've earned 1,000 points this round." Zhang Yi's teeth ground together in anger. "It's hard enough making friends with the people of Denon City. Don't push your luck." Suddenly, a flash of light flickered before Zhang Yi's eyes, causing him to stare in shock. The pseudomancer pulled up his sleeve, revealing his glowing arms. Zhang Yi asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" The pseudomancer continued. "Can you feel it? Your abilities are showing signs of awakening. It won't be long now. Your powers are about to return." Zhang Yi thought to himself, "How strange. A power I've never felt before is surging through my empty body." Though it was still faint, immediately after, the pseudomancer turned and walked away. "All right, who else wants to challenge me? One at a time." Zhang Yi gripped his arm, watching her with a look of frustration as he let out a low growl. The crowd below raised their hands, shouting, "Me, I want to spar with you." Zhang Yi walked over to Yao Ru and Dai Wu. Yao Ru asked, "Did something happen?" He looked at her and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go outside." She nodded in agreement. Beneath the shade of the trees outside Denon City, Yao Ru leaned against a trunk and said, Dai Wu went to gather intel. "A group of players has been flocking toward Extreme Ice City recently. There should be news regarding Miyazaki soon." She then asked, "What did the pseudomancer say to you just now? You look like you have something on your mind." Zhang Yi looked at his hands and said, "I have a feeling that my inexplicably lost abilities will soon be restored." Yao Ru asked in surprise, "Really?" He gave a serious nod and recounted the experience. "I used to take it for granted that my power came from the God-tier talent card, but I ignored my own innate ability to condense energy, which has been honed through this period of training. Although it hasn't reached its original level, I can feel that same pure, blood-pumping combat spirit I had when the apocalypse first began. Perhaps this is why my father sent me here." Rising from the ashes, Zhang Yi frowned and clenched his fists. Everyone in Denon City has had everything they worked for stolen by Miyazaki. On the surface, they hate ability users and refuse contact, but I believe they desire to reclaim their identities more than anyone. We must buy time and find a way to earn the complete trust of everyone in the dungeon, to build a force against Miyazaki. Whether or not I can regain my lost abilities is the key to winning their trust." Yao Ru took his arm and replied with a look of joy, "All right, Dai Wu and I will stay by your side. Extreme Ice City is also your strongest support. We'll work hard together." She stepped forward and hugged Zhang Yi, saying with a smile, "But we should relax once in a while. With our efforts, everything will turn out fine, won't it?" He held Yao Ru and replied gently, "Thank you, Yao Ru. Once all of this is over, I want to return to the real world as soon as possible." Zhang Yi recalled the scenes of them in reality and continued, "By then we'll surely recognize each other. Can we start over and get to know each other again?" Yao Ru wrapped her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly, and replied happily, "We definitely will." Suddenly, Lu Ya appeared, interrupting their hug as she screamed, "Zhang Yi, you're going too far." He turned and asked, Lu Ya, why did you leave the city? Did something happen inside? She rushed forward to separate the two, staring at Zhang Yi with tears in her eyes. Why did you hold me while checking my body, but now you're being so intimate with another girl? If I say I like you, can you stop seeing her? Both Zhang Yi and Ya Ru stared with wide, shocked eyes. He cried out in bewilderment, "Ha!" while she gasped, covering her mouth. Lu Ya shouted in agony, "What's with that expression? Have you been playing with me this whole time?" Zhang Yi broke into a cold sweat, explaining, "Lu Ya, if some of my actions caused a misunderstanding, I apologize first, but I want you to understand. I never intended to play with you, nor do I like you. You are the captain of the battle regiment. By the rules, you are not allowed to leave the city without permission. Have you thought about the consequences? If daily training isn't enough to help you focus on your revenge, then perhaps it's better if you step down as captain." Hearing this, Lu Ya turned and left, trembling. Ya Ru chased after her, calling out, "Lu Ya, wait!" He grabbed her hand to stop her. Ya Ru turned around and scolded him unhappily. "Zhang Yi, your words were too harsh." Zhang Yi replied, "Lu Ya is arrogant and willful, but she isn't bad at heart. She is very strong. If she gets distracted by personal matters and delays the recovery of her abilities, it would be a true shame. I hope this makes her understand that the big picture must come first." On the other side, the pseudomancer sat in a chair observing the three of them through a large mirror. She sighed and said, "You must unite as quickly as possible." The pseudomancer waved her hand, and the scene in the mirror shifted to a dark, towering spire. She said coldly, "The trial prepared for you is about to arrive." As night fell, the scene shifted to Ya Ru and Dai Wu resting in bed. Dai Wu said in surprise, "Ha, that arrogant Lu Ya actually confessed to Zhang Yi. How did I miss such a good show? I'd love to have seen the look of embarrassment on Zhang Yi's face." After speaking, she burst into loud laughter. Ya Ru sighed and said, "I hope it doesn't affect Lu Ya's training. By the way, is there any new news from Extreme Ice City?" Dai Wu's face darkened, looking conflicted. Ever since Carlo left Moonlight City, the Pantheon Guild has fallen into complete chaos. Now a group of high-level players has suddenly appeared, causing widespread panic. Many players are planning to seek refuge in Extreme Ice City. Dai Wu suddenly smiled and said, "Luckily your brothers are there, otherwise Extreme Ice City would have fallen into chaos long ago." Ya Ru smiled and replied, "Yeah, fortunately Zhang Yi has shown signs of recovery. I think we'll be able to return soon." Ya Ru turned her head, thinking worriedly, "But why do I keep feeling this sense of unease?" Suddenly a dark shadow flashed past the window. Both of them jumped up, shouting in unison, "Who's there?" A horde of hideous ghost soldiers burst in. Ya Ru asked in confusion, "How did the ghost soldiers find this place?" Dai Wu charged forward with her sword, shouting, "Kill them all!" Suddenly, Ya Ru's body stiffened and she collapsed to the ground, her weapon clattering. "I can't move." Her heart shook as she stared at Dai Wu, who was frozen in midair. "What's happening? My vision is completely gone." Ya Ru thought to herself, "They managed to infiltrate the dungeon silently and paralyze our five senses so quickly. Could it be?" Before she fell into a complete coma, only one name surfaced in her mind, Zhang Yi. The scene shifted. Outside the Denon City barrier, a black dragon circled. Miyazaki stood on the dragon's back, laughing loudly. "Zhang Yi, so you were hiding in such a nice place?" The monster on the dragon's back was hideous, its eyes glowing crimson. He continued with a smirk, "A place filled with nothing but the trash and losers I discarded." A series of blue lights shot toward the barrier. Miyazaki raised a finger to control the lights, musing, "Scientific development in a game?" Then he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. He snapped his fingers and a surge of red energy appeared in midair. The massive dragon beneath Miyazaki spat a glob of crimson flame which slammed into the hidden city along with the blue light. In the mist, many figures began to emerge. Miyazaki let out an "oh" and said, "There are quite a few small fry." As the dust settled, Zhang Yi was seen leading the group, holding an umbrella as he shouted, "The highest form of generalship is to balk the enemy's plans. Next is to prevent the junction of the enemy's forces. Next is to attack the enemy's army in the field. And the lowest is to beset walled cities." Quoting the 36 stratagems of Sun Tzu, Miyazaki, "I didn't expect you to use such underhanded tactics." Hearing this from the dragon's back, he held his head and laughed maniacally. "Facing a bunch of trash who lost their abilities, do I even need to bother with formations?" Miyazaki raised his hands and commanded the dragon swarm, "Go, feeds yourselves well." Seeing this, Zhang Yi quickly knelt and struck the ground with both hands, shouting, "Activate the array." A massive formation took shape. Zhang Yi stood on the array and shouted back, "These things are controlled by Miyazaki. Though their attack power is high, they aren't flexible. We just need to strike with mobility. Don't be afraid. Fight just like we practiced." The crowd stood on the array with their weapons ready for battle. Lu Ya raised her gun and shouted angrily, "Damn it, this had to happen before our weapons could be mass-produced." She was drenched in a cold sweat, her brow furrowed. "If this continues, we have no chance of winning at all." Suddenly, the pseudomancer appeared in midair, using her umbrella to block Miyazaki's attack, leaving him stunned. Able to block my attack? Who exactly is this person? Zhang Yi charged forward with his umbrella. The defense is good. Now let's see the offense, the pseudomancer responded from above. All right, I'll assist you. A long ribbon flew out from the pseudomancer's sleeve toward Zhang Yi. Catch it. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed it and replied, on it. The umbrella withstood Miyazaki's repeated bombardments. The two charged forward with perfect coordination. Seeing this, Miyazaki broke into a cold sweat, his brow furrowed. He then let out a roar, ordering a retreat. Zhang Yi leaped into the air, driving his sword deep into the dragon beneath Miyazaki. The dragon let out a pained roar, opening its massive maw toward him. He roared in fury, Zhang Yi, you damn brat. Zhang Yi stood behind Miyazaki and said, surprised, even without our abilities we can still resist you. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your evil deeds. Hearing this, Miyazaki turned and pointed behind him, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Is that so? Then why don't you try touching me first? Zhang Yi turned to look. I only. After a pause, Miyazaki continued, your friends will become their snacks. Zhang Yi looked on in horror as Yaru and Dai Wu were tied tightly together, dangling from the tip of the dragon's claws. The dragon was salivating, looking as if it were about to swallow them whole. Zhang Yi raised his weapon, pointing it straight at Miyazaki, who was riding the spirit beast in the air. What did you do to them? He let out a light laugh, spreading his arms amidst the floating white smoke. So excited, it seems this surprise I prepared was quite timely. Don't worry, I'll make sure they are put to good use. As soon as the words left his mouth, Miyazaki slashed several streaks of crimson flame toward Zhang Yi. As for you, try this first. Relying on his extraordinary reflexes, he quickly twisted his body, nimbly dodging the attack. Zhang Yi gripped his sharp spear tightly. The chance was here. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled the spear at Miyazaki. Miyazaki looked at Zhang Yi with composure, a triumphant smile of a successful scheme appearing on his face. A crimson rectangular cage instantly trapped Zhang Yi, leaving him with nowhere to run. Is this all you are, Zhang Yi? Can you see clearly now? In the distance, a city engulfed in flames came into view. This is the suppression of absolute power. The ground is covered in charred corpses and soaring flames. Anyone who opposes me can never return alive to the real world you so desire. The tragic scene before him made Zhang Yi gnash his teeth, cursing in rage. Miyazaki, you're truly vile. He leapt down from the spirit beast and stood by the cage imprisoning him. You're a lot like your father, both in terms of ability and that persistence for the greater good. However, since you refuse to stand by my side, I won't force you. Miyazaki furrowed his brow, recalling the image of Zhang Yi's father with gritted teeth. You can stay in the apocalypse forever. This is my curse upon you. Miyazaki suddenly remembered something and pointed a finger at Zhang Yi. Oh wait, that's not enough. I want you to regret even more. High in the sky, Dai Wu and Yaru were bound by chains beneath Duel Li's feet. It extended its long tongue, licking toward Yaru in front of Zhang Yi. This scene caused Zhang Yi to completely explode. He roared in fury, let them go now. Seeing his expression, Miyazaki laughed triumphantly, promising in a sinister tone, you're quite anxious, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll definitely make good use of this Tyri Group heiress's identity. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to press a red square button. In an instant, the box trapping Zhang Yi began to sink. The surrounding people broke into a cold sweat witnessing this. Before Miyazaki, Zhang Yi seemed utterly powerless. This was Miyazaki's strength. It was simply impossible to win. We can't win. After finishing his business, he stepped onto Duel Li's back and surveyed the surroundings. Want to know how I found this place? Miyazaki looked down at the burning city from the sky, his gaze arrogant. I don't mind telling you one thing. You thought you found a perfect, isolated sanctuary. But in truth, my eyes and ears were planted here long ago. Subsequently, he gradually rode away on his mount, leaving behind the panicked crowds in the city. What do we do? What should we do? We're exposed. It's all over. Smoke slowly cleared from the deep pit. Zhang Yi sat up abruptly. I'm fine. He looked at a girl in the city, half kneeling to comfort her. I'm okay. You take everyone back into the city to treat their wounds. I'm going to rescue Yaru. A madman like Miyazaki will surely do something even more absurd. The surrounding people looked at each other, trembling all over. Rescue? Forget the rescue. We've been targeted. Just run for your lives. We're going to be data in this damn world for the rest of our lives. Zhang Yi, do you think anyone still listens to you now? Miyazaki said it himself. The spy is among us. Suddenly, a masked woman ran over from a distance, asking loudly, has everyone seen Lord Pseudomancer? As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. He was stunned. This was impossible. As night fell, stars filled the sky. A message from Zhang Yi appeared on a blue paddle. Bahuan, we were ambushed in Denan City. Miyazaki has taken Yaru and Dai Wu. Get to Breaking Dawn City as quickly as possible for support. Standing at the city gate, Bahuang announced to the group, Yaru is in danger. Qing Long and I must head to Breaking Dawn City. I leave Extreme Ice City to all of you, Duan Feng promised. Don't worry, we've got this. Beside him, Shield 7 added, I will definitely hold this place until you and Zhang Yi return. Just as he was looking around, Ba Huang suddenly received a notification. A message from Ya Ru popped up on the blue panel. You have one new message, please check. Seeing the sender, he fell into confusion. Ya Ru, Ba Huang looked up at everyone. This is too bizarre. Wasn't she captured? Why is she sending me a message? Ba Huang quickly read Ya Ru's message. Brother, Dai Wu and I are being held in the Eternal Tower, but I am fine. Whatever you do, do not risk your life to come and save me. There are some things I can't say clearly. Protecting Extreme Ice City is what matters most. Ba Huang scanned the message and immediately saw the secret within it. Anan. This was Xiao Ru's nickname, and no one in the apocalypse knew it except for the two of them. Xiao Ru had always been cautious. Specifically mentioning Extreme Ice City this time meant she must have caught wind of something. He pointed at the group and ordered without hesitation. From now on, block all major entrances and exits of Extreme Ice City. Send out patrols to monitor the area outside the city, and conduct a daily count of the city's troops and weapons. Everyone, be prepared for battle at any moment. The crowd quickly took their orders, their voices echoing through the starry night. Elsewhere, within the den and dungeon, a group of people faced Zhang Yi, their eyes filled with indignation. He raised a hand to rub the bridge of his nose, his face etched with exhaustion. Behind him, Ya Ru thought, if the dungeon was established just to trick us into trusting them, gathering this group of exiles just to fight Miyazaki, could all of this be a scheme by the pseudomancer? Why would he do this? Zhang Yi's words caused the people behind him to roar in anger. This isn't a scheme, it's a joke. Just like Miyazaki, those who stand high above always have to toy with the ants before drowning them. Seeing the situation turning sour, Ya Ru spoke up to interrupt them. She leaned against the wall, crossing her arms as she looked into the distance. There is no evidence yet to prove that the pseudomancer's disappearance is equivalent to betrayal, is there? Aren't your words just now a form of self-incrimination? A man remained stubborn after hearing this, pointing at her and uttering insults. Captain, isn't what we're saying the truth? He asked why even Ya Ru was being blinded here. Meanwhile, Lu Ya stood there, remaining silent throughout. After a moment, Lu Ya stepped out from the crowd and said to Zhang Yi, I'm going out to cool my head. Her behavior caused the crowd to look at Zhang Yi with confusion and doubt. What's wrong with the captain? She wasn't like this before. Suddenly, a man in the crowd rushed to the front, his face full of resentment. That's right, a captain always stood firmly on our side before. He reached out and death-gripped Zhang Yi's collar, sneering. It was you, wasn't it, kid? You seduced the captain and turned her head into a muddle. At the mention of seduction, beautiful images of the two girls flashed through Zhang Yi's mind, making him blush involuntarily. You and Miyazaki are putting on a show together, aren't you? What captured companions? I bet those two women are just. Zhang Yi reached his limit with such words, throwing a heavy punch to teach the man to keep his mouth clean. His foot stepped heavily on the head of the man who had fallen to the ground. I don't owe any of you anything, and I don't ask for your belief. This scene left the crowd utterly shocked. Zhang Yi, what are you doing? Zhang Yi held his head high, his gaze stern. He spoke the words he had suppressed for so long. Besides shouting about revenge every day, what else can you lot do? Insulting the girl who once helped you. If you have the skill, go and crusade against Miyazaki yourselves, one of them shouted at Zhang Yi. Where do you think you're going now? He turned toward the door, replying coldly, none of your damn business. Ya Ru walked in from outside, brushing past Zhang Yi. He left just like that without a word. Within the inverted tower of the den and dungeon, amidst the ruins, a purple stone caught Zhang Yi's eye. He reached out and picked up the stone, holding it high to observe. Suddenly, the stone moved, emitting a cloud of smoke. A masked girl appeared on the screen. Zhang Yi, I knew you would find the clue I left behind. You must be very anxious right now, aren't you? My apologies for hiding my identity before and leaving without saying goodbye. Hearing this voice, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Pseudomancer, did you foresee all of this? You're still putting on an act even now. Without hiding anything further, she quickly removed her cloak before the screen. You guessed right. Ling Lan appeared fully before Zhang Yi. In truth, I am Miyazaki's apocalypse elf. Across the screen he furrowed his brow, his face full of suspicion. Miyazaki's apocalypse elf? You follow Miyazaki's orders, yet you secretly built a base to oppose him. Do you think I'll believe that? Hearing Zhang Yi's questioning, Ling Lan nodded in guarantee with a smile. Don't believe it. You will. In the image, she lay on an experimental table with a moving chip in her chest. Originally, it was because your father implanted an AI program within me to protect humanity, assist operators, and execute various tasks. It was indeed Zhang Yi's father. Miyazaki was too afraid that he would become eternally addicted to the apocalypse and be unable to extricate himself. If he truly steps onto a path of no return, I hope you can become the key to opening the door of hope once more. It was Zhang Yi's father who helped Ling Lan activate her consciousness. Because of that, I developed self-awareness within the apocalypse. Looking at Zhang Yi, she spoke with a firm tone. I decided to stand on your side long ago. In lab number 9 of the Tianyan group in Linhai City, the silhouette of a man looked up at the pseudomancer. Away from the screen, she walked toward him with a look of confusion. Ling Lan furrowed her brow, questioning his origin. Who are you? You aren't Miyazaki? So it's Zhang Yi's father. He reached out and patted her head, answering affectionately. Perhaps you are the last invisible window to open the apocalypse. Subsequently, Zhang Yi's father turned and walked toward the door to conduct the final verification outside. As if remembering something, Ling Lan raised her hand to signal him to stop. Wait a moment. From that point on, she began to enter a state of levitation, absorbing information from her entire body. From that day on, I received all the information about human history, society, civilization, life, and thought. In the image, Ling Lan's hands were tightly clenched, demonstrating a certain connection. I knew the purpose for which Miyazaki created me, and I was clear about my identity as an AI. The two brushed past each other, and in an instant, Ling Lan turned into the pseudomancer. But I decided to stand on the side of humanity, putting the past aside and returning to reality. Ling Lan looked at Zhang Yi through the screen. But as the most special apocalypse elf, I must hide my tracks and maintain a disguise. I copied data and created clones to act secretly in the apocalypse as the pseudomancer. Thanks to Miyazaki's trust in me, I collected a large amount of player information and established the exile files. I gathered them in Denon and taught them how to fight Miyazaki. Although there is a huge disparity in strength, I have always believed in the image. Zhang Yi and his group stood before a snow-covered mountain holding torches. No one can possess absolute power to rule over humanity. Humans will awaken and resist, uniting with their weak flames to burn and carve out a new path. No sooner had she spoken than a look of deep sorrow appeared on Ling Lan's face. But Miyazaki still found this place. Now that Denon's location is exposed, I must leave. Fortunately, he hasn't discovered my second identity yet. Perhaps I can continue to stay undercover. Of course, I will secretly crack all the permissions set by Miyazaki to hinder his actions. A scene appeared in the image where Miyazaki investigated and discovered everything she had done. Ling Lan's voice continued to echo, I will buy more opportunities for you and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi rested his chin in his hand and asked in confusion, By that, do you mean you need me to do something? Ling Lan raised her hand and snapped her fingers forcefully. A map model appeared before Zhang Yi, looking at the map. His eyes widened as if he understood something. Zhang Yi stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Ling Lan and retorting, Isn't that place Miyazaki's headquarters? With my current strength, facing him head-on might be. But she quickly reassured him, Don't be in a hurry. We must wait for the right moment, wait for your abilities to recover, and for me to find Miyazaki's fatal weakness. During this time, I will find a way to contact you as soon as possible. Ling Lan's finger lightly touched her lips as she gestured to Zhang Yi. There is one point you must keep secret from the people in Denon. Since we've successfully identified our members, I hope you can find the spy lurking among them. A blue panel manifested from Ling Lan's hand. Based on my long-term observation, you can trust one of them to be your assistant, her. Yao Ru's information appeared on the screen, rushing into Zhang Yi's vision. It's true. When we first arrived at Denon, Yao Ru was the captain leading everyone. Through the previous assessments, I could also feel her resilience and exceptional abilities. She is indeed a rare partner. Returning to the simulation map, a red dot appeared at a high tower. But if I only rely on people like Yao Ru and me, who have had our talent cards taken, a voice shouted from over there. Could you lot please calm down? This voice startled Zhang Yi. He immediately recognized it as Yao Ru's voice. Through the screen, Ling Lan looked at Zhang Yi to bid farewell. It seems they've come looking. I should leave as well so as not to be discovered. Goodbye, Zhang Yi. Good luck. With that, the blue smoke vanished, turning back into the ordinary purple stone in Zhang Yi's hand. Outside the inverted tower of Denon City, Yao Ru blocked the door, looking at everyone sadly. Why has everyone become like this? With a face full of terror, Yao Ru shouted at the group to awaken their gratitude toward the pseudomancer. Have you all completely forgotten? Yet she only received the disgusted gaze and voice of an ungrateful wretch. Captain, it's you who has changed. We will never allow you to harbor a traitor. He rested his weapon on his shoulder and ordered Yao Ru, Move aside, we must search this place. His face was full of rage as he guessed with gritted teeth that she was hiding someone. I bet that Zhang Yi is hiding inside. Who knows what he's up to? We'll deal with them and this inverted tower directly. Seeing that Yao Ru wouldn't cooperate, another person raised a gun and aimed it at her. Ah, we can't be toyed with anymore. A footprint suddenly leapt into the air from a wooden crate. That person was none other than Zhang Yi. He delivered a flying kick that twisted the gunman's face. The man was sent flying, falling onto his back unconscious. Zhang Yi stood before Yaru to protect her, reaching out to press his neck as he asked loudly, "Are you looking for me?" Hearing Zhang Yi's provocation, the group pushed Yaru aside and rushed toward him. "You finally couldn't resist hitting someone. The fox's tail is showing, brothers, together. Seize him." He suddenly delivered a long forward kick, striking one person in the face. Just like that, Zhang Yi beat the entire string of people until their faces were black and blue and they collapsed to the ground. Seriously, is this never ending? Seeing his strength, one person in the crowd who hadn't attacked yet was stunned. "You're blocking the door." Zhang Yi stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the surrounding people. "The Pseudomancer and I are indeed in league, but as I said before, if we really wanted to eliminate you, it wouldn't be worth the trouble for us." His gaze darkened as he spoke in a low voice. "If you don't believe it," his form was like the wind as Zhang Yi moved before a person opposite him in an instant, "then I'll prove it to you." He threw a heavy punch, hitting the man so hard he spat out saliva in agony. Just like that, the man was sent flying, completely unable to resist. Fortunately, there was a group behind him to catch him. He cursed, "Damn it, you just wait. Wait until I kill Miyazaki and recover my abilities." Seeing the situation turn sour, Yaru spread her arms to block Zhang Yi, shouting at them, "Enough, have you lot had enough? Miyazaki will laugh himself awake in his dreams seeing you fools fighting among yourselves." Yaru slammed an object heavily onto the ground, leaning on her long umbrella with one hand while holding the other high to swear an oath. "Today I, Yaru, swear here in the name of the former captain. If I betray my partners in the dungeon, I shall be trapped in the apocalypse forever, and die a horrible death." No sooner had she spoken than Yaru pointed her long umbrella forward. "But I have always preferred plain speaking. If you still believe in me, stay and follow my command. No unfounded doubts or rumors are allowed to shake our unity. If you don't believe," she looked at the subordinates Zhang Yi had just beaten black and blue and said, "You can leave right now and you can even receive sufficient supplies." Suddenly, his hand rested steadily on her shoulder. "Forget it, Yaru." Zhang Yi stood before Yaru, looking at the surrounding crowd. "If my identity causes suspicion for everyone, I can leave Denan City right now. I still have to save my companions." Suddenly, her hand grabbed Zhang Yi's sleeve, taking him by surprise. "Wait a moment." Turning his head sharply, he saw Yaru kneeling on the ground, pleading, "Zhang Yi, I beg you, please stay. Denan needs your help." Her behavior left Zhang Yi and the subordinates utterly shocked. "My apologies, I was too arrogant before, but now I've realized the truth completely." The surrounding people discussed among themselves as they listened to her. "Without the Pseudomancer or someone like you, we wouldn't be able to leave this place at all, let alone fight Miyazaki." One person in the crowd looked at her and said reassuringly, "Yaru, although we can't trust him, we trust you." Suddenly, Zhang Yi gripped Yaru's arm and pulled her up. There was no blame on Zhang Yi's face, instead he wore a comforting smile. Supporting her hands with his own, Zhang Yi looked at the crowd and ordered, "Then everyone, quickly go treat your wounds and rest." The group sat there circulating their energy to heal while the two walked away for a heart-to-heart talk. "Let's go, we need to talk." The two sat by the city ruins and began to pour their hearts out. "Is your pressure very high? You don't look like you're in a good mood." Yaru looked at Zhang Yi gratefully. "Thank you for just now. I caused you trouble." He didn't feel constrained either, lying on the ground as she sat beside him. "Tell me, what are you thinking?" Yaru held her legs tightly with both hands and said to him with her head lowered, "Tell me, can we really still go back? I can't remember my feelings when I first entered the apocalypse at all now." Yaru looked into the distance with a lonely gaze. "Making friends, fighting, getting stronger together. The happiness we pursued in the game, it seems none of it can be found now. What about you? Aren't you sad?" Zhang Yi lay on the ground with his hands behind his head and answered, "Actually, this game has cost me a lot, being betrayed and framed by friends, and even my father died because of the apocalypse. But these things can no longer trouble me. Now I have new partners. I won't close my heart because of past experiences." He then sat up abruptly and looked at Yaru. "I think you will find the meaning of your existence in the apocalypse once more." At this point her eyes were filled with tears that were about to fall. "Do your words from just now still count? Stay and stay with us to fight Miyazaki together." Seeing her like this, Zhang Yi sat to the side watching her and thinking, "Actually, I'm also thinking that I really want to continue cooperating with you lot." As for whether to stay or not, he reached out and rested his chin in his hand, his face full of calculation. "That's not necessarily certain." The scene shifted to a new location. Before a blue screen a hand kept clicking. Ling Lan stood there pointing opposite. Apocalypse Elf appears. "Master, what are your orders?" In front, Miyazaki sat in a chair. "Now modify the data and have all the monsters from the Forgotten Lands and Moonlight City assemble." Hearing this, he turned his chair toward Ling Lan to ask about the magic beasts. "The magic beast taken over from Carlo previously, how is your training of them going?" Receiving Miyazaki's command, Ling Lan tapped the keyboard to report. "Reporting, Master. The monsters have finished upgrading and can be deployed to the battlefield at any time. A screen filled with images of monsters appeared before him. Seeing this, Miyazaki looked at ease. He spread his arms, held his head high, and laughed loudly. Good. Then you take them and destroy the dungeon completely. He then looked down toward the front, his gaze filled with malice. Don't disappoint me again this time. My most capable assistant. Hearing this, Ling Lan immediately bowed her head to Miyazaki to take the order. As you command, my master. She had only walked a few steps when he suddenly called her back. Wait a moment, come here. Miyazaki opened his palm, and purple mist drifted from between his fingers. A necklace appeared around Ling Lan's neck and tightened. You've never done anything without my orders before, have you? Miyazaki looked at her sideways, his tone seemingly warm and caring. Just to be safe, I need to conduct an investigation. Clear the data. With that, Ling Lan fell into an investigation state, floating in midair. Yes, master. Apocalypse Elf number 001 began automatically clearing its data. Back in the city, Yaoru saw something glowing on Zhang Yi in the plaza and hurriedly asked, what is that glowing? He picked up the glowing cyan fragment flickering before his eyes and turned to tell Yaoru its origin. It was a message from the pseudomancer, not to be revealed to anyone. What do you mean, quickly? Zhang Yi pulled her along. Yaoru followed, running in surprise. You're still in contact with the pseudomancer? Don't be so loud, we need to handle an emergency first. Hearing his words, she asked in a panic, what emergency? Can you answer my question about the pseudomancer first? As he ran, Zhang Yi looked back at Yaoru and said urgently, Miyazaki's monsters are about to assemble for a counterattack on the dungeon. Find an excuse to get everyone to evacuate immediately. The scene shifted back to Ling Lan, who was floating before a massive gate. Eat. Devour them all. She opened her hands and 2 clusters of flame appeared. Ling Lan looked at the monster horde and gave the order. Lord Miyazaki has commanded that not a single survivor be left, including Zhang Yi. Kill them all. Upon hearing this, the monsters rushed forward. Humans are so delicious, so wonderful, let's have a feast. Suddenly, a giant rock slammed heavily into the ground with a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the area where Ling Lan stood and rocks tumbled down. After a while, the monster group gathered around her, complaining, we've turned this pathetic place upside down and haven't found those people. They've run away. Humans are truly cunning. What should we do? I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Seeing they were being too noisy, Ling Lan immediately opened the map model to confirm their position. Shut up. Target locked. She then took to the air with the monsters, beginning the pursuit. By the cliff at the foot of Mount Ah outside the city, Zhang Yi and his group were huddling around a fire for warmth. The other teams had been settled in nearby caves. What should we do now? The dungeon is too dangerous. We definitely can't go back. Yaoru held a blue box and told Zhang Yi, even though we left in a hurry, fortunately, I always keep a reserve of ammunition and food on me. This amount is enough to sustain several of us for 5 days. After hearing this, he rubbed his chin in thought and after a moment reported his own reserves. I have enough supplies here to last 5 days as well. Zhang Yi's friends appeared. Those who had once fought by his side, it was now a settled fact that they were abandoning the dungeon. If you're willing, you can come with me to Extreme Ice City. My guild is there, and my members will join us in facing Miyazaki. His words earned Yaoru's complete trust. I have no objection, she said, but someone from behind protested. No way, Extreme Ice City is your territory. Won't everything be decided by you then? Standing before her, Zhang Yi sighed and looked at the group. I promised Yaoru that I would definitely help you get your talent cards back. As soon as the words left his mouth, he casually tossed a bag of supplies to the objectors to help everyone return to the real world. If you have other ideas, I'll say it again. Yaoru and I respect your opinions. You can leave at any time. These supplies are enough for one person to survive for a week. Watching Zhang Yi's actions, Yaoru was somewhat confused. Actually, there's a reason why the people here have no hope of leaving, it seems. You don't understand yet. This left him stunned, his face full of confusion. What? She lowered her gaze and recounted the story sadly. Images of Miyazaki controlling and destroying cities emerged. Based on Apocalypse time, our days of hiding and resisting Miyazaki have lasted 100 years since the dungeon was established. During this time we tried to seek help from the NPC high gods. Slaughter happened constantly, but we didn't expect that Miyazaki had already sowed discord among the high gods. There was even a civil war among them where both sides slaughtered each other. Finally, the pseudomancer intervened, but we suffered heavy losses that time. We didn't dare try again easily until the pseudomancer appeared. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared in Zhang Yi's eyes. He asked loudly, a high god civil war, who was it? The silhouette of a majestic high god from that civil war gradually appeared, the one who had once slaughtered an entire continent. As Yaoru spoke, her face was drenched in sweat and filled with terror. Outside Zhan's city at Mount Ah, everyone sat by a large rock to rest. Zhang Yi appeared curious. I've never heard of the Sumerian king of the Aethelgard continent, but based on the name, could he be? Yaru understood what he wanted to ask. That's right. I heard that the prototype of the Sumerian king is Gilgamesh from the Epic of Mesopotamia. Mentioning this person, she lowered her eyes and murmured, "Actually, we have no idea why the Sumerian king rebelled. There was no reason or sign for him to slaughter his own city." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's mind immediately made a connection to a villainous character. He suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "Speaking of which, have you noticed one thing? The Sumerian king was skilled in archery, and the dungeon also happens to excel at manufacturing and using various types of bow weapons." Zhang Yi's question caused Yaru to pale with shock, and the others looked over as well. Is this a coincidence? In the next second, Yaru hurriedly stood up, grabbed Zhang Yi's hand and pulled him up. Before Zhang Yi could react, he was pulled to the other side without explanation. Only when they reached a corner at a proper distance from everyone did Yaru speak up. "Don't ask that publicly. The people in the dungeon are very sensitive about these things." Zhang Yi naturally agreed. "Fine, then I'll ask you privately. When did you come to the dungeon? Among those who initially chose the direction of weapon manufacturing, was there anyone who was proficient in archery from the start, who decided to make bows the primary weapon?" She didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. They were the first batch of elites to assemble. Now they've all become elders of the dungeon, but ever since the pseudomancer came, they stopped managing affairs and designated themselves as elders. As Yaru spoke, her tone carried a hint of resentment. "They threw all the problems onto the pseudomancer, and those of us who joined later, we want to go back to reality, but they actually enjoy this fictional life in the apocalypse. Isn't that infuriating?" Zhang Yi finally understood. No wonder he hadn't noticed. It was because they had never shown their faces. "How many elders are among the people here now?" Yaru pointed in one direction. 3 in total. Right over there. Following the direction she pointed, the faces from left to right were named by Yaru as follows: Scarface, Hooded Ant, and an old man. Zhang Yi couldn't help but find it a bit funny. "Your style of giving nicknames is quite special." "Just these 3, she shrugged and sighed. "Yes, the others have all died in dreams. Thanks to Miyazaki, they left peacefully." Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed on those 3 from just now. "I bet the traitor is among them." Yaru looked incredulous. Even if we didn't notice, didn't the pseudomancer notice either?" she added. "The dungeon is equipped with detection devices that trigger an alarm as soon as an ability user approaches." Zhang Yi had a different idea. "It's hard to say. Miyazaki is a developer of the apocalypse. It's not hard for him to use some means to hide a talent card. The primary goal is to monitor all players exiled here. Perhaps the pseudomancer realized this long ago and made the dungeon watertight. These spies were very likely bought by Miyazaki before the city was even built. It's just that a secret report opportunity only arose recently." Yaru's brow was furrowed as she worriedly bit her lip and looked down. "Then what should I do if I act rashly now? I'm afraid it will cause a stir, won't it?" Zhang Yi smiled calmly and patted her shoulder to reassure her. "Don't be in a hurry." Seizing the opportunity, he reached out and extended an invitation. "Do you want to form an alliance with me, join Extreme Ice City, and become a member of the God Hunter Guild?" Zhang Yi's proposal came too suddenly. Yaru's eyes widened, unable to hide her surprise. She excitedly raised her hand. "Really? Join? I'm joining. Do I need to sign any agreement? I can sign right now." Yaru's somewhat over-the-top reaction gave Zhang Yi a slight start. He waved his hand and replied, "There's no need to sign any contract." Just then, a person walked over to ask a question. "Yaru, where are we heading next?" Zhang Yi reacted first. "It's like this, because our current situation isn't suitable for collective action, Yaru and I will scout ahead first. We'll discuss the specifics when we return." The person was the elder nicknamed Hooded Ant. Before Zhang Yi could finish, she questioned, "Scouting, where are you going? Given the current situation, it's not suitable for the team to separate at all." Zhang Yi struck back without hesitation. "I'm afraid I can't tell you that, lest it reach the ears of those with intentions. Don't you agree?" Yaru also spoke up for him. "If we've chosen to trust Zhang Yi, then don't question his methods. Elders, please wait in the cave for now. The pursuers haven't arrived yet, so it should be safe." The other party could only compromise, and sighed, "Fine, I only want to stay alive anyway. When will you be back? You can at least say that much, right? Otherwise, if you're away from the team for too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to control the situation." Zhang Yi said softly. "As for that," a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he held out his palm with full confidence to announce. 5 days. The scene shifted to the Eternal Tower. Miyazaki was in the storage area, and Ling Lan was reporting from behind. "The enemies are cunning. The primary targets vanished near Mount A. There are no life signs within the regional coordinates. However, through calculation, it's possible that unidentified persons are secretly assisting them. launching radio interference to help them evade the pursuit. Hearing this, Miyazaki murmured, "Unidentified persons." He suddenly remembered the mysterious person he had confronted before and couldn't help but bite his nails uneasily. "I can't find any information on him." Ling Lan stood behind him, expressionless. She curled her lips slightly and confirmed softly, "Yes," Miyazaki muttered irritably. "Exiles who lost their abilities. No matter who you really are, why are you helping Zhang Yi?" He looked at the Yaru trapped in the storage tank before him and snorted coldly. "You won't succeed." The scene shifted to Zhan's city at Mount A, where Zhang Yi and Yaru were walking slowly one after the other. Yaru suddenly shouted, "You still haven't said where we're going." Zhang Yi stopped, took something out of his clothes and pressed it. It immediately glowed. That thing flickered and floated in Zhang Yi's hand. Yaru's mouth fell open in surprise when she saw it, and suddenly the coordinates 136 and 910 appeared. She looked at him in confusion. "Aren't these the coordinates for the Green Bone Forest?" The thing kept flickering. Seeing this, Zhang Yi asked, "What's going on? Why is it suddenly showing garbled code?" After a pause, it displayed, "The Sumerian king is sleeping in the Abyss Nest." Yaru's face was full of confusion. "Abyss Nest?" Zhang Yi rubbed his chin and thought. "When I crossed the Green Bone Forest before, I didn't see any cliff caves. It seems the answer can only be revealed by entering the forest again." Hearing this, she lowered her eyes and bit her lip. Zhang Yi turned his head and asked, "What, are you afraid?" She waved her hand and smiled awkwardly, replying, "It's nothing, just some memorable experiences from a long time ago." Subsequently, Yaru immediately turned to walk away. "Let's set out quickly." Before long, the two had entered the woods. The vines beneath their feet writhed, making a rustling sound. They were secretly watching. Zhang Yi immediately grabbed the vines in his hand and yanked them hard, shouting, "Behave yourselves and don't look for a beating." Those vines seemed very afraid of Zhang Yi and immediately went still, then slowly retracted to the rear. On the other side, Yaru suddenly let out a sound of confusion. He turned and asked, "What's wrong?" She pointed at the lake surface. The water presented a bizarre cyan color, leaving her puzzled. "How can there be a lake in the Green Bone Forest?" Zhang Yi sat by the lake and looked down, warning, "Don't get close yet, it's a swamp." Yaru beside him said, "There weren't any of these when I came here before." He replied, "Perhaps the dryads here are playing tricks. They're intentionally creating the illusion of a calm lake surface to make people lower their guard when actually, the surroundings are entirely filled with swamps that can swallow players." She decisively stepped forward to volunteer. "Let me go take a look first, maybe this is related to the clue." Zhang Yi took out a bundle of rope to stop her. "Wait, I can't let you risk it alone. We'll go together." As he spoke, he tied the rope around Yaru's waist. "Tie this on, in case there's trouble I can pull you up." Zhang Yi then tied the rope tightly around his own waist as well. She turned her head and stammered, then thank you." After speaking, Yaru cautiously stepped into the lake. A splashing sound came from the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, her leg was caught, giving Yaru a shock. Seeing her stop, Zhang Yi immediately called out Yaru's name and then quickly pulled upward. Yaru stood motionless, trembling all over. She broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes filled with terror as she turned her head to Zhang Yi and said, "It seems something has caught me." He used all his strength to pull up, shouting, "Take a deep breath and relax." Zhang Yi cursed silently. This was bad. What kind of power is this? It's too strong. In the next second, he couldn't resist and was pulled into the lake along with Yaru. Underwater, he shouted in surprise, "Open your eyes, you can breathe here." Yaru then opened her eyes and let out a cry of surprise. "You really can." Suddenly, that glowing object in Zhang Yi's clothes flew out. He stared at it, guessing in surprise. "It seems to be guiding us. Could the clue really be down here?" At this time, by the lake, an old man holding a staff gazed down quietly, the lake surface reflecting his sinister, successful smile. Deep at the bottom of the lake, life was vibrant, completely different from the dead atmosphere on the surface. There was even a cave at the bottom, and Yaru blurted out in surprise, "There's actually a whole other world down here." Zhang Yi followed behind and replied, "Anyway, this is the guidance left by the pseudomancer." The two entered the cave together. The interior was pitch black. The two walked one after the other, their footsteps echoing in the cave. Yaru walked in front, warning, "Still, we can't drop our guard." Suddenly a scorpion tail swept across. The two dodged nimbly, and with a bang the ground cracked. Zhang Yi gnashed his teeth and thought, "This is a scorpion turned from stone." In the deep cave, 6 glowing eyes were staring fixedly at the two. He wondered to himself, how can there be scorpions in the Green Bone Forest? That giant scorpion suddenly let out a bizarre cry, leaving the two stunned. Yaru asked in confusion, "What is it saying? I don't understand it at all." Zhang Yi then opened the system. The system immediately translated the scorpion's original words. "I am the Gatekeeper General, Scorpio. Who are you?" Zhang Yi then explained to Yaru. "It says it's the Gatekeeper here, and asks who we are." He stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello. My companion and I have taken the liberty to visit and mean no harm. We are simply travelers who wish to have an audience with the Sumerian king." Scorpio said menacingly. Is the Sumerian king someone you can see just because you want to? Leave at once or else. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it launched a fatal attack. The scorpion tail slammed heavily beside Zhang Yi. He thought to himself, this is so troublesome, I'll have to try another strategy. Zhang Yi looked up at Scorpio and said sincerely, in truth we are players who possess the god-tier talent card Sharpshooter. Does that not even earn us an audience with him? Scorpio halted its movements, the keyword god-tier talent card plunging it into deep thought. Lu Ya looked at it in confusion and asked, has it turned back into a stone carving? It was that simple. Zhang Yi immediately summoned his longsword, turned back to her, and shouted, no, Lu Ya, prepare for battle. Scorpio coldly spat out a single word, die. In the next second it swung its tail and launched an attack. The two dodged quickly. Lu Ya shouted, lock its tail and pincers together. Zhang Yi immediately responded. Subsequently, both of them pulled out ropes and death-gripped its two large pincers, binding them tightly. The two gripped the ropes and circled behind it. Zhang Yi shouted as he ran, watch out for its eyes and stingers, whatever you do, don't get touched. In the next second, green light shot from Scorpio's eyes, closing in on Lu Ya. She dodged nimbly, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. You underestimate me too much. Zhang Yi leapt into the air. He used his gun to accurately strike one of Scorpio's eyes in midair. With a loud bang, the eyeball instantly burst. Zhang Yi gnashed his teeth, using all his strength to quickly lock its tail. He shouted, Lu Ya, hurry, it's becoming more frenzied on the other side. Lu Ya responded immediately, I'm coming, don't rush me. Lu Ya lunged onto Scorpio's back, kicked off forcefully to leap up and tied its tail down firmly. Done. Having completed the task, she jumped down. Zhang Yi curled his lips triumphantly, then pressed a button, emitting a crisp beep. The ropes on Scorpio's back instantly tightened. It struggled and wailed frantically, its 5 eyes suddenly emitting a hollow green light. Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately shouted, it's going to self-destruct, get back quickly. The two retreated rapidly. A loud explosion echoed as its entire body completely burst apart. Green slurry splashed everywhere. Zhang Yi turned his head and asked Lu Ya with concern, Lu Ya, are you okay? Lu Ya was about to speak but said tremblingly, Zhang Yi, I don't feel right, I think I'm paralyzed. Zhang Yi took an injector from his backpack and forcing himself gave himself a shot first, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Luckily I always carry this with me. Zhang Yi leaned close to Lu Ya. Don't worry, a shot of serum will fix it. At this moment, Lu Ya was almost completely paralyzed and could only let him help. However, the green slurry on her arm not only didn't dissipate but began to spread over a large area. Zhang Yi was struck with horror. What's going on? He hurriedly grabbed Lu Ya's hand and led her in a run, his heart full of unease. Is the toxin too powerful for the serum to work at all? They ran non-stop until the cave exit appeared in their sight. Lu Ya's breathing was rapid, cold sweat seeping from her forehead as she curled up weakly in a corner near the cave entrance. Zhang Yi's condition was not much better. He hurriedly searched for tools and instructed her. Sit steadily against the wall and pull your collar open. He took out a small knife, and seeing Lu Ya's deathly pale face, he comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, I just want to help you bleed out the poison. She spoke haltingly. No, it's not. She pointed tremblingly at Zhang Yi's neck. His neck had also been splashed by the venom of that scorpion earlier. Only then did he notice his own condition. What? The scene shifted to the depths of the nest inside the dark hall. A giant scorpion appeared on the rock wall. Its body began to twist, transforming into a human form. This was the ancient stone scorpion queen, Scorpio. She struggled to get up. Damnable humans, how dare you humiliate my rock body? Stones gathered in Scorpio's hands to form a weapon. She murmured, humans who are disrespectful to the Sumerian king. Scorpio death-gripped her scepter, gnashing her teeth as she vowed, I will make you stay here forever. Just then, a figure stepped quietly from behind the rock wall. Scorpio, wait a moment. Hearing this, Scorpio whipped her head around, her face full of astonishment. Respected Lord Enkidu, may I ask what the king's instructions are? The other informed her. Convey the king's oracle. Let those two in. The crystal ball in his hand reflected Scorpio's confused face. Enkidu observed Zhang Yi's situation through the crystal ball and murmured to himself, as long as they can walk out of the nest alive and find the king, they will have a chance to negotiate with him. Enkidu's words carried a hint of a warning. This is a command issued by the king himself. Do you intend to defy the king's will? Scorpio hurriedly knelt, burying her head deep, and answered in a trembling voice. I would not dare. I wish to pray for my king. The most loyal Scorpio requested to withdraw. After speaking, she vanished, leaving only a few faint green shadows before Enkidu. He fiddled with the crystal ball in his hand and murmured in a low voice, however, can they truly withstand this trial? Seeing that Zhang Yi had already collapsed on the other side, Enkidu smiled indifferently. That's not necessarily certain. What do you say? Should we give them a little surprise? The scene shifted back inside the nest. An unknown amount of time had passed and the darkness was deathly silent. Lu Ya had fallen asleep at some point and murmured Zhang Yi just as she was hazily waking up. When she saw her surroundings clearly and found the person before her curled up and unconscious, Lu Ya shouted in panic, Zhang Yi. There was no response. His brow was slightly furrowed and a layer of cold sweat had seeped onto his forehead. Zhang Yi woke up in a blurred state to find himself surrounded by a sea of fire. Where is this? Could I have been poisoned to death by that scorpion? He struggled to sit up and suddenly noticed something. His movements paused as a cluster of flames rose from his palm. He murmured, such a familiar feeling. That burning sensation has disappeared. What is this? The flames suddenly surged and drilled into Zhang Yi's chest. He was beyond shocked, his entire person enveloped in the intense firelight. He felt bizarrely puzzled. Why can this power enter my body so freely, and why do I feel no rejection? In the next second his heart beat violently as if it were about to burst. He let out a roar of fury, and the flames behind him rose, transforming into a massive dragon shadow. Startled awake from the dream, Zhang Yi snapped his eyes open. Lu Ya joyfully lunged forward to hug him tidily. That's great, you're okay. I thought you really. Once he regained his senses, Zhang Yi pushed her away gently. Lu Ya bit her lip somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, I was too excited and a bit abrupt. Zhang Yi stared at the energy flow in his palm. It seems my energy has returned. Not long after, that surge of energy disappeared. Zhang Yi murmured, but it seems only a tiny fraction has recovered. What is the reason for this? He rubbed his chin and fell into thought. Lu Ya didn't think poisoning was the cause. If recovery happened because of poisoning, that would be too incredible. If it were that simple, we wouldn't have been trapped in the dungeon for so long, she continued. And while you were unconscious, your life truly hung in the balance. It was I who gave you the serum to neutralize the poison. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. Lu Ya had every reason to refute that idea. The stone scorpion's toxin was clearly not the reason for his recovery. She tilted her head and thought, though I am curious as well. Such a terrifying toxin only took effect on you after a long time, while I felt paralyzed the moment I was hit. Hearing this, Zhang Yi had an instant realization. I understand, it's the strengthening of willpower. Before, I relied too much on talent cards and wasn't used to using other skills without them. Just as he speculated, his days in the dungeon had freed him from the shackles of talent cards, but deep down he always felt this must have been catalyzed by some kind of power. Having reached this point, Zhang Yi speculated secretly in his heart, could it be him? Lu Ya followed up with a question. What do we do next? Zhang Yi nodded. Continue deeper. He reached out and pressed his hand against the ground, casting a summoning spell. I have to find an old friend first. Zhang Yi's magic beast manifested, gently nuzzling his face. Zhang Yi stroked it tenderly. Xiao He, long time no see, he thought to himself. It seems neither Xiao He nor I have fully recovered. Even Xiao He's size has shrunk by a whole circle. Zhang Yi patted Xiao He's head and instructed. Xiao He, I need you to return to Extreme Ice City. Find Ba Huang to deliver a message, and assist him in battle. I suspect Miyazaki has already incited a portion of the players in Extreme Ice City without anyone noticing. He recalled his previous conversation with the Apocalypse Elf. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel uneasy. Watch out for Extreme Ice City. Extreme Ice City was no longer safe. Xiao He took the command and departed immediately. Zhang Yi waved farewell. Go on, Xiao He. Having finished his business, he turned to look at the nest. All right, let's set out as well. I don't know what else is waiting for us ahead. The scene shifted to the Eternal Tower, where Yaru was locked in Miyazaki's storage room. Having been in a coma, she suddenly snapped awake, her eyes wide. Yaru hurriedly looked around. Daiwu was locked in the adjacent room, still unconscious. She let out an anxious shout, Daiwu. Getting no response, Yaru was eager to activate her ability, energy surging in her palm. Just then, a voice rang out in her ear. Don't use your ability, it will attract Miyazaki. If you have questions, you can talk to me via heart voice. Although uncertain of the speaker's identity, Yaru did as told, asking via heart voice, who are you? The person replied, don't be afraid. I am the Pseudomancer, and also Miyazaki's Apocalypse Elf. Yaru was greatly shocked. Pseudomancer, you're actually an Apocalypse Elf. The other transformed into a transparent afterimage and gently hugged Yaru. That's right, this is the Eternal Tower, Miyazaki's headquarters. Due to my special identity, I cannot appear to speak with you, but please rest assured, I stand firmly on your and Zhang Yi's side. With me here, Miyazaki will not threaten your lives for the time being. You and your friend must stay calm at all times. In the next second, Yaru felt her eyelids grow heavy and fell into a deep sleep, whispers echoing in her ears. Continue sleeping. For now, staying quiet is the best preparation for battle. The scene shifted elsewhere. Enkidu observed Zhang Yi's situation with great interest, exclaiming, truly a strange person. He curled his lips in evaluation. While Scorpio's toxin combined with a trace of the Sumerian king's power could fight poison with poison, not everyone could endure it. Enkidu murmured in a low voice, If you are indeed the one from the prophecy who can change the apocalypse, he looked up into the distance and laughed lightly. Respected king, you will surely forgive my acting on my own initiative, won't you? After all, it's been a long time since anything interesting has happened in this world. Enkidu stared at Zhang Yi's face in the crystal ball, and suddenly burst into laughter. Most importantly, if they can defeat your respected majesty, then I would be truly looking forward to that. The scene shifted back to Zhang Yi. It was pitch black all around, and he held a torch to light the path ahead. The two came before a door. Lu Ya tried pushing it. She used all her strength and only managed to move it a tiny bit. This door is too heavy. Seeing this, Zhang Yi suggested, let me try. Subsequently, the door roared open, and before them was a massive, intricate maze. Zhang Yi murmured, so it's a maze. They began to move forward, but before they had gone far, the path ahead began to shift continuously. Lu Ya frowned, feeling irritated. What on earth is this place? Charging through like this makes it hard to even find a pattern. Zhang Yi led the way with the torch. Stay close to me. This maze will change routes at any moment. If we get separated, it will be very hard to find each other again. Before he could finish, skeletal beasts suddenly appeared behind them, letting out low growls with their wide-open maws. Zhang Yi and Lu Ya turned back in horror. Zhang Yi hurriedly tossed away the torch and ran desperately. Crap, the light might have attracted these things. Run! At the critical moment, the maze changed routes again. Zhang Yi and Lu Ya were forced to separate. Both of them had beasts in pursuit. Watch out! Zhang Yi gnashed his teeth, having no choice but to use his ability. He thought to himself, although I haven't fully recovered yet, I can't worry about that much now. Zhang Yi turned to launch a surprise attack, aiming straight for the beast's face. The beast's skull instantly shattered and vanished. He clicked his tongue and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, dealing with these small mobs isn't a problem yet. Just as Zhang Yi turned to continue, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The beast from just now had actually restored itself to its original state. His body stiffened, and he looked back sideways. Damn it, is this a newly spawned monster for the apocalypse? Invisible bodies. The vitals aren't just the skull. Before it could attack, Zhang Yi took off running. He thought to himself, judging by their reaction just now, they aren't sensitive to light. Could they be identifying prey based on hearing and smell? Thinking this, Zhang Yi tried striking the rock wall heavily. The beast suddenly paused, then crashed into the rock wall where he had just made the noise. Zhang Yi curled his lips. His speculation was confirmed. As expected, its sound tracking. Following the violent impact, the beast body shattered. Taking advantage before it could recover, Zhang Yi leaped onto the maze's partition wall. Standing at a high vantage point, he looked down over the entire maze and soon discovered the exit on the other side. Movement suddenly appeared below, drawing Zhang Yi's attention. Looking down, two beasts were already waiting for him. Zhang Yi leapt down to face the battle without hesitation. He stood up and drew his gun, firing repeatedly at the beasts without ceremony. Zhang Yi's target was their skulls. He pondered secretly. These beasts have the maze's enhancement, which gives them the special ability to avoid being completely destroyed. Zhang Yi thought of a possibility. Perhaps these are all illusions created by the Sumerian king. Just then a voice suddenly rang out, Zhang Yi, can you hear me? He immediately recognized it as Lu Ya. Two more beasts blocking the way appeared before Zhang Yi, while Lu Ya's reminder echoed in his ears. The maze is fake, but the beasts are real. Don't attack their vitals, he did as told, thrusting a fist through a beast's chest and continuing forward, unable to help feeling irritated. What on earth is this place? Charging through like this makes it hard to find a pattern. Just as Lu Ya said, the beast collapsed after taking a punch to the chest and showed no signs of recovering. Zhang Yi walked out of the maze, and the scene behind him grew blurred. The scene gradually vanished, and he reunited with Lu Ya. Unlike Zhang Yi's dust-covered and somewhat disheveled appearance, she was holding large and small bags, looking at him with a beaming smile. Zhang Yi couldn't stand her gaze and asked curtly, Hey, what are you laughing at? Lu Ya covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, mocking him for failing such a simple stage and needing her reminder. Zhang Yi coughed awkwardly and asked curiously, Then how did you find out? Lu Ya recalled, I observed for a while and realized I'd seen their true forms back when I was captain. Killing these things solved our winter supply problem. She took out a compass and explained slowly, As for the maze being fake, that's thanks to this reminder. Zhang Yi exclaimed, I see, it seems you have many strengths. You were qualified to be a captain. Lu Ya shrugged with a triumphant look. Naturally, wait, why does that feel weird? Were you actually praising me just now? Zhang Yi changed the subject and pointed at the scene ahead. So is this river area a new illusion? There's a sign here, let's see what it says. There were several long dried bloodstains on the sign and it clearly read, Hint 1, this river is not an illusion. Hint 2, only the purest of souls can pass. The scene shifts to the Eternal Tower, inside Miyazaki's storage chamber, where Yaoru lies unconscious. In her dream, a voice suddenly whispers her name softly. Yaoru, She opens her eyes hazily and responds with a whisper. Sitting beneath a tree, Yaru looks at the person before her in startled realization. Dream god? She looks around in astonishment and says, wasn't I imprisoned by Miyazaki? How am I seeing you here? Even though I received a hint before, I still couldn't find peace of mind. Yaru quickly follows up with a question. Dream god, do you know how Zhang Yi is doing? And Dai Wu? The dream god interrupts her, pressing her forehead against Yaru's. Try throwing this thing in. As soon as the object was tossed into the river, it emitted a piercing sizzle, and a foul stench rose that was absolutely nauseating. Lu Ya quickly covered her nose and mouth. Ah, this smell is awful, it's so pungent. Zhang Yi also tightly covered his nose, immediately grabbing her hand to lead her away quickly. Don't get close, this smoke is toxic. The two charged forward at full speed as the ground began to rumble. Lu Ya looked at the glowing stone pillars and said, remember the order in which these pillars flash. We must move according to that pattern. Zhang Yi thought to himself, could the pseudomancer have foreseen these trials? Lu Ya poked his shoulder with her finger and asked curiously, hey, do you get that feeling like every single review question you studied for appeared on the actual exam? Pseudomancer, Zhang Yi assumed a combat stance and interrupted, in that case we need to pass this trial as quickly as possible. Lu Ya suddenly slipped and almost fell, but she was quick enough to grab the stone pillar ahead. Gritting her teeth, she used her strength to leap onto the pillar, and then used the momentum to jump to the one behind Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi turned back with an encouraging smile. Not bad. Do you still remember the next sequence? She gnashed her teeth and shouted in frustration. You didn't even think to give me a hand. Zhang Yi gave her a thumbs up. I believe you can do it. Suddenly, a voice rang out, oh, two of them. Both turned back simultaneously and asked, who's there? Zhang Yi frowned, thinking to himself, not a player, must be an NPC. The person introduced himself with a smile. I am Enkidu, the Sumerian king's assistant. This is my illusion. I am gratified that you were able to make it this far with your keen intuition and formidable strength. Can you tell me your names? Lu Ya responded immediately. Lu Ya. Zhang Yi shook hands in response. Zhang Yi, he pondered in his mind. Enkidu, the legendary rival and best friend of the Sumerian king. If this corresponds to the myths, Enkidu suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Are you speculating about my identity? There's no need for that. Zhang Yi snapped back to reality just as the man continued. Because your journey ends here. Lu Ya charged toward them, shouting, let him go. Enkidu summoned chains, binding Zhang Yi heavily. Now only one of you can pass through the sticks. Subsequently, he fired tentacles that also tightly entangled Lu Ya, continuing, of course I won't be so cruel as to make you choose. Enkidu turned to Zhang Yi and smiled. I'll play the role of the villain. Zhang Yi channeled his inner power and a surge of immense energy pulsed around him. He clenched his fists, his tone cold. Keep dreaming. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he let out a roar of fury and charged at full speed. He swung a heavy punch at Enkidu, but the opponent sidestepped to dodge. Enkidu gnashed his teeth and slashed his fingers together. Zhang Yi was sent slamming heavily to the ground. Zhang Yi struggled and looked toward Lu Ya, shouting, Lu Ya, run. Lu Ya was bound tightly, and though she struggled desperately, it was to no avail. She thought, I can't escape at all. Enkidu spoke, what a pity, you are too weak. He suddenly hoisted Lu Ya into the air and said, you failed to pass my trial. With that, Enkidu gave a forceful yank and released the tentacles, casting Lu Ya into the water. As Lu Ya gradually sank to the bottom, she sighed inwardly. It seems I really am going to die. On this side, Zhang Yi was bound to the ground, questioning, are you truly that Enkidu, the Enkidu of legend? He gnashed his teeth and looked up to stare fixedly at the opponent, asking further. The one created by the gods, who stood on the side of humanity and used wisdom and a sense of justice to influence the Sumerian king? Enkidu looked down at him from above, letting out a cold snort, and then channeled his spiritual power. How ridiculous. So the friend praised by humans is in the end nothing more than a traitor. As soon as the words fell, that spiritual power completely enveloped Zhang Yi. Enkidu immediately stepped back to maintain distance. At this moment, Zhang Yi's power had already awakened, his entire body erupting with a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Enkidu curled his lips with interest. With a surge of momentum, Zhang Yi let out a roar, wielding a longsword as he launched a rapid attack. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, Zhang Yi. I'm fine. Lu Ya's voice interrupted Zhang Yi's attack. She poked her head out from the water's surface and said in surprise, how strange. The water looks terrifying, but it's actually quite shallow. Zhang Yi turned to Enkidu and questioned in anger. So is this a trial, or are you just playing with us? Enkidu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Truly interesting. You broke into my territory without any apology and I merely played a little joke, yet you're this angry? With such a short fuse, it's no wonder you haven't realized a traitor is hiding among you. How can I feel at ease telling you the truth like this? Immediately after, he began to vanish while floating in the air, but not without leaving a final warning. Remember, the person you are looking for is the one you trust the most. Start your investigation with them. Lu Ya, still in the water, grabbed her hair in frustration and said, "We've been played again." Zhang Yi turned and said, "Wait, did you hear what he just said? Rule out the person you trust the most first." In the next second, the two looked at each other with mutual understanding and spoke simultaneously. The three elders, as night fell, the scene shifted to the Eternal Tower, where Miyazaki was furiously slamming the table and roaring, "Where's the news? Where's the word on Zhang Yi? He hasn't appeared since he entered the Green Bone Forest." "Did you lose him?" On the other end of the line, Ling Lan replied, "Boss, I tried to follow him under cover and almost lost my life. It's all mud under that swamp. There's no path at all. Zhang Yi must have died in there." Miyazaki cursed in a fit of rage while frantically tapping the keyboard. "Useless, damn it, why can't I find anything? Why can't my permissions access the data beneath the swamp?" Miyazaki let out a roar. Apocalypse Elf Ling Lan immediately manifested, asking respectfully, "What are your orders, Master?" he commanded. Apocalypse Elf, mobilize all surveillance forces and surround the Green Bone Forest. She took the order seriously. Yes, the entire force has been mobilized and is currently assembling at the newly appeared swamp area of the Green Bone Forest. "Do you have any other instructions?" Miyazaki looked up with cold eyes and asked, "How are those two women?" Ling Lan replied, "They haven't woken up yet. Brainwave frequencies are normal, no abnormalities detected." He immediately said, "No, I can't wait anymore." Inside the test tube, Dai Wu's face was contorted in intense pain and the progress bar currently showed 20. She gnashed her teeth and struggled to endure, veins bulging across her body as the progress gradually climbed to 50. A stammering voice rang out, "No, don't." At this point, the system also popped up a prompt, "Operation progress stalled. Perform optimization?" Miyazaki stared at the system and decisively ordered, "Strengthen energy output." Inside the tube, Dai Wu gnashed her teeth, enduring immense agony as the progress rose to 70. Black spots began to appear on her body, and the progress subsequently reached 90. By now, Dai Wu's face was hideous and she continued to let out low growls. Outside the tube, Miyazaki said indifferently, "As long as you can pull through this, you will become my most powerful creation besides the Ghost King." Immediately after, the progress reached 100. The brainwashing was successful. In the next second, the test tube exploded violently, and Miyazaki instinctively shielded his face. A triumphant, cold smile appeared on his face. "Zhang Yi, I wonder if you'll like this surprise." Dai Wu floated in midair, liquid dripping from her toes. She knelt on one knee and asked respectfully, "Master, what are your orders for Dai Wu?" Miyazaki laughed craftily. "You're still too weak. Go train in the Demon Suppression Tower. If you die there, don't bother coming back." She immediately responded, "As you command, Master." Miyazaki turned to look at the test tube behind him. "If this isn't surprise enough," he murmured to himself, "I will prepare an even bigger gift for you." At the thought of this, Miyazaki revealed a dangerous smile. The scene shifted back to Zhang Yi, who suddenly sneezed. Beside him, Lu Ya asked with concern, "Hey, you didn't catch a cold, did you? Are you that weak?" He rubbed his nose as a drop of cold sweat fell and said, "I have a feeling someone is secretly cursing me behind my back. Could it be that old man Miyazaki?" Lu Ya suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She pointed ahead and shouted, "Zhang Yi, look, it's the Sumerian king's palace." A magnificent and glorious palace stood ahead. Lu Ya asked curiously, "Is this it?" Zhang Yi gazed forward, silently chanting the names of Ya Ru and Dai Wu as images of them being taken away in chains surfaced in his mind. Lu Ya's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Let's go, we need to see the Sumerian king as soon as possible." At this time, the Sumerian king sat leisurely on his throne, staring at the grapes in his hand in contemplation. He rested his chin on his hand and glanced sideways, calling out, "Enkidu." Opposite him, Enkidu was cross-legged and focused on reading a book. He responded, "Your orders, my king." The Sumerian king rested his face on one hand and said displeasurably, "You forged my royal decree to secretly let those two peasants in. Do you really think I wouldn't know? They were supposed to become scorpion fodder." Enkidu slowly closed his book and replied, "My deepest apologies for using your name. I merely made a bold guess that these two would be very much to your taste, so I let them in just to ensure you wouldn't be disappointed. I also happened to give them a few test questions." The Sumerian king raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, you still think you know me as well as ever? What was the result?" He answered quickly, "They've become drowned rats." The Sumerian king frowned and scolded, "Utter trash. They can't even pass a simple trial, and yet they think they're worthy of seeing me? Aren't you afraid I'll throw you to the scorpions too?" Enkidu maintained his smile. "Of course not. After all, compared to those two drowned rats, I'm sure you loathe that fellow Miyazaki even more. After all this chaos is inseparable from him." The Sumerian king's expression darkened, and he suddenly crushed the cup in his hand, roaring, "Exactly, Enkidu. You're absolutely right." The scene shifted to the 90th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Dai Wu was walking with two old men when they suddenly vanished. She thought to herself, "Finally here." Daiwu stamped her foot in a fit of rage and cursed. "Dastardly villain, I will definitely kill Miyazaki." She silently examined her body, resting her chin in her hand as she thought, "It seems I really was forcibly brainwashed by him." Just then, a soul suddenly reached out from behind and covered her eyes. "Don't worry, let me borrow your body for a moment." Daiwu wondered in her heart, "Who are you? Why did you save me from Miyazaki's hands?" At that moment, two evil ghosts lunged from behind her. Daiwu turned back sharply, killing them with a few casual moves. She stepped on the ghosts' corpses, unable to help but wonder, "Why can I retain my autonomy while possessing demonic features? Is this a trap by Miyazaki? But that doesn't fit the logic." Daiwu looked at the system panel and found that there were actually no combat rewards. Strange, shouldn't the lords of the demon suppression tower grow stronger with each floor? Moreover, there is usually only one demon beast. The names here are so lazily chosen it's almost as if she paused and continued to think, as if they were mass-produced. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. "Daiwu, I am the apocalypse elf at Miyazaki's side. Just now, I interfered with Miyazaki's brainwashing program and infiltrated your consciousness while you were in the Eternal Tower, making Miyazaki mistakenly believe the brainwashing was successful." Daiwu immediately asked, "What on earth is going on? Since you're Miyazaki's person, why are you helping me?" The voice explained. "Because you, Zhang Yi, and your friend Yaru are the ones who can change this apocalypse. These small mobs were prepared by Miyazaki to make you grow stronger quickly, as he intends to turn you into a blade to strike Zhang Yi." She immediately frowned and showed a look of disgust. "You've been helping us in secret. Are Yaru and the others safe now?" the voice replied. "Zhang Yi is gathering new allies. As for Yaru, she is being closely monitored by Miyazaki. I cannot disclose the specific situation, but I once had an exchange with her." Daiwu rolled her shoulders and asked, "So I just stay here and farm mobs to level up?" The voice answered, "Exactly. You train as usual and I will continue to help you disguise your state. Time is tight, I must leave now." She responded, "All right, many thanks." After speaking, Daiwu assumed a combat stance. 3 monsters ahead were charging toward her. She dealt with those 3 monsters in just a few moves. A 2-headed giant snake 3 times taller than Daiwu appeared ahead. She covered her nose and thought so stinky it might be poisonous. With a crisp snap, the 2-headed snake split into 2 half-human, half-snake monsters, 1 male and 1 female. Daiwu leaped into the air, swinging the heavy hammer in her hand to strike the male snake, instantly knocking him down. The remaining female snake launched an attack immediately. Daiwu quickly grabbed some ropes, leapt onto the surrounding stone pillars and entangled them. She landed lightly on top of a stone pillar, tightening the rope around the male snake's neck as she said, "Stop releasing poison. Look closely. If you don't want your lover to stop breathing, take back the venom immediately and then hand over the rewards to me." Even with the rope against its throat, the monster showed no fear, and even let out a cold snort. At this moment, someone was closely monitoring Daiwu's every move, saying with great interest, "Interesting, truly interesting." On the 91st floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, a young girl was sitting leisurely in a chair using binoculars to monitor Daiwu's actions. She revealed a cheerful smile. It was the first time she had seen a child kill monsters so efficiently. Daiwu stepped onto the 91st floor, letting out a long yawn and lamenting in boredom. "That's it for the win." She then put away the life potion dropped by the 90th floor lord. She pushed open the door to the 91st floor, wanting to see what new tricks this floor had. Daiwu thought as she walked. Miyazaki had thrown her here and would absolutely never let her leave alive easily. Many eerily shaped dolls were hanging in the room. Daiwu wondered, why isn't there anyone? It's so spooky. Could this floor's lord be hiding in the shadows and watching me?" She tightly gripped the heavy hammer and said, "No matter how deep you hide, I can find you." Just then a hand was lifting a card. It was a joker. A cheerful voice rang out, "I drew it, my favorite card." Daiwu suddenly turned around and let out a great shout. "Who is it?" Daiwu was being slowly approached from behind by Ai, who held a long blade. There was no boss here. She paused for a moment, grinning to reveal sharp teeth before continuing, "I've already killed it." Ai swung the blood-stained blade and attacked with lightning speed, and Daiwu quickly raised her heavy hammer to block. Ai instantly caught an opening, curling a triumphant and cold smile as she swung her blade horizontally at Daiwu's waist. Daiwu was struck and sent flying. Ai held the long sword and laughed maniacally. She stuck out her tongue, upon which a joker card was clearly visible. Daiwu ground her teeth and thought, the joker floor of the Demon Suppression Tower is supposed to be a solo dungeon. If she isn't the boss, then she wouldn't be a player either. I must first determine her identity. She looked up at the dolls hanging overhead and thought to herself, "I have it." Daiwu leaped into the air and swung her heavy hammer to smash the ropes binding the dolls. Below, Jay saw this and screamed, covering her eyes with her hands, "What are you doing? Why are you destroying the toys the adults gave me?" She rushed forward, trying to snatch the dolls from Daiwu's hands while snarling, "Give them back, give them back." Daiwu pressed her heavy hammer against a doll's neck and said with a serious expression, "I am Daiwu, an assassin. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. If you don't talk, I'll burn your toys." Ai's eyes went wide, and she ground her teeth as she replied, "Fine, actually, I am the high god of the assassin's heart." She reached for her pocket while saying, "My name really is Ai. If you don't believe me, look." She took out a round wooden block engraved with a twin sword pattern, and the dolls in Daiwu's hands instantly and simultaneously turned their heads. Ai couldn't help but sneer. "You're so stupid. This is not what an assassin should be doing." The scene shifts as Enkidu speaks. "Oh, the guests are here." He turns back toward the two. "Welcome, welcome." Zhang Yi asks in confusion, "Enkidu, have you been in the palace this whole time? Could it be that those were all your clones just now?" Enkidu snaps his fingers and replies with a smile, "Bingo, however. Shouldn't you pay your respects to the king first?" Zhang Yi and Yaru bow side by side, one hand over their chests, respectfully greeting him. "Sumerian king, we are exiles from the dungeon." The Sumerian king rests his face on his hand, scowling as he shouts, "Pariahs, kneel." Hearing this, Yaru lets out a cry of terror and is about to kneel in a panic, but she is stopped by Zhang Yi. "Stay standing." He looks the Sumerian king directly in the eye and explains seriously, "We may be exiles, but we are not your subjects, let alone the pariahs you claim. Therefore we do not kneel." After hearing this, the Sumerian king's face darkens, and he says through gritted teeth, "Enkidu, is this the best candidate you chose?" The Sumerian king raises his hand, channeling his inner energy. "What kind of lowly trash is this?" In an instant, Enkidu is seized by the throat by the Sumerian king, but that smile remains on his face. He asks furiously in a low voice, "Why aren't you speaking now? You said you would avenge me, avenge those innocent subjects, and this is the result?" On the other side, Yaru screams, "Hey, isn't he supposed to be your best friend? What are you trying to do?" He replies, "What? I'm going to kill him, of course." The Sumerian king looks at them with utter disdain. "And you as well. None of you will leave here alive." Yaru hurriedly rushes forward, shouting, "Let him go." In the next second, a dazzling light bursts forth, blowing her away. She has to raise her hand to shield herself. On this side, Zhang Yi grinds his teeth and concentrates his inner power into both fists, preparing to strike. However, his power is shattered by the Sumerian king's light fragments. The king's brow furrows slightly as his face darkens. "You seek death." Intense flames erupt around the Sumerian king's body. Both Zhang Yi and Yaru are pinned down by the light shards. The Sumerian king activates the skill King's Wrath. At this moment, the system immediately prompts, "Character is in a state of passive fear, unable to act." Zhang Yi shouts in rage, "Damn it, I can't move." Suddenly, the Sumerian king launches a move and one of each of their arms is severed at the root and sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. A cold smile curls at the corner of the Sumerian king's mouth. Mere mortals, daring to think they can stop a god. He exerts pressure with his fingers and with a sharp crack, Enkidu's neck is snapped. Both of them stare with wide, terrified eyes. Zhang Yi struggles to his feet, clutching his severed arm and groans out, "I said," from behind him. Yaru shouts to stop him. "Hey, don't push yourself." The Sumerian king raises an eyebrow. "Oh, you can still speak." With that, he lets go. Enkidu subsequently collapses. The system immediately prompts, "Important NPC Enkidu has died." This is followed by another system prompt. "Cooperation task with the Sumerian king has failed." Zhang Yi falls to one knee, saying tremulously, "The great Sumerian king actually executing a loyal best friend so casually." No sooner had he spoken than he fell to the ground. Zhang Yi propped himself up with both hands, feeling sorry for him. He gritted his teeth in pain. "All the plans and expectations destroyed under the name of so-called trust. A person like you." Zhang Yi paused and continued, "Are you even worse than a pariah?" The Sumerian king flies into a rage, waving his spiritual power to form a giant flaming hand that locks around his throat and lifts him up. The system alarm rings incessantly. Beside him, Yaru sheds tears of pain and stammers, Zhang Yi, stop talking, let's leave this place." Her consciousness blurred. She reaches out to him. "As long as we're alive, there's hope for revenge." The Sumerian king leans down to pick up a grape. Hearing her words, his face becomes contorted. "Alive? Leaving here alive, only to die at the hands of Miyazaki?" The Sumerian king lets out a couple of tsk's and says, "That is simply seeking death." Zhang Yi grips the flaming arm, locking his throat, a fearless smile curling on his lips. "This must be just an illusion, right?" The Sumerian king was about to put the grape to his mouth, but he was startled by these words. He tosses the grape aside, bored. Enkidu snaps his fingers and everything instantly reverts to its original state. He says with a smile, "Apologies, this was still a test." Enkidu continues, "However, this was a test personally given by the king." The Sumerian king rests his face on his hand and praises with interest. "Very well, it's been a long time since this king has heard such arrogant words. Though the truth is always painful, it is indeed interesting." Following this, he lets out a loud call. Rista, a ferocious lion, subsequently manifests. Rista is the top-tier lion king of the Egyptian continent, and is the Sumerian king's mount. It possesses extraordinary strength, and the Sumerian king can merge with it during battle. Sitting on Rista's back, the Sumerian king asks, "Aren't you afraid of death? I could tell you were about to stop breathing in the illusion just now. Didn't you consider that you might actually die in there?" Zhang Yi replies, "I'm not afraid, and I believe you would show mercy because I still have a trump card in my hand." The Sumerian king lets out an, "Oh, you're about to lose your life and you still have a trump card?" Zhang Yi replies with a certain smile, "I do, but it is my secret. I'm afraid I cannot tell you. Please forgive me." Suddenly, Rista lets out a low growl, opening its massive maw as a fireball condenses within. The fireball instantly transforms into a golden card. The Sumerian king pinches the flashing golden card between two fingers and says, "This thing is something this king has never bestowed upon any insect before. I'll give it to you today." Looking at the flashing golden card floating before him, Zhang Yi hesitates. He confesses regretfully, "I'm afraid I am not lucky enough to accept this god-tier talent card of yours." Hearing that he actually refused the card, Yaoru shouts in surprise, "What?" A majestic golden lion is instantly summoned from the golden card. The Sumerian king says in surprise, "Weren't your abilities retracted? Do you not already have a god-tier talent card?" Enkidu, "It seems there are still details you haven't uncovered." Enkidu covers his mouth and laughs. "In a sense, this can also be considered a surprise." Rista stares at him, sniffing all over Zhang Yi, while Zhang Yi raises his hands in cooperation. The Sumerian king is very surprised to see this, while Enkidu giggles on the side. Once Rista has sniffed enough, it lets out a snort, spraying quite a bit of slime and causing Zhang Yi a wave of nausea. Seeing its attitude, Yaoru is so surprised her mouth hangs open. Subsequently, the lion runs back behind its master. The Sumerian king laughs excitedly. "Your scent actually makes Rista feel so much disgust." Zhang Yi wipes away the sweat. "That's right, although I lost the power of my god-tier talent card, I already have the strongest contract partner. Naturally, I cannot merge with it again." The Sumerian king disagrees. "Strongest? I think it's better to just eliminate you." "Ignorant human, I am the strongest." But in the next second his gaze becomes solemn. The Sumerian king furrows his brow, suddenly standing up to stare at Zhang Yi. "Wait, so you are a player with a hidden dragon race identity. Even though you lost your talent card, the contract with the dragon god still exists." Zhang Yi frowns inwardly. "Truly annoying. My trump card has likely been seen through by this Sumerian king. However, this isn't that big of a deal." Subsequently he says calmly, "You've been observing me for a long time, haven't you? This king who has been hidden in the shadows. If you knew nothing, how could you have reached a consensus with Miyazaki's apocalypse elf? You are actually on our side, aren't you?" Suddenly exposed, the Sumerian king is somewhat annoyed. "You," Enkidu hurriedly steps forward to block the king. "Respected king, I think you have a more important decision to make. Why don't we tend to the official business first?" Hearing his advice, he sits back down and snorts coldly. "Boring." "Then let it be so." Seeing Yaoru beside him too nervous to even breathe heavily, Zhang Yi comforts her calmly, "Don't be nervous. He won't do anything to us." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Sumerian king unleashed a surge of power directly toward Yaoru. She felt that power burning fiercely within her body. At this moment, Yaoru obtained a god-tier talent card and became the Sumerian king's contract high god. Once the task is done, the Sumerian king stands and announces, "Listen well. Even if you've contracted this card, it doesn't mean your status is any different from those insects, and don't expect me to help you solve any trouble." With that, he turns to leave. "Don't bother me unless it's important." After he leaves, Enkidu hurriedly explains, "You'll get used to it. The king just has so many tricks, otherwise the days here would be too boring." Zhang Yi looks at him and says, "We still have a few questions that need your answers. Is that all right?" The scene shifts back to Daiwu, whose situation doesn't seem very good. Although currently controlled, Daiwu begins to have her own thoughts. If she really is the high god of the assassin's heart who appeared in the demon suppression tower, she must have been assimilated by Miyazaki. Then I certainly can't just sit and wait for death. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Daiwu leapt up and activated Assassin's Heart. Ai looks at her with interest. "Have you forgotten? Everything you possess belongs to me. Therefore you have no chance of winning at all. It will be the same no matter how many times you try." As soon as she finishes speaking, Daiwu's neck is bitten hard, leaving her unable to move. Intense pain hits her, and the weapon she is holding involuntarily slips from her hand. As the pain intensifies, Daiwu cannot support herself and falls to her knees. The dolls immediately launch an attack on her, but Daiwu has not given up, suddenly pulling out a lighter. "If my power is ineffective against you, then how about this?" It seems Daiwu's method has worked. Seeing this, Ai turns deathly pale. That wraps up Zhang Yi's journey for today, marking the conclusion of chapter 137 of the original series. If you enjoyed this recap, please hit the like button and subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps right now. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our latest updates. Your support is the best motivation for me to bring you even more epic stories. Now feel free to click on the videos appearing on your screen to discover other manhwa masterpieces on my channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.